Chapter 2079. Mu Xiaoyi said all this to dispel Qin Zhao's worries, so that Qin Zhao could leave in peace. But how could Qin Zhao not understand? Mu Xiaoyi said this, in fact, she had no confidence at all. She just deliberately said it for him to hear. He knew that Mu Xiaoyi couldn't do anything, but she was also afraid that she would implicate him. How could he not understand her good intentions? It was precisely because he knew that he was happy for Jiang Zhu. It seemed that Jiang Zhu had chosen the right person. No wonder Jiang Zhu had married Mu Xiaoyi so quickly. Speaking of Qian Xuanxing, Qin Zhao immediately thought of a person. It was Qian Xuanyue. Last time in Sky Mountain City, Qian Xuanyue had been in the limelight and had obtained the qualification to comprehend the Epiphany Tree. However, in the end, Qian Xuanyue had been defeated by Qin Zhao and had been severely humiliated by Qin Zhao. It seemed that the two of them were brothers or cousins. Qin Zhao had previously investigated the Qian clan of Qian Mountain Ridge and had some understanding of it. Qian Mountain Ridge's situation was different from other ridges. It was one of the few territories in the southern wilderness that didn't have a prime sage overseeing it. Without a prime sage overseeing it, Qian Mountain Ridge naturally appeared very weak. However, it wasn't that Qian Mountain Ridge didn't have a prime sage overseeing it. In fact, the Qian Mountain Immortal Sect had existed in the past. However, a few epochs ago, the Qian Mountain Immortal Sect had offended a ruthless person that they couldn't afford to offend, so that ruthless person had destroyed their sect. One of the Qian Mountain Sect master's clones had also been killed. His main body had fled and never appeared again. No one knew if he was still alive or not. In short, the Qian Mountain Immortal Sect had completely disappeared from this world a few epochs ago. Since then, Qian Mountain Ridge had no immortal sect or prime sage overseeing it. Without an immortal sect or a prime sage overseeing it, Qian Mountain Ridge was naturally a place where various major factions had established themselves. They each occupied a territory and ruled it as a territory. Any faction with a fourth step Heavenly Venerable Supreme Immortal overseeing it could occupy a territory and make it their own. For example, the Mu clan ruled a territory called the Mu Territory. Among all the forces, the Qian clan was the most powerful. They were the undisputed number one force in the Qian Mountain Range, and they looked down on everyone else. On the surface, the Qian clan had more than a dozen fourth-step Empyrean exalted immortals overseeing it. If there were still some hidden forces, then there would be even more. Even if there was no one hiding in the dark, just the strength on the surface was already a very strong lineup. Because of this, how could the Mu clan offend the Qian clan? How could the Mu clan be willing to go to the Qian clan so easily? Sister-in-law Xiaoyi. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao looked at Mu Xiaoyi with a serious face. Jiang he is from my hometown. We are brothers who have gone through life and death together. Do you think I would abandon him and go back alone? I came here this time to find Jiang he. How can I go back without seeing him? Since I'm here, leave this matter to me. I will ensure his safety. No matter who it is, no matter which force it is, if they dare to hurt my brother Jiang he, they must pay the price. As long as he is still alive, then I will definitely save him. If anything happens to him, then I will definitely make them pay with blood. Qin Zhao's tone was incomparably firm and domineering. No one dared to doubt whether he could do it or not. Qin Zhao's words also deeply shocked Mu Xiaoyi. She looked at Qin Zhao in a daze and was momentarily speechless. Such firm and domineering words shocked the depths of her heart. It was as if she had grasped at a life-saving straw and saw hope. In fact, she knew very well that it was too difficult to save Jiang he from the ancestor. If the ancestor was not willing to appear, it would be impossible for her to save Jiang he with her strength alone. Therefore, this matter was very difficult. She almost could not see any hope and was about to despair. However, Qin Zhao's tone had given her hope once again. However, she quickly calmed down and shook her head. Qin Shao was only a third step heavenly venerate. So what if he was strong? Going against the Qian clan was simply a fool's dream. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. There was simply no possibility of success. Qin Shao, thank you for comforting me. However, you really don't have to worry about me. I will solve this. Mu Xiaoyi was also feeling a little helpless. Ha ha. Ming Yuexin, who had been silent all this while, could not help but laugh out loud. Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, aren't you underestimating Qin Shao too much? Although he is only a third-step heavenly venerate, his strength is so great that many fourth-step heavenly venerates are no match for him. I'm afraid that the number of fourth-step heavenly venerates he has defeated cannot be counted with two hands. Furthermore, there is still me. I am also a fourth-step heavenly venerate. If Qin Shao and I join forces, saving someone shouldn't be too difficult, right? Xiaoyi, sister-in-law? Hearing Ming Yuexin address Mu Xiaoyi in this manner, Qin Shao could not help but look at her strangely. Why did this address sound so strange? He regarded Jiang He as his elder brother, which was why he addressed Mu Xiaoyi as his sister-in-law. Ming Yuexin had nothing to do with Jiang He, nor did she have anything to do with him. Why did she address Mu Xiaoyi as her sister-in-law too? This sounded like it was very easy for people to misunderstand. However, this was not the time to argue about this issue. Mu Xiaoyi was clearly stunned when she heard Ming Yuexin's words. She looked at Qin Shao in disbelief, then at Ming Yuexin. Ming Yuexin deliberately released her own aura so that Mu Xiaoyi could sense it. This was indeed the aura of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. She really did not expect that the young girl beside Qin Shao, who looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old, was actually a fourth-step heavenly venerate. Heavens, this was too unimaginable, wasn't it? What kind of background did this young girl have? From the looks of it, he shouldn't be very old. However, he was already a fourth-step heavenly venerable. Thus, he must have some great background. Furthermore, what shocked her the most was that Ming Yuexin actually said that Qin Zhao's strength was enough to defeat many fourth-step heavenly venerates. However, Qin Shao was clearly a third-step heavenly venerate. How could his strength be so unbelievably strong? This was too heaven-defying, wasn't it? She had never heard of such a thing. It was really hard for her to imagine that a third-step heavenly venerate could defeat a fourth-step heavenly venerate. However, she could also tell that Ming Yuexin did not seem to be lying. Moreover, Ming Yuexin's words had obviously been tacitly approved by Qin Shao, so it did not seem like she was lying. However, she had indeed never encountered or heard of such a thing, so it was hard for her to completely believe it. Qin Shao also very seriously added, "Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, Ming Yuexin is right. I have indeed defeated many fourth-step heavenly venerates. With my strength, I should be able to fight against some fourth-step heavenly venerates who are slightly stronger. As for Ming Yuexin, she is indeed a fourth-step heavenly venerate. She is a peerless monstrous talent. Don't underestimate her. Her strength should be above mine. Therefore, if the two of us join forces, we should be able to rescue Big Brother Jiang He. It is precisely because of this that I said this to sister-in-law Xiaoyi. Leave the matter of rescuing him to me. I can guarantee sister-in-law that I will definitely be able to rescue Big Brother Jiang He. You shouldn't doubt my relationship with Big Brother Jiang He. His matters are my matters. If anything happens to him, I will definitely seek justice for him." Mu Xiaoyi knew Qin Zhao's character, so she believed him without a doubt. Jiang He had told her too many things, causing her to admire and respect Qin Shao very much. This matter was indeed too shocking for her. She needed some time to digest it and calm her agitated emotions. Qin Shao was indeed worthy of being the peerless monstrous talent that Jiang He had always praised. Along the way, he had been doing heaven-defying things. She had no choice but to admire him. "All right, Qin Shao, I believe you. Thank you very much. I really don't know how to thank you." After Mu Xiaoyi calmed down, she nodded solemnly at Qin Shao. She was very grateful. Qin Shao immediately said, "Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, don't be agitated. We need to calm down first. Being impatient will only ruin things. Only by calming down can we better save him." Mu Xiaoyi nodded, trying her best to calm herself down. Qin Shao also maintained a calm mind. He knew that the more important it was at a time like this, the more he needed to be calm. "Sister-in-law Xiaoyi, I have carefully analyzed the situation. If the situation is as you said, I also feel that big brother Jiang he is still fine. That Qian Sun Xing is definitely a very vengeful person. He is someone who will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. Such a vile person will definitely not let big brother Jiang he die so easily. He will definitely torture him slowly. Fortunately, only 300 years have passed, so the situation shouldn't be too bad. However, we still need to act quickly. One more day means one more day of torture for big brother Jiang He, one more day of suffering. My current plan is like this. First, we will save him. Then, we will settle the score. I think Qian Sun Xing wouldn't dare to make such a thing public, let alone let the ancestors of the Qian family know. So, it must be a secret operation. If that's the case, then the most likely possibility is that big brother Jiang, he was captured by Qian Sun Xing and taken to his cultivation place. Or perhaps it is a secret place that only he knows. But I think that the possibility of it being a cultivation place is the highest. But we can't act rashly. It's better to be safe than sorry. If we act rashly and alert the enemy, Qian Sun Xing might be ruthless. So, our first step should be to secretly investigate Qian Sun Xing's situation and see if he has any secret bases. If he doesn't, then we can sneak into his cultivation place and take a look. Mu Xiaoyi nodded. Her greatest hope now was Qin Shao, so she felt that whatever Qin Shao said was correct. Ming Yuexin suddenly smiled and said, "Qin Shao, there is no need to go through so much trouble. It may not be easy for you to secretly investigate Qian Sun Xing's cultivation place, but for this young lady, isn't it a piece of cake? Leave such a small matter to this young lady, why go through so much trouble?" Cough. Qin Shao was slightly taken aback, then immediately smiled. Yes, Qin Shao had seen Ming Yuexin's concealment methods before. Even so many fourth-step, heavenly venerables like them couldn't detect it. So, if Ming Yuexin wanted to investigate Qian Sun Xing's cultivation place, it would be a piece of cake. Chapter 2080. In the Qian clan's territory, after a direct descendant of the Qian clan became a celestial venerate, they would be given a small piece of land to live and cultivate in. The higher their status, the closer they would be to the clan's land. They would also have guards and servants sent by the clan. They were also considered nobles. Some people without much ambition could live such a carefree and happy life for the rest of their lives. Qian Sun Xing also had his own territory. Because of his father and big brother, his territory was close to the clan's land. The closer it was to the clan's land, the better it would be, and the safer it would be. In a dark secret room, a huge energy clock enveloped the entire room, isolating it from everything else. A man was tied up by a few iron chains, hanging in midair. His body was covered in wounds, and his clothes were tattered. It was a tragic sight. His hair was disheveled, and the corners of his mouth were stained with blood. His eyes were a little dazed, without much color. Obviously, he had been tortured to the point that he did not look human anymore. He was already in despair. It had been 300 years. 300 years, day and night, without a moment of rest, he had been tortured. Thousands of tortures had been used on his body, letting him enjoy the extreme pain and suffering of this world. It made him wish he was dead. But he did not want to die, and he could not die. But living like this without any hope, living in pain, was indeed too torturous, too torturous. There was a moment when he thought that he might as well die. But even if he wanted to die, he could not. His life was already in the hands of others, and he could not die even if he wanted to. Slap! A long whip flashing with lightning, like an electric snake, fiercely lashed out, heavily hitting the man's body. It let out a thunderous sound. When the whip landed, the terrifying power of lightning seeped into the man's body, causing him to twitch uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth tightly, not crying out in pain. But it was so painful that his teeth were chattering. Pain, it was too painful, too painful. Not only was his body in pain, but his soul was in pain as well. This whip was obviously not an ordinary whip, but a lightning soul-devouring whip. It was specially used to torture people. It was a whip of torture. The one holding the lightning soul-devouring whip was a young man in luxurious clothes. This person was none other than Qian Sun-Xing. At this moment, he had a playful and sinister look on his face. He smiled coldly at Jiang He, who was being tortured miserably by him. His smile was very happy and proud. Jiang He, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Who do you think you are? You're just a lowly life form that ascended from the outer realms, a lowly life form. He was just lucky enough to marry a woman from the Mu clan and marry into the Mu clan. If he was lucky, he would break through to the Empyrean realm. But that's all there is to it. Do you really think of yourself as someone important? Do you really think you are a genius? Do you think you are very great? Are you going to carve out your own world in the immortal realm? It's just a dream. Wake up. To be able to marry such a beautiful girl like you must be extremely lucky for 8 lifetimes. This young master is just teasing. Do you think this young master would take a liking to that kind of vulgar woman? Yu Sun-Yu was just bored and happened to run into you, so I played with you. Yu Sun-Yu is giving you face. Yu Sun-Yu should feel honored. But you brat, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yu Sun-Yu actually dared to attack me? Are Yu Sun-Yu tired of living? You dare to hit me? Then I will make you pay a painful price. I will let you know how to write the word regret. I will also let you know how to write the word death. How is it? The taste of these 300 years of torture should be pretty good, right? But don't be anxious. This is just a greeting gift from me. It is just an appetizer. The main part of the show is still to come. This young master still has a lot of torture waiting for you, and I want to try every one of them on you. When I have tried all of them, I might be able to kill you. But I won't be in such a hurry. If I don't torture you for millions of years, I will definitely not be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Jiang He, oh Jiang He, just let me enjoy it properly. As he said that, Qian Xuanxing lashed out with his whip at Jiang He once more. He wanted to vent all of the rage in his heart 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He had never been beaten up by anyone in his entire life. Furthermore, he was beaten up so badly. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. How could he let it go? But very soon, Qian Xuanxing's heart skipped a beat. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their socket. His face was filled with horror. The moment he lashed out with his whip, Jiang He disappeared into thin air. Therefore, his whip landed heavily on the ground, causing the entire secret chamber to shake violently. What's going on? Where is he? Qian Xuanxing's eyeballs were wide open in shock as he looked around. This secret chamber was only so big, and he could see everything with a single glance. After using all sorts of methods to search, Qian Xuanxing could not help but admit that Jiang He was indeed no longer here. Where is he? How could a living person disappear right in front of his eyes in such an instant? Moreover, he had activated the void restriction technique. How could someone enter the place without making a sound and rescue the person in front of him without making a sound? The most frightening thing was that the chains that bound Jiang He were not damaged in the slightest. Strange, this was too strange. This person seemed to have turned into air, disappearing into thin air. Qian Xuanxing could not understand such a strange thing. He had never encountered or heard of such a thing before. What's going on? He only wanted to know what was going on right now. On the other side, not far away from Qian Xuanxing's territory, there were two figures waiting anxiously. These two were naturally Qin Xiao and Mu Xiaoyi. Mu Xiaoyi was very anxious and nervous. Therefore, she kept pacing back and forth, unable to calm down. Qin Xiao wanted to persuade her, but after thinking about it, she decided against it. Although she appeared calm, it would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried. However, Qin Xiao still believed in Ming Yuexin. He believed that she would definitely be able to rescue Jiang He. However, the waiting time was indeed long and torturous. Suddenly, Qin Zhao's expression changed abruptly as he sensed a faint fluctuation in the space. Indeed, the void in front of him was suddenly torn apart. Two figures walked out from it. Naturally, it was none other than Ming Yuexin and the tortured Jiang He. Jiang He, my husband. When Mu Xiaoyi saw Jiang He, her tears fell uncontrollably. She rushed over emotionally and hugged Jiang He tightly. It was as if Jiang He would disappear the moment she let go. Therefore, she had to hug him tightly. She did not want to let go. She did not want Jiang He to disappear again. This was her husband. This was the most important man in her life. 300 years of torture and pain. Wasn't she living a life worse than death? Jiang He was still in a daze. He still did not understand what was going on. He felt as if everything was an illusion. It was so dreamy that it did not seem real. Just a moment ago, he was still locked in Qian Sun Star's secret chamber, being humiliated and tortured by Qian Sun Star. However, a strange force suddenly brought him into the void. Then, in the blink of an eye, he walked out of the void. After he walked out of the void, he did not even have the chance to react before he was tightly hugged by someone. It was only after a while that he finally regained his senses. Only then did he confirm that the person hugging him was actually his wife, Mu Xiaoyi, whom he had been thinking about day and night and had been dreaming about 100 times. The familiar smell, the warm body. These were all feelings that he had not felt in a long time. They had not seen each other for 300 years. Nothing had changed. This wasn't an illusion, and he wasn't dreaming either. Everything was real, and it felt very real. However, what was going on? Jiang He was completely confused. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Although it was a good thing, it was so good that it was a little strange. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Jiang He. He could feel the deep love between the two of them. Qin Xiao was also very touched and happy for Jiang He. In one's life, it was a great blessing to have someone you truly love. Love was a mysterious and unpredictable thing. At least, Qin Xiao did not understand it. He did not desire to have love. However, he also felt that love was a very beautiful thing. Seeing that Jiang Zhu was not dead, Qin Xiao felt as if a stone had been lifted from his heart. But seeing Jiang Zhu being tortured like this, the anger in Qin Zhao's heart completely gushed out. His eyes flashed with a few traces of dense killing intent. He was furious. Every wound on Jiang Zhu's body made Qin Xiao feel as if he had been hit himself. He must take revenge. He must get back at Jiang Zhu. Ming Yuexin, thank you so much this time. I have to thank you again. Qin Xiao said to Ming Yuexin gratefully. Ming Yuexin waved her hand casually and said indifferently, "Come on, Qin Xiao. You men only know how to express your gratitude through your mouth. Saying something is so simple. Who doesn't know how to say it? You said you were grateful to me before. You said you would take me around the southern wasteland. You were not willing. This time, you said you would thank me. I don't know how to thank me. I haven't used up all the kindness you showed me last time. Therefore, I will be generous this time. You don't have to thank me. That saves me the trouble. I still have to think about what kind of request it is that you won't reject. How tiring would that be?" Ahem, these words made Qin Xiao blush with embarrassment. "You can't blame me for this, right? Qin Shao will remember this kindness. He will find a chance to repay it in the future. But he has to be given time. However, Qin Shao did not say anything. A man who tries to reason with a woman is probably a lunatic. Obviously, Qin Shao is not a lunatic. Although his EQ is not high, he still has a brain. If you really feel embarrassed, then this lady will give you a chance to repay me. Ming Yuexin pulled her chin with her middle finger. She looked very cute and playful and said, "Otherwise, I can play in the southern wasteland for a while. I can add 10 million years. Otherwise, you can accompany me for a few million years. How is it? This proposal is not bad, right? Come on, Qin Shao. It's time to show your sincerity." At this moment, Qin Shao suddenly had the urge to take back all the words he just said. He had dug himself into a ditch. Chapter 2081. Seeing Qin Zhao's reluctant look, Ming Yuexin couldn't help but pout and say, I know you don't want to. Haha, men. You men always say nice things, but in fact you're all liars. Liars? Wasn't this word a bit too much? Qin Shao didn't want to listen to such an evaluation. Was he a liar? At least Qin Shao never felt that he was a liar. Such a word was a kind of humiliation to a man. Therefore, Qin Zhao's face was a little ugly. Hey Qin Shao, are you angry? Ming Yuexin was also a careful girl. She soon found that Qin Zhao's face was a little strange, so she immediately patted Qin Shao and asked. However, Qin Shao was really a little angry. He really didn't like the word liar. He, Qin Shao, would definitely remember this favor and repay it. However, the way to repay the kindness didn't mean that he could do anything. If Qin Shao wanted to repay the kindness, he would repay it in his own way. There were some things that he couldn't comply with. Qin Shao felt that it was too biased to say that he was a liar because of this. Are you really angry? I was just joking with you just now. Did you take it seriously? Okay, I know I was wrong. I'm sorry, okay? Don't be angry, okay? Seeing that Qin Shao ignored her, Ming Yuexin actually acted coquettishly. It was undeniable that once a woman acted coquettishly, it was simply lethal. Qin Shao couldn't stand two things about women. First, they cried. Second, they acted coquettishly. One was lethal and the other was lethal, but both were very strong. Anyway, Qin Shao couldn't resist. Therefore, at this time, when Ming Yuexin acted coquettishly, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly softened and his anger disappeared. In fact, Qin Shao also knew that Ming Yuexin was just saying it casually. She didn't mean it. Qin Shao knew a little about Ming Yuexin's character. It was just that sometimes, when they went a little overboard, it would naturally make people feel uncomfortable. Hey, Qin Shao, that's enough. I've already apologized to you and coaxed you. What else do you want? If I get angry again, then I'll cry in front of you. I don't believe it. Let's see if it's you or me. I've helped you twice, yet you're treating me like this. That's too much. Ming Yuexin said again. Her coquettish words were actually filled with threats. However, there was a hint of warmth in this threat, and it didn't make anyone feel uncomfortable. In fact, Qin Shao was no longer angry. She just didn't speak. Seeing Ming Yuexin acting coquettishly again, Qin Shao couldn't help but smile and said, Are you crying? Then I really want to see how you look like when you cry. I heard that no matter how beautiful a woman is, once she cries, she will become ugly. Well, you're not very beautiful to begin with. If you cry again, you'll look very ugly, right? Why don't you cry for me to see? Let me see how ugly a crying woman is. I haven't seen this before, so I'm a little curious. Qin Zhao's words really made Ming Yuexin speechless. She didn't know how to respond. What did he mean? Why did he want to see her cry? If she cried, she would definitely look ugly. Needless to say, what was more infuriating was that this guy actually said that she wasn't beautiful enough. Detestable, detestable, detestable. What she, Ming Yuexin, was most proud of was her looks, but now Qin Shao said that she looked worthless. She was so angry. But although she was angry, she also knew that Qin Shao did it on purpose. No matter how generous a man was, there would be times when he was narrow-minded. Fine, I'll endure it. I won't be like a stinky man like you. Bah, you're the ugly one. You want to see? Then I won't let you see. I'll anger you to death, I'll anger you to death, I'll anger you to death. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything else. On the other side, Jiang He and Mu Xiaoyi hugged for a long while before Jiang He's mood calmed down slightly. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, he knew that someone must have come to save him. In fact, for the past 300 years, he had always hoped that someone would come to save him. But that person never came. He had even despaired. He felt that the Mu clan wouldn't come to save him. But what he didn't expect was that someone would actually come to save him, and that someone would save him so easily. So, Jiang He couldn't help but think, could it be that the clan leader had personally come to save him? Jiang He slowly let go of Mu Xiaoyi. Although Mu Xiaoyi wanted to continue hugging Jiang He, she remembered that Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin were still around and felt embarrassed to continue. Moreover, there were still more important things to do. As long as Jiang He came out safe and sound, everything would be fine. Jiang He looked over, and when his eyes met with Qin Zhao's, he suddenly froze on the spot as if he had been electrocuted. He stared at Qin Shao in a daze. It was as if he didn't know him anymore. It was also as if it was just a dream. But they all knew that this was not a dream, but something that was happening in reality. Jiang He kept looking at Qin Shao. His mind was blank, and for a moment, he couldn't remember anything. But in the depths of his heart, he was shouting, "It's Qin Shao, it's Qin Shao, it's really Qin Shao." To be able to see Qin Shao again, to be able to see a brother who had gone through life and death with him in the great thousand world, how excited was he? "Big brother Jiang, it's me, Qin Shao. Finally, I've found you. After more than 10 million years, we finally meet again." Qin Shao looked at Jiang He with tears in his eyes. "Qin Shao, it's you, it's really you." Jiang Zhu also grabbed Qin Zhao's arms excitedly and looked at Qin Shao with tears in his eyes. He now understood that the person who came to save him was not clan leader Mu, but Qin Shao. It was Qin Shao. The two of them were excited for a while, and after some small talk, Jiang Zhu asked, "Qin Shao, what's going on? How did you save me?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "Big brother Jiang, it's not me who saved you this time, but my friend, Miss Ming Yuexin." "Miss Ming Yuexin?" Only then did Jiang Zhu see Ming Yuexin, who was standing behind Qin Shao. Other than her, there was no one else. To be able to rescue him from the secret chamber of the Thousand Seeker Star without anyone noticing, that person must have some sort of heaven-defying ability. How could such a beautiful and young girl be so vicious? Jiang Zhu was just about to thank her, but he was directly interrupted by Ming Yuexin. "Don't say any more words of thanks. Anyway, Qin Shao owes me. I only recognize him, and I don't recognize anyone else. So, if you want to thank someone, thank Qin Shao. Anyway, he will have to return it to me in the future." Ming Yuexin waved her hand and said. This put Jiang Zhu in a difficult position. This could be considered a life-saving grace. This was a huge favor that surpassed the heavens. How could he not accept a word of thanks? Jiang Zhu looked at Qin Shao, and Qin Shao said helplessly, "Big brother Jiang, I think you should forget about it. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about business." Right, let's talk about business first." Jiang Zhu nodded quickly and immediately asked, "By the way, Qin Shao, what happened just now? How did you find this place?" Qin Shao also briefly explained the situation, and let Jiang Zhu understand the ins and outs of the situation. After listening, Jiang Yi was very grateful to everyone. This time, he was lucky, and he was very lucky. If it were not for Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, he was afraid that he would really be tortured to death by Thousand Seeker Star. How unjust was such a death? He, Jiang Zhu, was not a person who was afraid of death. He could die a heroic death, but he could not accept this kind of death. It was too humiliating. After the basic situation was explained, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly became serious, and his eyes became very cold. Such a change in expression also gave Jiang Zhu a big fright. He knew Qin Zhao, and naturally knew what Qin Zhao's expression meant. When he thought of his own experience, he knew what Qin Zhao wanted to do. Big brother Jiang, we are brothers who have ventured out of the Hongmeng universe together to explore the vast thousand world. Big brother Jiang, your matter is my matter. The pain and suffering you suffer is equivalent to the pain and suffering I suffer. Today I came to save you. This is the most important thing. Secondly, it's to seek justice for you. So now, it's time for the show to begin. Qin Zhao said with a determined face. There was no room for negotiation. He had to do it, and he had to defend Jiang Zhu's dignity. No matter who it was, if they did something wrong, they must pay the price. Jiang Zhu knew what Qin Zhao wanted to do, and immediately became anxious. He hurriedly pulled Qin Zhao, shook his head, and said, "Forget it, Qin Zhao. I'm fine now, so don't cause any more trouble. Let's ask Mu Castle first. Later, we brothers will have a long talk. I have many things to tell you, and many questions to ask you. Men know when to yield and when to stand tall. A little grievance is nothing. This world has always been like this. It's the law of survival. We should have adapted to it long ago. It's just 300 years of torture. It's really nothing. It's just scratching an itch for me. All right, Qin Zhao, I know your intentions. I'm really grateful. Thank you very much. But listen to me on this matter. Forget it. I don't want you to take this risk for me. I, Jiang He, am content with having a brother like you. Really, I'll remember it in my heart." Jiang Zhu had always been a pragmatic person. He kept a low profile, and he didn't want to cause trouble. So at this time, he still didn't want to offend Qian Sun's star or the Qian clan. If he was alone, he would have nothing to lose. But he had the Mu clan behind him, and he didn't want to implicate them. He would endure this pain. He was willing to endure this humiliation. In the end, he had to endure this hatred. But this was the current world. It was a very cruel and realistic world. He had no choice. He really had no choice. Qin Zhao smiled and patted Jiang Zhu's shoulder lightly. He said confidently, "Big brother Jiang, you know my character. I've always done things steadily. I won't act recklessly. I know what I'm doing. Isn't it just to teach Qian Sun's star a lesson? My goal isn't to offend the entire Qian clan. What's there to worry about? Don't worry, big brother Jiang. I promise that nothing will happen. I've already planned everything. I've made all the preparations. Everything is going according to my plan." Jiang Zhu looked at Qin Zhao. It wasn't that he didn't trust Qin Zhao. It was just that the Qian clan was too strong. They left a deep impression in his heart, so he couldn't help but worry. But looking at Qin Zhao, he seemed to be very confident. Was he really that strong? Chapter 2082. Jiang Zhu was still in a daze. The experience this time really made it difficult for him to recover his senses for a while. As far as he was concerned, Qin Zhao's aura should be at the third step Heavenly Venerable Realm. They had only been in the immortal realm for a little more than 10 million years. Thinking about it, no matter how heaven-defying Qin Zhao was, being able to cultivate to the third step Heavenly Venerable Realm was already enough to frighten countless geniuses to death. Jiang Zhu had always believed in Qin Zhao's talent and potential. He had worked hard for more than 10 million years and felt that he had obtained a lot of cultivation resources and opportunities, but he was only at the first step Heavenly Venerable Realm. Fourth step Heavenly Venerable Realm was too difficult. Qin Zhao was only at the third step Heavenly Venerable Realm. How could he have the strength to fight against the powerful Qian clan? Jiang Zhu wanted to say something, but he also knew Qin Zhao's character. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. Therefore, he did not know what to say even if he wanted to say something. He could actually endure it. He did not have the strength for the time being, so there was no need to talk about revenge. If he had enough strength in the future, it would not be too late to talk about revenge. Big brother Jiang, sister-in-law Xiaoyi, I will put you into my inner world first. Leave the rest to us, Qin Shao said with a serious expression. Mu Xiaoyi now completely believed in Qin Shao and immediately nodded. Although Jiang Zhu was very unwilling to let Qin Shao take this risk for him, he knew that he could not stop Qin Shao now. Therefore, he could only say, "Okay, Qin Shao, be careful. Nothing must happen to you, or I will pay you back with my life." Qin Shao smiled and said, "Don't worry, big brother Jiang. I know what I am doing. I never do things that I have no confidence in. I am not going to do anything to the Qian clan. I am just asking for justice from Qian Sun Star for you. You are saying that I am going to start a massacre and fight with the Qian clan." Jiang Zhu nodded and found it easier to accept. However, thinking about it, Qin Shao had always been very steady in doing things. He would not act recklessly. Since that was the case, he decided to relax for the time being. Qin Shao waved her hand and took Jiang Zhu and Mu Xiaoyi into her internal world. After solving this problem, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a strange sneer, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. He looked coldly at the territory of Thousand Seeker Star as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Indeed, Qin Shao wanted to kill Qian Xuanxing. However, Qin Shao also knew that killing people was not a good option, although he really wanted to. However, if he really killed Qian Xuanxing, the Qian clan would definitely not let the matter rest. The Qian clan had more than a dozen fourth-step Empyreans. He and Ming Yuexin would have a hard time dealing with them, so there was no need for that. It was enough to seek justice and teach them a lesson. Go! Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin quickly made their way to Qian Xuanxing's territory. At this moment, in Qian Xuanxing's territory, the sound of things being smashed could be heard from time to time, accompanied by angry roars and howls. Some of the servants and maids in the residence kept quiet out of fear and hid in a corner. They all knew that young Master Qian Xuanxing was throwing a tantrum again, so it was best to hide far away to avoid being implicated. In a large hall, Qian Xuanxing had smashed everything that could be smashed, leaving the hall in a mess. However, it was still difficult to extinguish the anger in his heart. Ah! Qian Xuanxing's face was ferocious as he roared at the sky, spitting out all the anger in his stomach. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Who is it? Who is so capable that they could secretly rescue Jiang He from under my nose? Is it that old man, clan leader Mu He? Humph, it must be him, it must be him. Only he has the ability to do so. Ah, I'm pissed off, pissed off. I haven't had my fill of tormenting him and venting my anger, but he's already been rescued. How despicable! Humph, Mu clan, one day I'll destroy your Mu clan. Mu Shao, you bitch, it's your great honor that I've taken a liking to you. How dare you treat me like this? All of you deserve to die 10,000 deaths, 10,000 deaths. But at this moment, Thousand Seeker Star felt a powerful aura and immortal might rushing towards him. The sudden attack caused Qian Xuanxing's expression to change drastically. He roared, "Who is it?" Smack! But as soon as his voice fell, the reply he got was a heavy slap to his face. The powerful force smashed into his face like a mountain, sending Qian Xuanxing flying. He crashed heavily into a stone pillar in the hall and rolled to the ground miserably. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. From this, it could be seen how powerful that slap was. It was only then that Thousand Seeker Star got up from the ground and saw clearly who had ambushed him. It was a young man in ordinary clothes and a young girl who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Her clothes were also very casual and ordinary. However, she was quite pretty and made people feel comfortable looking at her. If it were any other time, Qian Xuanxing would definitely be lustful. However, at this time, he was already burning with anger. Just now, he was ruthlessly slapped in the face, which made him lose face. He was very angry out of humiliation. He didn't recognize the two people in front of him, but judging from their auras, they were at least third step heavenly venerates. Clearly, an enemy had come knocking. They saved Jiang He? What's their relationship with Jiang He? These two aren't from the Mu clan. Qian Xuanxing's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood why he had returned and was even more certain that these two people had saved Jiang He. Just now, he didn't realize it at all. By the time he reacted, that slap had already landed on his face. He didn't have any time to react at all. So when he connected the dots with the situation just now, he was even more certain. These two people had come for Jiang He and weren't from the Mu clan. Then where did they come from? Wasn't he, Jiang He, a lowly life form that had ascended from the outer domain? A lowly life form? How could there be such powerful beings who had come to save him? What was going on? Qian Xuanxing was also extremely puzzled. There were many things he couldn't understand. But he also realized that he was in a bad situation. So without any hesitation, he immediately sought help from his father and elder brother. Whoosh! Qin Shao didn't give Qian Xuanxing any time to catch his breath. With a flash, he charged at him again. Qian Xuanxing was so frightened that his face turned pale. He instinctively retreated. But where could he retreat? He had just taken a step forward when Qin Shao was already in front of him. He raised his hands and slapped both sides. Qian Xuanxing could only watch as Qin Zhao's palms landed heavily on his face, humiliating his dignity. Slap, slap, slap. One after another, loud slaps rang out on Qian Xuanxing's face. For a man to be slapped, it was definitely a great humiliation, right? The pain in his body and the humiliation in his heart had Qian Xuanxing feeling like dying right now. Since when had he ever suffered such humiliation in his life? But he was only a first step heavenly venerable. How could he resist at all? In front of Qin Shao, he was just an ant. So weak that it was pitiful. He could only be stepped on by Qin Shao and trampled on as he wished. Father, elder brother, come save me, save me. Qian Xuanxing couldn't resist at all. He could only desperately beg for help. In the depths of the Qian clan's territory, two powerful auras shot up into the sky. One was an old man and the other a young man. They carried with them an unparalleled immortal might and looked at Qian Xuanxing's territory from afar. Both of their sword-like eyebrows twitched as intense anger gushed out from their eyes. These two were Qian Xuanxing's father, immortal Qianli, and his elder brother, Qian Xuanyue. They were the cream of the crop among the young geniuses in the southern wilderness. Immortal Qianli and Qian Xuanyue rushed towards Qian Xuanxing's territory with an unparalleled immortal might and a towering rage. They soon arrived. Their eyes quickly locked onto Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin. Qin Shao. It's you, it's you? Qian Xuanyue recognized Qin Shao the moment he saw him. He felt like he was meeting his enemy. He was both shocked and angry. He was shocked because he didn't expect Qin Shao to appear here and attack his younger brother. He was angry because he still held a grudge against Qian Xuanyue. Now that he saw Qian Xuanyue, he had to settle the score. After not seeing him for millions of years, Qin Shao had also broken through from the second step, Heavenly Venerate Realm, to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. Qin Shao stopped and stepped on Qian Xuanxing. He lifted his head to look at immortal Qian Li and Qian Xuanyue. In the face of these two powerful existences, Qin Shao was not afraid at all. He didn't show any signs of weakness. He chuckled and looked at Qian Xuanyue. Oh, Qian Xuanyue, we haven't seen each other for millions of years. Your strength has improved quite a bit. You've broken through to the fourth step, Heavenly Venerate Realm? That's not bad. Qin Shao already knew that Qian Xuanxing was Qian Xuanyue's younger brother, so he wasn't surprised to see Qian Xuanyue. Qian Xuanyue felt that Qin Zhao's sarcastic words were particularly harsh, and she could hear the sarcasm in them. Humph! Qian Xuanyue snorted angrily. She pointed her finger at Qin Zhao's face and shouted, "Qin Shao, how dare you? How dare you kill your way into my Qian clan's territory? How dare you be so cruel to my Qian clan's disciples? How dare you hurt my brother? How dare you? Let go of my brother at once, then obediently surrender and admit your guilt. Perhaps you'll be dealt with leniently. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of my Qian clan's territory today. Sometimes I really admire you young people. It's good that you're young and frivolous, but if you go overboard, you'll lose your life. Is your life so worthless? Why do you have to come to my Qian clan's territory to behave atrociously and die? Do you really think that my Qian clan doesn't dare to kill you?" Qin Shao chuckled nonchalantly and replied casually, "Of course your Qian clan dares. Is there anything that your Qian clan won't do? From your younger brother, Qian Xuanxing, I can see how moral your Qian clan's people are. You're all the same. Qian Xuanyue with your mouth, is there anything that you won't do? I'm afraid you don't even care about an ancient saint now, right? I also admire your courage. You're just a defeated opponent. I don't know where you get the face to strut around in front of me, acting all high and mighty. I could already step on you a few million years ago. Do you really think that you're the only one who has improved in these few million years? I could bully you in the past. Now I, Qin Shao, can bully you even more easily. Why are you shouting in front of me?" Chapter 2083. Qin Zhao's insults made Qian Xuanyue tremble with anger. What vicious words! But in the face of Qin Zhao's insults, Qian Xuanyue didn't have much confidence to retort. After all, it was as Qin Shao had said, he was just a defeated opponent. As the saying went, how could a defeated opponent be brave? The weak had no right to reason in this world. Reason was always in the hands of the strong. This was the publicly acknowledged law of survival. Even Qian Xuanyue had to admit this. Back in Heaven Mountain City, he was defeated by Qin Shao. That incident still left a deep shadow in his heart. At this moment, Qin Zhao's words of humiliation had undoubtedly evoked this painful memory. "Young man, I admire your guts. I admire your courage. But don't you think it's inappropriate for you to behave so arrogantly in my Qian clan's territory? I don't know what my son did to offend you. Why are you so angry that you won't let him go after injuring him to this extent?" Exalted Immortal Qian Li finally spoke. Although his cold voice sounded calm, it hid his anger and viciousness. He was like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake. Although he didn't move, he was actually waiting for the right moment to strike. Once he moved, it would be a fatal blow. How could someone who had lived for so long be easy to deal with? They were probably as cunning as a fox, who knew what they were scheming in their hearts. Facing such an old guy, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. "You must be Exalted Immortal Qianli, right?" Qin Shao looked at Exalted Immortal Qianli and said, "Why don't you ask your son personally what he did? I, Qin Shao, have always been a straightforward person. I've always been reasonable. Today, whether it's Exalted Immortal Qian Li or your Qian clan, I, Qin Shao, won't back down in what I want to do. My bottom line is my principles. I will never back down." Qin Zhao's tough tone made Immortal Thousand Plow very unhappy. He secretly sized up Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin, wanting to know who these two little fellows were and what kind of background they had. His tone was actually so arrogant. He actually dared to look down on him, an ascendant immortal. Qin Shao was only a third-step heavenly venerable, so he was not much of a threat. However, Qin Shao had defeated his son, Qian Xuanyue, several million years ago in Heaven Mountain City. This made Thousand Plow Supreme Immortal cautious. He knew the strength of his son, Qian Xuanyue. The last time he went to the Tao Enlightenment meeting in Heaven Mountain City, he also shone brightly. Naturally, his strength was also undeniably strong. That strength was comparable to an ordinary fourth step, heavenly, venerable, exalted, immortal. Didn't that mean that this brat also had the strength of a fourth step, heavenly, venerable? Moreover, he learned from his son that Qin Shao had not only defeated his son, but also 4 other people joining forces. Even then, they could not do anything to Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao had defeated the black-white double ghosts before. This made him even more cautious. This brat's strength was definitely not as weak as his cultivation base showed. That little girl was also a fourth step, heavenly, venerable, exalted, immortal. She looked so young. What kind of background did she have? In other words, the combat strength of 2 fourth-step, heavenly venerables was in front of him. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality and started a war, his Qian clan would not be able to gain much advantage. Therefore, after careful consideration, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough also knew that it was best to resolve today's matter peacefully. Unless there was no other choice, he would not start a war easily. Since the other party had the guts to come knocking on his door, he must have some confidence. He did not believe that Qin Shao was a fool. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough looked at Qian Xuanxing, who was being stepped on by Qin Shao, and asked, "What's going on? How did you offend him?" Qian Xuanxing naturally cried out, "Father, how would I know what I did to offend him? The moment he came, he attacked me without any reason. I didn't even have a chance to speak. Father, he's gone crazy. If you don't save me, he'll really kill me. He really will. Father, don't be scared by him. I don't believe that he can do anything in our Qian clan's territory." But before Qian Xuanxing could finish speaking, Qin Shao kicked Qian Xuanxing hard. Qian Xuanxing grimaced in pain and screamed again, "Father, father, you saw it? He's a madman. He'll kill me. Hurry and save me." "Shut up!" Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough shouted. In his heart, he could not help but want to scold his son for failing to live up to his expectations. What kind of situation was this? Why was he still so brainless? Thousand Plough looked at Qin Shao with a cold expression. He also wanted an explanation from Qin Shao. Qin Shao said, "Since he's unwilling to speak the truth, I'll speak for him." And so, Qin Shao recounted the conflict between Qian Xuanxing and Jiang He, as well as how Qian Xuanxing had captured and tortured Jiang He for 300 years before being saved by him. In the end, Qin Zhao's tone was very resolute. He reiterated coldly, "Jiang He is from my hometown, and he's my sworn brother. His wife was molested by your son. As a man, as a husband, it's only natural that he should teach your son a lesson. Your son didn't repent, and even waited for an opportunity to take revenge. He captured my big brother Jiang and tortured him for 300 years. He used all sorts of torture methods on my big brother Jiang, and tortured him until he was no longer human. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough, do you think I should properly settle this score with your son?" When he spoke of his anger, Qin Shao couldn't help but stomp on Qian Xuanxing's son in front of Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough. This was Qin Zhao's anger. He didn't hold back at all and expressed his firm stance to Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough. This was his principle, this was his bottom line. He wouldn't back down in the slightest. Qin Shao, Qian Xuanyue couldn't stand it anymore. He shouted, "We can't just listen to your side of the story. We need to investigate the situation thoroughly before making a decision. We can't just believe whatever you say, right? Before we get to the bottom of this matter, I advise you to release my brother first. Let's get to the bottom of this together. If it's really my brother's fault, then we'll definitely give you an explanation. If it's not my brother's fault, then you'll have to consider your own ability before bullying the people of the Qian family. If you don't let him go, then don't blame me for being impolite." Threats, words full of threats, words full of arrogance. Qian Xuanyue was still as arrogant and unreasonable as ever. This was the Qian clan's territory, so he naturally felt like he was taking advantage of his position to bully Qin Shao. But how could Qin Shao be someone who would back down so easily? How could he be scared by a few words from Qian Xuanyue? You just didn't understand the situation clearly, or you just pretended not to. I've already understood the situation very clearly. You know what's going on. I have all the evidence and witnesses. I also recorded the scene. Do you still want to twist the truth in front of me? Qian Xuanyue, do you think I'm easy to bully because this is the land of the Qian family? Humph, I'll say something arrogant. Since I dared to come here today, I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight, then I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to the end. They say that young people can't be arrogant. I, Qin Shao, am not afraid to be arrogant today. I, Qin Shao, may not have other things, but I still have one life. I'm not afraid to fight you to the end. You, Qian Xuanyue, are not convinced? You, a loser, dare to not be convinced? If you're not convinced, then attack me. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Looking at your attitude, you're going to be unreasonable and bully me. Good, very good. I, Qin Shao, have never been afraid of threats. I hate threats even more. Anyone who threatens me will only get what they deserve. Since you don't want to be reasonable, then fine. I'll kill Qian Xuanqing first, then I'll slowly settle the score with you. I want to see what the Qian family can do to me today. Even if I, Qin Shao, die here today, I'll make the Qian family suffer great losses and never be able to rise again. Qin Zhao's domineering and heroic spirit, as well as his murderous aura, were completely unleashed. He had already prepared for the worst. If he couldn't be reasoned with, then he would just fight to the death. He wouldn't rest until he was dead. There were some things that he couldn't back down from. This justice, he had to get it back for Jiangsu. If he was weak today, then after he left, Jiangsu would probably be killed by Qian Xuanqing. Therefore, Qin Shao knew that he had to settle this once and for all. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers behind. Because of this, Qin Shao knew what he had to do. He had to make the Qian family admit defeat. Therefore, he wasn't afraid to risk his life. He had nothing to lose. He dared to fight. He didn't believe that the Qian family would dare to fight. Ming Yuexin also stood out and said with a determined look, "I'll fight you to the end. I want to see how capable the Qian family is to be so unreasonable. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for the Qian family to bully us." A ball of holy white light suddenly gushed out from Ming Yuexin's palm. It was like a snow lotus blooming. The snow-white light was incomparably holy. It didn't stain the mortal world at all. This ball of white light actually exuded a trace of holy aura, making people involuntarily have an impulse to prostrate themselves in worship. What kind of energy is this? It's so holy and strong. It seems to have some holy aura. Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin in surprise. Qin Shao couldn't figure out Ming Yuexin's strength. She was very mysterious, but she should be very strong. At least, Qin Shao felt that even if he gave it his all, he might not be a match for Ming Yuexin. Moreover, Ming Yuexin said that she came from the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake was a supreme sacred ground. It was far from what the Qian family could compare to. Not to mention the Qian family, even the entire southern wilderness couldn't compare to the Jade Lake. Therefore, Ming Yuexin's background should be very strong. This is, Qian Li and Qian Xuanyue were also stunned. They stared at the ball of holy light in Ming Yuexin's hand. They felt a trace of holy aura. They were shocked. There's a trace of holy aura. What a pure immortal aura. It feels like... Could it be the holy power from Kunlun? Immortal Qian Li couldn't help but be suspicious. He thought carefully and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. If this was the holy power from Kunlun, didn't that mean that this little girl was most likely from the Kunlun sanctuary? It couldn't be. The people from the Kunlun sanctuary didn't care about the mortal world. They were out of this world. Why would they come to a barren place like the southern wilderness? Chapter 2084. After Ming Yuexin demonstrated her power, she clenched her fist and withdrew the light. She lifted her chin as if very confident in her performance. This small display of power was enough to intimidate others. At the very least, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough had taken this matter seriously and was calculating in his heart. Qian Xunyue's expression was somewhat unsightly. He indeed wanted to fight to take revenge. However, today's matter was not a personal grudge between him and Qin Shao. If they really fought, it would affect the whole situation. For the sake of the bigger picture, Qian Xunyue did not dare to act rashly. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough's expression was somewhat cold. He glared at Qian Xuanxing before speaking to Qin Shao. "Young man, if you want justice, I can reason with you. Since you're a reasonable person, I'd like to hear what you want. Why don't you tell me your conditions first? It won't be too late for us to talk after that." Clearly, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough was already conceding. Qian Xuanyue was somewhat anxious to say something, but he swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. Father, Qian Xuanxing was anxious. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was glared at by Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough. He was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to say anything else. He was the one who had gone overboard in this matter. He was indeed unreasonable. However, he had never thought of being reasonable. The fist was the reason. His Qian clan's fist was bigger, so it was reason. What did he have to worry about? Did he have to care about the Mu clan? No, he felt that there was no need for anything. He had never thought that something like this would happen. Seeing that Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough's tone had softened, Qin Shao continued. My request is not high. I only want justice for my big brother Jiang. Your son, Qian Xuanxing, tortured my big brother Jiang for 300 years. I want him to pay back tenfold. Give Qian Xuanxing to me and let me torture him for 3,000 years. Then this matter will be considered settled. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough, you can rest assured. My big brother Jiang is fine, so I won't take his life or harm his Vitality Foundation. There is no room for negotiation. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough, you only need to tell me if you agree or not. With that, Qin Shao looked coldly at Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough and prepared to fight. Ming Yuexin also took it seriously. Obviously, she was also prepared to fight at any time. Qin Zhao's attitude. Qian Xuanxing, there was no room for negotiation. Father, no, save me. Qian Xuanxing's heezes. His father and big brother were both dignified fourth-step Empyreans. How could they receive such treatment? Father! Qian Xuanyue clearly did not want to agree. He shouted solemnly and looked viciously at Exalted Immortal Qianli. He wanted to fight. Qin Shao was challenging the Qian clan's bottom line and humiliating their dignity. How could he tolerate this? Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough found it difficult to decide. On one hand, it was the Qian clan's dignity. On the other, it was his son's life. Although this was only an avatar, and the loss wasn't too big of a deal, the loss of face was incomparably huge. Qin Shao was challenging the Qian clan's dignity. What should he do? Fight? He was indeed itching to fight, itching to kill Qin Shao, this arrogant brat, but he had to be somewhat apprehensive in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Qin Shao alone. His Qian clan had more than a dozen fourth-step Exalted Immortals. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with Qin Shao. But he really couldn't handle that little girl. He didn't dare act rashly. If he wasn't careful, he could bring disaster to the Qian clan. Therefore, he had to be very careful. Qin Shao. Qian Xuanyue suddenly walked out and pointed at Qin Shao. He said coldly, "You're too arrogant. You want us to agree, right? Sure. Why don't we fight first? If you can beat me, we'll agree to your request and do as you say. If you lose, let go of my brother immediately and get out of here. How about that? I lost to you in the battle at Heaven Mountain City. But victory and defeat are common in war. You don't have to keep talking about it. Millions of years have passed. I'm not the Qian Xuanyue from back then. Yes, you may not be the Qin Shao from back then. But I'm more confident in myself. Do you dare to fight with me? Qian Xuanyue had already broken through to the fourth step, exalted, immortal realm. Therefore, he was confident and dared to fight with Qin Shao. Firstly, he wanted to settle today's matter and reclaim the Qian clan's dignity. Secondly, he wanted to avenge the previous humiliation and take revenge for the previous incident. Therefore, he wanted to stand out and fight with Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Qian Xuanyue and said, "Actually, I don't need to bother with you. However, since you're not convinced, and I've always liked to win people over with virtue. So, if you're not convinced, that's fine. If you want to fight, that's fine too. You're just a loser. Why would I, Qin Shao, be afraid of fighting with you? But if you want to fight with me, the bargaining chips you mentioned are a bit ridiculous. These bargaining chips originally belonged to me. Now they're yours. Do you think I'll agree to your bargaining chips?" Qian Xuanyue said, "All right, you can state your conditions. As long as you agree to fight with me, everything will be fine. As the host today, I'll be more generous." Qian Xuanyue was secretly happy that Qin Shao was provoked into a fight. As long as Qin Shao was willing to fight, everything would be fine. Exalted Immortal Qianli didn't say anything else. Perhaps this was the best solution. As long as Qian Xuanyue won, everything would be resolved perfectly. He had faith in Qian Xuanyue's strength. If you lose, you and your brother Qian Xuanxing will be tortured by me for 3,000 years. If I lose, I'll let them go and never ask about this again. How about it? Qin Shao sneered. What? If I lose, I'll also be tortured for 3,000 years? This condition was a bit high. However, after thinking for a while, Qian Xuanyue gritted her teeth and nodded. All right, Qin Shao, I agree. So what if I let you take advantage of me? You still need to have the strength to take advantage of me. If that's the case, then there's no need to say anything else. Let's go. Let's go to the open space over there. It's suitable for a fight. Qin Shao handed Qian Xuanxing over to Ming Yuexin, and the group went to the open space to prepare for the fight. Before the battle began, Exalted Immortal Qianli said, I'll set up a barrier first to prevent the battle from causing too much of a commotion and alarming the entire Qian clan. After saying that, Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough set up a powerful barrier within a radius of 10,000 miles to ensure that their power would not easily leak out. The destructive power of a battle between fourth step heavenly venerables was absolutely shocking, so they had to be careful. The battlefield was left to Qin Shao and Qian Xuanyue. This was the second time the two had fought. Last time, Qin Shao crushed Qian Xuanyue. In terms of aura, Qin Shao was clearly stronger and could still suppress Qian Xuanyue. On the other hand, Qian Xuanyue came with hatred and a sense of mission to avenge the humiliation he suffered. This battle was very important to him, so he couldn't afford to lose. Both of them had all kinds of confidence and ambitions. Boom! Qian Xuanyue suddenly stomped heavily on the ground, and an unparalleled power surged out of the area. Earth dragons drilled out of the ground and roared as they charged toward Qin Shao. Powerful immortal aura surged out and surrounded Qin Shao from all directions, shrouding the entire space. This was obviously an extremely powerful upper-grade immortal technique or secret technique, and its full power was extremely powerful. Qian Xuanyue didn't hold back as she attacked with all her might. The flowing light wings turned into armor and covered Qin Zhao's body. He turned into a ray of light and tried his best to dodge the earth dragons. However, there were too many earth dragons, so it was impossible for Qian Xuanyue to dodge them all. Therefore, while dodging, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and attacked forcefully. The berserk sword slashed out fiercely, and the Dragon Slayer chant was fully displayed. Together with the power of his inner world, it was very powerful. In terms of cultivation realm, Qin Shao wouldn't be at a disadvantage. He wasn't weaker than Qian Xuanyue. However, Qin Shao hadn't cultivated the upper-grade immortal technique, the Dragon Slayer sword chant, to perfection. After all, Qin Shao was only a third-step heavenly venerate, so it was naturally difficult for him to reach perfection. Therefore, if that was the case, they would be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the flowing light wings avoided most of the power, so Qin Shao was able to deal with it. Qin Shao charged toward Qian Xuanyue, and his heart force burst forth, attacking Qian Xuanyue invisibly. However, it wasn't so smooth this time. Qin Shao clearly felt that his heart force was greatly hindered. I knew that your heart force is very powerful. Last time, I was at a disadvantage because of your heart force. Do you think I won't be prepared this time? If I wasn't prepared, how would I dare to fight with you? You still want to use your heart force to suppress me? It's not that easy. Qian Xuanyue sneered and continued to attack. Qin Shao knew that Qian Xuanyue must have a spiritual armor that protected her soul. It must be an upper-grade immortal armor. Its defensive ability was so strong that Qin Shao clearly felt a strong resistance. However, his heart force wasn't completely useless. It could still affect Qian Xuanyue a little, causing her strength to decrease by 20 to 30%. Although the drop wasn't much between experts, not to mention 20 to 30%, even 10% was very frightening. After suppressing Qian Xuanyue's strength by 20 to 30%, Qin Shao was obviously much more relaxed. Qin Shao wasn't surprised that his heart force didn't play a key role. In fact, it was within his expectations. Since Qian Xuanyue was so confident to fight with him, she naturally had some confidence. Qian Xuanyue must have learned her lesson after suffering a great loss. Qin Shao also had a spiritual armor that had a strong defensive effect against heart force. Of course, at the end of the day, Qin Shao's heart force wasn't strong enough. If his heart force had reached the 9th level, then even the spiritual armor wouldn't be of much use. Qin Shao wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't worried at all. He still had a few big moves that he hadn't used yet. The Dragonization Art, the True Word of Lin, and Li Sheng's Flying Dagger. He still hadn't used them. Chapter 2085. Previously, I was only a third-step heavenly venerate and was indeed suppressed by you. Now that I'm a fourth-step heavenly venerate, I've undergone a qualitative transformation. I've also cultivated a few high-grade immortal skills and secret techniques to perfection. I don't believe that I can't suppress a third-step heavenly venerate like Qin Shao with all my tricks. Your heart force technique is very powerful. Fortunately, I'm prepared for it. I have a high-grade immortal artifact spiritual armor to protect my soul. It can withstand your heart force attack very well. Since my strength has been weakened by 20%, it's still enough to suppress you. Qian Xuanyue gritted his teeth. He was still very confident in his own strength. Compared to the last time he was in Heaven Mountain City, his strength had increased by more than 10 times. He didn't believe that Qin Shao could compare with such a huge increase in strength. Qin Shao had also broken through one level, but it was only from the second step Heavenly Venerate to the third step Heavenly Venerate. It definitely couldn't compare to his breakthrough to the fourth step Heavenly Venerate. Qian Xuanyue suddenly shook his body. His body suddenly expanded by 10 times, reaching a height of more than 100 feet. He looked like a barbarian tribe lifeform. However, Qian Xuanyue didn't have a body full of muscles like a barbarian tribe lifeform. Other than his body becoming 10 times bigger, his skin also began to turn golden. His entire body had turned into a golden color, as if he was made of gold. His body also emitted a golden light, like the Supreme Buddha light. However, this wasn't the Buddha light, but a very sharp and powerful light. This was the sharpness of the metal attribute, which represented the strongest offensive power. Qin Shao could clearly feel the strong power emitted from Qian Xuanyue's body. It felt as if he had suddenly become much stronger. Qin Shao sized up Qian Xuanyue and thought to himself that this should be a secret technique, similar to the berserk explosion technique. Once it was used, the user's strength would increase tremendously and become extremely powerful. Qian Xuanyue should be using a similar secret technique. This was the state of a war god. At this moment, Qian Xuanyue was like an undefeatable war god with an invincible body. Qian Xuanyue waved her hand and a huge golden sword appeared in her hand. It was very compatible with the body of the war god. Qian Xuanyue pointed her huge sword in front of Qin Shao. Even from afar, one could feel the sharpness of the sword. Qin Shao, I'll show you my strongest battle form. I'd like to see if you can still block it. With the war god status, he naturally had the confidence to win every battle. At this moment, Qian Xuanyue's mental strength was unprecedentedly strong. The huge golden sword in his hand slashed toward Qin Shao. This speed was simply too fast. It was like an afterimage. No, it was even much faster than an afterimage, to the point where even lightning couldn't catch it. In the blink of an eye, the huge golden sword had already arrived in front of Qin Shao. The huge sword brought with it infinite power. It was like a huge golden mountain. It smashed down viciously, as if it was going to crush the void. This was the strongest and sharpest power. It could destroy everything. It was unstoppable. It was invincible. The power of this sword made the heavens and earth tremble. Even the ground began to crack. Qin Shao also felt the power of this sword. It was indeed very strong. If he faced it head-on, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Qian Xuanyue had obviously cultivated this secret technique to the complete realm. Qian Xuanyue was indeed a peerless genius. He could be considered a rare existence in the entire southern wilderness. As a fourth step, heavenly venerate, coupled with the power of this complete realm secret technique, as well as his own powerful strength, he naturally felt invincible. If Qin Shao were to fight with the strength that he had temporarily displayed, it was obvious that he would lose miserably. Qin Shao also sensed danger. Naturally, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately displayed the true word of Lin and the dragonization art. The Akalanatha seal was unleashed to meet Qian Xuanyue's huge golden sword. At the same time, Qin Shao shook his body and transformed into a huge dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. He roared like a tiger and a dragon as he charged towards Qin Shao. Although Qin Zhao's realm was weaker, the power of his inner world could make up for it. At this moment, he displayed the true word of Lin and the dragonization art at the same time. It was needless to say how powerful they were. Qin Shao had also cultivated the dragonization art to the complete realm. Moreover, this secret technique was much stronger than ordinary secret technique. Naturally, it could suppress Qian Xuanyue's secret technique. Needless to say, the true word of Lin was one of the immortal Tao's 9 symbolic words. Even the best secret techniques couldn't be compared to it. However, Qin Zhao's cultivation of the true word of Lin wasn't very profound. Therefore, its power wasn't too great. However, when these two powerful techniques were displayed at the same time, it was enough to turn the world upside down. Qian Xuanyue's body of the war god couldn't withstand it at all. In an instant, Qin Shao broke Qian Xuanyue's technique. Qian Xuanyue's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. Originally, he was full of confidence. He thought that he could avenge his previous humiliation and regain his lost dignity. He thought that he could ruthlessly trample Qin Shao under his feet. However, he realized that he was too naive. It was too beautiful. However, reality was incomparably cruel. It wouldn't develop in the direction he thought it would. After this exchange, He realized how powerful Qin Shao was. He directly broke his attack and felt that he couldn't withstand it. What? How can he be so strong? Exalted Immortal Qianli, who was watching the battle from the side, was shocked. He naturally knew his son Qian Xuanyue's strength. Qian Xuanyue cultivated a secret technique and 2 high-grade immortal techniques. In addition, he had some tricks up his sleeves. When he went all out, his strength should be very strong. Even if he wanted to defeat Qian Xuanyue, he would have to put in a lot of effort. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to break Qian Xuanyue's attack so domineeringly. Qian Xuanyue was about to be defeated. Exalted Immortal Qianli was shocked and anxious. How could this be? He thought that this was a good opportunity to resolve this matter. He believed that his son Qian Xuanyue could defeat Qin Shao. Even among the 4th step heavenly venerables, his son Qian Xuanyue was considered to be quite strong. Among the same generation, perhaps no one in the entire southern wilderness could defeat Qian Xuanyue, but he wasn't far off. Therefore, he didn't think that Qin Shao, who was only a 3rd step heavenly venerate, would be able to do anything. However, the truth left him dumbfounded. Qian Xuanyue couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's attacks at all. Qin Zhao's dragonization skill was too strong. When he went all out, he was unstoppable. All of Qian Xuanyue's attacks couldn't stop Qin Shao at all. Soon, Qian Xuanyue was completely suppressed and looked to be in a sorry state. However, Qian Xuanyue stubbornly refused to admit defeat. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and continued to fight with all his might. He wanted to fight to the death with Qin Shao. If Qian Xuanyue dared to fight, Qin Shao was more than willing to accompany him. If he dared to fight to the death, Qin Shao would dare to kill him. How is this possible? How is this possible? I'm clearly a 4th step heavenly venerate, and Qin Shao is only a 3rd step heavenly venerate. How can he suppress me? Why? How is this possible? How is it possible for him to cultivate a secret technique to the perfection stage? And this secret skill is so powerful? No, no, no. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I, Qian Xuanyue, am a rare genius in the entire southern wilderness. How can I be defeated by Qin Shao? I'm a 4th step heavenly venerate. How can I be suppressed by a 3rd step heavenly venerate? Qian Xuanyue was roaring in his heart. He was angry and unwilling, but what could he do? Everything depended on one's strength. Even if he didn't want to believe it, the facts in front of him forced him to believe it. However, he still didn't want to admit defeat. He didn't want to admit defeat. He wanted to fight. Even if he had to die, he wanted to fight today. The last time he was defeated by Qin Shao, he had been brooding about it. It had almost become a sore point. This time, how could he be defeated by Qin Shao again? However, if he refused to admit defeat, he would be beaten by Qin Shao again and again. He was beaten very badly and his immortal body was damaged. If this continued, Qian Xuanyue would definitely be severely injured by Qin Shao. Alright, we lost. After Qian Xuanyue struggled for dozens of rounds, exalted immortal Qian Xuanyue finally couldn't help but admit defeat. He had to admit defeat. He was scared. He was really scared. If this continued, Qian Xuanyue would definitely be severely injured or even killed. So, was there any point in continuing to fight? It was better to admit defeat early and end it early. Then, he could salvage something. No, father. I won't admit defeat. I haven't lost yet. I haven't fallen. I can still continue to fight. Qian Xuanyue's eyes were red. His anger had already reached his heart. He had lost his mind and became extremely crazy. Qian Xuanyue wanted to continue fighting. His eyes were so red that it was frightening. Enough! Exalted immortal Qian Xuanyue's voice suddenly rose a few octaves. It became extremely stern and imposing. Qian Xuanyue only shuddered when he heard the stern voice. He couldn't help but calm down a little. After looking at exalted immortal Qian Xuanyue, he lowered his sword. He admitted defeat. Exalted immortal Qian Xuanyue's expression was very ugly. He looked coldly at Qin Shao and said, "You're really a young hero. The younger generation will surpass us in time." Looks like this old man's eyes are really too bad. He couldn't tell that you're such a monstrous genius. I have to admit that I'm impressed. You're only a third step heavenly venerate, but you're already so powerful. It's really unbelievable. At least in the southern wilderness, I've never seen or even heard of it. You're stronger than many fourth step heavenly venerate geniuses. We admit defeat for this battle. If you're willing to bet, you have to accept defeat. Since we've lost, we'll do as you said. I'll leave my two sons, Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing, to you. However, I also hope that you'll keep your promise and not harm their lives. You'll only torture them for 3,000 years. If you don't keep your promise, I won't reason with you anymore. I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of Thousand Mountain Ridge when that time comes. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plough admitted defeat. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to admit defeat. There was nothing he could do. Really fight to the death? He didn't dare to act rashly. Hence, after much consideration and weighing the pros and cons, he finally made this decision. This was the most stable path. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Don't worry, exalted immortal Qian Xuanyue. A gentleman keeps his word. I, Qin Shao, will never go back on my word." Chapter 2086. Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing's clones were taken away by Qin Shao. This matter was suppressed by immortal Qian Li so it didn't spread out. Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing's clones were directly reprimanded by immortal Qian Li and punished to go into seclusion to ponder over the past. They were not allowed to come out for 1,000,000 years. The Thousand Mountain Ridge was still as calm as ever, without the slightest ripple. Perhaps this kind of peaceful handling was good for both sides. Otherwise, if things got out of hand, there would always be some situations that accompanied it. After returning to the territory of the Mu clan, Qin Shao found a place with an elegant environment and let Jiang Zhu and Mu Xiaoyi out. The two of them had been staying in Qin Zhao's inner world and naturally didn't know what was going on outside. As soon as they came out, Jiang Zhu anxiously sized up Qin Shao. After seeing that Qin Shao was fine, he secretly sighed in relief. We're already back in the territory of the Mu clan? Mu Xiaoyi suddenly exclaimed because she found that this was already the territory of the Mu clan. Returning to the territory of the Mu clan was equivalent to returning to the clan. This meant that Qin Shao solved the problem? Did he bring them back to the clan safely and smoothly? During this period of time, Shi and Jiang Zhu were very worried in Qin Zhao's inner world. They always wanted to know what was going on outside. Now it seemed that the situation was quite good. Hearing Mu Xiaoyi's words, Jiang Zhu immediately looked around and immediately nodded. "Yes, I've been here before. I feel that this place is very beautiful and I have a very deep impression of it." Returning to the clan's territory, Jiang Zhu felt even more secure, as if he had returned home. This feeling was very rare in other places. "Qin Shao, are you okay?" Although he saw that Qin Shao didn't lose a single hair, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao was facing the Qian clan. How could this matter be solved so easily? Qin Shao curled her lips, spread her hands and smiled and said, "Big brother Jiang, didn't you see it? Do I look bad to you? I brought you back to the territory of the Mu clan. Do you think I'm okay or not? If it's not good, do you think the Qian clan will let me leave safely?" Jiang Zhu nodded. He could see this situation, and he also thought so in his heart. However, he really wanted to know how the people of the Qian clan were able to let him leave so peacefully. Could it be that Qin Shao was so powerful that the Qian clan had to bow their heads? That shouldn't be possible. Qin Shao could naturally see the doubts in Jiang Zhu and Mu Xiaoyi's hearts. He smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to ask about the details. In short, you just need to know that we are safe and you have all returned to the Mu clan's territory. That's enough. Not only are we safe now, but we've also gotten back all the justice that we should have gotten back. Brother Jiang, Qian Xuanxing will pay you back tenfold for all the suffering you have suffered over the years. The dignity that you have lost, I have also brought it back for you. Jiang Zhu stared blankly at Qin Shao, as if he had been petrified. He was very surprised. What did this mean? He was confused again. He didn't understand what was going on at all. Qin Shao suddenly waved his hand. Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing, who were tied up by the immortal binding rope, appeared in front of Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu and Mu Xiaoyi were shocked when they saw the two tied-up people. They immediately widened their eyes and stared at the two in disbelief. Were they sure this was not an illusion? Why did Qin Shao tie up Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing? This was too heaven-defying. It was fine if it was Qian Xuanxing. After all, he was just a first-step, heavenly venerable young master. However, it was different for Qian Xuanyue. Qian Xuanyue was the most dazzling genius of the Qian clan. It could even be said that she was the most brilliant peerless genius since the establishment of the clan. Her status in the Qian clan was very high. It was very frightening. Moreover, she was a fourth-step, heavenly venerable. How could she be so easily tied up by others? She was a fourth-step, heavenly venerable, exalted, immortal. Who would dare to tie her up? However, Qin Shao did it and presented it right in front of them. It was an ironclad fact. How could they not believe it? Moreover, exalted immortal Qian Xuanxing was present. In other words, Qin Shao had tied up Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing in front of exalted immortal Qian Xuanxing and in the territory of the Qian clan. This. Could it be any more heaven-defying? If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation in the entire southern wilderness. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe and recover from their shock. Qin Shao, you. Jiang Zhu's eyes widened as he stuttered and pointed at Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing. Qin Shao patted Jiang Zhu's shoulder and said, "Brother Jiang, you're right. It's Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing. Don't ask about this for now. I'll explain it to you later. You'll understand soon enough. Don't worry. Since I tied them up in front of exalted immortal Qian Xuanxing, he naturally agreed to it. Therefore, there won't be any trouble and the Mu clan won't be implicated. Brother Jiang, I've said it before. I'll seek justice for you. I'll make the culprit pay you back tenfold for all the torture you've suffered. That's why I brought Qian Xuanxing here, to make him pay you back tenfold for all the torture you've suffered all these years. I want to torture him for 3,000 years. As for Qian Xuanyue, he was the one who asked for it. He willingly came to me to be tortured. People like him are just asking for it. Since he wants to be tortured, I'll fulfill his wish and torture him for 3,000 years. Hearing Qin Zhao's provocative words, Qian Xuanyue wanted to cry but had no tears. He even wanted to die. No. Before he wanted to die, he should have thought of killing Qin Shao first. Damn it. But he had to accept his loss. He had promised, so he could only bite the bullet and do it. Brother Jiang, I'll leave Qian Xuanxing to you to torture. You can torture him however you want for 3,000 years. You can take revenge on your own, Qin Shao said. But Jiang Zhu thought about it and sighed. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's all in the past. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Although I've suffered 300 years of torture, it's all in the past. Fortunately, I haven't died yet, and I can still be together with Xiaoyi. This is a very good thing for me. I don't care about other things. I don't want to fight for anything. Let everything go with the wind." Jiang Zhu didn't care about it at all. His state of mind was still very good. Of course, it might be because Jiang Zhu didn't want to provoke the Qian family. After all, he had suffered a great loss in the hands of Qian Xuanxing. So, He didn't want to cause any more trouble. He could get his revenge now, but he still had a long way to go in the future. As the saying goes, one should be lenient wherever possible. That was what he was thinking now. So, he didn't want to pursue the matter anymore. Jiang Zhu didn't want to pursue the matter anymore, but Qin Shao wouldn't let it go so easily. Qin Shao knew what Jiang Zhu was thinking and what he was worried about. So, if Jiang Zhu didn't want to get involved, then so be it. He'll be the bad guy. Qin Shao waved his hand and kept Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing. He created an independent cell in his inner world and locked the two in it. Then, he used all kinds of methods to torture them. 3,000 years of torture. Since Qin Shao said so, he naturally had to do it. He smiled at Jiang Zhu and said, "Okay, since Big Brother Jiang isn't willing, then forget it. This matter ends here." "Good brother, thank you. Thank you very much. This time, you saved me again. I can't even remember how many times you've saved my life." Jiang Zhu nodded heavily. His gratitude couldn't be expressed in words. Without Qin Shao, he would have died long ago. Jiang Zhu's gratitude to Qin Shao came from the bottom of his heart. "Haha, Big Brother Jiang, we're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Let's go. I'll go back to the Mu clan with you. Patriarch Mu and the others are probably waiting anxiously. Let's go back first." Qin Shao smiled. Jiang He nodded and said, "Yes, Patriarch and the others must be waiting anxiously. Let's go back and report our safety. Later, I'll treat you well, Qin Shao. You're a distinguished guest who came from afar. We brothers haven't seen each other for more than 10 million years. I really want to have a good chat with you. There are many things that can only be discussed with you." Qin Shao nodded. He also wanted to have a good chat with Jiang Zhu. He also wanted to tell Jiang Zhu about the situation of the 9 dragons and the desolate land. There were many things that could only be discussed between the two of them. For the time being, they didn't want others to know. After all, Qin Shao and Jiang Zhu still regarded the matters of their hometown as a secret. Therefore, the 4 of them set off for the Mu Castle. There were many things that they wanted to say, but they temporarily suppressed them. "By the way, Qin Shao, you haven't introduced this girl to me. She's not my sister-in-law, right?" "Haha, you already know my husband, Mu Xiaoyi, so I won't introduce her. Now, shouldn't you introduce her to us?" Jiang Zhu asked along the way. In fact, he had wanted to ask this question for a long time. He had held it in until now. "Sister-in-law?" Cough. Qin Shao shook his head somewhat awkwardly and said, "Big Brother Jiang, you've misunderstood. Miss Ming Yuexin isn't related to me. We've only known each other for a short time. We can be considered friends. Miss Ming Yuexin is a very kind and warm-hearted person. Because it's her first time in the southern wasteland, she's very unfamiliar with it. She temporarily followed me and asked me to show her around the southern wasteland. It's also a coincidence that something happened to me. Therefore, this time, it's all thanks to Miss Ming Yuexin that we were able to successfully rescue you." After hearing this, Jiang Zhu felt relieved. At first, he really thought that she was Qin Zhao's woman. But based on his understanding of Qin Shao, it seemed that Qin Shao wasn't a playboy. In his heart, the one he loved was Miss Gu Lingyue. He didn't even accept Yao Xuelian. Could it be that he fell in love with another woman after coming to the immortal region? Fortunately, that wasn't the case. It was just that he was overthinking things. "Thank you for saving my life, Miss Ming Yuexin." Jiang Zhu immediately thanked Ming Yuexin. Mu Xiaoyi also expressed her gratitude. She thanked Ming Yuexin for saving her husband. Ming Yuexin waved her hand and said very casually, "Io, why are you all so polite? I'm Qin Zhao's friend. His friend is in trouble, so I naturally did what I could to help." Chapter 2087. Beside the lake, there was a pavilion with a pot of wine and a few plates of delicacies. The beautiful scenery and delicious dishes were very suitable for a long chat, reminiscing about the past and expressing one's feelings. Qin Shao and Jiang Zhu were drinking and chatting in the pavilion. After not seeing each other for more than 10 million years, the two of them seemed to have endless things to talk about. Ming Yuexin and Mu Xiaoyi went for a walk along the lake. As they walked, they chatted. Between women, there would always be endless topics to talk about. I really didn't expect this. Seems like I'm the luckiest among all of us except for you. Kunlun, immortal emperor, is dead. 9 dragons and desolate land were saved by you. That's why we survived. It's really not easy. Fortunately, we have you. Qin Shao, you're really our lucky star, our benefactor. Without you, we wouldn't have what we have now. After listening to Qin Zhao's story, Jiang Zhu couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back to the 10 million years he had been in the immortal domain, he could be considered lucky. Everything went smoothly, except for the time when he provoked the 1000-Seeker star and was almost tortured to death. Everything else was pretty good. He found love, married the woman he liked, started a family in the immortal domain, and was just short of setting up a business. The people of the Mu clan also treated him as their own and didn't treat him as an outsider. Moreover, Jiang Zhu's talent and potential weren't bad. At least in the Mu clan, he was one of the best. He was an outstanding figure of this generation and naturally received the respect of others. He also smoothly broke through to the heavenly venerate realm. This was something that he yearned for but couldn't achieve in the past. It was something that he had worked hard for an epoch. In the primordial universe, there was no reality. Moreover, it was too far away. But in the immortal domain, he finally soared like a dragon. He advanced triumphantly, broke through repeatedly, and his strength increased rapidly. After more than 10 million years of hard work, he had reached the limit of the first step, heavenly venerate realm. He was only a step away from the second step, heavenly venerate realm. As long as he continued to work hard, it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the second step, heavenly venerate realm. Jiang Zhu was very confident about this. Jiang Zhu also had great ambitions for his future. The 9 dragons and the desolate land have both broken through to the celestial venerable realm. Good, very good. This way, everyone will be able to improve and improve. As long as we are given time to grow, I believe we can all make a name for ourselves. However, Qin Shao, you are the one who suffered the most. TSK, 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 this is truly unbelievable. I know that you are a heaven-defying monster, but I didn't expect that your heaven-defying strength is still growing. It's getting more and more shocking. You are now a 3rd step, heavenly venerate. You have broken through to the 3rd step, heavenly venerate, in just a little over 10 million years. I'm afraid that no one in the southern wasteland can match such speed, right? I'm afraid in the entire celestial realm, he's an existence that's as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and stands among the top geniuses, right? The worst part is that you are able to defeat Qian Xuanyue, who is a 4th step, heavenly venerate. Qian Xuanyue is extremely famous. She is known as one of the most dazzling geniuses in the southern wasteland, the #1 genius of the Qian family since ancient times. She has many halos on her body. Ha ha, seeing how dazzling you are, Qin Shao, I am also very happy. I am really touched and proud of you. You will always be the pride of the primordial universe and our leader. We have also become stronger because of you, and we will follow you to explore the great 1000 world. Speaking of Qin Shao, Jiang Zhu could not help but feel a little excited. He was overjoyed and laughed continuously, full of pride. Qin Zhao's brilliance could not be replaced by anyone. Qin Shao smiled. He was just trying his best to be himself, and he did not think too much about other things. However, he had the ability, so naturally, he would also shoulder the great responsibility of guarding the primordial universe and leading everyone to explore the great 1000 world. These were all Qin Zhao's missions that he was unwilling to pass on. As they chatted, they recalled some of the past and talked about some of the bitterness. "Sai, I don't know how the others are doing. I really can't help you with this matter. I can only rely on you, Xiaochen." As they chatted, he thought of the others. Now, other than the whereabouts of Xiao Gu, there was no news of the others. He did not know if there had been any new progress in the Immortal Court after so many years. If there was no progress, then Qin Shao would have to continue to think of other ways. Hongchen Ku, Jingyang, Heavenly Court, Starry Sky, Bailey Fusu, and Young Master Yu. There were still 6 people who were missing. Qin Shao was also very anxious. However, no matter how anxious he was, there was nothing he could do. If he could not find them in the southern wasteland, then Qin Shao could only target the 9 continents Huaxia. It just so happened that he was also preparing to go to the 9 continents Huaxia in a period of time. Of course, before he went, he had to solve the matter of Xiao Gu first. Xiao Gu was still in the southern wasteland. This was the most important thing. Yes, I will do everything I can to find them. Now, I can only hope that they will be blessed by the heavens. If it doesn't work, then there is no need to be sad. When I step on the ancient road and become a saint venerable, I can still resurrect them. If it's not urgent, I can also throw away my face and ask the ancient saints to help. Qin Shao nodded heavily and said. He had already thought of all the plans for this situation, and even the worst-case scenario. Therefore, Qin Shao was still very calm in the face of this problem. If he could find it, that would be for the best. However, if there were any accidents during these 10 million years, no one would be able to know. Make the best fantasy and also plan for the worst. This way, they would be prepared and would not be caught off guard. Jiang Zhu nodded. He really could not help with this matter, so he could only leave it to Qin Shao. The two chatted about other things, including leisure and cultivation. It was also a kind of learning. After all, Qin Shao was definitely much further than Jiang Zhu on the immortal Tao. Moreover, Qin Zhao's current knowledge was quite broad. Therefore, there might be some benefits to having a heart-to-heart talk with Qin Shao. They did not know how long this conversation went on for. While chatting, Qin Shao was not idle. He was tormenting Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing in his inner world. He definitely would not let them have an easy time. This was a deep lesson that must be taught to the two. Big brother Jiang, I think you should continue to stay in the Mu clan, right? Qin Shao suddenly asked. In fact, Qin Shao had previously thought of bringing Jiang Zhu to Linfu City. Firstly, it would be by his side. Secondly, Qin Shao could also let Jiang Zhu join a large force. However, after thinking about it, there was no need for that. Jiang Zhu had already gotten used to living in the Mu clan. He had completely integrated into the clan. Although the Mu clan was not comparable to the top 10 forces in Linfu City, it was still considered not bad. At least there was a 4th step, heavenly venerable exalted immortal in charge. Secondly, he was about to leave the southern wilderness and enter the 9 states of Huaxia. He would not be able to take care of Jiang Zhu. Therefore, after thinking about it, he dismissed the idea. Perhaps staying in the Mu clan was the best choice for Jiang Zhu. Jiang Zhu nodded and said, Yes, the Mu clan is quite good. I have already treated this place as my home. Therefore, I will not leave here. I will continue to cultivate here. Only when I'm strong enough and can go to a bigger stage, a wider world, will I leave. Qin Shao, you don't have to worry about me. I am really quite good. Qin Shao nodded. This was also good. He had dealt with Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing once and for all. He believed that they would not dare to easily take revenge on Jiang Zhu in the future. Otherwise, the next time he made a move, he would not let them off so easily. After chatting happily for a while, Qin Shao began to cultivate with Jiang Zhu. Of course, he wanted to use this opportunity to give Jiang Zhu some pointers. Qin Shao could not teach Jiang Zhu any immortal arts, but he could teach him some of his cultivation experience. With Qin Zhao's guidance, the effect was naturally much better than cultivating by himself. Moreover, seeing Qin Shao put Jiang Zhu in a good mood. His thoughts were somewhat connected with Qin Shao, so it was easier for him to comprehend. Therefore, this kind of guidance had an immediate effect, allowing Jiang Zhu to reap great benefit. This cultivation session lasted for 3,000 years. Qin Shao was only supposed to stay here for 3,000 years. After torturing Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing for 3,000 years, Qin Shao also stopped. After this matter was done, Qin Shao also prepared to return to Linfu City. Qin Shao moved his hand and a space ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Jiang Zhu and said, "Brother Jiang, there are some immortal tools, immortal treasures, and some chaos source stones in here. Don't be polite with me. Take it. Cultivation depends on talent and potential, but resources are also very important, especially for the current you. So, don't refuse. It's just a small token of my appreciation. If you can use it well to improve your strength, then it's a good thing." Jiang Zhu hesitated for a moment, but still took it. He said solemnly to Qin Shao, "Thank you, Qin Shao." After taking it, Jiang Zhu glanced at the items in the space ring and was shocked. He looked at Qin Shao with his mouth agape. He was so shocked that his eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. Only after a long while did Jiang Zhu say, This, isn't this a little too valuable? Why are you giving me so many things? There are dozens of immortal tools and immortal treasures, and 5 million chaos source stones. Gosh, I'm afraid even the Mu clan can't take out so many chaos source stones. You've given me a huge treasure trove. No, I really can't accept this. It's too expensive. Although Jiang Zhu knew that Qin Shao wouldn't be stingy, he didn't expect it to be so big. It was so big that he didn't dare to imagine it. 5 million chaos source stones. Wasn't that too shocking? Even the Mu clan couldn't take out that much. There were dozens of lower and middle grade immortal tools and immortal treasures. Added together, it was extraordinarily precious. The total value of these things was far beyond his imagination. Naturally, Jiang Zhu was shocked. If it was in the past, Qin Shao wouldn't be so generous. 5 million chaos source stones was indeed shocking. Even for a fourth-step celestial venerable, it was very frightening. But now, Qin Shao could indeed be said to be very rich and overbearing, so his spending was indeed very generous. Even Qin Shao himself had to admit that his spending was a little too big. But Qin Shao was willing to do so. He wanted to help Jiang Zhu and the others as much as possible, and help them go further on their cultivation path. Haha, there's no need for that, Brother Jiang. This is nothing to me. Since I can give it to you, it's naturally something I can easily take out. It won't make me bankrupt. Chapter 2088. In the end, Jiang Zhu couldn't argue with Qin Shao and could only accept it. Such wealth was too hot for Jiang Zhu. Even Jiang Zhu knew that if he could make good use of this wealth, he could obtain more cultivation resources and improve his strength faster. After experiencing so many things in the primordial universe and being captured and tortured by the Thousand Seeker Star for 300 years, Jiang Zhu had long since made up his mind to become stronger. If you want to survive in this world, you have to have great strength. The weak would be bullied no matter where they went. Even if they could live in peace for a while, there would always be people bullying them. He would remember Qin Zhao's help. What he needed to do was to improve his strength as much as possible. That would be the best way to repay Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't stay any longer. After returning to the Mu clan with Jiang Zhu, she bid him farewell and left. He sent Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing back and gave them a serious warning before leaving. If they dared to do anything to Jiang Zhu or the Mu clan again, Qin Shao would definitely kill them next time. Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing were naturally unhappy. After being tortured by Qin Shao for 3,000 years, It was a fate worse than death. The two of you better remember this. In the future, you are not to provoke anyone from the Mu clan, especially Jiang Zhu and Lu Li. Do you understand? Ascendant Immortal Thousand Plow shouted sternly at the two of them. The two of them were surprised by Immortal Qian Xuanxing's words. Were they going to admit defeat just like that? Could it be that their Qian clan was afraid of Qin Shao? If news of this spread, how would their Qian clan face? Father, I don't understand. Why should we be afraid of Qin Shao? Even if this clone of mine dies, I still want to kill him. I think it's worth it to sacrifice my clone for his life. How can we swallow such a great humiliation? I can't accept it, I can't accept it. Qian Xuanxing roared. Humph. Exalted Immortal Thousand Plow gave him a fierce glare and said furiously, You shameless fool! You are the one who brought this upon yourself, and you still don't know how to repent. Everything that happened today was caused by you, unfilial son. Are you still so stubborn? You don't understand, do you? Alright, then I'll explain the Tao to you so that you can understand. You unfilial son, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You've never seen the world and think that you can do whatever you want in Thousand Mountain Ridge. Sooner or later, you'll get into big trouble. A Qin Shao like him isn't scary, but he's also a lunatic. It's best not to provoke him. The scary one is the woman who came with Qin Shao. I've checked. I'm very sure that this woman is from the Kunlun Sanctuary, and her status should be very high. She might even be the Kunlun Saintess. The Saintess of Kunlun? Qian Xuanxing and Qian Xuanyue clearly did not know about this. Immortal Qian Li's expression also became very serious. Yes, the Saintess of Kunlun. Other than Jade Pool having a Saintess, Kunlun also has a Saintess. But the Saintess of Kunlun's status is much higher than Jade Pool's. Jade Pool has many Saintesses, but Kunlun usually only has 9 at most. They're also called the Empyrean Maiden and have supreme status in Kunlun. If we offend her, I'm afraid our Qian family will be destroyed. Our Qian family is only the ruler of Thousand Mountain Ridge, but in the entire southern wilderness we're nothing. And the entire southern wilderness is weak in front of the Kunlun Sanctuary. So, no matter if that woman is the Saintess of Kunlun or not, we can't provoke her just to be safe. Do you understand? I'm not joking with you. I've discussed this with the clan leader, and his opinion is the same. For this epoch, you guys can stay in the clan and reflect on your mistake. Don't go anywhere. If you dare to provoke the Mu clan again, you'll be punished according to the clan's rules. You're on your own. With that, Immortal Qianli left, leaving Qian Xuanyue and Qian Xuanxing staring at each other, unable to recover from the shock. What was going on? On the other side, Qin Shao also left. Ming Yuexin had no intention of leaving and kept following Qin Shao. This gave Qin Shao a headache. Bring her back to Linfu City? That wasn't good. Ming Yuexin definitely couldn't enter the Fu Long Immortal Palace, so she could only be brought back to Linfu City. But bringing a beautiful woman back to Linfu City would probably become big news, right? There would definitely be a lot of gossip. Qin Shao had no choice but to consider this matter. Moreover, Princess Xiaoyu would probably be jealous. That would mean that there would be a good show to watch. So, after some consideration, Qin Shao still felt that he couldn't bring Ming Yuexin back to Linfu City. If he didn't go back to Linfu City, then where should he go? Qin Shao, where are you bringing me now? What's that place called? Fu Long Immortal Palace? Before Qin Shao could answer this question, Ming Yuexin took the initiative to ask. This scared Qin Shao so much that he quickly shook his head and said, There's no need to rush back to Fu Long Immortal Palace. There's nothing fun there. It's just a remote and desolate place. Didn't you want to walk around the southern wasteland? Then I'll bring you around. There are many dangerous places in the southern wasteland. We can explore them. Ming Yuexin nodded. All right, that's fine too. Anyway, I'll follow you in the southern wasteland and listen to you. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Why did this sound so weird? Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't want to think too much about these things. It was better to think about where to go. There were indeed many dangerous places in the southern wasteland. Speaking of dangerous places, there were the thoughtless sea, the boundless territory, the abyss of beasts, the netherworld polar region, and the ancient mining area. These were all extremely dangerous places. How to describe these places? Even he had to be careful when he went in. They were all extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life. So, Qin Shao was still unwilling to go to those extremely dangerous places. Just now, after coming out of the boundless territory, he would be tired if he went to an extremely dangerous place again. There was no need to take this risk. Therefore, Qin Shao brought Ming Yuexin to some of the less dangerous secret realms. She took it as a chance to enjoy the scenery and have some fun. Playing with a woman was indeed not Qin Zhao's strong point. He only felt very tired. They played like this for more than 1,000,000 years. Ming Yuexin had a lot of fun. Qin Shao could only find joy in the midst of bitterness. There was no other way. Who asked him to owe her a favor? He could only bite the bullet and pay it back. Hey, Qin Shao, I found that the places you took me to these years were not dangerous. Most of them were just sightseeing, playing with water, and occasionally exercising. Are you doing this on purpose? Ming Yuexin was also very smart. After playing for 1,000,000 years, how could she not see through this trick? Qin Shao said truthfully, yes, indeed, the places we went were not dangerous. Anyway, we came out to play. There's no need to be so nervous and exciting. Isn't it good that there's no danger? We can go and play freely. Look, in these 1,000,000 years, we've explored more than half of the southern wasteland. Isn't it good? Ming Yuexin played with a small whip and looked like she was thinking, it's good. But after playing for so long, it's a bit boring. I'm tired of it. So, the plan needs to be changed. Otherwise, it'll be too boring. Why don't you take me to a dangerous place to find some excitement? Life always needs some freshness. If it's dull, it will lose its color. Qin Shao was indeed unwilling to go to a dangerous place. But Ming Yuexin insisted. Qin Shao could only helplessly say, okay then. But it's normal to spend millions of years in an extremely dangerous place. I have an agreement with someone for 10,000,000 years. Now there are only 3,000,000 years left. So, I can accompany you for another 3,000,000 years at most. Ming Yuexin rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and spat, you're so stingy. Why did you calculate it so clearly? All right, I got it. 3,000,000 years is 3,000,000 years. Really? I helped you save people in Qianshan Ridge. You don't know how to be grateful at all. This made Qin Shao want to cry. It was not that he did not know how to be grateful, but he really did not know how to be grateful. Forget it. I won't argue with a woman about this. I'll remember this favor first and repay it in the future. If it's a dangerous place, where should I go? Qin Shao couldn't help but become somewhat cautious with this question. Looking at the map, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved. Got it. Haven't I always wanted to go to the abyss of beasts? Since Ming Yuexin wants to go, why not take this opportunity to go to the abyss of beasts? If that's the case, I'll have an extra helper. Of course, Qin Shao naturally had his own selfish reasons for wanting to go to the abyss of beasts. He indeed wanted to borrow Ming Yuexin's help. This was because Qin Shao knew very well that the abyss of beasts was too dangerous. So, if he went in alone, he would have to take a great risk, even if he was very strong now. However, the uncertainty in the abyss of beasts was also very high, so Qin Shao did not have much confidence. If he could bring Ming Yuexin along, it would be much better. In that way, he could satisfy Ming Yuexin's request and also do his own things. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. However, Qin Shao naturally would not hide such a selfish thing from Ming Yuexin. That would be too despicable and shameless. Therefore, Qin Shao also said with a serious face, Ming Yuexin, according to the map, the closest dangerous place to us now is the Abyss of Beasts. The place I want to go the most for the time being is the Abyss of Beasts. Then go to the Abyss of Beasts. I'm not picky anyway, as long as it's dangerous enough. As for the rest, you can decide. I don't object. Ming Yuexin was easy to talk to. Before Qin Shao finished speaking, she directly nodded in agreement. Qin Shao said, Don't be anxious. Let me finish first. You don't have to finish. I agree. What else can there be? Ming Yuexin interrupted Qin Shao again. This made Qin Shao a little speechless. He could only say again, You'll understand once you hear me out. It's like this. I actually have my reasons for wanting to go to the Abyss of Beasts. Firstly, it's indeed the closest dangerous place to us. Secondly, I also have my own selfish motives. It's like this. One of my servant beasts is trapped in the Abyss of Beasts. If we go to the Abyss of Beasts, then I want to find and rescue my servant beast. Chapter 2089. It's fine. It's better this way. It's more challenging. I like it, Ming Yuexin said nonchalantly. After spending more than 1,000,000 years together, Qin Shao actually had some understanding of Ming Yuexin's character. He knew that Ming Yuexin would definitely not mind. However, it was better to make some things clear in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. Since Ming Yuexin did not mind, then they would follow this plan. The Myriad Beast Abyss was a place Qin Shao had always wanted to go. It was just that he had been suppressing his impulse. The Myriad Beast Abyss, in terms of danger, was on par with the Boundless Territory. It might not be as complicated as the Boundless Territory, but the level of danger was probably not any less. Therefore, one had to be fully mentally prepared to enter the Myriad Beast Abyss. Qin Shao was not afraid of entering the Myriad Beast Abyss. If they just wandered around casually, then with his and Ming Yuexin's strength, there should not be much danger unless they were too unlucky. However, Qin Shao entered the Myriad Beast Abyss for Shao Gu. Therefore, he had to be prepared to search the entire Myriad Beast Abyss. In this way, they would probably have to experience all the dangers in the Myriad Beast Abyss. The difficulty would naturally reach the maximum. Therefore, when the time came, it would depend on luck. Thousands of beasts galloped and danced in unison. One after another, incomparably huge demonic beasts stood on that piece of land. Some were crawling, some were standing, some were hideous, some were sleeping from afar, they looked lifelike. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that those were not demonic beasts, but mountains that were shaped like ferocious beasts. In this huge area there were millions of mountains. Each mountain was shaped like a ferocious beast. Therefore, looking from afar, there would be such a visual effect. Upon closer inspection, although the visual effect was much weaker, the sense of shock was even more intense. Myriad Beast Mountain. That's right. It's here. The entrance to the Myriad Beast Abyss is in this Myriad Beast Mountain. It should be in the center. Let's go over there and search, Qin Shao said. After entering the 10,000 Beast Mountain, an incomparably deep abyss appeared in his field of vision. This abyss was winding. It was estimated to be 1,000,000 miles long and close to 10,000 miles wide. Looking at it, one would think that the earth had been cut off from here. As he approached the abyss, all he could see was a thick layer of white fog. He couldn't see what was going on inside the abyss. This was the entrance to the Myriad Beast Abyss. An incomparably eerie aura emanated from the abyss. Standing before the abyss and staring at it, one would feel as if the abyss was staring at them at the same time. The Myriad Beast Abyss was like a behemoth, possessing terrifying power. Entering the Myriad Beast Abyss, there was a feeling of a sheep entering a tiger's den. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get down. Just as Qin Shao was gazing at the Myriad Beast Abyss, He suddenly felt a kick on his body, directly kicking him into the myriad beast abyss. Of course, Qin Shao knew that it was Ming Yuexin who had kicked him down. When he came down, Ming Yuexin also flew down. For Ming Yuexin's behavior, Qin Shao could only feel helpless. Can't she be gentler? Why didn't he notice that Ming Yuexin had such a rude side before? She directly kicked him down. If it were someone else, Qin Shao would definitely be angry. The thick fog filled the entire abyss, so when Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin fell, the surroundings were still shrouded by this thick fog, and they couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly. This fog was very strange. Not only did it block Qin Zhao's vision, but it could also block his divine sense, so that Qin Zhao's divine sense could only explore a range of less than 10,000 miles around. For a person with the battle prowess of a fourth-step celestial master, this was simply a bit blind. However, there was no other way. The environment here was like this. After all, the myriad beast abyss was one of the most dangerous places in the southern wilderness. Such a situation was very understandable. Both of them also became vigilant, carefully paying attention to their surroundings to prevent any uninvited guests from suddenly attacking. At the same time, they also descended at the fastest speed. After an unknown amount of time, the two finally walked out of the thick fog area, saw the light again, and saw a new world. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin was a new world. It was a huge world. As far as they could see, there were dancing mountains and lush green trees covering the whole land. Greenery enveloped the whole world. Vitality, however, was upright. But this upright vitality was also mixed with a gloomy and strange aura. Being in it, people's nerves couldn't help but tense up. The air was filled with a dangerous aura. There was the smell of blood that had been lingering for a long time. I'm afraid that we have come down no less than 100 million miles, right? I didn't expect that there would be a big world in the depths of the earth. The sky is all covered by thick fog. We can't see the sky, or we can only see a white sky. It feels similar to what we see outside, but the height is not so high. There are mountains and steep ridges here, and the terrain is also extremely complicated. It seems that the exit is in this area. We have to remember this position first, in case we can't find the way out when we escape. Qin Shao said after looking around the world. Ming Yuexin ignored his words and directly flew down. Qin Shao could only follow. Soon, the two of them landed on the ground. Qin Shao, it seems that it won't be easy to find your servant beast in this abyss of beasts. Do you have any plans now? Ming Yuexin asked. Qin Shao shook his head and said, I can't think of any plan. If I have a plan, I can only take one step at a time and try my luck first. If my luck is good, I may be able to find it quickly. If my luck is bad, I'm afraid I'll have to search the whole abyss of beasts. But there's no other way. This is the only way. Ming Yuexin said, It won't be easy for you to search blindly like this, right? If your servant beast is locked up, I'm afraid it will be locked up very tightly. If you just look for it on the surface, I'm afraid you won't be able to find it. Qin Shao nodded with a solemn expression. He had also realized this problem, and it was indeed so. So, this was also the first problem to be solved. But how to solve this problem? Difficult, it was indeed difficult. Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin and asked, Do you have any good ideas? Yes, of course I have a way. But, I don't know if it's good or not. Ming Yuexin immediately nodded. Hearing that Ming Yuexin had a way, Qin Shao suddenly became a little excited. He quickly asked, What way? Seeing Qin Zhao's anxious look, Ming Yuexin seemed to be whetting Qin Zhao's appetite. She was not in a hurry to say, and said jokingly, beg me, and I'll tell you. This, why did it sound so familiar to Qin Shao? When they were in the Peach Blossom Valley, this was the king's catchphrase. Qin Zhao's ears were getting calluses from hearing it. Now that he heard Ming Yuexin say this, Qin Shao really felt a little speechless. Okay, I beg you. However, this time, Qin Shao lowered his arrogant head and said, "Don't worry." Although his tone was not very sincere, at least he said the word, beg. Tsk. Ming Yuexin was obviously very disdainful of such a beg. You call this a beg? There's no sincerity at all. Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. The way is actually very simple. Just fight directly. One by one, the beast clans will fight and overturn the entire abyss of beasts. I don't believe that I can't find your servant beast. Right, this method is simple and has a high probability. I guarantee that you'll find it. Domineering and direct. You don't need to use your brain at all. How good, it's perfect. Qin Shao was speechless and rolled his eyes at Ming Yuexin. He really thought that Ming Yuexin had a good idea. It turned out that she was joking. Honestly speaking, Ming Yuexin's method was indeed the most direct and effective one. It was the only way to find Shao Gu. However, Qin Shao had to have the strength to take this path first. If he did not have the strength to take this path, wouldn't he be courting death? Overturning the entire abyss of beasts, wouldn't that be provoking all the demonic beasts in the abyss of beasts? Would Qin Shao be able to get out alive then? According to the information that Qin Shao received, it was very likely that there were demonic beasts of the ancient sage level guarding the abyss of beasts. Even if there were no demonic beasts of the ancient sage level guarding the abyss of beasts, just the beast clans alone numbered in the tens of thousands. Qin Shao did not have the exact data of fourth step Heavenly Venerable's demonic beasts, but he was certain that there were many of them. There were definitely hundreds and thousands of them. Therefore, in the face of such a powerful force, how could Qin Shao dare to be so rash? Qin Shao was neither crazy nor stupid. Naturally, he would not do such a stupid thing. The method I suggested is feasible in the first place. If you think it's not good, then think of a better way. I can't think of anything anyway. Ming Yuexin snickered. She was a complete optimist. No matter what she faced, she could laugh easily. Forget it, let's go along and see. Sometimes, the plan does not have to be perfect in advance. Some plans are born in the process as the situation changes. I believe that I can find little Gu. With this strong belief, I don't think I will return empty-handed. Qin Shao curled his lips and said firmly. Ming Yuexin nodded and smiled at Qin Shao. Well, I believe in you too. Come on, Qin Shao. You can do it. The power of belief is infinite. As long as you have this absolute belief, you are already halfway to success. The two did not dare to be careless and moved forward carefully. In the abyss of beasts, there were endless monsters. They could encounter monsters at any time. Once they encountered a demonic beast, a huge battle was unavoidable. Once the battle started, it would cause a huge commotion, which would attract even more demon beasts. But there were some things that could not be avoided. Suddenly, the two stopped at the same time. They looked around vigilantly and raised their eyebrows. Qin Shao, do you feel something? Ming Yuexin asked. Ming Yuexin nodded slightly and said, Well, I feel it. There is a powerful aura approaching us quickly. But just now, this aura seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden, so it is a bit strange. But I feel that the aura should be nearby. Perhaps they have hidden themselves and are waiting for an opportunity to strike. When the opportunity arises, they will launch a fatal attack on us. Ming Yuexin, we have to be more careful. It is indeed the abyss of beasts. Trouble really comes very quickly. Chapter 2090. Whoosh! Ming Yuexin suddenly made her move. The snow-white jade sword in her hand silently slashed at a spot in the void. The sharpness of the sword chi seemed to be able to directly cut open the void. Roar! After the sword chi slashed through, a painful cry was immediately heard from the void. A golden demonic beast hurriedly scurried out. Its entire body was golden and it looked like a fox. However, it was much bigger than a fox. Its body was as big as an adult wolf, and it was a little strong. Its head was also longer, just like a crocodile. Its eyes shone with a green light, and it was filled with gloom and cunning. This demonic beast was extremely fast. After scurrying out, it actually hid in the void in a flash. Its concealment technique was very good. Qin Shao also looked at Ming Yuexin with some admiration. He had not even noticed it a moment ago, but Ming Yuexin had already found it. Moreover, she had accurately forced the demonic beast out with a sword strike, even injuring it. Moreover, Ming Yuexin's sword could actually directly slash into the void. It was enough to show the brilliance of her sword. Qin Shao had never seen Ming Yuexin in action. Today, he finally saw it for himself. Originally, Qin Shao had already guessed that Ming Yuexin's strength should be above his. Now that he saw Ming Yuexin in action, his guess became even stronger. It's a golden fox. It's very cunning and is good at hiding and escaping. An adult golden fox can reach the level of a third step heavenly venerate. Judging from the aura just now, this golden fox should be at the level of a third step heavenly venerate. However, experienced demonic beasts all have some innate magical abilities. Therefore, even if it's at the level of a third step heavenly venerate, it's still at the level of experience. It seems that this abyss of beasts is really incomparably dangerous. We've just stepped into the abyss of beasts, and we've already been targeted by an adult golden fox. Moreover, with the golden fox's cunning, we can't be entangled with it for too long. Otherwise, it will definitely inform the other demonic beasts nearby. At that time, we'll probably be besieged, and that'll be dangerous. They had to end the battle quickly. Qin Shao had done a lot of research on the myriad beast abyss, so he knew a lot about it. You want to end this quickly, right? Ming Yuexin looked a little playful as she blinked her eyes and laughed. That's easy. Watch me. Before she finished speaking, Ming Yuexin turned into a stream of light and charged into the void at an extremely fast speed. She directly charged into the void and disappeared without a trace. This speed Qin Shao was startled. Moreover, he had directly entered the void and entered the hidden ethereal world. This method was really superb. The immortal domain wasn't like the primordial universe. Even Qin Shao couldn't walk in the mirage. However, Ming Yuexin was able to do it easily. He really didn't know what kind of strength she had. Before Qin Shao could recover from his shock, the void moved and the golden fox beast came out of the mirage in a short span of 3 breaths. However, this time, it flew out and landed heavily on the ground. It was lying on its back and didn't move at all. There was no sign of life. Qin Shao stared at it and carefully examined it. Only then did he dare to confirm. It's dead? After the golden fox landed, Ming Yuexin walked out of the virtual world and put away her white jade sword. She clapped her hands and said with a relaxed expression, "It's done." As she said that, she raised her chin slightly at Qin Shao, as if she was asking for credit. Qin Shao stared blankly at the golden fox's corpse on the ground and then looked at Ming Yuexin in a daze. He was really shocked. This was a third step heavenly venerate golden fox, a very powerful demonic beast. How could it be killed by Ming Yuexin just like that? Qin Shao felt that if he wanted to kill this golden fox, it would definitely take a lot of effort and he would definitely have to use powerful means. Although the golden fox was good at speed and concealment, and its physical defense was not its strong point, how could a third step heavenly venerate demonic beast be weak? Furthermore, demonic beasts had a natural advantage over humans in terms of defense. Therefore, no matter how bad it was, the golden fox's physical defense was almost equivalent to a fourth step heavenly venerate human's immortal body. How could such a powerful immortal body be killed so easily? However, Ming Yuexin only used 3 breaths of time to kill the golden fox beast. If Qin Shao hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. His strength was comparable to a fourth step heavenly venerate. He was far from being able to do that. Just how strong was Ming Yuexin's strength? Could it be that she was an extremely powerful fourth step, heavenly venerate? Could it be that she was standing at the peak of the fourth step, heavenly venerate? She looked like a naive and young girl with a lively and playful personality. She shouldn't be that old. How could she be standing at the peak of the fourth step, heavenly venerate? That was indeed a little heaven-defying. However, when he thought about how Mingyu Xin said that she was the holy maiden of the Jade Lake sacred ground, Qin Shao couldn't help but wonder if all the holy maidens of the Jade Lake sacred ground were so powerful. Or was it that his vision was too narrow, so he couldn't see the wider world? This was also possible. Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you recognize me? Hey, Qin Shao, don't tell me you've fallen for me? Mingyu Xin suddenly waved her hand in front of Qin Zhao's face. Cough cough. Qin Shao immediately retracted his gaze. He coughed awkwardly and said, "You're thinking too much. That's impossible." However, after saying this, Qin Shao regretted it. The more he spoke, the more likely he would make mistakes. The last sentence was not appropriate. Sure enough, this sentence made Mingyu Xin very unhappy. Her expression immediately darkened, and she glared at Qin Shao with hidden bitterness. She angrily glared at Qin Shao, pouted and said angrily, "Hey, surname Qin, what do you mean? If you say I'm thinking too much, then so be it. What do you mean by impossible? Am I so bad? Is there even a little possibility? Do you know how to talk? Do you know how to chat with girls? There are so many outstanding young masters who like me. I can't even count them. How can you despise me like this? Doesn't your conscience hurt? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Try saying it again." It was said that only women and villains were difficult to deal with. Qin Shao had always believed this without a doubt. You could only say nice things to women. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Qin Shao also knew that he was wrong. He immediately corrected himself. It's possible. It's completely possible. Miss Mingyu Xin is so beautiful and outstanding. You must be loved by everyone. I'm afraid that the number of young masters who like you can fill up the entire southern wasteland. It's just that I feel that I'm not worthy enough, so I don't dare to have such thoughts. Saying such untrue words, Qin Shao felt that he was a bit of a lackey. However, Mingyu Xin was a woman, and a woman who had done him a great favor, so he could only give in to her. Giving in to a woman was a gentleman's action. Mingyu Xin was a little satisfied. She nodded slightly and said, "Well, that's more like it. Although I know you're saying untrue words, women are so hypocritical. No matter how untrue it is, it's still much better than being straightforward." Qin Shao didn't want to talk about this problem anymore. He said with a somewhat serious expression, "Mingyu Xin, this time we're in big trouble. I think we'd better run quickly. If we don't run now, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time." "What do you mean? Isn't it just killing a demonic beast? It's no big deal, right? Didn't you tell me to end it quickly? I listened to you." Mingyu Xin looked at Qin Shao with some confusion. She didn't seem to be worried at all. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said, "I told you to end it quickly, but I thought you knew the situation in the Abyss of Beasts. So I didn't tell you to try not to kill that golden fox. This is the Abyss of Beasts, the world of demonic beasts. Countless demonic beasts live here and have already formed a huge group of beasts. The Abyss of Beasts can be called one of the most dangerous secret places in the southern wasteland because the countless demonic beasts in the Abyss of Beasts are very united. They are firmly ruled together, forming a force of 10,000 beasts. They are orderly and united. They rule the entire Abyss of Beasts under the rule of law. After countless years of development and reproduction, the Abyss of Beasts has become what it is today. So even if there are tens of thousands of different demonic beasts living in the Abyss of Beasts, different races that should be mutually exclusive, now live very well and harmoniously together. In this way, the strength of the rope twisted together is unimaginably strong. So demonic beasts are foreign. No matter what kind of life form comes from the outside, they can forget about surviving in the abyss of beasts, especially humans. Just now, you killed that golden fox, which means that we have formed a grudge with the abyss of beasts. The abyss of beasts will definitely not let this matter rest. They will definitely make us pay with blood. And demonic beasts are different from us humans. We humans can cultivate doppelgangers when we reach the heavenly venerable realm, but demonic beasts can't cultivate doppelgangers. So, if it's dead, it's really dead. With the golden fox's cunning, he must have sent out a message earlier. I'm afraid that at this time, there are already many demonic beasts on their way here. And now that the golden fox is dead, it will greatly enrage them. We are in trouble. After saying that, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head. This was a big problem, a headache. However, this matter couldn't be blamed on Ming Yuexin. After all, Ming Yuexin wasn't from the southern wilderness. How would she know about the abyss of beasts? It was also his fault that he didn't make it clear and ask Ming Yuexin not to kill the golden fox. Of course, the main thing was that Qin Shao didn't expect Ming Yuexin to kill the golden fox so easily. In just 3 short breaths, he didn't have the chance to say anything before the battle was completely over. So, it was too late to say anything now. Things had already come to this, there was no point in saying anything more. The most important thing now was to think of a way to deal with this matter. Qin Shao knew from the intelligence that in the abyss of beasts, unless it was a last resort, no demonic beast should be killed. Otherwise, there would be big trouble. Once killed, the best way was to escape as soon as possible. Only then would there be a chance of survival. If they dared to continue staying in the abyss of beasts, they would be courting death. So now, Qin Shao was facing the same situation. After killing a golden fox, what should he do now? Could it be that he had to leave the abyss of beasts directly? If he left now, it would be quite convenient and there would be a chance. But how could Qin Shao be willing to leave right after entering? Chapter 2091. From the bottom of his heart, Qin Shao did not want to leave so easily, even if it was a mountain of swords or a sea of flames. If he was alone, Qin Shao naturally would not hesitate. No matter how dangerous it was, he would still give it a try. However, now that Ming Yuexin was with him, Qin Shao was not afraid of facing any danger or getting himself into trouble, but he also did not want to implicate Ming Yuexin. Therefore, this matter made Qin Shao very hesitant. As if seeing Qin Shao's hesitation, Ming Yuexin waved her hand carelessly and said, "Since we are already here, there is no reason to leave so quickly. Unless there is no other way, then we will think of leaving. If we leave now, it is equivalent to retreating without a fight. You can afford to lose face, but I can't. You don't have to worry about me. You have already told me about the situation. I agreed to come in. Besides, don't you think it is very dangerous and exciting? I have always been looking for such thrills and excitement. This time I may find it. That's why I won't back out. It is not a big deal. Isn't it just some monsters? What are you afraid of? We have to believe in our own strength and wisdom. There will always be a solution." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao looked at her in a daze. Did she have too much confidence, or did she just have a lot of courage? However, no matter which it was, Qin Shao felt that Ming Yuexin was indeed somewhat different from ordinary people in this aspect. Don't be in a daze. Let's get out of here quickly, otherwise we will be trapped. Ming Yuexin patted Qin Shao. Qin Shao collected his thoughts and nodded. Indeed, this place was not suitable for them to stay for long. The two did not hesitate and quickly left, heading towards the depths of the myriad beast abyss. However, the two did not go far before they raised their eyebrows at the same time, sensing that there was a situation in front of them. They came really quickly. It seems that it is not so easy to leave here safely. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. Originally, he thought that he still had a chance to avoid it, but now, it seemed that he had been thinking too much. The number of beasts in the abyss of myriad beasts was truly too great. They were scattered far and wide, so if they summoned their companions, they could quickly rush over. Before the golden fox beast died, it must have sent out a distress signal. This kind of signal would naturally cause all the surrounding demonic beasts to rush over as quickly as possible. Underground. Qin Shao raised his eyes and looked at the ground. He saw that the originally calm ground suddenly had a huge wave, as if a tsunami had arrived. Qin Shao didn't hesitate. She held the berserker sword in her hand and stared at everything around her. In addition to the situation underground, there were still demonic beasts coming from all directions. At this time, Qin Shao sensed that the number of demonic beasts was as many as 5. They were approaching from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Ming Yuexin, it's not good for us to get entangled with them. Let's not linger and leave quickly. If we can shake them off, then we can escape. Otherwise, the situation will be troublesome, said Qin Shao. There's no hurry. It's rare to encounter so many dangerous demonic beasts. I still want to have some fun with them. It's okay. These demonic beasts are only third-step heavenly venerables. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Our strength is more than enough to deal with these demonic beasts. Ming Yuexin was bold and didn't care at all. Qin Shao could only smile bitterly. It seemed that it was impossible to stop Ming Yuexin from fighting. This girl had no intention of retreating without a fight. She was still very playful. There was no other way. If Ming Yuexin didn't leave, Qin Shao could only stay and fight. For the time being, the 5 demonic beasts were not afraid of anything. They were only third-step heavenly venerables. They were more than enough to deal with them. However, they couldn't think of it that way. Once the time was delayed, there would definitely be more demonic beasts coming from behind. Therefore, the longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it was for them. According to what Qin Shao knew, there were thousands of fourth-step heavenly venerables demonic beasts in the abyss of beasts. This was a very large number. With so many fourth-step heavenly venerables, as long as a few of them came, it would be enough to make them suffer. If there were too many of them, they wouldn't have a chance to escape even if they wanted to. Therefore, this was also the position that Qin Shao was very worried about. However, it was useless for him to worry. Ming Yuexin refused to leave. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, sending mud and stones flying everywhere. A huge demonic beast drilled out of the ground. It opened its huge mouth and directly bit Qin Shao, as if it wanted to eat Qin Shao in one bite. This demonic beast's body was huge. It was probably 3,000 feet long and close to 500 feet tall. Its appearance was a bit like a crocodile. It had a very long head, thick and short limbs, and a long tail. However, upon closer inspection, it looked a bit like a dragon. Its whole body was covered with earth-colored scales, each of which was the size of a basin. From the top of the head to the tail of the North Pole beam, there were thick barbs that looked like sharp knives that were stuck on it, flashing with a cold sharpness. That opened bloody mouth, those incomparably sharp fangs, all revealed a fierce and sharp glint. If one was bitten by this demonic beast, it was likely that even the strongest immortal body would be bitten to pieces. Once the immortal body was bitten to pieces, one would not be far from death. Therefore, this was the most terrifying attack of this demonic beast. Ground armor dragon. Qin Shao raised his eyebrows. He recognized what demonic beast this was. It was the ground armor dragon. To be called a ferocious dragon, it was enough to see that it was somewhat related to dragons. Its body also contained a trace of the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon. Therefore, its body was also very strong. Although its bloodline was not as pure as that of a dragon, a trace of it was enough to be dangerous. The most dangerous thing about the ground armor dragon was that it could be invisible. It could come and go without a trace, making it very difficult to track its movements. Also, its skin was thick and its body was very strong. It was very difficult to kill it. Its strength was very strong, and its combat power was very long-lasting. If there were a few ground armor dragons, they could completely exhaust a fourth step heavenly venerable to death. Fortunately, Qin Shao was only facing one ground armor dragon at this time. That was a little better. The ground armor dragon's sudden attack was also very fast. As soon as it felt him break out of the ground, it immediately attacked in front of Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's flowing light wings flapped and turned into a stream of light to dodge. If he didn't have the flowing light wings, it wouldn't have been easy for him to dodge. However, with the flowing light wings, Qin Shao was not worried. He calmly dodged the ground armor dragon's fatal bite. Beast, eat my sword first. Qin Shao fully displayed the dragon-slaying sword art. The dragon-slaying sword art was said to be able to slay dragons, although it was not so strong. However, since it was called the dragon-slaying sword art, it was obvious that this high-grade immortal technique was very powerful. When the sword was unleashed, thousands of swords shone, and a sharp light surged into the sky. Streaks of sword light slashed down, annihilating the entire void in an instant. After the ground armor dragon missed, its long and huge hair swung over like a shadow. The powerful force was like a huge mountain that smashed down on Qin Shao. Its speed was also very fast, even catching up with the speed of the flowing light wings. Its tail and head were obviously the ground armor dragon's weapons. They were its two strongest attacking parts. Its speed was already very fast, so its attack speed was naturally even faster. Otherwise, how could it kill the enemy? The streaks of sword light slashed down on the ground armor dragon's tail, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The powerful force forced the ground armor dragon to retreat, and it let out a few angry roars. What a strong defense! It's really not for show. I used all my strength to display the dragon-slaying sword art, but it only left a few shallow white marks on its body. It seems that if I don't use some of my true power, it will be difficult to even hurt it. Moreover, it knows the Earth Shield technique. It will be easy for it to escape. Qin Shao snorted in his heart. At this time, the other four demonic beasts appeared in Qin Zhao's sight one after another. A red flame beast that looked like a rhinoceros dashed over, its whole body bathed in a raging fire. The raging fire on its body seemed to be able to burn the world. The terrifying heat could be felt from afar. It was a double-headed red snake that was thousands of feet long. It was obviously very long. It had two huge heads, a long snake tongue, and inverted triangular eyes. It was obviously a very eerie person. It twisted its long body and quickly charged over. Boom, boom, boom. It was a human-shaped demonic beast that was more than 100 feet tall. It looked a little like a barbarian. However, this demonic beast was covered in black hair, which proved that it was not related to the human race. It was a giant King Kong beast. In the sky, there was a giant bird that had a wingspan of more than 100 feet. It flew over like a bolt of lightning, with electricity flowing all over its body. It looked very divine. This was the streamer-winged bird, famous for its speed. Among the four demonic beasts, the streamer-winged bird was the fastest. It was the first to reach the front. Ming Yuexin did not hesitate. She directly went up to it and said playfully, "Big stupid bird, you look quite good. Why don't you let me ride you?" Hearing this, Qin Shao almost bit his tongue. What domineering words! This was a third-step heavenly venerable realm streamer-winged bird. She wanted to ride it as a mount. Wasn't this humiliating the streamer-winged bird? Humph, what a boastful girl. You still want to ride me? I'll eat you first. Look at how fresh and white you are. I believe that your flesh and blood must taste very good, the streamer-winged bird said angrily. Heavenly venerable demonic beasts could speak human language. If they were willing, they could even transform into human form. Of course, most demonic beasts were unwilling to transform into human form unless they were forced to. Just like how humans were unwilling to transform into demonic beasts, human heavenly venerables could transform into other forms at will. However, they still preferred their original forms. Moreover, maintaining one's original form was the strongest state. Only then could one fully unleash one's strength. Bah, my flesh and blood are not delicious at all. Even if it is, you don't have such a good life to eat so much. It's very precious, Ming Yuexin said. These words were quite amusing. The streamer-winged bird and Ming Yuexin soon started fighting. Qin Shao was not idle either. The fierce battle was still ongoing. Just now, the ground armor dragon had suffered a loss at Qin Zhao's hands. Naturally, it roared in anger and charged toward Qin Shao again. Domain Form. Chapter 2092. The power of Qin Zhao's inner world was still very strong. It was enough to suppress an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerate. No matter how strong the ground armor dragon was, it was only a third step heavenly venerate. Therefore, when Qin Zhao's inner world formed a domain, it naturally trapped the ground armor dragon, making it feel as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its speed and body were greatly restricted. The powerful force was like countless ropes, tightly binding the ground armor dragon and pressing it to the ground. What kind of domain is this? The ground armor dragon struggled with all its might, trying to get out of the domain. However, how strong was the power of Qin Zhao's inner world? How could it let the ground armor dragon out so easily? Humph, you're just a third step heavenly venerate. What do you think you can do? You'd better just lie there obediently. Qin Shao sneered. He once again displayed the dragon-slaying sword art with all his strength, slashing down on the ground armor dragon's body. In a situation where the ground armor dragon did not have much resistance, Qin Zhao's dragon-slaying sword art, coupled with the high-grade immortal weapon manic sword, was sharp enough. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword began to leave shallow marks on the ground armor dragon's body. If this continued, he would be able to really hurt and threaten the ground armor dragon. No matter how thick its skin was, it would definitely not be able to withstand being hit while standing there. Roar! The giant-like giant King Kong beast roared and ran towards Qin Shao. The ground trembled slightly with every step it took. It was obvious how strong the giant King Kong beast was. The giant King Kong beast's strongest means were its strength and body. It was similar to the barbarian tribe. Qin Shao had plenty of ways to deal with the giant King Kong beast. He had subdued a barbarian tribe creature previously. Using that barbarian tribe creature should be able to deal with the giant King Kong beast. However, there was no need for that for the time being. Qin Shao waved his hand and the eight-sided Buddha mirror flew into the void. The light instantly enveloped the giant King Kong beast and trapped it in the eight-sided space. The King Kong behemoth's limbs were well developed, but its brain was a little simple-minded. Trapped within the eight-sided Buddha mirror, it could only roar and attack the eight-sided space, trying to break out with brute force. It would be very difficult to get out of the eight-sided Buddha mirror's space by relying on brute force. Therefore, the giant King Kong beast attacked again and again, but to no avail. Could not break out at all. After dealing with the giant King Kong beast, Qin Shao continued to deal with the ground armor dragon. On the other side, Ming Yuexin was really domineering. She actually rode on the streamer-winged bird. No matter how the streamer-winged bird resisted, it could not break free from Ming Yuexin's hands. It could only let her ride it obediently. Not only was Ming Yuexin riding on the flowing light-winged bird, but she was also holding back the other two monstrous beasts at the same time. She was dealing with three monstrous beasts at the same time. Moreover, she was extremely calm and did not seem to expend any effort at all. From the happy smile on Ming Yuexin's face, it was obvious that she was treating this battle as a game. To her, it was indeed not a challenge at all. Qin Shao could not help but admire Ming Yuexin. It was indeed a good method. After temporarily suppressing the 5 monstrous beasts, Qin Shao did not really intend to kill 1 or 2 of them. It was better not to kill them if possible. It was fine as long as they were suppressed. Ming Yuexin, it's about time. We should go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid there will be more monstrous beasts coming. Qin Shao said to Ming Yuexin again. However, Ming Yuexin was currently having fun. How could she bear to leave? She replied, Qin Shao, don't be anxious. What are you afraid of? With the strength of the 2 of us, are we still afraid of these monstrous beasts? Even if there are more than 10 of these monstrous beasts, it will be fine. Even if a few 4th step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts come, we can still suppress them. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. Let me play for a while more. This is really fun. Do you want to play together? Fun? Qin Shao really could not see what was fun about this. This Ming Yuexin's girlish heart was really too heavy. Fortunately, Qin Shao had seen the double saints of He and Ha, so he quickly felt relieved. If she wanted to play, then he could only let her play for a while more. He just hoped that there would not be a terrible situation. However, not long after, Qin Shao frowned fiercely. His gaze swept to the distance in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, they're really fast. Sure enough, there are more monstrous beasts coming this time. What a strong aura. There are 4th step, heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts coming. Ming Yuexin, stop playing. Let's go. Qin Shao was really a little anxious. If they delayed any longer, it would be difficult for them to leave. Although Ming Yuexin was very unwilling, she also noticed that a large group of monstrous beasts was rushing over, so they really could not play anymore. She was not afraid, but she did not want Qin Shao to be frightened, so she could only nod and agree. Okay, let's go. Ming Yuexin agreed to leave. Qin Shao secretly sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose a direction with Ming Yuexin and quickly left. However, they did not go far before they felt the aura of monstrous beasts coming from the distance. There was more than 1 monstrous beasts coming this way. No, there are monstrous beasts in front. Let's go that way. Qin Shao said, and the 2 changed direction. However, they did not go far in this direction, and they also felt monstrous beasts in front of them. They changed direction again, and the result was the same. The situation was really troublesome. Qin Zhao's face could not help but become cold. It was really what he was worried about. However, Qin Shao could only helplessly do this. If he had pulled Ming Yuexin away earlier, such a thing would not have happened. However, there was no use in saying this now. However, Ming Yuexin did not realize that she had done something wrong. She still looked very indifferent. He only exclaimed and said, "There are so many demonic beasts. We're going to be generals today. Our luck is so good. We only delayed for a while, and we actually attracted so many monstrous beasts. There are monstrous beasts everywhere. It seems that today's battle must be fought. Otherwise, we can't leave here. Haha, then let's fight. It's just right. I haven't had enough fun just now. Now I can have a good time. Have fun." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao felt like crying but had no tears to shed. He sensed that there were at least 30 monstrous beasts, and there were 2 4th-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts. Such a lineup of forces, in addition to the 5 3rd-step heavenly venerable realm monstrous beasts just now, was enough to give Qin Shao a headache. He had to be on high alert. But Ming Yuexin, on the other hand, was still as indifferent as ever. Her strength had really reached such a level. If Qin Shao had to deal with them alone, Qin Shao felt that he would definitely not be able to handle it. After all, monstrous beasts were very difficult to kill. Their defensive power was very strong, and there were many of them. Once they surrounded them, it would be a disaster. However, it was useless to say anything now. He could only prepare to go all out. Mingyueshin, this is not a joke. It is indeed very troublesome. Judging from the current situation, there will probably be more monstrous beasts coming later. Therefore, the longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Don't be willful this time. You must listen to my command later. When I say go, you must not delay the battle. You must follow me. Do you understand? Qin Shao said to Mingyu Xian in a very serious and solemn manner. It was indeed not a joke. Don't worry, I know. I know what to do. Really, I am not stupid. I am very smart, okay? Don't worry, I will not act recklessly. If there is really something, I know what to do. You wait, take care of yourself. Don't let anything happen and I have to save you. Mingyueshin waved her hand and said. Hearing Mingyueshin's words, Qin Zhao's heart instantly felt at ease. He did not know why, but this sentence seemed to make Qin Shao feel very convinced. Indeed, although Mingyueshin was a little playful, she was still very smart. She should not do anything stupid. Knowing that she could not defeat them, she should know to escape. Since she dared to do so, she should have some confidence. Qin Shao still did not know Mingyueshin's real strength and real means. Thinking of this, Qin Shao did not think about anything else. Since this was the case, then he would fight with peace of mind. Qin Shao did not wait for those monstrous beasts to surround them. He directly made the first move and killed his way out, taking some initiative. If he was surrounded, then he would be completely in a passive position. There was a big difference between being active and being passive. Golden Fox Beast, Red Flame Beast, Amethyst Lion Turtle, Double-Headed Crimson Snake, Giant Diamond Beast, River Monster, Ice Tiger, Ground Armor Dragon, Streamer Winged Bird, Tashin Beast, and Green Snake. All of a sudden, more than 10 monstrous beasts appeared. Among them, the Amethyst Lion Turtle and Ice Tiger were 4th step Heavenly Venerables, while the rest were 3rd step Heavenly Venerables. Not long after entering, Qin Shao and the others encountered so many monstrous beasts. The weakest one was a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate, and there were even 2 4th step Heavenly Venerables. From this, it was enough to see how terrifying the level of danger in the abyss of beasts was. Even a 4th step Heavenly Venerate with a little bit of experience could only nurse a grievance when faced with such a situation. Qin Shao locked his gaze on the 4th step Heavenly Venerate Amethyst Lion Turtle. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to deal with the strongest one first. The Amethyst Lion Turtle's body was formed by pieces of amethyst. Its entire body was a treasure. Amethyst was an extremely rare and precious item. A piece of amethyst could be sold for a high price. If this Amethyst Lion Turtle could be killed, just the amethyst on its body could probably be sold for at least 5 million Chaos Source Stones. Of course, it was not that easy to kill a 4th step Heavenly Venerate Amethyst Lion Turtle. Qin Shao did not think of killing this Amethyst Lion Turtle. That was not very practical. Roar. Human brat, I'm going to eat you. However, before Qin Shao could reach the Amethyst Lion Turtle, the giant diamond beast and ground armor dragon that Qin Shao had suppressed earlier roared furiously and charged over, blocking Qin Zhao's path. Since you're all here, I'll let you have a taste of my internal world domain. Qin Shao pursed his lips and repeated the same trick. The power of his internal world domain was fully unleashed again, forming a powerful domain that directly enveloped the giant diamond beast and ground armor dragon and restrained them. Qin Shao felt that suppressing 2 demonic beasts at the same time was very strenuous. The power of his internal world domain was strong, but in the face of the 2 demonic beasts' resistance, it was naturally very difficult to trap the ground armor dragon as well as before. However, it was fine to be able to suppress it temporarily. Human brat, the 2 of you are so bold to barge into our abyss of beasts and kill our members. Humph, the 2 of you are going to die here. Both of you must die. Chapter 2093. From afar, Qin Shao could feel the powerful aura emanating from the amethyst lion turtle. This was a fourth step, heavenly venerable realm amethyst lion turtle. Its immortal aura was powerful, and its eyes were as sharp as swords. It made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at it. It was as if it could frighten people's souls, and they didn't dare to look at it too much. Qin Shao didn't care too much about the third step, heavenly venerables, because the realm limited the strength of those demonic beasts. There was a big difference between demonic beasts and humans. Demonic beasts' innate bloodlines were very powerful. Even if they didn't cultivate, they could still grow naturally. It was just that if you cultivated diligently, your strength would be stronger, and there was a possibility of transformation. Take the armored dragon for example. Generally speaking, it could reach the third step, heavenly venerable realm, when it reached adulthood. If it cultivated diligently, it could stimulate more of its innate bloodline, and if it had an immortal fate, it might even transform to the fourth step, heavenly venerable realm. As for ascending to the level of ancient sages, there were definitely cases of such a thing happening, but it was still extremely rare. Demonic beasts' level of life generally determined their achievements, and their plasticity was far inferior to humans. Of course, their innate bloodline was powerful, and they still had their own advantages in many aspects. For example, as long as your innate bloodline was strong enough, you didn't need to cultivate from birth. You only needed to eat, drink, and sleep, and your strength would naturally increase. How enviable was that? Cultivation was an extremely painful and long thing. Who wouldn't want to be strong and be able to improve their realm without working hard? In the human race, some people with special constitutions also had some abilities in this area, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the human race. For demonic beasts, it was the same for all demonic beasts. It was just that demonic beasts were also divided into levels. The bloodline inheritance of the amethyst lion turtle was relatively powerful. An adult amethyst lion turtle was a fourth step, heavenly venerable realm amethyst lion turtle, and some of them could transform and step into the ancient sage realm. The amethyst lion turtle's innate ability, the amethyst field, is very terrifying. I still have to be careful when dealing with it. Don't fall into its trap. Qin Shao thought to himself. Facing the fierce amethyst lion turtle, he couldn't help but be on high alert. He had to deal with it seriously. Ordinary fourth step, heavenly venerate exalted immortals would definitely retreat when facing an amethyst lion turtle. What Qin Shao had to face now was not only an amethyst lion turtle, but also a dozen demonic beasts that looked like wolves and tigers. Qin Shao had temporarily suppressed the Earth Armor Dragon and the giant King Kong beast, but facing the other forces, he couldn't help but have a headache. Humph, despicable humans. I hate you humans the most. Despicable and shameless, willfully slaughtering the innocent, treating us demonic beasts as materials, money, and servants. If I see a human master, I will kill one if I see one. If I see two, I will kill a pair. The flesh of humans is very delicious. I have good teeth, so I'm not afraid of your tough bones. I love eating thigh meat the most. I've reserved a thigh. Don't fight with me. Those demon beasts said playfully. Pairs of green eyes stared at Qin Shao, treating Qin Shao as prey. It seemed that he had no choice but to get serious. Since that was the case, let's fight. Qin Shao withdrew the power of the world in his body and transformed into a huge dragon that was 10,000 feet long. Its huge body was a little overwhelming to all the demonic beasts here. Moreover, the dragon that Qin Shao transformed into was lifelike. If one didn't pay attention to it, they would really think that it was an ancient dragon. The dragonization skill allowed one to transform into a dragon when encountering wind and clouds. The dragon would soar up to the 9 heavens and soar between heaven and earth. The huge dragon danced in the air, carrying the power of the spirit of all living things. Its immortal power was vast and mighty, crushing those demonic beasts. Dragonization? How can you tarnish and humiliate a divine dragon? Humph, human boy, you're just bluffing. Watch me smash you into pieces. Qin Zhao's transformation into a huge dragon didn't make those demonic beasts retreat. Instead, it angered them even more. The dragon was one of the 4 great ancient divine beasts. It was the supreme king in the hearts of demonic beasts. It was the source of bloodline inheritance. It could be said that it was the ancestor of all demonic beasts. Therefore, the dragon naturally had a supreme position in the hearts of demonic beasts. It was where the faith of the demonic beasts lay. Qin Zhao's transformation into a huge dragon by using the dragonization skill was a great disrespect to the ancient divine dragon. Therefore, these demonic beasts were naturally even more furious. Whoosh! The amethyst lion turtle also transformed into a purple flame and pounced on Qin Zhao. What a fast speed! It's worthy of being a 4th step, heavenly venerable realm demonic beast, the amethyst lion turtle. It can actually trigger the power of the heavenly Tao law as it moves. Seeing the amethyst lion turtle's speed, Qin Zhao couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. He smelled a threat. The amethyst lion turtle could indeed pose a threat to Qin Zhao, so Qin Zhao didn't dare to be careless. He had to face it seriously. Stomp! Under the amethyst lion turtle's heavy hooves, Qin Zhao felt that the space seemed to be solidified in an instant. The power of the immortal Tao law also transformed into an invisible blade that attacked Qin Zhao. The immortal Tao law was everywhere. It was the basic power that constituted the operation of this world. The power of the law was like an invisible giant hand and an invisible net that wanted to trap and bind Qin Zhao. The power of the immortal Tao law directly pressed down. It was too powerful. Qin Zhao could only resist it with the power of the spirit of all things. However, the amethyst lion turtle attacked Qin Zhao fiercely again and again. The other demonic beasts also launched a frenzied attack on Qin Zhao. All kinds of methods and powerful forces swarmed over like monstrous waves that wanted to annihilate Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao naturally felt that it was very strenuous to deal with more than a dozen 3rd step, heavenly venerable demonic beasts, and a 4th step, heavenly venerable amethyst lion turtle. Even if he used his heart force, it was still very strenuous. Heart force had a great suppressive effect, but there were too many demonic beasts. Moreover, once the demonic beasts fought, they would be very bloodthirsty and crazy. They would fight without any regard for their lives. Under such circumstances, Qin Zhao naturally found it difficult to resist. How could he compete with these demonic beasts in terms of attrition? Demonic beasts had always been known for being good at fighting. Attrition was tantamount to suicide. It seems that I have to use Sage Li's flying dagger. I thought that I could hold on for a while with the dragonization ability. I underestimated the madness of these demonic beasts. I'm outnumbered. This battle is indeed not easy to fight. The amethyst lion turtle hasn't even used its innate ability yet. I'm going to be forced to use my strongest move. It seems that I'm really in big trouble today. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly in his heart and shook his head helplessly. He glanced at Ming Yuexin. Ming Yuexin seemed to be having a lot of fun. She was being treated the same as Qin Zhao, but she seemed to be much more relaxed. She was having a lot of fun playing with the demonic beast. The demonic beasts roared angrily and crazily besieged Ming Yuexin. However, they were all played around by Ming Yuexin. Qin Zhao couldn't help but admire her ability. Ming Yuexin was having a lot of fun. Qin Zhao was having a lot of trouble, but he couldn't say anything. The shortcoming of his cultivation level was also reflected at this time. His immortal power and immortal physique were very insufficient. In such a fierce battle, under the crazy attacks of these demonic beasts, it was naturally difficult to withstand. However, there was no other way. He could only use his strongest move. Qin Zhao shook his body and returned to his original body. With a wave of his hand, 9 Sage Li's flying daggers flew out and hovered around Qin Zhao's body. They bloomed with supreme sharpness and formed a ball of energy field, enveloping Qin Shao like an air shield. The light of the god of war could reflect the sun and the moon. In the face of Qin Shao, who was possessed by the god of war, these demonic beasts were still fearless and still crazily pounced on him. Powerful forces came crashing down one after another, bombarding Qin Shao as if they wanted to destroy this world. The power of the immortal Tao law was too strong. If Qin Shao didn't have the flowing light wings to protect his body, he would have been seriously injured. Fortunately, the power of Qin Zhao's inner world was strong enough to make up for the lack of his cultivation level to a certain extent. Although Qin Zhao's cultivation level was only at the third step celestial venerable realm, he also cultivated several other cultivation paths, which were of great help to the improvement of his body. Therefore, the strength of Qin Zhao's immortal physique was actually not inferior to an ordinary fourth-step celestial venerable realm. With the help of the power of his inner world, he became even more powerful. Coupled with the protection of the flowing light wings, it was indeed not that easy to hurt him. However, if he continued to fight like this, Qin Zhao's immortal power would be exhausted and he would eventually be defeated. At this time, Qin Shao was forced to use Li Sheng's flying daggers in advance, which was not a good thing for Qin Shao. It was imminent and it was time for him to go all out. He had no choice but to go all out now. Qin Shao waved his hand and 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers flew out in all directions. Qin Shao performed the flying dagger Dao with all his strength, stimulating the power of the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers also bloomed with supreme sharpness, shining with shocking power. Each Li Sheng's flying dagger seemed to be able to sweep across the void and cut through the sky. The Li Sheng's flying daggers were indeed supreme sharpness. Those third-step celestial venerables were all scratched by the Li Sheng's flying daggers. However, Qin Shao had to deal with more than a dozen demonic beasts at this time, so the power of the Li Sheng's flying daggers was also scattered. One Li Sheng's flying dagger had to deal with 2 demonic beasts, so its power was naturally greatly reduced. Although it could hurt some demonic beasts, it was difficult to hurt them deeply. If it was only a small injury, those demonic beasts would not care at all. On the amethyst lion turtle's side, one Li Sheng's flying dagger could not do anything to it. It was beaten back again and again, unable to get close to it. Li Sheng's flying dagger? It seems that you are a disciple of Li Sheng? Seeing Qin Shao use Li Sheng's flying daggers, the amethyst lion turtle's eyes were slightly surprised, but it immediately felt relieved. I don't care if you are a disciple of Li Sheng or not. As long as you come to our abyss of beasts, you are courting death. Moreover, you dare to kill the demonic beasts of our abyss of beasts. You deserve to die. I'd like to see just how much damage you have left, human brat. How long can you last? The amethyst lion turtle also attacked crazily. Its attack power was indeed very strong. The power of the law of immortal Tao seemed to be at will in its hands. With a raise of its hand, it could strike out all its power and hit Qin Shao heavily. Qin Shao was now using all his means. Although he did not use the true incantation of Lin, the power of the true incantation of Lin was actually similar to the dragon transformation skill. Chapter 2094. Qin Zhao's most powerful technique was undoubtedly Li Sheng's flying dagger. He had already used his most powerful technique, and he was already going all out. Li Sheng's flying dagger was also accompanied by a heart force attack. Although heart force was suitable for group attacks, it did not have much effect on these monsters. First of all, these monsters were too crazy. Second of all, monsters did not need to comprehend and cultivate the immortal Tao by themselves. As their bodies grew, their strength and realm would also increase correspondingly. Therefore, even if their willpower was intimidated, as long as they still had a trace of consciousness, they could continue to attack crazily. This did not have a big impact on their strength. It could only suppress about 20% of their strength. This was different from dealing with humans. Once a human's spiritual will was strongly attacked, they might not have the consciousness to use their strength again. Therefore, heart force was very useful most of the time. Even when dealing with weaker opponents, one could crush them purely with heart force. For example, if Qin Shao were to deal with some third-step celestial venerables now, Qin Shao would be able to trample on them and even kill them with heart force alone. Heart force did not have much effect at this time, so Qin Shao was under a lot of pressure. Now, he was relying on Li Xing's flying dagger to fight against nearly 20 monsters, and he felt more and more tired. Especially at this time, the amethyst lion turtle was also going crazy and attacking ferociously, wanting to kill Qin Shao. Once it got close enough, it would be very dangerous. Li Xing's flying dagger could only temporarily keep these monsters in check, but under the crazy attacks of these monsters, Qin Shao also felt that he could not hold on for long. Once his immortal power was depleted, it would definitely be a snowfall. Moreover, the most terrible thing was that the amethyst lion turtle had not used its innate ability yet. Some of the other monsters had already used their innate abilities to attack, and most of them had not. But now, Qin Shao was already feeling tired. If these monsters all used their innate abilities, how could he stop them? This problem really gave Qin Shao a headache. Cold. It was very cold. Suddenly, an extremely cold aura surged over, plunging the entire area into extreme coldness. The temperature suddenly plummeted. Qin Shao couldn't help but shudder when she was touched by this cold aura. She felt a chill in her soul. He felt that this chilling aura could even threaten his everything. His will, soul, immortal energy, and immortal body could all be threatened. The ice tiger is using its innate ability, ice sealing heaven and earth. This made Qin Shao a little worried about Ming Yuexin. She immediately looked over and saw that the world was completely frozen. Ming Yuexin was also frozen in a world of ice. This ice was no ordinary ice. It was the ice of the immortal Tao laws, the power of the laws. Being frozen by this ice was equivalent to being frozen by the power of laws. The power of laws would seep into your immortal body and destroy it, your soul, your will, and then kill you. This was the innate ability of the fourth step, heavenly venerable realm ice tiger. It was a very powerful innate ability that was passed down through its bloodline. This innate ability was the most powerful means of a demonic beast. Once it was used, its power would naturally be frightening. Ming Yuexin, Qin Shao immediately became worried and anxious. He quickly transmitted a message to Ming Yuexin. If anything happened to Ming Yuexin, Qin Shao would also blame himself. Why are you so nervous? Are you looking down on me? Relax, relax. Take care of yourself. You are in trouble now. Don't worry about me. These demonic beasts can't hurt me at all. Ming Yuexin immediately replied. Her tone was still very relaxed. It seemed that Ming Yuexin was still very confident. Since Ming Yuexin said so, Qin Shao felt a lot more relieved. Just as Qin Shao relaxed a little, he immediately sensed that something was going to happen. Pieces of purple crystals appeared around him, forming a cage. Soon, Qin Shao was trapped inside. The purple light dyed the whole world purple. Purple crystal domain. Qin Shao was surprised, and his expression immediately became serious. The purple crystal lion turtle had used its innate ability, the purple crystal domain. The innate ability of a fourth step, heavenly venerable realm demonic beast was very powerful and terrifying. The ice tiger's icebound heaven and earth made Qin Shao feel terrified. The purple crystal lion turtle's purple crystal domain was no less terrifying than the ice tiger's icebound heaven and earth. Sure enough, once the domain was formed, a terrifying power surged and filled the entire domain. This domain was not big. It directly trapped Qin Shao, and then a powerful force bombarded Qin Shao. The 9 Li Sheng flying daggers were blocked outside the domain. Qin Shao could only control the Li Sheng flying daggers to attack the purple crystal domain. However, he could not break the purple crystal domain for a while. The power of the law of immortal Tao surged toward Qin Shao. I knew that the purple crystal lion turtle's purple crystal domain was very powerful, but I still underestimated it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I was a little careless just now. The purple crystal lion turtle seized the opportunity to attack and blocked my 9 Li Sheng flying daggers. If the Li Sheng flying daggers were inside the purple crystal domain, it would be much easier for me to break the domain, and I would have a better chance. Now that the Li Sheng flying daggers are blocked outside, and those demonic beasts are attacking the Li Sheng flying daggers to disperse the power of the Li Sheng flying daggers. Naturally, it will be difficult for the Li Sheng flying daggers to break the purple crystal domain. If the domain can't be broken, then I will be trapped in it. The danger is very high. The flowing light wings can't protect me anymore. If I can't escape quickly, I'm afraid I'll be in danger. Qin Zhao's expression darkened. He knew very well that he was in danger, and this danger might only worsen. Therefore, he had to think of a way to break the purple crystal domain and kill his way out. With the berserker sword in hand, he fully displayed the dragon-slaying sword art. The sharpness of the berserker sword slashed at the purple crystal domain again and again, but there was no way to break it. The purple crystal domain was indeed much sturdier than Qin Shao had imagined. Qin Shao had also tried the dragon transformation art, but it still didn't work. He had also tried the true mantra of Lin, but there was still no way to break the purple crystal domain. This situation made Qin Shao a little depressed. What was going on? He had so many methods, but none of them could do anything to the purple crystal domain? How could the purple crystal domain be so strong? It didn't make sense. The purple crystal lion turtle was only a 4th step heavenly venerate demonic beast, while Qin Zhao's strength was equivalent to a 4th step heavenly venerate. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he was completely capable of fighting the purple crystal lion turtle. But being trapped in the purple crystal domain, why did it feel like he was trapped to death? He couldn't break the purple crystal domain and walk out of it. Qin Shao found it very difficult to accept this situation. What should he do? However, this matter really gave Qin Shao a headache. He shook his head. He couldn't think of any good ideas for the time being. Li Sheng's flying dagger was restrained by those demonic beasts, so there was no way to unleash its true power and effect. At this moment, Qin Shao really felt somewhat helpless. Qin Shao couldn't help but think of the 7 treasures glazed vase that Fatty Kai had given him and the ancient saint protective amulet that Princess Xiaoyu had given him. The ancient saint protective amulet that Princess Xiaoyu had given him had been personally refined by the master of Fumo Immortal Palace. It contained a powerful attack of the master of Fumo Immortal Palace. Just how powerful would a strike from an ancient saint be? Most likely, even an experienced 4th step Empyrean could be directly killed, right? This ancient saint protective amulet was too precious, so Qin Shao was reluctant to use it. He still wanted to return it to Princess Xiaoyu. If he really used it, he would owe her a big favor. Unless it was really a last resort. In order to save his life, he had no choice but to use it. However, had he already reached this point? In fact, it was almost time. It was indeed almost time to save his life. Therefore, Qin Shao had already made preparations in this regard. As for the 7 treasures glazed vase, Qin Shao didn't know how powerful it was, but he guessed that it wouldn't be of much use. Therefore, he didn't try to use the 7 treasures glazed vase for the time being. If it really didn't work, he would use the ancient saint protective amulet. Qin Shao hoped that things wouldn't come to this. However, the current situation was really not optimistic. What should he do? He had to grit his teeth and hold on. This was the only way. Qin Shao definitely wouldn't use the ancient saint protective amulet so easily. Human boy, it's useless. Don't make a futile struggle. You can't escape from my purple crystal realm. Just accept your death obediently. You have to pay the price in blood for killing the demonic beasts of the abyss of beasts. Human boy, you shouldn't have entered the abyss of beasts. The abyss of beasts doesn't welcome any life forms, especially humans. We never let humans who enter the abyss of beasts go. We have to kill them first and then quickly. You have some strength. Indeed, you're very strong. You're only a third step heavenly venerate, yet you have such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid that your talent and potential are also extremely monstrous. You're probably a rare existence in the human race. We prefer to kill the geniuses of the human race. Therefore, you'll definitely die today. Don't have any more fantasies. The purple crystal lion turtle looked at Qin Shao playfully. Now that Qin Shao was its prey and in its hands, it could naturally hold its head high. We didn't come to the abyss of beasts to offend you or become enemies with the demonic beast. We just came to travel. If you hate us so much and want to kill us, we can only fight back. However, there's a saying in the human race. Don't be happy too early. Aren't you afraid of being slapped in the face if you jump to conclusions now? Although he was at a disadvantage, and trapped in the purple crystal realm, Qin Shao couldn't be weak in terms of aura. He couldn't be controlled by the purple crystal lion turtle. If it was necessary to be tit for tat, then it had to be tit for tat. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die? Don't you have a saying in the human race that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? I think you're that kind of person. You humans are too hypocritical, too insidious, too despicable and cunning. I hate you humans. The purple crystal lion turtle sneered, full of hostility. Qin Shao chuckled and shook his head helplessly. There are bad people in the human race, but there are even more good people. You can't generalize. Chapter 2095. Qin Zhao's heart was filled with bitterness. His current situation was indeed very bad. If there was really no other way, he could only use the ancient saint's amulet. However, Qin Shao naturally did not want to use the ancient saint's amulet. After all, it was not his, but Princess Xiaoyu's. It was naturally best not to use it. The power of the purple crystal territory was indeed very strong. Qin Shao tried his best to break the purple crystal territory, but to no avail. This caused Qin Shao to feel somewhat powerless. Such a feeling was very unbearable. It was something that Qin Shao had rarely felt. Was there really no way to break the purple crystal territory? Qin Shao was somewhat unwilling to accept the feeling of being completely suppressed. However, there was nothing he could do no matter how unwilling he was. At this moment, he was indeed completely suppressed. Qin Shao still underestimated the power of the purple crystal territory. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Zhao's Li Xing flying dagger was blocked outside and disturbed by the demonic beasts, so its power was greatly weakened. Naturally, it was very difficult for Qin Shao to break the purple crystal territory. If he could not break the purple crystal territory, he would not be able to walk out of it. The power of the territory pressed down on Qin Shao mightily. If this continued, Qin Shao would be exhausted to death. Qin Shao did not expect that he would be trapped by the purple crystal lion turtle. Originally, Qin Shao was quite confident in his own strength. His strength was enough to reach the level of a fourth step, heavenly venerable. Logically speaking, it was enough to fight the purple crystal lion turtle. However, due to his carelessness, he was trapped in the purple crystal territory. He was directly suppressed. This was Qin Zhao's miscalculation. Qin Shao had also underestimated the purple crystal lion turtle's strength. Humph, human boy, let's see how long you can be unyielding. Don't make any futile resistance. You can't get out. Today you must die here. Not only will you die, but your companions will also die. All of you will die here today. This is the price you have to pay for breaking into the abyss of myriad beasts. This is the price you have to pay for killing the demonic beasts of the abyss of myriad beasts. Troublesome, it was indeed troublesome. Qin Shao had already tried his best. He had used all sorts of methods, but he was still unable to leave the purple crystal domain. If things went on like this, Qin Shao might really be forced into a dead end. At this time, he already felt that he was in a desperate situation. Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. If there was really no other way, he could only use the ancient sage amulet to try his luck. He felt that using the ancient sage body amulet was a little overkill, but there was nothing he could do about it. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. He was already prepared, but he still gritted his teeth and persevered. He would not use the ancient sage amulet until the last moment. However, the current situation was indeed at the edge of life and death. If this continued, Qin Shao would not be able to hold on any longer. Furthermore, even if he were to use the ancient sage body amulet, he would still have to conserve his strength. Therefore, they couldn't delay it for too long, or it would be disadvantageous to Qin Shao. Helplessness, really helplessness. It seems that there is really no other way. I can't delay it any longer. Qin Shao shook his head. A look of determination flashed across his eyes. He was ready to use the ancient sage amulet. He could only owe Princess Xiaoyu a big favor and repay it in the future. He could not help but be thankful that Princess Xiaoyu had given him the ancient sage amulet. Otherwise, he might really die here today. He had just entered the myriad beast abyss. If he were to die here, Qin Shao would not be able to accept it. Crash! Just as Qin Shao was about to use the ancient sage body amulet, a peerless sharp light suddenly cut open the purple crystal domain from the outside, which greatly surprised Qin Shao. Looking through the crack, Qin Shao saw that Ming Yuexin had cut open the purple crystal domain. This scene shocked Qin Shao quite a bit. This was something that he had not been able to accomplish even after trying so hard for so long. However, Ming Yuexin seemed to be able to do it effortlessly. With a single stroke, she had sliced open the purple crystal domain. After recovering from the shock, Qin Shao did not hesitate. He immediately flew out of the purple crystal domain and quickly joined up with Ming Yuexin. We can't stay here for long. There is a big problem. Let's go quickly, Ming Yuexin said with a serious face. Hearing Ming Yuexin say such a sentence was really not easy. Qin Shao could not help but feel a little emotional in his heart. He had asked Ming Yuexin to leave several times, but she was unwilling to leave. Now, she finally realized that there was trouble and was willing to take the initiative to leave. If she had done so earlier, there would not be so much trouble. However, it was not too late to realize it now. It was also a happy thing. Qin Shao waved his hand and collected the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. As soon as he finished doing all this, Ming Yuexin pulled the jade sword in his hand and waved it. The two of them walked directly into the mirage. They advanced rapidly in the mirage and quickly left there. At the same time, a strange force wrapped around the two of them and concealed their auras. This series of methods impressed Qin Shao. It was no wonder that her concealment methods were so brilliant. This also gave Qin Shao great hope. With such methods, they still had a lot of confidence in escaping. After an unknown amount of time, Ming Yuexin stopped and pulled Qin Shao out of the mirage. After coming out, Qin Shao subconsciously looked around vigilantly. However, after carefully observing for a while, he did not find any danger. This made Qin Shao feel a little relieved. It seemed that they had already shaken off those demonic beasts. This method was indeed powerful. They had shaken off so many demonic beasts in an instant. It was no wonder that Ming Yuexin had such strong confidence and was unwilling to leave so easily. With such methods, there was indeed nothing to be afraid of. You see, I said it's okay. What are you worried about? Didn't we escape safely? Ming Yuexin said with some pride. In the face of Ming Yuexin's pride, Qin Shao had to say, "Yes, I know you are powerful. I admire you." "Haha, that's more like it." Ming Yuexin laughed. Girls were full of vanity and liked to hear nice words, especially words that praised them. The more, the better. For the time being, they were fine, but the trouble would only get bigger and bigger. For the time being, they had escaped, but those demonic beasts would definitely not give up. As long as they were still in the abyss of beasts, it would be difficult for them to escape. They still had to face this big trouble. It was just a matter of time. Hiding, it was impossible to hide forever. Besides, Qin Zhao's purpose of coming in was to find Xiao Gu. If they kept hiding, what was the point of coming in? Hiding was definitely out of the question. Instead of hiding, it was better to find a chance to leave the abyss of beasts directly. Otherwise, they must find a way to find Xiao Gu's whereabouts, and then find a way to find Xiao Gu. But looking at the current situation, the situation was not very optimistic. The probability of finding Xiao Gu was not high. After all, this matter had become big, so it was likely that the demonic beasts of the entire abyss of beasts would come to deal with them soon. Thinking of this, Qin Shao could not help but shake his head. It was a little headache. "Actually, there is still a way," Ming Yuexin suddenly said. Judging from his tone, he sounded very confident. Qin Shao immediately looked at Ming Yuexin and asked with an expectant look, "What way?" "My way is to leave here as soon as possible. Then everything will be fine. Now we are in big trouble. If we don't leave as soon as possible, we will suffer. Who knows, we might even lose our lives here," Ming Yuexin said. Qin Shao thought that Ming Yuexin had a good idea. How could he not know about leaving? Leaving as soon as possible was indeed a good way to solve the problem. It was just that he was not willing to leave in his heart. If he left now, it would be too much of a failure. However, Qin Shao weighed the pros and cons in his heart and could only sigh helplessly. "That's fine. Since you think so, then let's not take this risk. Let's leave here first and make other plans. If it really doesn't work, then we can only wait until we are stronger and come back in the future. We have waited for so many years. It doesn't matter if we wait a little longer." After all, Xiao Gu was an ancient demonic beast. Its bloodline inheritance was still relatively noble. As a member of the beast clan, Xiao Gu should not be mistreated in the abyss of beasts. It might even be given very good treatment. So how should he put it? In fact, in his heart, Qin Shao was not very worried about Xiao Gu. Therefore, it did not make much of a difference whether it was earlier or later. The most important thing now was to weigh the pros and cons. After thinking this through, Qin Shao felt relieved. However, at this moment, Ming Yuexin patted Qin Shao and laughed heartily. "Haha, I'm just joking with you. We just came in for a while. If we escape now, that would be too embarrassing. I can't afford to lose this kind of person. Therefore, we still have to go through what should be done. We also have to save those who should be saved." Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin. At this moment, Qin Shao felt that Ming Yuexin was not only cute, but also chivalrous. This kind of woman was worthy of respect. But, Qin Shao thought for a while and shook his head. "Ming Yuexin, this time we are in big trouble. We are in big trouble. I think that soon, all the demon beasts in the abyss of beasts will be looking for us. As long as we are still in the abyss of beasts, the combined power of the entire abyss of beasts will be a destructive force. Therefore, as long as we show ourselves, we will be in danger of being discovered. Once we are discovered, we will be in trouble. Ming Yuexin, you have to remember this situation clearly. Therefore, I think you should think about it carefully. If we want to leave the abyss of beasts now, there is still time. If we delay any longer, it will not be so easy to get out." Ming Yuexin said, "What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. If we can't hide like this, we will be discovered by those demon beasts sooner or later. Therefore, I have no other choice. We will listen to you." "Listen to me?" Qin Shao pursed his lips and shook his head with a bitter smile. Since they were going to listen to him, then let's get out first. There were still many opportunities now. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be. Then let's go. Leave this place. Qin Shao shook his head and said. For some reason, Ming Yuexin was amused. After laughing, she patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, You are really rotten wood. You really want to go out when I say go out? Chapter 2096. Do you have a way? Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin in surprise, wondering how many heaven-defying abilities she had that he did not know of. Qin Shao felt that there was no other way. They could continue to stay, but they would definitely have to bear a huge risk, and it was very likely that they would be left here. Facing the terrifying power of the entire abyss of beasts and countless monsters, what good idea could Ming Yuexin have? Ming Yuexin smiled and said, Although the abyss of beasts is powerful and terrifying, we have caused such a big commotion, I'm afraid that many monsters will come out to find us. But after all, the abyss of beasts is also very large. No matter how many monsters there are, they will be scattered and spread out. Moreover, only 2 humans came in, it is impossible that all the monsters will come out to find us. If 30% of them come out, it is already very heaven-defying. So, in fact, if we are careful, we may not be discovered. But next, we need to keep a low profile and try not to make a move. Qin Shao was naturally aware of what Ming Yuexin had said, but he knew that things weren't that simple. Qin Shao shook his head and said, It is useless to keep a low profile. Those monsters are also very cunning. If 30% of them come out, it will be enough for us to choke. We've killed a demonic beast, and this grudge has already been formed. It will definitely arouse the hatred of those demonic beasts, so those demonic beasts will definitely not let this matter rest. Just now, so many monsters besieged us, but we escaped. This is also a shame for those monsters. So, they will not let it go. The situation now is more troublesome. If we act carefully, I am afraid it will be difficult to get through safely. What's more, I still have things to do, which greatly increases the difficulty. Qin Shao was indeed very rarely overconfident, and now he really did not have much confidence. But judging from Qin Zhao's own strength, the current situation indeed made it difficult for him to find a solution. Ming Yuexin held her stomach and laughed. She pushed Qin Shao with her finger and said with a smile, Are you stupid? You forgot that I have a very powerful method to hide my aura. Therefore, as long as we keep a low profile, we can easily avoid those demonic beasts. Unless it's a demonic beast of the ancient sage level. Otherwise, there's nothing for us to worry about. We can easily traverse the myriad beasts' abyss. I've already said so much. Why can't your brain wrap around it? You still haven't thought of this level. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao suddenly patted her head. That's right, isn't Ming Yuexin's concealment technique very superb? Last time, so many fourth-step heavenly venerables did not discover her. Using this method of concealing her aura, she could indeed move freely in the myriad beast abyss. As the saying goes, the onlooker cannot see clearly. Qin Shao indeed did not think of this level, and did not think much about it. But, Qin Shao raised her eyebrows slightly and said, You have such means, but I don't. It's fine. You can enter my inner world. I can just bring you along. Ming Yu thought. Qin Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry. It did sound like a method, but Qin Shao did not want to enter someone else's inner world. Entering someone else's inner world was tantamount to putting her life in the other person's hands. Not many people were willing to do this kind of thing. At least, Qin Shao was not like this. Haha, what's wrong? Are you afraid that I will do something to you? Ming Yuexin stared at Qin Shao and laughed teasingly. She looked like she was teasing Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook her head and said, You say it as if you can do anything to me. I completely believe you. It's just that I'm really against this kind of thing, so it's hard to convince myself. I don't like putting my life in the hands of others, unless it's my parents or the people I love the most. So, Ming Yuexin pouted and said, I understand. To put it bluntly, I'm not an important person, so it doesn't matter whether you trust me or not. You just have to resist. I understand. Forget it, forget it. I was just joking with you. I know your character. Well, I'll teach you the concealing secret technique. If you can successfully cultivate it, then our operation will not be a problem at all. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for me to protect you. There will still be big trouble, unless you're willing to enter my inner world. However, it's not very practical. If I go in here alone, it'll be meaningless. Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Shao could not help but be stunned. She was going to teach her the concealing secret technique? Although Qin Shao did not know what kind of secret technique it was, she was sure that it must be an extremely powerful secret technique. Secret techniques should be extremely precious in any force. They were the foundation that could not be spread to outsiders. Secret techniques were also divided into strong and weak, high and low. How can this be? Qin Shao immediately shook her head and said, Secret techniques are not to be spread to outsiders. How can you teach it to me? You can't do that. Besides, I don't dare to accept such a big favor. Ming Yuexin, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. Ming Yuexin waved her hand nonchalantly and said, What secret technique? It's just a secret technique. It's nothing. I can teach this secret technique to outsiders. It's nothing. I'm very clear about this. To me, it's just a small trick. Don't think too much about it. As for the favor, you already owe me anyway. It doesn't matter if you owe me a little more, right? It's nothing? It can be taught to outsiders? Qin Shao frowned and looked at Ming Yuexin. She did not look like she was lying. It was just an extremely dangerous secret technique. Could it really be taught to outsiders so casually? Even the 100 schools of thought in the 9 states of Huaxia did not have such generosity. The deeper the foundation of a force, the less likely it would be to do so. Could it be that in Ming Yuexin's faction, an extremely dangerous secret technique was considered nothing? Impossible, right? At least, Qin Shao could not imagine a situation where an extremely dangerous secret technique was nothing. Qin Shao indeed owed Ming Yuexin a favor. No matter how much he owed her, he would have to repay it. Qin Shao had never liked to owe anyone a favor, especially a woman. But how should he describe the situation in front of him? He either had to leave the abyss of beasts or owe Ming Yuexin a favor. No matter whether it was to enter her inner world, rely on her for help at a critical moment, or shamelessly practice the secret technique she taught him, the favor would run away. He could not run away. Should he leave the abyss of beasts now? To be honest, Qin Shao was indeed unwilling. Since he was already here, how could he leave in such a dejected manner? Wouldn't that be too sullen? Most importantly, since he was already here, he had to try his best to see if he could find Xiao Gu. Now that he had to leave without accomplishing anything, Qin Shao really found it hard to accept. The problem was not that he was alone. If he was alone, then he would just try his best and wait until he really could not do it. With Ming Yuexin with him, Qin Shao had to think more about Ming Yuexin. Qin Shao, I don't care anyway. I won't leave the abyss of beasts easily. If you want to leave, then you leave first. If you are unwilling to accept my secret technique, then we will face the danger together. In any case, you will still owe me a favor in the end. Ha ha ha, I will definitely earn this big favor from you this time. So, I think you should accept it obediently. In this way, you will have enough strength to venture into the abyss of beasts. Moreover, you can do what you want to do. Isn't this killing 2 birds with 1 stone? In life, how can one not owe others anything? While Qin Shao was struggling and hesitating in his heart, Ming Yuexin added another sentence, as if forcing Qin Shao to obediently submit. However, one had to admit that Ming Yuexin's words were indeed very reasonable. Qin Shao had helped many people, but he also owed many people a favor. For example, Xiao Dao, Xiao Yu, Fatty Kai, the immortal court in one's life. It was impossible to not owe anyone anything. At least, it was impossible for the time being. Unless one day one could stand at the peak of the great wide world. Just like in the primordial universe, Qin Shao had become the master of the universe's origin and stood at the peak of the primordial universe. Therefore, Qin Shao could no longer owe others. After thinking about it for a while, Qin Shao finally made up his mind. He pursed his lips and nodded. Well, Ming Yuexin, then I thank you. I owe you a big favor first. Ming Yuexin waved her hand and said, Don't worry, it's just a small matter. Don't take it to heart. Well, let's stay here for the time being. I can teach you the secret technique, but whether you can cultivate it or not depends on yourself. Fortunately, this secret technique doesn't require any natural treasures to assist in cultivation, but it will be very, very difficult. It may be much more difficult than any cultivation method you have cultivated before. So, I've given you a favor, but whether you can take it or not depends on your own fortune. Qin Shao nodded. He naturally knew this, and he had long thought that this secret technique would be very powerful. The more powerful the secret technique, the more difficult it was to cultivate. This was proportional. A secret technique that didn't require any natural treasures to assist was rare. At least, Qin Shao hadn't seen one until now. According to Qin Zhao's knowledge, a secret technique that didn't require any natural treasures to assist in cultivation was an extremely brilliant secret technique. It was even known as a saint technique that could connect infinitely. A saint technique was a supreme cultivation method that only ancient sages were qualified to cultivate. It was a new level, a new realm. If this secret technique was infinitely close to this level, it would indeed be much more powerful than any immortal secret technique that Qin Shao had cultivated before or even seen before. However, Qin Shao didn't doubt Ming Yuexin's words. After all, he had seen this method of Ming Yuexin's before. It was indeed brilliant. Ming Yuexin waved her hand, and the surrounding scenery suddenly blurred. Soon, they entered a world of nothingness. This was the ethereal realm. Ming Yuexin directly brought him into the ethereal realm and set up layers of restrictions to hide this place. This method was very brilliant. What a powerful restriction power! Qin Shao felt the restriction power in the ethereal realm and couldn't help but be surprised. Ming Yuexin said, I can only maintain this restriction for a maximum of 3 million years. Whether you can cultivate this secret technique within these 3 million years will depend on your own fortune and efforts. Chapter 2097. A huge amount of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. This was the secret technique's mantra that Ming Yuexin had taught him. After digesting this secret technique, Qin Shao deeply felt how powerful this secret technique was. Indeed, it was far from comparable to berserk art, dual body technique, and dragon transformation skill. It felt like it was on a higher level, not on the same star level. It was no wonder that Ming Yuexin's concealment technique could reach such a terrifying level. Perhaps only semi-sage level experts would be able to detect this secret technique if they were to successfully cultivate it. Mirage meditation technique, combined with the mirage, communicates with the netherworld, and hides one's aura in the 9th hell mansion. Coupled with the double concealment of the mirage, it is impossible for people to detect it. Brilliant, it's really brilliant. After familiarizing himself with Ming Yuexin's secret technique, Qin Shao could not help but exclaim. He admired the subtlety of this secret technique and sincerely admired the wisdom of the ancestors. The ancestors who could create this secret technique must be supreme existences with great intelligence. If one only walked in the mirage and used the mirage as a cover, such a method could still be detected. At least Qin Shao could detect it, but the mirage was just a cover. The real place to hide one's aura was the ninth Hell Mansion. Therefore, in the mirage, there was only a door left and no aura was left. If there was no aura left in the mirage, then one would not be able to detect it at all. Ming Yuexin said with some pride, "Of course, the mirage meditation technique is the top secret technique for concealing one's aura. Its value is infinitely close to that of a saint technique. It can even be said that it is the top secret technique for concealing one's aura under the saint technique. Of course, it is brilliant. If you can cultivate this secret art to perfection, there won't be anyone beneath ancient sage who will be able to detect your presence." The top secret technique? The top secret technique for concealing one's aura under the saint technique? These words sounded a bit exaggerated, but Qin Shao did not doubt them at all. It should be true. Of course, it wouldn't be fake. However, it was clear that it was simply too difficult to learn that secret technique. But so what if it was difficult? When had Qin Shao ever backed down? No matter how big the challenge was, Qin Shao would try his best to overcome it. At least for now, no challenge had stumped Qin Shao. "Qin Shao, let's start cultivating. I'll show you the main points of the true meaning that I've comprehended. However, I don't really know how to teach people, so you should just bear with it and watch. It's better than you cultivating in seclusion." No matter what, I've cultivated the mirage meditation technique to perfection. It was rare for Ming Yuexin to be so serious. Although her personality was very playful and cheerful, when she did things, she still had some manners. Qin Shao didn't hesitate either. She immediately began to practice seriously. Ming Yuexin was definitely a peerless genius. Even in the entire immortal realms, she was probably an existence that was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. It didn't seem to match her personality at all. But that was the truth. Qin Shao had no doubt about it. So, the two of them were like a pair of master and disciple, one teaching and the other cultivating. There was absolute safety here. Ming Yuexin was very confident that she could maintain this place for 3 million years. Her confidence was enough to show that this place was absolutely safe, unless there was a demon beast of the ancient sage level. But this possibility was naturally impossible. Not to mention whether there were demon beasts of the ancient sage level in the abyss of beasts. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily take action. Although Ming Yuexin had never taught others before, she seemed to be very experienced in teaching this time. The most important thing was that she had a very deep understanding of the mirage meditation technique, so it was easy for her to teach. In addition, Qin Zhao's talent and comprehension were also very strong. Coupled with the mental cultivation method, it was easy to understand. But even so, Qin Shao also clearly felt that the difficulty of cultivating the mirage meditation technique was indeed much more difficult than any cultivation method he had practiced before. It was definitely not just a little bit. To cultivate this secret technique in 3 million years was enough to make Qin Shao feel a little desperate. It was basically an impossible thing. But fortunately, this secret technique was not like the dragon transformation art, where it was either success or failure. 10% at the very least would be able to reach about 70%. If it was the mirage meditation technique, then it would have several levels of advancement, just like the other immortal technique. From the initial to the small success to the great success and then to the perfection. It could be said that the vast majority of cultivation methods would follow this rule. The same was true for the mirage meditation technique. There were 5 levels of advancement. Like the dragon transformation art, there were only 2 levels of advancement. Such a situation was still very rare. Being able to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the perfection stage was definitely a feat. This is giving me pressure, but also giving me motivation. I, Qin Shao, have never been afraid of challenges. What others can do, I, Qin Shao, can definitely do. Qin Shao secretly encouraged himself in his heart. With a resolute force of faith, he comprehended and cultivated. Qin Shao could easily enter a selfless state of cultivation. He entered the real consciousness world, forgot everything, and immersed himself in cultivation. The effect of such cultivation was naturally wonderful. However, the challenge he faced this time was really too big. Time also passed quickly. Although the secret technique was difficult to cultivate, fortunately, Qin Shao had Ming Yuexin's careful guidance, which also saved him a lot of detours and a lot of trouble. Otherwise, if Qin Shao comprehended and cultivated by himself, it would be impossible for him to reach the entry level of this secret technique in 3 million years. With guidance and without guidance, the difference was like heaven and earth. Adding on Qin Zhao's innate talent and comprehension, as well as the fact that this was a great challenge, it was related to whether or not he could continue to search for Xiaogu. As such, Qin Shao had a very powerful willpower that forced him to overcome this challenge and cultivate this secret technique. The power of faith was incomparably powerful and the most dangerous. It could do anything. Under the stimulation of this force, Qin Zhao's cultivation went much smoother than he imagined. Although it was indeed very difficult, Qin Shao had also cultivated several upper-grade immortal arts and secret techniques over the years. He had cultivated the dragon-slaying sword art to the great accomplishment realm, and the dragon transformation art to the perfection realm. He had also accumulated a lot of experience. Therefore, if he continued to cultivate, the effect would naturally be much better. After 1 million years, Qin Shao had a breakthrough and entered the threshold of the mirage meditation technique. He had a good start with this extremely dangerous secret technique. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Stepping into the door of a secret technique was the most difficult hurdle to cultivate a secret technique. As long as he smoothly stepped through this hurdle, the road ahead would be much easier. After 2 million years, Qin Shao ushered in another breakthrough and reached the minor accomplishment realm. To be able to reach such a level in a short 2 million years was a matter worthy of celebration. It was indeed a monstrous and heaven-defying feat. Ming Yuexin could only maintain this space for 3 million years, so Qin Shao could cultivate in peace for a little more than 3 million years. Ming Yuexin couldn't help but praise Qin Shao again after 3 million years. The breakthrough this time naturally meant that he had reached the level of great accomplishment. He was just one step away from great accomplishment. At the level of great accomplishment, it was about 70% complete. Qin Shao, you're very capable. You're very experienced. You have only cultivated for 3 million years, but you can cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm. I am impressed. Ming Yuexin was not stingy with her praise and praised Qin Shao. To be able to reach the great accomplishment realm in 3 million years, Qin Shao was very satisfied. It even exceeded his expectations a little. After all, Qin Shao knew that this secret technique was too difficult to cultivate. It was impossible to reach a high level in 3 million years. It was very unrealistic. But the result of his hard work was very gratifying. It exceeded his expectations and could be considered a happy thing. If he wanted to reach the level of great success, it would be far too difficult. Not only did it depend on talent and potential, but it also required a certain amount of time. It was not something that could be done overnight. Qin Shao obviously didn't have the critical time now. This was not a place for closed-door cultivation. If he wanted to cultivate, he would have to wait until he left the Myriad Beast Abyss. Now that he was walking in the Myriad Beast Abyss, he still had an important mission. Therefore, Qin Shao also stopped cultivating and was not ready to continue. Reaching the great accomplishment realm should be about the same. Unless it was an extremely powerful fourth step celestial venerable, it should be very difficult to detect his traces. If there were no accidents, he would not expose himself so easily. Listening to Ming Yuexin's praise, Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled. He said somewhat modestly, "It's okay. It took me 3 million years, but I only reached the great accomplishment realm. It's a pity that I didn't cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. Previously, I only used 1 million years to cultivate the dragon form technique to the great accomplishment realm. In contrast, this time's performance is a bit unsatisfactory." Ming Yuexin gave Qin Shao a disdainful look. She snorted and said, "You can keep pretending. Don't think that I'm not happy in your heart. You want to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm in 3 million years? You are really trying to break the sky. Even with such good cultivation conditions, it took me, let me count. It took me 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. 3 million years? Dream on." Qin Shao looked at Ming Yuexin in a daze. 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm? This, to be honest, Qin Shao had to admit defeat at such a speed. If Qin Shao was given another 2 million years, Qin Shao felt that it was almost impossible for him to cultivate the mirage meditation technique to the great accomplishment realm. Even if Ming Yuexin's cultivation conditions were much better than his, external things were still external. The most important thing was still to rely on oneself. To cultivate a powerful secret technique to the great accomplishment realm, external forces would not play a decisive role no matter how powerful they were. Then how much time did it take you to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm? Qin Shao asked again. After thinking for a while, Ming Yuexin said, "It seems about 2 million years. I don't remember much. I only remember that it took me about 5 million years to cultivate it to the great accomplishment realm. I didn't pay special attention to other things. Qin Shao could not help but secretly click his tongue when he heard this. Sure enough, it was hard not to be impressed. Chapter 2098. What's wrong? Were you hurt by me? Ming Yuexin patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and joked when she saw Qin Shao in a daze. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. "I'm not shocked by you. I'm not that jealous. Besides, it's even more impossible for me to be envious of you. It's just that I was a little shocked just now. I have to admire you. It's not a shock to me. Instead, it stimulates me and promotes my determination to cultivate." "Haha, it seems that your heart is as firm as a rock. Not bad, not bad." Ming Yuexin smiled and said, "You've already cultivated the mirage meditation technique to the advanced level. The rest is up to you. Now we should continue to move. But Qin Shao, aren't you looking for your beast servant? You and your beast servant should have formed a master-servant contract. Your bloodline has already merged and your soul is connected. Logically speaking, shouldn't you be able to find your beast servant through soul sensing? The abyss of beasts isn't that big. You're already in the abyss of beasts, so you should be able to sense your beast servant. In that case, wouldn't it be very easy to find it?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I've naturally thought of this method. I've already sensed it the moment I came in, but I didn't sense anything." "You didn't sense anything? Then what's going on?" Ming Yuexin asked in confusion. Qin Shao said, "I don't know what's going on either. I think there are only 3 possible explanations for this situation. First, Xiaogu is no longer in the abyss of beasts, so I naturally can't sense it. Secondly, Xiaogu is trapped or confined somewhere, and that place is protected by a formation or restriction set up by an ancient sage, so it can also block my senses. Third, speaking of the third, Qin Zhao's mood became a little heavy. He hesitated for a while before continuing. Third, Xiaogu is already dead. Naturally, I can't sense it. But I think the third possibility is the least because I've been paying attention to the situation here. For the time being, I haven't received any news of Xiaogu's accident, nor have I received any news of Xiaogu leaving the abyss of beasts. Moreover, Xiao Gu is an ancient giant beast. Among the monster beasts, it should be considered a relatively noble bloodline. So, I think the second possibility is the highest. That's why I say that we'll probably have to search the entire abyss of beasts. Ming Yuexin nodded to show that she understood what was going on. She thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Qin Shao, don't worry. I also think that the second possibility is the most likely. After all, the creatures that live in the myriad beast abyss are all demonic beasts. The demonic beasts' bloodline levels are very strict. Those with a high bloodline will generally receive good treatment here. If that's the case, then we can only search carefully. Maybe we really have to search the entire abyss of beasts. But it seems like you don't have much time. If you want to search the entire abyss of beasts, I'm afraid it'll take you more than 10 million years." Qin Shao frowned. It took him 3 million years to cultivate the mirage meditation technique. He didn't have much time left, less than 1,000,000 years. Searching through the entire abyss of myriad beasts in such a short amount of time would be a difficult task, not to mention other things. But for the time being, Qin Shao didn't think so much. He shook his head and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Finding Xiao Gu is more important. Everything else is secondary." If the prodigy insisted on looking for trouble, Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. So what if he couldn't beat him? Others might be afraid of him, but Qin Shao wasn't afraid of anything. He just didn't have the ability to fight against the prodigy for the time being. So sometimes he could only endure. However, there was a limit to Qin Zhao's patience. It was impossible for him to endure it again and again. It was impossible for him to endure without a bottom line. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin began to search the abyss of beasts. Both of them used the mirage meditation technique to conceal themselves very well. They walked very freely. Even if they flew directly in front of the monsters wouldn't be able to detect their presence. Indeed, many monsters in the entire abyss of beasts were on the move, looking for their whereabouts. They would encounter monsters from time to time. Without the mirage meditation technique, it would be absolutely impossible to walk so freely in the abyss of beasts. In practice, Qin Shao also felt the power of this secret technique. It was indeed a little heaven-defying. No wonder it was the #1 secret technique to hide one's aura under the saint technique. This name was really not just for show. It was too powerful. Along the way, Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin also encountered many fourth-step, heavenly venerables, but they were all safe and sound. They weren't detected. Walking in the abyss of beasts made the two of them feel like they were walking in their own backyard. They could stroll leisurely and didn't have to worry about being besieged by monsters. If the two of them wanted to, they could kill a few monsters by surprise. Of course, this was completely unnecessary. After all, killing demonic beasts did not benefit them in the slightest. Moreover, if they killed too many monsters, they would probably provoke more monsters. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. Along the way, Qin Shao also tried to sense with his soul, but he didn't find anything. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. It was already 10 million years away from the agreed time with the prodigy. So be it. Qin Shao was already mentally prepared. He didn't care about this for now. Regardless of whether it was 1,000,000 years, Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin could be considered to have walked the entire abyss of beasts. Finally, the two of them stopped at a place and stared at the front. Qin Shao said, "My soul feels that other places are unimpeded. Only this place feels a little hindered. I feel that there should be another paradise here, and this area has been covered. If Xiao Gu is still in the abyss of beasts, then it should be here. This is the only place left." Ming Yuexin nodded and said, "Yes, I also feel it. This area is covered by a powerful method, and there are powerful formations and restrictions to hide everything. If I'm not wrong, this is very likely the core of the abyss of beasts." Qin Shao nodded and said, "According to the information I received, There is indeed a holy land in the abyss of beasts. I think this is the holy land of the abyss of beasts. Since we can't find it anywhere else, it can only be here. Even if it's a holy land, since we're already here, we have to give it a try. I'll first study the situation here and see how to enter. If we use brute force, it'll obviously not work. We'll startle those demonic beasts before we even enter. At that time, I'm afraid we won't even have a chance to enter. After saying that, Qin Shao walked over and began to study it. This restriction formation was indeed powerful. Qin Shao couldn't understand it at the moment. It would not be an easy task to break through the restrictions of this formation and enter it. Qin Zhao's mechanical armor technique was only at the level of initial success. If he could improve it further, it would be almost there. Therefore, Qin Shao could clearly feel a strong resistance. Don't dawdle. Hurry up and come with me. Qin Shao was still pondering on how to break the restriction formation and enter when Ming Yuexin suddenly patted Qin Shao and said, "Don't worry." Ming Yuexin was stunned when she heard that. She looked at Ming Yuexin in surprise. Ming Yuexin waved her lily-white hand and directly opened a hole in the void. Ming Yuexin pulled Qin Shao and pulled Qin Shao into the hole. Through the hole, they entered a new area. After the two of them entered the new area, the hole automatically closed up. At this time, what appeared in front of Qin Shao was a strange building. The reason why he said it was strange was because it was different from the buildings of the human clan that he had seen before. It was very different. A stretch of buildings, a stretch of strange scenery. Did he just walk in so easily? This. Wasn't this a little too strange? Qin Shao looked at Qin Shao in a daze. The latter's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. This matter, to her, seemed to be an extremely small matter. It was simply insignificant. Xiao Gu, after calming down, Qin Zhao's soul moved and immediately felt Xiao Gu's aura. Such a discovery made Qin Shao immediately happy. It seemed that he was right. It was indeed the second possibility. Xiao Gu was fine. He was just in a hidden place and his soul was isolated. Xiao Gu was fine. Xiao Gu was fine. The thing that Qin Shao had been worried about finally had a result. "Master, is that you?" In Qin Zhao's mind, an extremely excited voice suddenly sounded. It was a little shaky, but it was not as immature as before. It seemed to have matured a lot all of a sudden. This was Xiao Gu's voice. His voice was trembling, which showed how excited he was at this time. It's me. Qin Shao became a little emotional and responded repeatedly. Qin Shao immediately felt that Xiao Gu was flying towards him at a high speed. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Xiao Gu to appear before Qin Zhao's line of sight. However, he was still in a concealed state. Therefore, although Xiao Gu had arrived, he could not see Qin Shao. However, he could clearly sense Qin Zhao's presence, which made Xiao Gu look a little surprised. They had not seen each other for almost 20 million years. After such a long time, Xiao Gu had indeed changed a lot and grown a lot. However, his current size was not as big as before. He was only about the size of a small mountain. Although he was still relatively big, he was already very small compared to an ancient beast. What surprised Qin Shao was that Xiao Gu's body was actually emitting the aura of a third-step heavenly venerate. What a good fellow! He had actually reached the third-step heavenly venerate level. It seemed like Xiao Gu's potential was really great. This was indeed somewhat beyond Qin Zhao's expectations. After all, Xiao Gu had only been a universe grade previously. He had not expected that Xiao Gu's cultivation speed would not be any slower than his. He had actually reached the third-step heavenly venerate level. This kind of speed could not be said to be not astonishing. Furthermore, the cultivation speed of the beast race's cultivation was actually relatively slow. Therefore, Qin Shao was very surprised to see that Xiao Gu was also a third-step heavenly venerate. Firstly, he was from the human race. Secondly, He had a lot of immortal opportunities and his innate potential was heaven-defying. That was why he had reached his current cultivation level. It seemed like Xiao Gu had been treated very well in the abyss of beasts all these years. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to reach such heights. Chapter 2099. Master, Master, Xiao Gu missed you so much. At this time, Xiao Gu was as excited and happy as a child. If it wasn't for his huge body, he might have directly jumped into Qin Zhao's arms. Xiao Gu shrank himself and rubbed his head in front of Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao patted Xiao Gu's head affectionately and said happily, "Xiao Gu, I missed you too. I wanted to come and find you for a long time, but I didn't come until now. How have you been all these years?" "Not good, not good." Xiao Gu shook his head and said sadly, "Xiao Gu didn't have a good time without Master. I've always missed Master. I wanted to run out and find Master many times, but they trapped me here and didn't let me leave the abyss of beasts. Master, why did you only come to find Xiao Gu now?" Xiao Gu thought that Master didn't want Xiao Gu anymore. Qin Zhao smiled and said, "How could I not want Xiao Gu? It's just that the abyss of beasts is too dangerous, so I didn't dare to come in rashly." Ming Yuexin suddenly said, "I think you guys shouldn't be sentimental here. There are already powerful demonic beasts coming. It seems like you're in no hurry to leave." Hearing Ming Yuexin's words, Qin Zhao suddenly reacted. Yes, this was the sacred land of the abyss of beasts, where many powerful demonic beasts lived. He had appeared for a while now, so those powerful demonic beasts must have noticed him. Moreover, Xiao Gu was too excited just now, so he didn't control his behavior and caused quite a commotion. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. More than 10 powerful demonic beasts had arrived, and all of them emitted the aura of a fourth step heavenly venerate. Trouble. Such a situation made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. Audacious humans. How dare you break into the sacred land of the abyss of beasts? You deserve to die. You two human brats are quite capable. You actually managed to break into this place. It seems like your goal is not small. Speak, why are you here? Who cares what their goal is? Let's kill them first. No human has ever trespassed into our holy land. Those who do will die. Little Gu, hurry up and come over here. Humans are detestable. Don't get too close to them. Don't be fooled by them. These fourth-step Empyrean demonic beasts all bared their ferocious fangs, revealing their ferocious appearances. Xiao Gu stood in front of Qin Zhao and gazed at those fourth-step heavenly exalts. This is my master. I told all of you that I have a master. Little Gu has waited for so long. Master has finally come to find Little Gu. Don't hurt my master. Master? Your master? When the fourth step heavenly venerates heard Xiao Gu's words, they all widened their eyes in shock and looked at each other. It was clearly very difficult for them to accept this news. At least to them, they still felt that they were very noble and proud. How could they recognize a human as their master? Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Little Gu, as a descendant of the ancient giant beast clan with a high bloodline, how can you recognize a lowly human as your master? Little Gu, hurry up and come over here. Let us kill these two humans first. The fourth step heavenly venerates were all enraged. They became even more resentful of Qin Zhao. At this moment, how could Xiao Gu possibly leave? Xiao Gu shook his head resolutely and stood in front of them. No, I won't move aside. None of you are allowed to touch my master. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death. He is my master. He will always be my master. Without my master, there would be no Little Gu. If you want to kill my master, then kill Little Gu first. So what if you're a human? Not all humans are bad and despicable. At the very least, Many of the humans that Little Goo knows are very kind-hearted and loyal. They're all hot-blooded men and indomitable heroes. Your prejudice against humans is too great. It's only because you've never left the myriad beast abyss. You've never come into contact with humans, so you have no idea what the human race is like. You're just subconsciously rejecting the human race and discussing the human race in your bones. That's too blind. Shut up. Xiao Gu's words immediately provoked the wrath of the beast. Once a thought was deeply ingrained, it was very difficult to change it. Little Goo, you've been completely brainwashed. These two humans can't be left alive. They must die. Little Goo, if you're really stubborn, then we'll have to lock you up first. You're too immature and gullible. We can't watch you walk further and further down the wrong path. You'll understand our good intentions in the future. Little Goo, move aside. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer. It's useless. You're not strong enough now. You can't change anything. These beasts clearly had no intention of changing their mind. Not a single one. Little Goo was going crazy. What to do, what to do. If they really fought, its strength was indeed not strong enough. Qin Shao also frowned deeply. He had really entered a wolf's den this time. What should he do? From the looks of these beasts, there was no room for negotiation. Little Goo's words had no effect at all. Instead, they were even more determined to kill him. This time, Qin Shao would have to face a force that even he couldn't contend against. If these demonic beasts were to attack, he would definitely die today. Ming Yuexin also frowned slightly. Her eyes flickered with a strange light. No one knew what she was thinking at this time. However, she could feel that the situation in front of her was indeed not good. No matter how much she had experienced and how many tricks she had up her sleeves, she was only a fourth step heavenly venerate after all. She could not go against the heavens. Most of the power of the abyss of beasts was probably gathered here. The sharpest power was unimaginable. There were more than a dozen fourth-step heavenly venerate beasts in front of her. Clearly, there were more that had not shown themselves. Fight? That would be courting death. The only possibility was to escape. Find a chance to escape. But now, even if he used the mirage meditation technique, it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. Ming Yuexin, I'm sorry. I've caused you so much trouble. Sigh. Qin Shao said to Ming Yuexin guiltily. Ming Yuexin glanced at Qin Shao and replied, What's the use of saying all this now? I was the one who instigated you. It's not your fault. Forget it, forget it. Let's fight. If it really doesn't work, I'll die with you. Anyway, you won't lose out, right? If you can die with me, who knows? Maybe in the future there will be a good story to tell. Something like two people dying together for love. It will be very spectacular. Qin Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of situation was this? She was still in the mood to make such a joke? Qin Shao was not afraid of death. He had never been afraid of death. However, if he implicated Ming Yuexin this time, he would indeed feel very guilty. As if she could see Qin Zhao's thoughts, Ming Yuexin waved her hand again and said, Don't worry. It's really nothing. I don't care about life and death. If we're really so unlucky, there's no other way. Besides, as long as the ancient sages don't intervene, we may not really die here. Even if we really die here, I'm just a clone. If I die, so be it. It's just a clone. It's not that difficult to resurrect. If we all die, I'll just find someone to resurrect us. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Qin Shao could not help but look at Ming Yuexin a few more times in shock. How big a deal was this? This was a very big deal, okay? It was easier said than done to resurrect a fourth-step heavenly venerable. As everyone knew, the ancient sages did have the ability to resurrect life. However, it was indeed very easy to resurrect ordinary first-step and second-step heavenly venerables. The lower the level of life, the easier it was to resurrect. The higher the level of life, the harder it was to resurrect. In general, the stronger you were, the harder it was to resurrect you. Although Qin Shao was not a fourth step heavenly venerable, resurrecting him was definitely not easier than resurrecting a deceased heavenly venerable. It was even more difficult. Firstly, Qin Zhao's strength had already reached the level of a fourth step heavenly venerable. Secondly, Qin Shao cultivated several cultivation paths at the same time, which would also increase the difficulty of resurrection. Ming Yuexin was born noble, and her fate was naturally high. It was conceivable that her level of life was also very high. Therefore, it was not an easy task to revive Ming Yuexin. Ordinary ancient sages would probably not be willing to resurrect the two of them. Moreover, ordinary ancient sages might not be able to resurrect them. Although Qin Shao did not know some of the specific circumstances, it should be similar. If it was really so easy to be resurrected, then even fourth-step heavenly venerables would not be afraid of death. However, Ming Yuexin said confidently that as long as the ancient sages did not take action, they should be able to escape. How confident was this? Did Ming Yuexin have such a powerful method? However, Qin Shao did not doubt this at all. Don't talk so much nonsense with them. Since Xiao Gu is so stubborn, it's good to teach him a lesson. Just don't kill him. Yes, let's do it. These monsters did not hesitate much and immediately prepared to take action. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin did not hesitate and were ready to go all out. This time they had to go all out again, and they had to put in more effort than the last time. The danger this time was far from being comparable to the last time. Xiao Gu was also angry. He also joined Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin's camp. As Qin Zhao's servant beast, he was naturally loyal to Qin Shao. How could he not help Qin Shao when he was in trouble? Qin Shao waved his hand and 9 Li Sheng's flying knives flew out, exuding a powerful sharpness that could compete with heaven and earth. If they wanted to fight, then let's fight. What did Qin Shao have to fear? It had really come to this point. They could only stop by fighting. At worst, they would die. Master, Xiao Gu is willing to fight to the death here with you. As long as you are here, Xiao Gu will be here. If the ancient people die, Xiao Gu will also die. Today, let Xiao Gu accompany you in a great battle. Our master and servant relationship will not be in vain. If you go to the netherworld, Xiao Gu will still follow you. The young and tender Xiao Gu said some mature words, which made Qin Shao feel moved. He did not expect Xiao Gu to say such words. Qin Shao looked at Xiao Gu, nodded heavily, and said, "Well, then we, master and servant, will fight side by side until we die. Either we live together or we die together. Ha ha ha, why should we be afraid of death?" Chapter 2100. Li Sheng's Flying Dagger? Seeing Qin Shao unleash Li Sheng's flying dagger, a few of the fourth-step celestial venerables demonic beasts couldn't help but look a little surprised. For a moment, they actually stopped and didn't continue to attack. When the other demonic beasts saw this, they also stopped and looked at those demonic beasts with puzzled looks. They didn't understand what was going on. Qin Shao also didn't understand. Why did those demonic beasts seem to be in awe of Li Sheng's flying dagger? His Li Sheng's flying dagger wasn't that powerful. It shouldn't be able to make those fourth-step celestial venerables demonic beasts feel awe, right? This situation was a little inexplicable. What's going on? Ming Yuexin also asked in confusion. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't understand either. But I feel that it might not be a bad thing, right?" Ming Yuexin frowned and said, "But why do I have a bad premonition?" "Bad premonition?" Qin Shao frowned. His mind suddenly tightened, and he couldn't help but look into the distance. He only felt a ray of light. A moment ago, he clearly felt that it was still very far away, but the next moment it had already arrived in front of him. This feeling really gave Qin Shao a big fright. When he fixed his eyes on it, a demonic beast appeared in front of him. It wasn't tall or powerful. It was actually an amethyst lion turtle. But from the powerful aura emitted from its body, it could be felt that this amethyst lion turtle was a sacred beast, an ancient sage-level demonic beast. The aura of a sacred beast was enough to suppress this world. The supreme sacred light could reflect the sun and moon. Everything under the sky had to submit to its feet and be ruled and controlled by it willingly. In the face of a sacred beast, Qin Shao couldn't help but have the urge to kneel down and worship it, but he tried hard to control it. When those fourth-step celestial venerables saw the newcomer, they all retreated respectfully. The holy beast's gaze didn't have much aggressiveness. Instead, it gave off an amiable feeling. There wasn't much sharpness in its gaze. Instead, there was some softness in its gaze. Its gaze fell on Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin. It paused on both of them for a moment, and a few traces of light flashed in the depths of its eyes. "Are you a disciple of Sage Li?" The sacred beast looked at Qin Shao and asked. His voice was very gentle, and it didn't make people feel any pressure. Although Qin Shao didn't know what was going on, she could tell that it must have something to do with Li Xing. Furthermore, for the saint beast to treat it with such importance, it seemed like the situation inside was not small at all. This made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. He could not help but think that this might be an opportunity for him. "Senior, I'm not a disciple of Sage Li, but I have a deep relationship with Sage Li's disciples. I've also practiced the way of the flying dagger," Qin Shao answered truthfully. Firstly, Qin Shao didn't like to lie. Secondly, in front of a saint-level existence, lying would only be counterproductive. The holy beast looked at Qin Shao, and its expression dimmed a little. After a moment of silence it said, "Since you have some relationship with Sage Li, and you've also practiced the way of the flying dagger, you can be considered half a disciple of Sage Li. Although the two of you killed a monster of my clan in the Abyss of Beasts, I'll take it as an unintentional act, and I won't pursue the matter. Alright, the two of you should leave the Abyss of Beasts quickly." "Won't pursue the matter?" The holy beast's words made Qin Shao and Ming Yuexin happy. Just now, their hearts were beating like a drum, and they were in a state of turmoil. If the holy beast wanted to attack them, then they would be dead today. There was no need to think about it, and Ming Yuexin would have no chance of survival. However, to their surprise, the holy beast let them go just like that. "Holy beast, Xiao Gu also wants to go with Master. I hope the holy beast can grant my wish," Xiao Gu suddenly said, looking very determined. Qin Shao was also thinking about Xiao Gu's matter. Since he came this time, he naturally wanted to take Xiao Gu with him. Therefore, Qin Shao also respectfully bowed to the holy beast, and said sincerely, "Senior holy beast, Xiao Gu and I are like brothers, and we both came from the same hometown. Back then, when we were still mortals, we roamed the world together and relied on each other for survival. We have also experienced many trials and tribulations, including life and death. We are friends. When we came to the immortal region, we were separated by an accident. It has been nearly 20 million years since we last met. Therefore, I hope the holy beast can grant our wish and allow Xiao Gu to leave with us." In the face of Xiao Gu and Qin Zhao's request, the holy beast shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to grant your wish, but it's better for Xiao Gu to stay here. This place is the most suitable place for Xiao Gu to grow. Xiao Gu's growth will definitely be restricted outside, and his growth will be slower. However, if Xiao Gu stays here, he will be able to reach the fourth step heavenly venerable realm in another 10 million years. Then, he will have the opportunity to break through to the saint realm. You should understand this situation, so I'm more willing to let Xiao Gu stay here." Xiao Gu did not care so much at this time. He had already thrown everything aside when he saw Xiao Gu. Therefore, Xiao Gu did not listen to the holy beast's words. Instead, He shook his head and said, "Holy beast, Xiao Gu is still willing to follow master. Even if my growth is slower, Xiao Gu does not care." Hearing the holy beast's words, Qin Shao was a little hesitant. If he really wanted to take Xiao Gu away by force, it would not be very beneficial to Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu had stayed here for less than 20 million years, but he had already grown to the third step, Heavenly Venerable Realm. If he continued to grow like this, his momentum would be very good. Such an effect was far from being able to achieve by following him. Therefore, Qin Shao had no choice but to consider carefully. If a third step, Heavenly Venerable Xiao Gu wanted to travel outside with him, it would be very dangerous. He would probably not be able to participate in battles. If Xiao Gu grew to the fourth step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, his strength should be very strong. Moreover, once Xiao Gu stepped into the fourth step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, he would have the opportunity to step on the ancient road. Qin Shao had no choice but to consider this situation carefully. He also hoped that Xiao Gu would be better. "Little friend from the human race, I see that you are a reasonable person. You should be aware of this situation. Xiao Gu is a descendant of an ancient giant beast. He has the bloodline of an ancient giant. Moreover, his awakening is very good. Only here can his innate potential be stimulated to the maximum and help him grow quickly. Moreover, there are many ancestors who are carefully guiding him, so he will grow very quickly. There is also a high chance that he will step on the ancient road. If you take Xiao Gu away now, you may destroy his cultivation path. If you really see him as a brother, I think you should think more about Xiao Gu. He is a very good seedling with great potential. Of course, if you insist on leaving, I won't force you. However, you have to think about the consequences," the sacred beast said to Qin Shao again. His tone was very serious. However, he had to admit that every sentence was reasonable. Qin Shao indeed had to think about this situation carefully. In fact, Qin Shao already had an answer in his heart. He saw Xiao Gu as a brother and naturally did not want him to destroy Xiao Gu and affect his cultivation. He wanted to take Xiao Gu away, not because he needed Xiao Gu to be his helper, but because he wanted to give Xiao Gu a better cultivation environment. If this place was very good, why did he have to leave? Qin Shao also nodded and said, "All right, Senior Sacred Beast. I agree that Xiao Gu should continue to stay here." However, before Qin Shao could finish, Xiao Gu disagreed. He looked like he was about to cry. His eyes were already filled with tears as he looked at Qin Shao. He looked like he was about to cry. "Master, don't you want Xiao Gu anymore? Don't you like Xiao Gu anymore? Is it because Xiao Gu is too stupid and too weak to help Master? Master, please don't leave Xiao Gu behind. Xiao Gu wants to follow you. I want to follow you forever and never be separated." Seeing Xiao Gu's pitiful face, Ming Yuexin's heart was greatly aroused. She could not help but tug at Qin Shao, indicating that Qin Shao should take Xiao Gu away. He looked very pitiful. Seeing Xiao Gu's sad appearance, Qin Shao actually felt very uncomfortable in her heart. How could he want Xiao Gu to stay? However, he had to admit that the sacred beast's words had indeed convinced him. He also weighed in his heart and felt that it was better for Xiao Gu to stay here. "Xiao Gu, listen to me." Qin Shao patted Xiao Gu's head and said seriously, "I know you want to leave with me, but think about it. You're not strong enough now. Even if you leave with me, I'm afraid you'll spend most of your time in my inner world. Moreover, you can't come out to fight when I'm fighting. You know you want to help me. When I'm in trouble, you'll come out to fight with me. However, the prerequisite is that you have to be very strong, right? If you can grow to the fourth step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, then you can help me. Staying here is the best environment for you to grow, so I can't take you away. That will harm you. Don't just think about me. You have to think about yourself too, okay? Xiao Gu, listen to me. Master will still come to see you in the future. However, Xiao Gu still felt wronged and reluctant to leave, so he did not speak. Senior Sacred Beast, how about this? I have a presumptuous request. If I have time in the future, I'd like to come to the Abyss of Beasts to visit Xiao Gu. Please allow me to come in the future, Qin Xiao said again. The Sacred Beast nodded and agreed. Yes, that's not a problem. However, only you can come in the future. You can't bring anyone else. Otherwise, you won't be welcome here. This request was naturally not a problem. Qin Xiao nodded solemnly. Of course, of course. The Sacred Beast said, How about this, Xiao Gu? As long as you grow to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, I'll let you leave the Abyss of Beasts at any time. Hearing this, Xiao Gu's watery eyes lit up slightly. He looked at the Sacred Beast and then at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded at him, indicating that he agreed. Xiao Gu then said reluctantly, All right, Sacred Beast. I'll listen to you. Sacred Beast, you have to keep your word. You can't go back on your words. When Xiao Gu grows to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, you have to let Xiao Gu go. The Sacred Beast shook his head helplessly and said, Silly child, when have I ever not kept my word? Don't worry, I won't go back on my words. Only then did Xiao Gu feel at ease. However, Xiao Gu still stuck to Qin Zhao's side and said, Master, then can you leave later? Stay and accompany Xiao Gu. As he spoke, Xiao Gu looked at the Sacred Beast with a begging expression. Sacred Beast, please let my master stay and accompany me. The Sacred Beast nodded and said to Qin Xiao, Then you can stay for 1,000,000 years. Chapter 2101 Linfu City. It's already been almost 11 million years, right? Qin Xiao hasn't returned yet. It's said that Qin Xiao has already died in the Boundless Territory. What do you mean it's possible? The news I heard is that he has already died in the Boundless Territory. Sigh, what a pity. It can't be? He's really dead? Is it possible that he's just trapped in the Boundless Territory? I do know a little. The Boundless Territory seems to have countless spaces, and it's very easy to trap people. If he's really trapped for more than 10 million years, I'm afraid he'd have died long ago. That's the Boundless Territory, one of the most dangerous places in the entire southern wilderness. It's not strange at all that he died in the Boundless Territory. It's a pity, but there's nothing we can do about it. Geniuses like Yao Zhe always make people feel pity, but we can only feel pity. I still don't quite want to believe that Qin Xiao really died in the Boundless Territory. He's a person who often creates miracles. So, I'm more willing to believe that he's just trapped for a while, but he'll still break out. Yes, I'm also willing to believe that Qin Xiao isn't dead. There were several rumors about Qin Zhao's death in the past, but didn't Qin Xiao return in a dazzling light each time? He broke those rumors. This time, I feel that it's the same as before, so let's not jump to conclusions. Sigh, we can only blame Qin Xiao for showing off too much and refusing to follow the prodigy. So it's normal that the prodigy can't tolerate him. Shoo, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing. Be careful that the walls have ears. It's been almost 11 million years since the prodigy gave Qin Xiao the mission. The agreed time limit of 10 million years had already passed, and Qin Xiao still didn't show up and return to Linfu City. So strictly speaking, the mission this time was already considered a failure. The mission failed, and Qin Zhao's people didn't return for a long time. Naturally, there were many rumors that spread like a flood. It was also worth pondering whether or not there was a deliberate person behind these small relationships. But every time something happened to Qin Xiao, it would inevitably become the hot topic of discussion in the streets and alleys of Linfu City before and after tea. It would become a topic of discussion for a while. Furthermore, every time there would definitely be very bad comments. What was strange was that every time this kind of discussion happened, it would be overwhelming and spread all over the city. The entire Linfu city would be in an uproar, as if they were afraid that no one would know about it. On a street, two figures were walking with serious expressions. Their expressions were somewhat angry and somewhat ugly. They were barely holding it in. Desolate land. These people are too vicious. Why do they like to curse Qin Shao so much? I believe that nothing bad will happen to Qin Shao. There must be someone playing tricks behind the scenes, maliciously spreading such rumors, causing everyone to think that Qin Shao had died in the boundless territory. How sinister! 9 Dragons said indignantly. Desolate Land nodded and said, "Yes, how could I not know about this? If I'm not wrong, it must be the prodigy or his people behind this. This isn't the first time. Every time something happens, it will cause an uproar." The two of them were angry, but more than that, they felt helpless. How could they stop other people's mouths from spreading? Gossip was a fearful thing. That was indeed the case. Ha ha ha, that trash Qin Shao is finally dead. Great, this is great. I've hated him for a long time. This kind of person should die early. That's right, that's right. He should take a piss and look at himself. Who does he think he is? How dare he be disrespectful to the prodigy? He deserved to end up like this. It's good that he's dead. He should have died a long time ago. We let him jump around for so many years. Two people beside Desolate Land and 9 Dragons began to talk without restraint, insulting Qin Shao verbally. How could Mang Huang and Jiu Long endure such blatant insults from the two of them? Desolate Land and 9 Dragons did not hesitate and immediately looked over, glaring angrily at the two people who spoke. The two people who spoke looked very ordinary and didn't seem to have any background. Their aura was only at the level of a first-stage heavenly venerable. "What are you talking about?" Desolate Land asked angrily. The two men also glared at Mang Huang and his companion, and immediately began to clamor in a very bad mood. "Who are you? I'm talking, why are you interrupting? Get lost, get lost, get lost immediately." "What? I'm going to scold Qin Shao. You don't like it? Are you Qin Zhao's admirer? If so, I can only say that you're blind to admire trash like him. It seems like you're even more trashy than trash. Get the hell away from me, lest you dirty us. Get lost, get lost." The two of them spoke one after another. Every word was as sharp as a knife. It could be said that they did not hold back and were extremely sharp. They obviously did not care about Desolate Land and 9 Dragons at all. They chased them away in disgust and even verbally insulted them. It was as if they had a deep grudge against each other. Faced with such unreasonable insults and insults, no matter how good-tempered a person was, they would be infuriated. Mang Huang and 9 Dragons had heard a lot of gossip along the way. Their moods were heavy and they were in a bad mood. However, how should they put it? Although they were not very nice, there were not many unpleasant words. These two people's words were too harsh and unpleasant, so Desolate Land and 9 Dragons could not bear to listen. Naturally, they wanted to argue with these two people. However, they did not expect these two to be so arrogant the moment they opened their mouths. "Nonsense! I'm too lazy to talk to unreasonable people like you. Qin Shao is our brother. You better apologize to Qin Shao now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." Desolate Land said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Desolate Land and 9 Dragons could not tolerate this kind of thing. Hearing Desolate Land's words, the two men laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Interesting, very interesting. I don't know why there are so many arrogant and ignorant people in this world. You're not going to be polite? That's great. I want to know how you're going to be rude. Come, come, come. Show me what you're capable of. You're the trash of trash. You're not going to be polite? Haha, this joke is quite refreshing. The words of these two men were clearly trying to infuriate Mang Huang and Li Chia. Desolate Land had always been very steady in their actions. They would not act rashly and would always observe the situation before acting. However, today's incident made Desolate Land so angry that they wanted to kill someone. These two people still dared to be so arrogant? Desolate Land was surprised and finally could not take it anymore. "All right, since you want to know what I'm capable of, I'll show you." After saying that, Mang Huang immediately attacked. The 9 dragons didn't hesitate either. Naturally, they attacked as well. When the 2 men from Desolate Land attacked, the other 2 men did not hesitate either. They responded quickly and attacked as well. One of the men's lips curled into a sly and sinister smile. Suddenly, a strange and sharp light flashed in his hand. This strange and sharp light was incomparably sharp. Its immortal aura was abnormally strong and far exceeded the power of a first step heavenly venerable. It was enough to threaten a second step heavenly venerable. This force suddenly shot out from the man's hand and directly attacked the 2 men from Desolate Land. Desolate Land and 9 dragons attacked in a hurry and naturally did not make full preparations. Therefore, they were caught off guard and did not have time to defend themselves. Danger! The 2 men subconsciously noticed it, but it was too late. There was no way for them to dodge, so they could only brace themselves and face it head-on. This sharp light was indeed powerful. It directly slashed the 2 men from Desolate Land. It almost sliced their bodies off, but it still left a deep wound on their bodies. A large piece of their immortal body was devoured. The 2 men from Desolate Land were seriously injured. They kept retreating and suffered a great loss. They only had at most 70% of their strength left. It was only the first exchange, and they were already in such a sorry state. The situation was obviously not good. They were about to lose. The 2 men took advantage of the situation and pursued. They did not intend to give the 2 men from Desolate Land any chance to escape. They wanted to kill them first and then quickly. 9 dragons, hurry up and run. Ask for help from Fatty Dagger Money and the others. I will stop them. Mang Huang urgently said to 9 dragons. At the moment of life and death, Desolate Land chose to sacrifice himself for a righteous cause. However, how could 9 dragons accept this with a clear conscience? No, Desolate Land, how can I escape? If we leave together. If we die together. Why don't you leave first and I will hold them back? If I am so afraid of death and leave you behind, how can I face Qin Shao? 9 dragons shook his head and refused to leave. Desolate Land became even more anxious. 9 dragons, now is not the time to talk about this. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, none of us will be able to leave today. We will all die here. 1 death is better than 2, right? I believe that Qin Shao will come back. When Qin Shao comes back, he will avenge me. You have to live. You have to identify the enemy. We can't all die here. No, absolutely not. So hurry up and leave. Leave. Mang Huang was practically roaring when he said the last 2 words. Desolate Land's desperation could be heard from his voice. 9 dragons hesitated. He really did not know if he should leave or not. Desolate Land was right. If they did not leave, both of them would die. 2 deaths was better than 1. He also wanted to be the one to die. However, Desolate Land would definitely not leave at this time. What should he do? Was he the only one who could escape? What should he do? Ha ha, you want to escape? No, none of you will be able to escape today. None of you will be able to escape. Just obediently accept your death. Soon. You will all die. You will all die. The 2 men quickly rushed forward and attacked Mang Huang and his companion from the front and back. Mang Huang and his companion didn't even have a chance to escape. Moreover, the 2 men were very skilled. They did not even have a chance to break out. Seeing such a situation, the 2 from Desolate Land could only feel helpless. It seemed that they could only fight with their lives today. Were they really going to die here? They did not want to. Humph, stop it now. How dare you touch my Fatty Kai's brother? Do you want to die? I think you guys are really tired of living. You even dare to touch my two elder brothers? Chapter 2102. When the two saw Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao, their expressions suddenly changed. They didn't dare to continue and ran away in a panic. The two of them ran very fast. By the time Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao arrived, they had already disappeared. Xiao Dao wanted to chase after them, but was stopped by Fatty Kai. Don't worry about those two. Let's see how Desolate Land and 9 Dragons are doing. As long as they are in Linfu City, they won't be able to run away. We'll definitely find them again. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao helped Desolate Land and 9 Dragons to the side with concern. Fatty Kai checked the two's condition and gritted his teeth. They were really ruthless. They wanted to beat you to death. What kind of grudge do they have with you? It was normal for cultivators to fight when they didn't agree with each other. It was just that, if there wasn't any deep hatred, they wouldn't risk their lives unless they were really angry. Moreover, they were in Linfu City. It was obviously not good to do something like this in Linfu City. Desolate Land smiled bitterly and shook his head. We don't even know those two. We didn't offend them at all. It's just that we heard them scolding Qin Xiao too harshly, so we came to reason with them. Who knew that these two would be so rude and ruthless to us? Those two are extremely talkative. They are truly abominable. Even now, 9 Dragons was still unable to calm down. He could only blame himself for not being strong enough. He was almost killed by them when he attacked. But even if he died, he couldn't take it lying down. Xiao Dao was also very angry after hearing this. He was very indignant. Recently, rumors have been spreading all over Linfu City. Someone must be wantonly spreading such rumors behind Qin Zhao's back to slander him. Some people just want to watch the show. They dare to say anything. They can't wait for Brother Qin Xiao to be in trouble. They're really despicable. Fatty Kai frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. After thinking for a while, he said, Brother Desolate Land, why do I feel like something is wrong? Wrong? The three from Desolate Land looked at Fatty Kai in confusion. What was wrong? Desolate Land continued, It's like this. Think about it. Even if the two of them insulted Qin Xiao, even if the two of you tried to reason with him, even if they were enraged, even if they started a fight with you, you still wouldn't be able to do anything. All of this can be explained reasonably. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense. You said that both of them are first-step Empyreans, right? Desolate Land nodded. The two of them were indeed first-step Heavenly Venerables. So, even you guys didn't expect to be beaten up so badly, right? After all, among first-step Heavenly Venerables, your strength isn't considered strong, but it's definitely not weak either. At the very least, he should be above average. So think about it. Do you really think that those two people are simple to deal with, to be able to torture you so badly? If he's not a genius, then he must be someone who hides very deeply, or someone who has some means of harming others. But from your description, those two people who only know how to talk big don't seem to be capable people. Would a truly capable person run his mouth so unscrupulously on the side of the road? And what they said was like what a hooligan would say, and it just so happened that the two of you heard it. Don't you think that they said it on purpose to provoke you? After hearing Fatty Kai's words, Desolate Land and 9 Dragons were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, it did seem to be the case. Otherwise, there were indeed some things that didn't make sense. This was Linfu City, not the outside world. Because Linfu City had its own rules, it could be said that order was maintained very well. The people in Linfu City wouldn't easily make a move, let alone kill someone. Rashly killing someone was against the city's rules and would be punished. Who would dare to act recklessly? But those two people dared to do so. Fatty Kai's train of thought was getting smoother and smoother. He continued, "So, I want to ask if there's any deep hatred between you and those two people. Why did you let them do this?" Desolate Land and 9 Dragons shook their heads. It was the first time they saw those two people, so they didn't think about it at all. "But with my understanding of you, you wouldn't easily offend others. And this matter itself is strange, so it's even more thought-provoking. So, I made a bold guess. Someone wanted to kill you. And those two people came with the purpose of killing you. So, they just happened to appear next to you and say those words to infuriate you, provoking you to attack first. Then, when they counterattacked, they conveniently killed you and created a situation that seemed to be very reasonable. If Xiao Dao and I didn't happen to be here, I'm afraid you would have died in their hands by the time we arrived. But you don't know them, and you have no grudges with them. So, there's only one possibility if they want to kill you." At this point, Fatty Kai's words became a little heavy. Desolate Land and the other two naturally understood what Fatty Kai meant. They knew what he wanted to say. There was indeed such a possibility, and it was very likely. Present, it seemed like it was very likely to be so. First, they spread the news that Qin Shao died in the Boundless Li territory. Now they want to kill you. This method is really ruthless. This is an indirect revenge on Qin Shao. Such vicious methods have been done a few times in the past. This time, it's just that it's more vicious. If they don't succeed this time, I'm afraid they will do it again in the future. So, the two of you have to be more careful in the future. And Xiao Dao, you have to inform your Xian Hua clan's people in Lin Fu City. Tell them to be more careful. It's also possible that the power behind this will target your Xian Hua clan. But with your Xian Hua clan and Princess Xiao Yu around, I believe those people won't dare to act recklessly. But it's better to be safe than sorry. We still have to be careful. Xiao Dao nodded seriously. Indeed, they had to be careful. It seemed like this time, something big was really going to happen. Now, they could only hope that Qin Shao was fine and that Qin Shao would return soon. As long as Qin Shao returned, all the dark clouds would disperse. Just as Fatty Kai finished speaking, the four people's minds suddenly moved, and their faces suddenly surged with a strong sense of joy. Because they just received a transmission. It was sent to them by Qin Shao. Qin Shao had returned and was about to enter Lin Fu City. Before he arrived, they were already notified. Ha, it really feels like our wishes have come true. We were just talking about Qin Shao. I didn't expect him to be back already. Good. That's great. This is great. Now that Qin Shao is back, all the schemes and machinations will fall apart on their own. Let's go and welcome Qin Shao. But, speaking of this, Fatty Kai said to the three people with a serious face, I think it's better not to let Qin Shao know about this. We know Qin Zhao's character. If he knows about this, he will definitely investigate to the end. He will find the two people, and then find the person behind this. This matter is very likely to involve that person. If that person really exists with Qin Zhao's character, I'm afraid he won't let it go so easily. So, Desolate Land nodded heavily and said, Don't worry, Fatty Kai. Even if you don't say it, 9 Dragons and I know what to do. Of course, we can't let Qin Shao know about this. We can't let Qin Shao have any trouble with that person because of us. In fact, it's nothing. It's just a small injury. You have to help us cover it up later. Let's just pretend that this matter didn't happen. Fatty Kai was not worried about Desolate Land and 9 Dragons. The only thing he was worried about was Xiao Dao. So he focused on Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao did want to tell Qin Shao about this matter. He didn't want to hide it from Qin Shao. But after hearing Fatty Kai's words, he also realized the seriousness of the problem, so he didn't dare to say anything more. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Xiao Dao nodded to show that he understood. He would keep his mouth shut. In the sky above Lin Fu City, a figure flew in the air and flew into the city. The guards of the city naturally recognized the person. They respectfully welcomed him into Lin Fu City without stopping him. Being able to fly in the sky above Lin Fu City was a symbol of status. It was a privilege that only a few people could enjoy. As soon as Qin Shao appeared in Lin Fu City, he immediately attracted countless gazes and countless heated discussions. Qin Shao was used to such a welcome. Every time he came back, it was almost the same situation, so he didn't find it strange. But this time, the momentum seemed to be even greater, and the heated discussions were also more intense. Soon, Qin Shao saw Fatty Kai and the other three. It had already been 11 million years since he left. The time he spent this time was really long. But what made Qin Shao happy was that Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao had both broken through. They were exuding the aura of a second step celestial venerable. It was something worth celebrating. Desolate Land and 9 dragons were still in the first step celestial venerable realm, but the aura on their bodies was obviously much stronger. It seemed that their strength had improved a lot over the years. But speaking of which, it was indeed not easy to break through to the second step celestial venerable realm. Haha, brother Qin Shao, I knew you would be fine. You really didn't disappoint us. Fatty Kai greeted him with a smile. Xiao Dao also looked excited as he shouted, Big brother Qin. Desolate Land and 9 dragons came forward one after another. Seeing Qin Shao return safely, they finally felt relieved. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. Ever since the rumor of Qin Zhao's death in the boundless territory spread in Lin Fu City, they had been very uneasy. Now they could finally let it go. Qin Shao, you've broken through to the third step celestial venerable realm? Desolate Land's eyes were sharp. He quickly discovered that Qin Shao was already in the third step celestial venerable realm. Qin Zhao's aura was actually more restrained, and he didn't deliberately release his aura. So, if one's realm wasn't high, one would need to observe carefully to be able to discover it. Ah, you're really in the third step celestial venerable realm. Ha ha, this is great news. TSK, TSK, TSK. Qin Shao, you really bring us a big surprise every time you come back. Sigh, Xiao Dao and I have worked hard these years. It wasn't easy for us to break through to the second step celestial venerable realm. We thought we had caught up to you. Chapter 2103. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Desolate Land and 9 dragons. Obviously, he had noticed something. Brother Desolate Land, 9 dragons, what happened to you? How did you get hurt? And it's not light. Qin Shao asked. Desolate Land shook his head and said, It's a shame. 9 dragons and I went out to train last time, and we were unlucky enough to encounter an extremely vicious person. After fighting for a while, we were all badly injured. We just came back not long ago and we're still recovering. Today we went around the city with Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao, drinking and chatting. You didn't come back for a long time, and we were all worried about you. That's why we wanted to come out and relax. Fatty Kai nodded and said, Haha, that's right. They're all worried about you. They've been feeling depressed, so I pulled them out to drink and talk to them. I kept telling them that we have to believe in brother Qin Shao. He'll be fine. See, you came back immediately. Hearing Fatty Kai's words, Xiao Dao rolled his eyes at him. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He naturally didn't believe Fatty Kai's words completely, but he didn't doubt Desolate Land's words at all. He also felt warm in his heart. Everyone was so worried about him because of their brotherhood. This was what Qin Shao cherished the most. Humph, Qin Shao, you're back. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. As soon as the voice fell, the person had already arrived in front of him. The powerful aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on them. It made the sun and the moon dim in comparison. Qin Shao knew who it was from the voice. It was Hao Guilong from the Haochu clan. He had fought with Qin Shao a few times before. Seeing Hao Guilong again, Qin Shao felt that he was even more arrogant than before. There was a strange coldness in his eyes as he looked at Qin Shao. There was a hint of gloating in his eyes. You seem to be in a good mood? Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and replied coldly. Qin Shao hated Hao Guilong. It was the kind of thing that would make people feel displeased and disgusted the moment they saw it. It was rare for Qin Shao to hate someone, but Hao Guilong was one of those people. Hao Guilong chuckled. Yes, you're right. I'm in a good mood right now. 11 million years. You used 11 million years to come back. And from what I see, you shouldn't have obtained the boundless water either. You came back late and didn't get the boundless water. How are you going to explain this to the heavens chosen? However, you did gain something. Who would have thought that, after going to the boundless hellish region, you would still be able to return alive? Not only did he come back alive, but his cultivation also increased by a level, stepping into the third step of the heavenly venerate realm. Looks like your luck is indeed pretty good. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter how good it is. This time, you didn't complete your mission, so you'll definitely be punished. So, how can I not be happy? Ha, of course I'm happy. Hao Guilong laughed wantonly, not concealing his good mood at all. His good mood naturally stimulated Qin Shao. You don't have to worry about that, Qin Shao replied coldly. He had obtained the boundless water, and he had obtained it within the stipulated time. However, he had delayed it for 6 million years because of Jiang Zhu and Shao Gu. Explanation? Qin Shao wasn't worried about that. He just wanted to see how the heavens chosen would fare. Humph, you're about to die, yet you still dare to be so stubborn. Then, come with me to see the heavens chosen. Hao Guilong sneered and made an inviting gesture. Qin Shao, Fatty Desolate Land and the others immediately became worried. Qin Shao said to the four of them, Don't worry. I'll go see the heavens chosen first. What should come will come. You guys go back first. When I'm done with my business, we'll have a drink together. After saying that, Qin Shao left with Hao Guilong, flying toward the Fuda Immortal Palace. Qin Shao is back? He's really back. I told you he wouldn't die so easily. There are always some brainless rumors. It's so embarrassing to hear them. Anyway, it's good that he's back. Oh? Not only is he back, but he's also gained a lot. Didn't you guys notice that Qin Shao is already a third-step Celestial Venerable? It's really the aura of a third-step Celestial Venerable. He's really a peerless monster. He's heaven-defying again. He's been in the boundless territory for 11 million years, and he's already a third-step Celestial Venerable. I can't help but admire him. He stayed in the boundless territory for 11 million years, and he's already a third-step Celestial Venerable? Why does it sound so unbelievable? However, he didn't complete the heavens chosen mission. Looks like he's going to be punished. As soon as Qin Shao appeared in the Fuda Immortal Palace, many people started to talk about him. Qin Shao followed Hao Guilong and soon arrived at the heavens chosen cultivation place. It was the same place where he met the heavens chosen last time. The heavens chosen still had supreme immortal power. He stood there as if he was the sky. Everything here revolved around him. He was the supreme ruler of this place. Everything had to submit to him. He could control the life and death of all living things with a single thought. Standing in front of the heavens chosen, Qin Shao felt no less relaxed than standing in front of an ancient saint. In terms of aura, the heavens chosen was indeed infinitely close to the level of an ancient saint. The heavens chosen's realm had always been a mystery. Now, it seemed that even if he wasn't an ancient saint, he wasn't far from it. At least, he was a half-step saint. Moreover, he was probably an extremely dangerous half-step saint. Just like the only personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, Xing'an, he was a half-step saint. The aura he gave off wasn't any weaker than an ancient saint. Facing the heavens chosen, Qin Shao knew very well that he was no match for him. He was far from being a match for him. This was a feeling that he had never felt before other fourth-step celestial venerables. Facing a celestial venerable, Qin Shao only felt such invincible power from young Master Xing and the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen was playing chess leisurely. He looked very focused. Qin Shao stood there for a long time. The Heavens Chosen didn't even raise his head to look at him. He left Qin Shao there as if he wanted to intimidate Qin Shao. The Heavens Chosen's arrogant attitude made Qin Shao very uncomfortable. Qin Shao stood there and didn't say anything. He just looked at the Heavens Chosen calmly. He wanted to see when the Heavens Chosen would speak. However, what Qin Shao didn't expect was that he would wait for 100 years. During these 100 years, the Heavens Chosen had been playing chess very seriously. He didn't find it boring at all. It was as if he was playing a very fun game. For 100 years, he didn't raise his head or look at Qin Shao. It was as if Qin Shao didn't exist at all. The feeling of being completely ignored made him feel humiliated. Or rather, it was humiliation. The silent humiliation was like a cold knife that suddenly stabbed into one's heart. This method seemed gentle, but it killed without spilling blood. Arrogant people couldn't stand being ignored like this. Since the Heavens Chosen is so busy, I'll take my leave first. After waiting for 100 years, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to continue waiting. Therefore, he directly said this and was about to leave. How dare you! Before the Heavens Chosen could speak, Hao Guilong, who had been standing by the side, immediately shouted. He pointed at Qin Shao and scolded, Qin Shao, how dare you be so impudent and rude in front of the Heavens Chosen? Humph! Qin Shao snorted coldly. He glanced at Hao Guilong and said rudely, I've seen several ancient sages and the city lord of Tianshan Mountain. I've never seen someone so arrogant. I've waited for 100 years. I've given the Heavens Chosen enough face. I've also shown my attitude. I'm weak. I admit it this time. But I have my bottom line and my patience is limited. I'm sorry if you exceed my bottom line. It's impossible for me to wait any longer. After saying this, Qin Shao looked at the Heavens Chosen fearlessly, showing where his bottom line was. Qin Shao had already admitted his defeat by coming to see the Heavens Chosen. He didn't want to make things too ugly between them. If the Heavens Chosen insisted on this, he would just shed all pretenses of cordiality. It was no big deal. Why should Qin Shao be afraid? Qin Shao had expected the worst result long ago. He had already prepared for it. If the storm was coming, so be it. How could a man who couldn't cut his way through brambles and thorns, and brave through the wind and waves, become an indomitable hero? Clack! The Heavens Chosen put down a chess piece. The sound of the piece landing was particularly clear and crisp. After putting down the chess piece, the Heavens Chosen finally raised his head. His eyes fell on Qin Shao. His eyes were like a peerless sword that hadn't been unsheathed. Although it hadn't been unsheathed, it couldn't hide its peerless sharpness. When he looked at people, they would feel very uncomfortable and wouldn't dare to look into his eyes. You're not convinced? The Heavens Chosen uttered a few words indifferently. This kind of understatement was a kind of contempt. Qin Shao said bluntly, Yes, I'm not convinced. I'm also very uncomfortable. Heavens Chosen, if you have something to say, just say it. The Heavens Chosen smiled faintly and said, It's been 11 million years. You've been overdue for 1,000,000 years. Do you have anything to explain to me? Qin Shao said directly, There's nothing to explain. I'm overdue. I admit it. The Heavens Chosen said again, Good. You're quite straightforward. Since you admit it, what about the infinite water? Humph, the infinite water? It's good enough that you're still alive. Do you really think you can find it? If you could, you wouldn't have been overdue for 1,000,000 years. Before Qin Shao could say anything, Hao Guilong, who was beside him, began to mock Qin Shao. Are you so sure that I can't find the infinite water? Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong with a cold smile. Hao Guilong sneered, Of course I'm sure. I don't believe you can find the infinite water. Do you think you can find such a rare treasure just because you say so? If you could find it, you wouldn't have waited until now to come back. You would have come back long ago. Why are you trying to bluff now? If you have it, take it out. Humph. Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and said, Judging from your expression, you're sure that I can't take it out, right? Yes, you're right. I'm sure you can't do that. No matter what, you've failed the mission. It's not a big deal to add another one. Hao Guilong nodded and said. Qin Shao curled his lips and opened his palm. A bottle of infinite water appeared in his hand. He looked at Hao Guilong and said, Then I'm sorry to disappoint you today. What? Hao Guilong opened his eyes wide. The way he looked at Qin Shao became more and more sinister. Chapter 2104. Boundless Water. This was the boundless water. How could it be so easy to find? Boundless water was rarely seen in the boundless territory. Even if he had the strength, he might not be able to find the boundless water. What's more, Qin Zhao's strength was not that strong. Wanting to find the boundless water in the boundless territory was easier said than done. Moreover, it only took him 11 million years. That was a very short time. The Heavens Chosen had never thought that Qin Shao could complete the task he gave Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had done it. What they did not know was that Qin Shao had used less than 5 million years to obtain the boundless water. Moreover, he had obtained more than one bottle, but a total of 10 bottles. Boundless water. The Heavens Chosen's eyes fell on the bottle in Qin Zhao's hand. He had confirmed that it was indeed the boundless water. He gave Qin Shao this task to punish Qin Shao and teach him a lesson. He wanted to let him know his own limitations. Therefore, this mission itself was impossible to complete, unless one was really lucky. Under normal circumstances, Qin Shao would not be able to complete it. Therefore, the Heavens Chosen was surprised that Qin Shao had actually found the boundless water. Even though it was 1,000,000 years later than the time he had set, it was still a heaven-defying achievement. Not only did he find the boundless water, but he also made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was a double harvest. Such a huge ordeal was not a problem for Qin Shao. Instead, he returned with a great harvest. Did the Heavens Chosen help him indirectly? Seeing Qin Shao take out the boundless water, Hao Guilong was flustered and exasperated. It was such a good opportunity to humiliate Qin Shao, but he swallowed it back. Gritting his teeth, Hao Guilong said, So what if you found the boundless water? The task is still a failure. It's just that the failure looks a little better. It's just a bottle of boundless water. You spent 11 million years to find it. You're really incompetent. Incompetent? Why don't you go look for it? Qin Shao really wanted to curse Hao Guilong in his heart, but there was nothing to argue with someone who was deliberately blind. Now it was up to the Sky Prides. The Heavens Chosen suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible force rolled up in Qin Zhao's palm, directly taking away the bottle of infinite water in Qin Zhao's hand. Qin Shao reacted immediately. She tried her best to grab the infinity water, but she found that she couldn't catch it. In the blink of an eye, the bottle of boundless water was in the hands of the Heavens Chosen. The Heavens Chosen picked up the bottle of infinite water and casually played with it. Then, he placed it on the table without any intention of returning it to Qin Shao. Qin Shao frowned and stared coldly at the genius. Was he going to snatch it by force? Prodigy, what do you mean by this? What? Does a genius like you care about a bottle of limitless water? Qin Shao said coldly. Since he had already offended this guy, it didn't matter if he offended him a little more. Seeing this, Hao Guilong said again, Qin Shao, I think you don't understand the situation at all. This mission was given to you by the heavens chosen. Since you brought back the infinite water, it naturally belongs to the heavens chosen. Until now, you still don't understand this? Otherwise, why would I give you this mission? I asked you to find the infinite water and present it to the heavens chosen. Do you still want to take it back? What? You want to snatch it? Why do you have to make it sound so dignified? The anger in Qin Zhao's heart couldn't help but erupt like a volcano. Detestable, detestable, truly detestable. Shameless words. Truly shameless words. Crack. Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly as he glared at the heavens chosen. However, the heavens chosen was still as calm as ever, as if he didn't care about Qin Zhao's anger at all. To the heavens chosen, no matter how angry Qin Shao was, he was just an ant that couldn't withstand a single blow from him. It was Qin Zhao's first time being robbed in such a dignified and shameless manner. Although a bottle of limitless water couldn't fetch a high price, it could still fetch 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. It was considered a sky-high price for a fourth-step heavenly venerate. However, what angered Qin Shao the most wasn't the loss of 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones. Losing 1,000,000 Chaos Source Stones wasn't a big deal for Qin Shao. He didn't care too much about it. However, the heavens chosen was trampling on Qin Zhao's dignity. How could Qin Shao tolerate this? So what if he couldn't tolerate it? All he could do was endure it. If he really fought with the heavens chosen, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Both the heavens chosen and Hao Guilong would probably want him to make the first move. In that case, the heavens chosen would have enough reason to ruthlessly trample on him. If Qin Shao didn't make the first move, the heavens chosen wouldn't go too far. Otherwise, it would cause some gossip. The more powerful and the higher the status of a person, the more they would care about such things. What's wrong? Qin Shao, are you still not convinced? Hao Guilong tried his best to provoke Qin Shao. Naturally, he didn't hold back with his words. So what if you're not convinced? Are you trying to go against the heavens? If you're not happy, you can say it. Hao Guilong looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. He enjoyed the feeling of stepping on Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't dare to say anything. That kind of sullen and humiliated look was exactly what he liked. Being suppressed by the heavens chosen, Qin Shao had been enduring it. If he made the first move, he would only be in a more difficult situation. It would also give the heavens chosen a chance to deal with him. Now, enduring was the best way. Qin Shao had thought about it over and over again. He kept reminding himself that he had to endure it. Only by enduring it for a while could he calm down. After suffering such humiliation today, he, Qin Shao, would definitely get it back in the future. This could also be considered a wake-up call for him. It reminded him again that if he didn't have enough strength, he would only be bullied by others. The reason why the heavens chosen could trample on him like this was that he was much more powerful than him. Even if Qin Shao tried his best, he was still vulnerable in front of the heavens chosen. The gap between them was too big. That was why the heavens chosen could suppress Qin Shao so much that he couldn't breathe. Okay, I don't want the infinite water. Can I go now? Qin Shao looked at the heavens chosen and said. He felt very uncomfortable suppressing the anger in his heart. But there was no other way. He tried his best to control his emotions. He couldn't lose his temper. If he lost his temper and fell out with the heavens chosen because of this, the consequences would be worse. Moreover, Qin Shao not only had to think for himself, but also for the desolate land's big brother and the 9 dragons. In fact, no one was strong enough to go against the heavens chosen in Futai mountain range. Qin Shao was no exception. Even Princess Xiaoyu couldn't do it. If there was anyone in Futai mountain range who could make the heavens chosen afraid, it would be the master of Futai Immortal Palace. If he could solve this problem with a cup of infinite water, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and let it go. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao, are you out of your mind? You want to leave just like that? You're underestimating the situation. Hao Guilong sneered. Qin Shao frowned and looked at Hao Guilong coldly. What did he mean? He had handed over the infinite water and suffered humiliation. Wasn't that enough? Was he really going to have to risk his life for this? Qin Shao wasn't afraid of risking his life. It was just a matter of whether he could do it or not. You didn't even complete the mission. How could I let you go? What are you thinking? How could I let you off so easily? Since you didn't complete the mission, you must be punished. How could I let you off so easily? Hao Guilong sneered again. Punish him? Qin Shao frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, Hao Guilong's words basically represented the heavens' pride. After all, the heavens chosen didn't object to any of Hao Guilong's words. Hao Guilong must have accepted the heavens chosen's order. Qin Shao looked at the heavens chosen coldly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Was the heavens chosen really forcing him? Was the heavens chosen really forcing him to make a move? Was the heavens chosen really going to deal with him after he made a move? Was the heavens chosen's goal to cripple him? Many infuriating thoughts came to Qin Zhao's mind, making him extremely angry. Qin Shao, the heavens chosen, finally spoke. Although you've found the infinite water and fulfilled one of the conditions, you've been here for more than 10 million years. You've only fulfilled one of the two conditions. Therefore, the mission is still considered a failure. But since you've handed over the infinite water, I'll give you a lighter punishment. As soon as he finished speaking, the prodigy waved his hand and a powerful force swept towards Qin Shao like a hurricane. The hurricane was like a huge wave, directly sweeping Qin Shao into it. Qin Shao didn't even have the chance to resist or escape. He only felt the space being folded and rolled up, so he couldn't escape or resist at all. He was directly swept into it. Being swept into it, the violent energy bombarded Qin Shao wildly. Qin Zhao's immortal body was shattered and his qi and blood flowed backward. He was in great pain. Soon, Qin Shao spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the hurricane disappear. All the power disappeared, but Qin Shao was also seriously injured. 30% of his immortal body was shattered and his vitality was almost damaged. Humiliation, a great humiliation. Qin Shao had never been so humiliated in his life. At this moment, Qin Zhao's anger had reached its peak. He already had a very strong impulse to attack. He was on the verge of exploding. As the saying goes, a warrior prefers death to humiliation. How could the heavens chosen humiliate him like this? How could he swallow this? Too much, this was too much. Qin Shao had already been humiliated verbally. He had even handed over the boundless water. Now, he was still being so ruthless to him. He was humiliating him physically as well. All the humiliations added up and the impact on Qin Shao was incomparably huge. When he came here, he had warned himself that he had to endure. He had to endure a little longer. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer a great loss. He didn't have the ability to fight with the heavens chosen now. He could only endure and suffer. Qin Shao was indeed prepared for the worst. He also thought that he would be humiliated. But he didn't expect the heavens chosen to go so far. This was simply trampling on him and mercilessly ravaging him. He really couldn't bear it. But did he really have to fight? Qin Shao was very clear about the consequences if he did. Okay, I'll endure it this time. But I, Qin Shao, will remember this hatred. I will repay it double in the future. I, Qin Shao, swear to God. Otherwise, I won't believe in this Qin. Qin Shao gritted his teeth and secretly swore in his heart. Chapter 2105. His heavy heart was like a pool of stagnant water. It had lost its liveliness, color, and vitality. After suffering such humiliation and being ruthlessly stomped on the ground, Qin Zhao's current mood was indeed very bad. With a heavy heart, Qin Zhao did not stay in the Fumo Immortal Palace for long. Instead, he went to Linfu City. The Desolate Land's big brother and 9 dragons were still waiting for his news. However, Qin Zhao did not go directly to the Desolate Land for the time being. Instead, he strolled casually on the streets of Linfu City. Of course, Qin Zhao walked in the mirage and did not really show his face. If he really did show his face, he would definitely attract the attention of others. It might even cause a big commotion. At the moment, he just wanted to walk around aimlessly to calm down and feel better. Qin Zhao did not like this kind of heavy heart, so he was trying hard to adjust his mood. Walking around casually was a very pleasant way to do it. As he walked, his mood naturally became better. Qin Zhao liked to keep things in his heart instead of being constantly thought about. That would be too tiring and affect his mood, which would affect his cultivation. The gains would not make up for the losses. Perhaps to me this is also a blow, a setback, a tribulation. It is a test for me in all aspects. I admire myself for being able to endure it. I have to weigh all aspects in my heart in order to restrain this strong impulse. Perhaps this is not a bad thing. At least, it has strengthened my resolve to become a desire. Without strength, I will never be able to get revenge for this humiliation. People will not be defeated by setback. They will only be defeated by themselves. As long as you are strong enough, there is nothing in this world that can defeat you. I believe that I, Qin Zhao, am like this. The only person who can defeat me is myself. No one else can. Yes, I am weak now. I am not strong enough. I have been bullied. However, this has also encouraged me, spurred me on, and urged me to move forward. Some things were easy to understand once you thought about it and thought about it. After walking for a while, his mood naturally became better. As they walked, Qin Zhao's attention was suddenly drawn to the sound of 2 people discussing in low voices. Qin Zhao noticed the 2 people's conversation because he heard his name. Originally, it was not strange that people in Linfu City would talk about him. However, in addition to his name, he also heard the name of the Desolate Land's big brother. That was why it attracted Qin Zhao's attention. Okay. Hey brother, let me tell you something secretly. That day, I personally saw 2 of young Master Qin Zhao's brothers being bullied by others. If it wasn't for young Master Kai and young Master Xiao Dao arriving in time, they would have probably been killed by others. It can't? Who in Linfu City had the guts to attack young Master Qin Zhao's brother? Are you tired of living? I don't know. Logically speaking, in Linfu City, no one would dare to be so bold. But previously, wasn't there a rumor that Lord Qin Zhao died in the Desolate Land? I really don't understand why there are such rumors so often. What about the rumors? Could it be that someone is spreading it maliciously behind the scenes? Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this every time, right? Yes, I think so too. Therefore, I feel that there must be a powerful force behind this that is against Lord Qin Zhao. Also, his 2 brothers were almost killed. I feel that it has something to do with the power behind this. Otherwise, even if it was an argument, there was no need to kill them, right? This is Linfu City. Who knows about this? Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Qin Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold and deep. I noticed earlier that Brother Desolate Land and 9 dragons were seriously injured. It turns out that they were not injured when they went out to train like Brother Desolate Land said. They were injured by someone. At that time, Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were also there. It seems that just before that, Brother Desolate Land and 9 dragons were almost killed by someone else. There might be something fishy about this. It's not that simple. Brother Desolate Land refused to tell me just now. This proves that the situation is not simple. Otherwise, they would not dare to tell me. It seems that this time I thought too well. The reality is far crueler than this. Qin Zhao's mood, which had almost recovered, became heavy again. He transmitted a message to Fatty Kai, asking where they were. He was going to find them now. Soon, Qin Zhao found Fatty Kai and the other three in a secluded courtyard. Ha ha ha, you're back so soon. It seems that there's nothing else. At Qin Zhao, you don't look good. What's wrong? Fatty Kai saw Qin Zhao coming and immediately got up to greet him with a smile. But when he saw Qin Zhao's gloomy face, he knew that something was wrong. The other three from Desolate Land also got up to greet him. They looked at Qin Zhao with concern. They did not know what had happened. In fact, they had always been very worried about Qin Zhao, but they had no way to participate in this matter. They could only wait here for the news. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Desolate Land and 9 dragons. Being looked at by Qin Zhao, Desolate Land and 9 dragons suddenly felt uncomfortable. They felt strange. Qin Zhao, what happened? How did Heaven's Pride treat you? Desolate Land could not help but ask again. Qin Zhao did not answer Desolate Land's question. Instead, he asked, Brother Desolate Land, tell me honestly, what happened to your injuries? What? Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Desolate Land and 9 dragons could not help but be stunned. They looked at each other. They knew that Qin Zhao probably already knew the truth of the situation. At this time, if they hid anything, they would only get what they wanted. Fatty Kai grinned and looked at Qin Zhao with an awkward expression. This idea was originally his. Now that Qin Zhao saw through it, he was naturally embarrassed. Desolate Land and 9 dragons did not want to talk about this matter. Fatty Kai gritted his teeth and said, Let me say it. Actually, this is what happened. Therefore, Fatty Kai stood out and told Qin Zhao everything, including his analysis. Crack! After hearing Fatty Kai's words, Qin Zhao clenched his fists again. The fire of anger burned in him again, and it was even stronger than before. Damn it, damn it! Qin Zhao also believed that Heaven's Pride was behind this matter. If it was not Heaven's Pride, then it must be Hao Guilong. Only one of the two had such a possibility. It was very obvious that this matter was targeted at Qin Zhao. It was an act of revenge. The target was obvious, and it was a well-planned act. Therefore, it was not difficult to see that the person behind this matter must be someone who had a deep hatred for him. Hao Guilong was more likely to be the culprit, but Qin Zhao did not think that Hao Guilong was a fool. Linfu City was full of rumors about his death, and these rumors must have something to do with Hao Guilong. However, Hao Guilong should know that he, Qin Zhao, might not have died in the Boundless Zone. Therefore, logically speaking, Hao Guilong shouldn't be so ruthless. Otherwise, when Qin Zhao returned, wouldn't he still settle the score with Hao Guilong? Therefore, the biggest possibility was that Heaven's Pride was behind this matter. Qin Zhao had just come back from Heaven's Pride. He had just suffered a great humiliation and was furious. Now that such a thing happened, it was hard for him to control his anger. Qin Zhao, don't be rash. 9 dragons and I are fine. We just suffered some minor injuries. It's not a big deal. We'll be fine after resting for a while. Actually, it might not be what Fatty Kai said. It's possible that we just met a vicious person. Since it's over, let it go. It's not a big deal. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's not a big deal to suffer a loss once in a while. You'll get used to it. Desolate Land knew Qin Zhao's character. He was afraid that Qin Zhao would recklessly seek revenge on Heaven's Pride, so Desolate Land tried to persuade him. Some things can be tolerated, but some things can't be. Endangering one's life is the bottom line. It's absolutely intolerable. It's the dragon's reverse scale. I won't tolerate it anymore. I'll get to the bottom of it. I've been humiliated and bullied, but I can still endure it. However, this matter has already endangered the lives of Big Brother Meng Huang and the others. This is absolutely unacceptable. Endangering your life is the same as endangering mine. I won't let it happen. Therefore, I have to get to the bottom of it. I have to get an explanation. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Qin Shao, listen to me. Desolate Land was a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but Qin Shao interrupted him. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't listen to Desolate Land, Nine Dragons didn't know what to say. He could only look at Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao had always been Qin Zhao's supporter and admirer. Naturally, Xiao Dao didn't say anything about this matter. Fatty Kai wanted to speak a few times, but he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Fatty Kai also knew Qin Zhao's character. He didn't know how to persuade him. At this time, no one could persuade him. He could only think of another way. Fatty Kai, can you help me investigate those two people? Qin Shao suddenly looked at Fatty Kai and asked. This sudden matter made Fatty Kai stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze. He didn't react for a while. After being stunned for a long time, Fatty Kai nodded and said, Good, of course there's no problem. I've already sent people to investigate, there should be news soon. I'll go ask again, maybe there's already news. Okay, thank you. Qin Shao nodded. Qin Shao always liked Fatty Kai's efficiency. This time, he didn't let Qin Shao down. Not long after, Fatty Kai sent a message, but it wasn't good news. Qin Shao, according to the news I received, those two people have disappeared from the world. There is no trace of them. In such a short time, it is impossible for them to escape from Linfu City. But in Linfu City, we can no longer find their whereabouts. This matter is too strange. Was it strange? Qin Shao sneered. I don't think it is strange at all. Doesn't it explain everything? What? Not strange at all? Not only Fatty Kai, but the three people from Desolate Land also looked at Qin Shao in confusion. How could it not be strange at all? Chapter 2106. Obviously, everything was premeditated. Tell me, who in Linfu City has the ability to make two people disappear from the face of the earth in such a short time? Qin Shao said again. The four people from Desolate Land were lost in thought. The four of them naturally understood the meaning behind his word. Fatty Kai said in a low voice, Qin Shao, do you mean that the Heaven's Chosen One is behind this? Logically speaking, only Heaven's favorites would have such capabilities. Hao Long shouldn't be able to do that. However, there might be. But I think it's more likely that the Heaven's Chosen One is behind this. In fact, Fatty Kai and the others had guessed this before, but they didn't dare to think too much about the Heaven's Chosen One. And this kind of method was indeed inferior. They thought that the Heaven's Chosen One wouldn't bother to use such methods. Qin Shao said coldly, even if Hao Long did it, he wouldn't dare to do it without the Heaven's Chosen One's support. So, in the final analysis, the Heaven's Chosen One is the one behind this. It's not wrong to put the blame on the Heaven's Chosen One. Only a Heaven's pride like him would have the ability to do so. The Heaven's Chosen One is too arrogant, too arrogant. Crack, crack, boom. Qin Shao clenched his fists again. The anger in his chest gushed out like a volcanic eruption. He couldn't suppress it anymore. This had crossed his bottom line and touched his reverse scale. How could he bear it anymore? So what if the consequences were serious? Qin Shao was willing to bear all the consequences. If he continued to tolerate it today, then perhaps the next time it would really take their lives. If he didn't do it today, when would he do it? He wouldn't have another chance to do it next time. He couldn't bear this anger anymore. He couldn't bear it anymore. Qin Shao, calm down. You must calm down. Qin Shao, forget it. It's all in the past. Fatty Kai and the others also felt Qin Zhao's anger. They knew Qin Zhao's character, so they persuaded Qin Shao worriedly. Bear it for a while and then everything will be fine. If Qin Shao really went to settle accounts with the Heaven's Chosen One at this time, he would definitely suffer a great loss. The consequences would be unimaginable. No one knew what the Heaven's Chosen One could do. Qin Zhao's mind was set. His eyes were resolute. He wouldn't change anything. Qin Zhao looked at Mang Huang's group of 4 and said resolutely, "Some things can be tolerated, but some things cannot. Enduring for a while can sometimes lead to peace and quiet. But this time, the situation won't be peaceful. It will only lead to more danger. Next time, I'm afraid none of you will be able to escape. Perhaps I won't be able to escape either. So, this time I can't bear it. I can't back down. I must solve this problem. At least, I must make it clear. I'd like to see how domineering this Heaven's Chosen One is." "I'd like to see how much he wants to bully me, Qin Zhao. If I continue to bear it, then I'm not Qin Zhao. So, you don't need to say more. I've made up my mind. Brother Desolate Land, you and 9 dragons should get ready. Maybe we need to leave Fujin Ridge, or even the southern wasteland." This, Mang Huang and the other 3 were also stunned. The 4 of them looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't know what to say. They knew that Qin Zhao had made up his mind. It was impossible to change his mind. Now, they could only hope that Qin Zhao would be fine. It seemed that they really had to prepare for the worst. There was no other way. Fujin Immortal Palace, where the Heaven's Chosen One cultivated. After trampling on Qin Zhao and humiliating him, Hao Guilong was obviously in a good mood. He had never felt so happy before. He had been waiting for this day for more than 10 million years. Finally, it was here. "Humph, Qin Zhao, oh Qin Zhao, I thought you were a tough guy. Turns out you're just SOSO. I was hoping you'd burst out. Too bad you let me down. But it doesn't matter. Being able to humiliate you so much that you don't dare to fight back, it's enough to release the hatred in my heart. You've endured it this time. You'll have to endure it next time. There's still a long way to go. There'll be plenty of chances to trample on Qin Zhao." Hao Guilong was indeed very proud. He had planned all this, and it seemed to be very successful. After feeling satisfied, Hao Guilong said respectfully to the Heaven's Chosen One, "How can Qin Zhao be a match for you? Many people say he's the second strongest Heaven's Chosen One. But I've always thought he didn't deserve it, far from it. Now, it seems like I'm right. With his little strength and backbone, how could he be qualified to compete with you, Heaven's Chosen? He's not even on the same level as you. He's not even qualified to carry your shoes." A faint smile appeared on the Heaven's Chosen One's face. He was minding his own business and didn't seem to care much about this matter. For him, it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Indeed, he had never taken Qin Zhao seriously. At most, he felt that Qin Zhao was a little capable and might have a little impact on him. However, the force of the impact was definitely extremely small. Hao Guilong wanted to trample on him, so he was happy to help. It was just that simple. It wasn't a big deal. "I'm not qualified to carry your shoes, because I don't know how to do that. I'm not like you, Hao Guilong. You're born to carry someone's shoes. For you, carrying shoes is a perfect match. In this aspect, I'm willing to admit defeat." At this moment, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. The person who spoke was naturally none other than Qin Zhao, who had returned. This time, Qin Zhao was different from before. This time, he came with a burning sharpness, a monstrous anger and fighting spirit, a determination to fight to the death, and a conviction to fight to the death. Therefore, this time, Qin Zhao showed his sharpness to the fullest. He didn't hide his true self at all. This time, Qin Zhao came to ask for an explanation from the Heaven's Chosen One. So, why should he be polite? Just now, Qin Zhao indeed had to endure everything. He felt very aggrieved and uncomfortable. It felt like he had been suppressed all the time. But this time, it was different. If the Heaven's Chosen One was a sheathed sword, this time, it was a peerless blade. The sharpness was dazzling, as if it was going to break the sky, tear the earth apart, and shock the eternal firmament. What? Qin Shao? How dare you come back? Seeing Qin Shao, Hao Guilong's good mood was ruined. His face darkened at once, and he stared at Qin Shao with coldness and viciousness. Not only did Qin Shao come back, but he also insulted and humiliated him. How could he tolerate that? Besides, Qin Shao was showing great disrespect to the Heaven's Chosen One. What was he trying to do? Anyway, no matter what he was trying to do, it was a good thing for him. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, it seems like you don't want to take the road to heaven. Instead, you came to hell. You're courting death. Good. I was looking forward to this, but you didn't do anything. It seems like you know about that matter. You can't escape from my grasp. This time, I'm going to play you to death. I'll definitely avenge my Haochu family. You Qin Shao, I won't stop until I kill you. Hao Guilong naturally knew what was going on. He sneered and looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression. It was as if he was looking at a prey that had delivered itself to his door. Qin Shao strode over. Every step he took was sonorous and firm. It was as if he was stepping on the sun, moon, and stars. In the face of Qin Zhao's arrogance, the Heaven's Chosen One only glanced at him indifferently and ignored him. He continued to play his chess leisurely. The demeanor of an expert was too powerful. He was like a divine radiance from the 9 heavens, disdaining everything in the world. Heaven's Chosen One, you're too much. Qin Shao gritted his teeth. His voice was as loud as thunder and as sharp as a blade. Qin Zhao's thunderous roar didn't affect the Heaven's Chosen One at all. The Heaven's Chosen One only smiled faintly. He didn't even raise his head and continued to play his chess. Just like before, Qin Shao was completely ignored and looked down upon by the Heaven's Chosen One. Even a glance at him was unnecessary. The Heaven's Chosen One's aura was so overwhelming that the Heaven's Chosen One felt suffocated. Qin Shao, how dare you talk to the Heaven's Chosen One like that? How dare you? The Heaven's Chosen One didn't say anything. Hao Guilong took a step forward and stood in front of Qin Shao. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and yelled. The Heaven's Chosen One was behind the scenes, but Hao Guilong was also the mastermind. Qin Shao wouldn't let go of either of them. Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong coldly and said angrily, "You know what you've done. Don't worry. I'll make you pay for what you've done. But right now, I don't have time to deal with you. Get out of my way. It's none of your business. You want to be tortured? I'll help you later." You! Qin Shao insulted Hao Guilong so bluntly. Hao Guilong's face darkened instantly. The muscles on his face twitched. He said angrily, "How dare you? How dare you do whatever you want here? I think you really don't want to live anymore. Do you want to die?" Qin Shao gave Hao Guilong a cold glance, saying, "Yes, I do want to die. Do you have the ability to kill me? If you don't, get out of my way right now. Otherwise, I'll kill you first. You've been defeated by me. How dare you shout in front of me? You're just a dog relying on its master's power. No matter how high you jump, you're still a dog. If it weren't for your master, the Heaven's Chosen One, you'd be a dog that anyone can step on." Qin Shao rarely scolded someone so rudely, but he didn't need to be polite to Hao Guilong. Therefore, he didn't show any mercy when he scolded Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong's face darkened completely. He had never been scolded like this before. He was furious. He hated Hao Guilong. He wanted to kill him. But he also knew that he wasn't as powerful as Qin Shao. More than 10 million years ago, he couldn't defeat Qin Shao. Now that Qin Zhao's cultivation level had increased by 1 level, his strength must have improved a lot. Now, he was even less of a match for Qin Shao. Wasn't it courting death to fight against Qin Shao? But even if it was courting death, he couldn't swallow his anger. However, Qin Shao ignored him. He looked at the Heaven's Chosen One with cold eyes and said in a bone-chilling voice, "Heaven's Chosen One, you have to give me a satisfactory explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, I, Qin Shao, will lose my life today." "Yes, that's right. My strength may not be as good as yours, but I won't lose to you in the slightest. Cultivators like us don't fear death. Since I've come here today, I'm ready to risk my life. I've prepared for the worst." Chapter 2107. Haha, an explanation? The prodigy suddenly chuckled. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shao with disdain, like a dragon looking at a small earthworm. His high and mighty attitude was displayed to the fullest. This was naturally revealed, and there was no need to deliberately pretend at all. Perhaps only the prodigy and the master of the Fuda Immortal Palace possessed such a supreme attitude. "Then what kind of explanation do you want?" Qin Shao was the first person in the entire Fuda Immortal Palace who wanted an explanation from the prodigy. The prodigy's tone was calm, but there was a peerless dignity in it. No one dared to offend his peerless immortal aura. However, Qin Shao did not show any signs of weakness. His tone was firm as he said, "I have always known that this world respects martial arts and that strength is the law of survival. Only the strong can decide everything. Only the strong have the right to speak. In front of you, I, Qin Shao, have no right to speak. So when you bully me, I tolerate it. When you humiliate me, I tolerate it. I don't have the strength to reason with you, to talk about right and wrong, and to talk about fairness. But there is a limit to my tolerance. I have my principles, my bottom line, and my reverse scale. If you bully and humiliate me, I tolerate it. You threaten my brother's life. That's something I can't tolerate." The prodigy chuckled and said nonchalantly, "Your limits, your bottom line, and your reverse scale are worthless to me. They can't even withstand a single blow." His casual words revealed the prodigy's peerless demeanor. Qin Shao had already expected that the prodigy would retaliate in such a manner. His anger had already transformed into his boundless will to fight. But before the battle, he had to make things clear. Even an ant has the will to shake the heavens. Why would it be a human? I know you're behind this. Even if you didn't give the order personally, it's still related to you. My purpose for coming here today is very simple. Either I die here, or I find the mastermind and the perpetrator of this matter. I only need 3 people. The 2 who tried to kill my brother and, Qin Shao looked at Hao Guilong and continued, and you, the mastermind, Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong sneered disdainfully. He lifted his nose and said mockingly, "So what if I did it? What do you want? If you have the ability, go find those 2. If you can find them, kill them. If you can't find them, do you want to kill me?" "Humph, we're both prodigies of the Fuda Immortal Palace. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to kill me." Hao Guilong was very fearless. He admitted that he was weaker than Qin Shao, but that didn't mean Qin Shao could kill him. Moreover, he was protected by the immortal rules of the Fuda Immortal Palace. As a prodigy of the Fuda Immortal Palace, Qin Shao had to ask for the permission of the Fuda Immortal Palace's master if he wanted to kill him. Moreover, he was a prodigy now. With the prodigy here, what could Qin Shao do? Therefore, he could sit back and relax. He didn't have to worry about anything at all. He had already thought of a way to deal with all the situations that might arise. "Whether or not I have the ability, you will only know after you try," Qin Shao said in a cold voice. His eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. If it was before, Qin Shao wouldn't have the confidence to kill Hao Guilong. But now, he had some confidence. He could give it a try. Of course, it would be difficult. After all, apart from Hao Guilong, there was another 4th step celestial venerable in the Haochu clan. Moreover, they both had their original bodies and clones, which were equivalent to 4/4 step celestial venerables. If they really fought, it would be very difficult to kill Hao Guilong. In other words, it was almost impossible to succeed. But even if he didn't kill Hao Guilong, Qin Shao wouldn't let him go easily this time. It was enough to teach him a lesson for now. As for the rest, he would deal with it later. As long as Qin Shao was given time to grow, Qin Shao believed that he would be able to end Hao Guilong's life one day. He must kill this person. Just like Hao Guixian and Dao Hufeng from before, so what if they had a strong protective umbrella? In the end, they still died in Qin Zhao's hands. Time could change everything. Hao Guilong felt Qin Zhao's intense killing intent and heard Qin Zhao's sharp words. He was slightly startled, but he quickly composed himself. "Humph, you want to kill me? Do you really want to start a fight here?" "It's not that I'm looking down on you, Qin Shao. If you have the ability, you can try it here. If you kill me, I'll admit defeat," Hao Guilong said on purpose. He wanted to provoke Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't care about Hao Guilong's attitude. What he wanted was Heaven's Chosen's attitude. He wanted to see if Heaven's Chosen was going to interfere in this matter. If Heaven's Chosen was going to interfere, he would offend Heaven's Chosen even if he had to risk his life. Qin Shao looked at Heaven's Chosen coldly. He was waiting for Heaven's Chosen to speak. "I'll give you a chance to get lost. Don't dirty my place," the Heaven's Chosen said indifferently. Crack! Qin Zhao's anger had reached its peak. It seemed that Heaven's Chosen was determined to protect Hao Guilong. In other words, he wasn't trying to protect Hao Guilong. Instead, he just wanted to take advantage of him and trample on him once. Did Heaven's Chosen really think that Qin Shao was a pushover? Or, in Heaven's Chosen's eyes, Qin Shao was just an ant that could threaten him? Was that why Heaven's Chosen didn't like Qin Shao? "I, Qin Shao, have never offended Heaven's Chosen. Since the first time we met in the disciples' competition, you attacked me. Later on, you gave me an impossible task. Even now, you're still bullying me, humiliating me, and trampling on my dignity. You're humiliating me. Once or twice, I'll tolerate it. As the saying goes, don't do things more than 3 times. I can't tolerate it anymore. Today, I, Qin Shao, must fight. I must fight to defend my dignity." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shao waved his hand. 9 Sage Li's flying daggers flew out. He used Sage Li's flying daggers as soon as he attacked, which showed how determined Qin Shao was. Qin Shao had no way to deal with Heaven's Chosen. The disparity was too big. He could only fight with his life. Sage Li's flying daggers? Seeing Qin Shao take out 9 Sage Li's flying daggers, Heaven's Chosen and Hao Guilong were both surprised. Even Heaven's Chosen couldn't help but take a second look. He was also surprised that Qin Shao could have Sage Li's flying daggers. Moreover, it seemed that Qin Shao had practiced the flying dagger Dao. Those who could practice the flying dagger Dao were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was even rarer to have Sage Li's flying daggers with 9 upper-grade immortal weapons. If Heaven's Chosen didn't know that Qin Shao was a disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace, he would have thought that Qin Shao was Sage Li's disciple. From the looks of it, Qin Shao must have had an extraordinary opportunity outside. Could it be his harvest in the Boundless Li region this time? If so, wouldn't Heaven's Chosen be his benefactor? It seems that I can't keep this guy alive. If I keep him alive, sooner or later, he'll threaten my position. The enmity between him and me has already been formed. Given his temperament, he will definitely remember this enmity. If he grows up in the future, he'll definitely be a threat to me. I can't let him threaten me. Heaven's Chosen had a thought in his mind. Previously, he just wanted to suppress Qin Shao. He didn't want to do anything to Qin Shao. Although Qin Shao was indeed a peerless genius and had a chance to grow up, Heaven's Chosen didn't think that he could really threaten him. But now, he had such a feeling. Ha ha, you're overestimating yourself. The Heaven's Chosen chuckled indifferently. He continued to sit there, leisurely holding a chess piece in his hand as he looked at Qin Shao calmly. Qin Shao controlled the 9 Li Xing flying daggers and unleashed their sharpness. Hao Gui Long immediately raised his guard and prepared to attack. But this time, Hao Gui Long didn't need to make a move. So, he stepped aside, leaving Heaven's Chosen to fight. Qin Zhao's endless sharpness couldn't get close to Heaven's Chosen. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of Heaven's Chosen that could block all sharpness, power, and immortal aura. The sword moved, the momentum moved, and the sharpness moved. But Heaven's Chosen still didn't move. Even if I'm overestimating myself, I, Qin Shao, will fight today. If Heaven blocks me, I'll defy Heaven. If Earth blocks me, I'll shatter Earth. Since Heaven's Chosen wants to block me, I'll fight you to the death. Having said that, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He activated the 9 Li Xing flying daggers with all his strength, displaying the sharpness of the daggers to the extreme. The unparalleled sharpness instantly annihilated this space like a flood, shocking the heavens and earth. Hao Gui Long also felt the power of Qin Zhao's Li Xing flying daggers. He was so shocked that he stepped back again. So powerful, as expected of the Li Xing flying daggers. This kid, how lucky is he? He was angry at Qin Shao, but also envious. But this kind of thing couldn't be envied. Qin Shao was about to attack when a saint aura suddenly descended. An invisible giant hand completely enveloped this space, crushing the sharpness of Qin Zhao's Li Xing flying daggers. As soon as the saint aura descended, Qin Shao felt his Li Xing flying daggers tremble violently, as if they had lost their center of gravity. They tottered and lost their sharpness. Sensing this supreme saint aura, Qin Shao knew that the master of Fumo Immortal Palace had arrived. Qin Shao had seen the master of Fumo Immortal Palace once in the disciples' competition, so he knew his aura. He didn't expect to provoke the master of Fumo Immortal Palace. Qin Shao was very respectful to the master of Fumo Immortal Palace, so he didn't dare to attack again. Instead, he took back his Li Xing flying daggers. As expected, 2 figures landed. They were the master of Fumo Immortal Palace and Princess Xiu. Greetings, Palace Master. Hao Gui Long immediately saluted respectfully. Qin Shao didn't dare to be negligent. He also saluted respectfully. Greetings, Palace Master. Only the Chosen One stood up unhurriedly. He bowed slightly to the master of Fumo Immortal Palace without saying anything. It was a greeting. This attitude made people feel that the Chosen One was on the same level as the master of Fumo Immortal Palace, as if he wasn't a disciple of Fumo Immortal Palace. He didn't even salute the master of Fumo Immortal Palace. However, the master of Fumo Immortal Palace apparently accepted the Chosen One's attitude, which was somewhat thought-provoking. The master of Fumo Immortal Palace glanced at Qin Shao and the other 2 and said, "It's very lively here today, but the smell of gunpowder is also very strong. It's about to spread to the whole Fumo Immortal Palace. We're all from the same sect. Why are you fighting so fiercely? What kind of enmity can't be resolved? Why are you fighting so fiercely?" Chapter 2108. The words of the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace sounded like a family head coming out to mediate a conflict between his clansmen. His words were gentle and peaceful. Harmony was the most important thing. He didn't use his own authority to make arbitrary decisions. Qin Shao didn't believe that the master didn't know about this. With the master's strength, everything that happened in the Fumo Immortal Palace couldn't be hidden from his heaven's eye. But as soon as the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace came out, he stood in the fairest position as a mediator. This seemed to be the right thing to do. But it wasn't the case for Qin Shao. This time, he was the one who was bullied and humiliated. He was also the one who was threatened with his life. Not only him, but Meng Huang and 9 dragons were also implicated. So this time, it was a trap set up by Hao Guilong and Tian Jiao to kill Qin Shao. Qin Shao didn't believe that the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace didn't know about this. Even if he didn't know the whole story, he should know something. But even so, the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace only came out to mediate. To put it bluntly, he just wanted Qin Shao to stop and calm the situation down. But he didn't want to uphold justice for Qin Shao, or even say a word. So the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace's words made Qin Zhao's heart cold. As the palace lord of the Immortal Sect, as the supreme ruler of the Fudai mountain range, as an existence that everyone respected, how could he be so biased? Qin Shao had always respected and admired the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace. But this time, he was bitterly disappointed. Tian Jiao, as the #1 disciple of the Fumo Immortal Palace, you should take care of your juniors. Let's forget about this. The master of the Fumo Immortal Palace said to Tian Jiao. Tian Jiao smiled casually and said, I don't want to pursue this matter. It's just a trivial matter. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace looked at Hao Guilong. Hao Guilong didn't have the attitude of a genius. He lowered his head slightly. Hao Guilong, you should focus more on cultivation in the future. Don't play any tricks. It will only affect your cultivation. Next time, don't play such tricks again. Otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. Towards Hao Guilong, the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace showed some dignity, but didn't blame him too much. Hao Guilong didn't dare to say no. He immediately nodded to show that he understood. After speaking to the two of them, the Fu Ku Immortal Palace master finally looked at Qin Shao and smiled faintly. He said, All right, Qin Shao, go back and cultivate. Your talent and potential are extremely good, and your luck is also very good. Your future can be said to be limitless. Everything else is trivial. Don't be too hung up on some things. It's all in the past. What's the matter? Just talk it out. There's no need to fight to the death. You have a great future. Don't ruin it with your own hands. You have the backbone to shake the heavens. This is a good thing. But everything has a limit. You should understand that too much is easy to break. Let's stop this here. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace master didn't say anything about the genius, but he still scolded and warned Hao Guilong. If Qin Shao stopped here, he believed that Hao Guilong wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the future. As for the genius, he wouldn't do such a lowly thing. Thinking about it this way, he felt that it was barely possible to stop here. But how could the faith in Qin Zhao's heart be broken so easily? If he was willing to bear it, he wouldn't have to come here. Because he couldn't bear it. This was his principle, his bottom line, his reverse scale. How could he just let it go like this? Besides, the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace master's words sounded fair and just, but if one listened carefully, one would find that he was biased. He wasn't biased towards Hao Guilong, but he was biased towards the genius. After all, Hao Guilong was the genius, the #1 disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. He was second only to the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace master. He was recognized as the supreme being. No matter how monstrous his talent and potential were, what was the use? He still couldn't be compared with the genius. This was the cruel reality. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao looked at the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace master and said seriously, Master, I admire and respect you. As a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace, I shouldn't go against your words. But this time I've suffered too much. I can listen to you and let it go, but there's one condition. I can leave Hao Guilong alone. However, I want Hao Guilong to hand over the 2 culprits who tried to kill my big brother Meng Huang and the others. As long as Hao Guilong doesn't do anything else in the future, I'll let it go. Handing over the 2 culprits and letting Hao Guilong go was the limit of Qin Zhao's tolerance. Qin Shao respected the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master. This was Qin Zhao's bottom line. Qin Shao made this decision after careful consideration. No matter what, he was a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. He could ignore the attitude of the genius, but he had to respect the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master. Even so, Qin Shao wasn't happy. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master was biased in this matter. But Qin Shao still had the principle of respecting his master. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master looked at Hao Guilong and said, "Hand over the two people." Hao Guilong didn't dare to disobey the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master, but he hesitated, looking troubled. Seeing this, the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master said angrily, "What? You won't listen to me?" Hao Guilong was frightened. He hurriedly said, "No, no, no. That's not what I meant. It's just, I'm afraid I can't make the decision." Can't make the decision? The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master understood. He looked at the genius. Qin Shao also looked at him. He thought Hao Guilong was the one who did this from the beginning, and the genius was only supporting him. But now it seemed that the genius was also involved. Apparently, the two young geniuses had hidden them, so Hao Guilong couldn't hand them over. The heaven's favorite was still at ease. He smiled at the master of the Fu Jiu Immortal Palace and said, "Master, they are indeed with me. However, I have promised them that I will ensure their safety. I, a prodigy, will not go back on my promise. So, I won't hand over the two people." Won't hand them over? Won't listen to the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master? The immortal aura of the genius was really strong. Qin Shao looked at the genius coldly. It seemed that the genius was determined to step on him. Qin Shao didn't believe that the genius would make such a promise to two first-step celestial venerables. Hao Guilong should be the one to make such a promise. How could the genius make such a promise? To a prodigy, this should be an insignificant matter. But a promise from the genius, how important was that? How could he, a genius, make a promise so easily? Obviously, the genius said that on purpose to deal with the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master. But the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master was no fool. How could he not know what was going on? But the genius still made such a promise, which meant he was confident that the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master wouldn't say anything. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master's face darkened. He didn't say anything. He knew the genius. He didn't need to say anything more. Qin Shao finally understood. It seemed that the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master was biased towards the genius today. Qin Zhao's heart was already cold. Now Qin Shao was in despair. Hoping that the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master would uphold justice for him was a fool's dream. Since that was the case, there was nothing to linger about here. As the master of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, as the ruler of a mountain, if he couldn't be fair, if he couldn't be respected by his disciples, then what was there to linger about here? Now that he had thought it through, everything became clear. On the contrary, Qin Zhao's mood relaxed instead. Qin Shao bowed deeply to the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master and said, "Thank you for your appreciation and love all these years. Thank you for giving me a chance to become a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master. You also gave me a good space to grow and allowed me to reach where I am today. This is what I owe Fu Tu Immortal Palace. I, Qin Shao, will remember this favor and will never forget it. If Fu Tu Immortal Palace is in trouble in the future, I, Qin Shao, will definitely offer my help. However, I, Qin Shao, am not fated to be a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. I have no desire to stay here any longer. Therefore, I am voluntarily expelled from the sect and am no longer a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace. As for the immortal arts and secret arts I have cultivated in Fu Tu Immortal Palace, I can't return them. Everything else I can return to Fu Tu Immortal Palace. I have nearly 30 million Chaos Source Stones on me. Take it as my repayment to Fu Tu Immortal Palace. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao sent all the Chaos Source Stones he had to the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master. With a shake of his hand, the Berserker's sword appeared in his hand. This high-grade immortal weapon also belongs to Fu Tu Immortal Palace. I will now retrieve my soul brand and return it to Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Qin Shao wanted to retract the soul mark from Berserk Sword, but he immediately realized that Berserk Sword was desperately resisting, preventing him from retracting the soul mark. Qin Shao was shocked by the situation. He had never encountered such a situation before. Hao Guilong sneered inwardly at Qin Shao's action, but he was quite pleased. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, he liked Qin Shao very much. Moreover, Qin Shao was a peerless monstrous genius, a heaven-defying genius with limitless potential. There was too much room for growth. If he was properly nurtured, he would have a great chance of setting foot on the ancient path. How could the master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master let go of such a good seedling? Prodigy, I think that. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace Master looked at Prodigy, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Prodigy. Palace Master, I have already said that I will not go back on my word. There is no room for negotiation. Everything else is negotiable. He used this to threaten Palace Master. I don't think he is suitable to stay in Fu Tu Immortal Palace. Since he is unwilling to become a disciple of Fu Tu Immortal Palace, why should we force him to do so? Some people think that they are geniuses with decent talent and potential. That's why they can show disdain for everything. They are extremely arrogant. This world has no lack of geniuses. However, not all geniuses can mature. How many of them can set foot on the ancient path? They are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. He is only a third step heavenly venerable. Does he really think he has the potential to become an ancient saint? Chapter 2109. The prodigy's words once again expressed his stance and determination. It seemed that he was determined to kick Qin Shao out of the fuming Immortal Palace. The Fu Ku Immortal Palace Master couldn't help but frown a little. This was a difficult problem for him. Sigh, the Palace Master sighed inwardly, then said to Qin Shao, keep the sword. You've already taken out so many Chaos Source Stones, it's enough to buy what you've got. You are a peerless genius. You are very good in all aspects. I believe that in the future you will definitely walk very high and stand very high. If you don't want to be a disciple of the fuming Immortal Palace, I won't force you. It's your choice. Qin Shao didn't want to take the frenzy sword with him. Since he wanted to leave the fuming Immortal Palace, he'd return whatever he could. However, there was something strange about the frenzy sword. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take back his soul brand. The Berserk sword itself actually had a very strong resistance, causing Qin Shao to be unable to forcefully retract the soul imprint. It was Qin Zhao's first time encountering such a strange situation. Since the master of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace had said so, Qin Shao could only give up for now. Well, he'd just treat it as if he'd bought it. A high-grade immortal weapon wasn't worth too many Chaos Source Stones. Immortal weapons weren't like immortal arts. Immortal weapons couldn't be imparted to others, but immortal arts could. Of course, Qin Shao wouldn't impart his immortal arts to others. Alright, then I'll take the frenzy sword. Thank you, Palace Master. Now that this matter is settled, I will leave Fuda Immortal Palace immediately and announce to the world that I am leaving Fuda Immortal Palace of my own free will. Qin Shao clasped his fists towards Fuda Immortal Palace Master to show his gratitude. The Palace Master shook his head, lamenting in his heart, what a pity, what a pity. He was such a good seedling, How could he let him go just like that? But what else could he do? If he had to choose between the two, he had no choice. Ha ha, Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, you still want to fight with a genius? Using leaving the Fuda Immortal Palace as a bargaining chip? You've gone too far this time, haven't you? Humph, you've underestimated him. His position in the Fuda Heavenly Palace is not something you can imagine. Do you really think that the Palace Lord will fall out with the Heavens Chosen because of you? You think too much. You think too highly of yourself. The height of a prodigy is far beyond your reach. Even if the prodigy wants to kill you today, the Palace Master won't save you. At this time, Hao Guilong was feeling the happiest. Although he couldn't kill Qin Shao, he was able to beat Qin Shao to the ground. There was no way for him to turn the situation around. If he left Fu Yu Immortal Palace voluntarily, he would no longer be a member of Fu Yu Immortal Palace. Since they weren't from Fu Su Immortal Palace, it would be easy to deal with them. Even if they didn't deal with him, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Great, this was simply too great. Qin Shao had asked for it, he couldn't blame anyone else. Qin Shao laughed at himself after hearing the Fuda Immortal Palace Master's words. He had overestimated himself. It seemed like he was nothing in the eyes of the Fuda Immortal Palace Master. He was just an insignificant person. He only had some talent and potential, some luck, but he hadn't really matured. He was nothing. Compared to the prodigy, he was as light as a feather. Since this matter was over, so be it. Qin Shao, don't go. Princess Xiaoyu bit her red lips and walked over. She pulled Qin Shao and said to the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, Master, if you let Qin Shao leave Fuda Immortal Palace, please forgive me for being unfilial. I will leave Fuda Immortal Palace willingly. Nonsense. The master of Fu Tu Immortal Palace, who had always been gentle and elegant, finally showed some anger on her face. She yelled, You are my only disciple, and I have taught you everything I know. Are you going to betray your sect? Do you want to learn from Qin Shao? You haven't even grown your wings, yet you want to leave the sect so casually? Master has been good to you and your clan all these years, hasn't he? He let you cultivate all the way to the 4th step of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Is this how you repay him? Princess Xiaoyu said, I don't dare to forget Master's teachings. I don't want to betray the sect, nor don't want to recognize Master. It's just that Xiaoyu wants to leave with Qin Shao. I don't understand. Qin Shao didn't do anything wrong. He was the one who was bullied and humiliated. Why is he the one who has to leave the sect in the end? He, Hao Guilong, is at fault for this matter. He is the mastermind behind all this, but he is still safe and sound. He didn't even receive any punishment. Senior Marshal Brother Tianjiao is also at fault. He's the one who supported Hao Guilong and made things difficult for Qin Shao. He humiliated Qin Shao and bullied Qin Shao. Isn't he taking advantage of his position to bully others? Master, you don't punish the two who are at fault. Instead, you force the innocent Qin Shao to leave Fuda Immortal Palace. What's the meaning of this? Master, you're the master of a palace and the supreme ruler of Fuda Mountain Range. You have the power to decide everyone's fate. As a spellcaster, why do you treat your own disciples so unfairly? I just feel that Master's actions will chill the hearts of the people in the world. Half of my heart is also chilled. That's why I want to leave with Qin Shao. Even if others don't understand him, I do. I just feel that kind people shouldn't be bullied like this. They shouldn't be treated so unfairly. Qin Shao has already endured time and time again, giving in time and time again. He has given you enough respect, Master. He's already lowered his demands to the minimum. He only wants the two culprits who hurt his brother. As for those two people, they were just scapegoats at best. They were little Luoluo, who only took people's money to do their jobs. Forget it. However, if we can't even obtain such a request, then what reason does Master have for Qin Shao to continue to stay in our Fu Su Immortal Palace? Master's actions have thoroughly chilled Qin Zhao's heart. You've chilled a good disciple who's willing to dedicate his life to Fu Da Immortal Palace. You've chilled the heart of a genius with great potential to embark on the ancient road. Qin Shao has a mortal physique, but he's still a rare genius. He should be treated with respect. If he leaves, I'll leave too. If he stays, I'll stay too. Since Qin Zhao's value is far less than senior brother Tianjiao's, I'll try my best. Then I, Xiao Yu, will also overestimate my capabilities and place my bet on Qin Shao. Although I'm still not as good as senior brother Tianjiao, I'll follow Qin Shao without any regrets. Princess Xiaoyu's words revealed her true feelings. She stood up for Qin Shao. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't bear it anymore, she wouldn't have said those words to her master. She was also chilled, but the master of Fu Da Immortal Palace was her master. These words truly moved Qin Zhao's heart. At such a dangerous moment, she stood up for him and tied her fate to him. She really showed her true feelings in the midst of adversity. Moreover, there were probably some feelings in this true feelings. Princess Xiaoyu was willing to sacrifice everything for him, including her character. Lil Yu's pursuit of strength was not very great in the first place. Nonsense, this is nonsense. Princess Xiaoyu's words obviously displeased the master of Fu Da Immortal Palace. How dare a disciple threaten her master? If it were a male disciple, the master of Fu Da Immortal Palace would really punish him. Let's go, Qin Shao. Let's go together. No matter where you go in the future, I'll go with you. This world is very big. I believe there'll be a place where we can shine. The big stage of the celestial realm is big enough for the two of us. Princess Xiaoyu pulled Qin Shao and was about to leave. However, Qin Shao pushed her hand away and said, "Sister Xiaoyu, don't mess around." Mess around? You also think I'm messing around? Princess Xiaoyu's expression turned gloomy. Her face was filled with sadness. Qin Xiaoyu let out a sigh and said, "Elder sister Xiaoyu, listen to me first. I'm just a disciple of Fu Da Immortal Palace, not anyone's disciple. Therefore, I won't feel too much pressure when I leave. Since you're so disappointed, why don't you just leave? It's not a big deal." When I joined Fu Da Immortal Palace, I didn't say that I'll stay here until I die. But you're different. You're the palace master's personal disciple. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. No matter what, the palace master is your teacher and will always be your teacher. You can't treat the palace master like this. At least, the palace master still loves you very much. Besides, if you leave with me, what will happen to the Xianhua clan? Xiao Dao alone, can he protect the entire Xianhua clan? Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for the Xianhua clan. If you leave, you'll be disrespectful to your teacher. You'll be unfilial and disloyal. Secondly, you'll be unfilial and disloyal to the Xianhua clan. So, no matter what, you have to stay in Fu Da Immortal Palace and follow the palace master. Cultivate well and become stronger. As for me, you don't have to worry about anything. Fu Da Immortal Palace, to me, is just a small stage. Even if it's the southern wasteland, it's still an incomparably barren land. I've already thought about it. After settling down, I'll go to the 9 continents of Huaxia. Now, I'm just moving my plan forward slightly. It's nothing much. There's a vast sky waiting for me. I believe that I'm a big fish that can jump high and far. Qin Zhao's words silenced Princess Xiaoyu. She didn't think too much about some things in her impulsive state just now. But now that he had calmed down a little and heard so much from Qin Shao, he finally realized some key issues. Yes, even if she didn't think for herself, she had to think for the Xianhua clan. Fu Da Mountain Ridge was her home, where her ancestral roots were. How could she give it up? The palace master was her teacher for life. How could she betray her? Disloyal and unfilial, how ironic would that be? No, no, she couldn't do that. She really couldn't. Qin Shao, if you give up on this matter, I can give you a chance. I will nurture you well and provide you with the opportunity to step onto the ancient road, the master of the Fumo Immortal Palace suddenly said. But there wasn't much sincerity in his words. Qin Shao didn't want this at all. What he said just now was the lowest he could go. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Palace Master. But there's no need for that. I've already made up my mind, and I have no intention of changing it. It's just that I don't have the fortune." Chapter 21:10. After saying that, Qin Shao turned around and left resolutely, bringing with him a wave of sadness. After he left, Qin Zhao's heart was bleeding and trembling. It was very difficult to feel this pain without experiencing it personally. How could Qin Shao make such a rebellious decision if he hadn't really reached the point where he had no other choice but to despair? In fact, Qin Shao was the one who suffered the most, and the one who was hurt the most was Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao had no choice. The actions of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace's master had made Qin Zhao's heart bitterly disappointed. Disheartened, he made the most extreme decision. However, Qin Shao did not regret his decision. Even if he was given 100 more chances, he would still choose this decision. If there was a grudge, Qin Shao would remember it. If there was a favor, Qin Shao would also remember it. The news of Qin Zhao's departure from the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace spread like wildfire in the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace before he could announce it himself. It immediately caused a huge uproar, shocking the entire Fu Xiang Immortal Palace. Obviously, it was Hao Guilong who spread the news. His method was the same as the previous few times. It was obvious that the previous few times were also Hao Guilong's masterpieces. He was indeed very good at playing this game. Now, the entire Fu Xiang Immortal Palace was in an uproar. Like a violent storm, discussions swept through the entire city. Many people even came out to look for Qin Shao, wanting to know the truth. Qin Shao did not dare to stay in Fu Xiang Immortal Palace. Qin Shao went back to his cultivation place. After informing Qin Yi and Qin Er, he left. After leaving the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, Qin Shao did not return to Fu Xiang Immortal Palace. Instead, he went all the way north until he found a quiet place. He stopped and sent a voice transmission to Fatty Kai and the Desolate Land, asking them to meet him. Desolate Land and 9 dragons were already prepared, waiting for Qin Zhao's news. Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao were not idle either. They were also waiting for Qin Shao. Hence, after receiving Qin Zhao's voice transmission, the 4 of them rushed over as fast as they could to see Qin Shao. However, at this moment everyone was in a bad mood. Qin Shao was not in a good mood. No matter what, being forced to leave the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace was a blow to Qin Shao. Fu Xiang Immortal Palace like this, there was nothing worth it for him to stay. After all, the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace was the first force Qin Shao joined after he came to the Immortal Realm. Although it was only a small faction, it carried the trajectory of Qin Zhao's growth and many beautiful memories. Fu of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, Qin Shao, Immortal Qin Shao of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace of the Immortal World. Moreover, Qin Shao was a very sentimental person. Since he became a disciple of the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace, he naturally had deep feelings for the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace. Sigh, Qin Shao, it's our fault. We've implicated you. Desolate Land sighed and shook his head. Qin Shao patted Desolate Land's shoulder and smiled. Brother Desolate Land, what are you talking about? If we're talking about implicating, it should be me who's implicating you. It's nothing. If this place doesn't want me, there will be a place for me. There's nothing to miss. I've seen through everything. That's all there is to it. As a person, there are always times when you worry about gains and losses. As long as you have a clear conscience, it's fine. At least on this point, I have a clear conscience. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Fatty Kai deliberately raised his voice and sighed heavily. That sorrowful look, coupled with that chubby face, was really a little comical. Xiao Dao was also very sad. He looked at Qin Xiao as if he was about to cry. Brother Qin, you're not really leaving the southern wasteland, are you? Xiao Dao looked at Qin Xiao and asked. He was very reluctant to part with Qin Xiao. Everyone was reluctant to let Qin Xiao leave. Qin Xiao curled his lips and nodded. Yes, I'm leaving the southern wasteland. Actually, I've already prepared to go to the 9 states Huaxia. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Now I'm going to bring this plan forward. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's early or late. The plan to go to the 9 states Huaxia was made by Qin Xiao in the Boundless Li region. Now, Qin Xiao was indeed done with everything. He saw Jiang Zhu and Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu continued to stay in the Thousand Beast Abyss. Last time, he stayed in the Thousand Beast Abyss with Ming Yuexin for 1,000,000 years. When he returned to Lin Fu City, Qin Xiao was very worried that Ming Yuexin would come back with him. In fact, Ming Yuexin did plan to follow Qin Xiao back to Lin Fu City. Just as Qin Xiao was in a dilemma, Ming Yuexin suddenly let out an inexplicable cry. Then, she quickly bid farewell to Qin Xiao and left. Qin Xiao did not know what had happened. However, this was a good thing for Qin Xiao. Otherwise, if he really brought Ming Yuexin back to Lin Fu City, he didn't know what kind of trouble it would cause. Doesn't that mean that it will be very difficult for me to see Brother Qin again? Xiao Dao's voice was somewhat choked with sobs. Qin Xiao helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "That's right. It might really be very difficult to see you again. If there's nothing particularly important, then I probably won't return to the southern wasteland in the future. Of course, that's only in the short term. After all, you're all still in the southern wasteland. I can't not come back to see you. But the chances are definitely very few. There's no banquet in the world that doesn't end. You all should take care of yourselves. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll all be 4th step celestial venerables. Maybe one day you'll also set foot on the big stage of the 9 continents Huaxia country. Maybe at that time we can still fight side by side." Fatty Kai joked, "Brother Qin Xiao, when Xiao Dao and I break through to the 4th step celestial venerables, I reckon that you'll have already set foot on the ancient road. There will still be a huge gap." Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "How can it be so easy to set foot on the ancient road? It's not something that can be done in a short time. You're 4th step celestial venerables, so it's relatively easier." Fatty Kai smacked his lips and said, "It's relatively easier, but that's because our talent and potential can't be compared to Brother Qin Xiao. So this kind of thing is really uncertain. For Brother Qin Xiao, there's no difficulty in becoming a 4th step celestial venerables. But for Xiao Dao and I, it's too difficult to become 4th step celestial venerables. It's probably the same as when you set foot on the ancient road. Haha, Xiao Dao and I will work hard and strive to break through to the 4th step celestial venerables before you set foot on the ancient road. Then, we'll go to the 9 continents Huaxia country to find you. Qin Xiao, just you wait. Wait for the day we come to find you." Qin Xiao nodded and patted Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao's shoulders heavily. He said solemnly, "Okay, you two work hard. I'll wait for you. Come on. Let's work hard together so that we can fight side by side on the big stage of the 9 continents Huaxia country in the future." "Yes, we will. Come on." Fatty Kai and Xiao Dao nodded their heads heavily, indicating that they would work harder and harder. In fact, they had already worked very hard. At this time, they had also broken through to the 2nd step celestial venerables. Among their peers, they were already considered the best. and they had also been greatly influenced by Qin Shao, which was why they had reached this point so quickly. Brother Desolate Land, 9 dragons, I caused you to have to wander with me again. Originally, you had already settled down. Qin Shao said somewhat apologetically. Desolate Land and 9 dragons immediately waved their hands. Desolate Land said, Qin Shao, don't say such things. This has nothing to do with you. To be honest, our lives were saved by you. Without you, we would have died long ago. Everything that we have now is also thanks to you. What else can we say? We have already settled everything. If you want to leave, we naturally won't stay in Linfu City anymore. We will also leave with you. In the future, the 3 of us brothers will wander the world together. The world will be our home, and we will forge a future together. Fatty Kai looked at Desolate Land and 9 dragons with an extremely envious expression. He said, Sigh, I really envy you guys. We wanted to follow Qin Shao, but Qin Shao didn't let us. Only you guys can be taken by Qin Shao of his own accord. Haha, Fatty Kai, this is nothing to be envious of. 9 dragons laughed and said jokingly, What can we do? Who asked you to be so fat? You are full of meat. Even if we wanted to take you, we couldn't. Otherwise, if others saw us, they would think that we were taking a pet. You and Little Knife should just stay at Fuda Immortal Palace and be your disciples. Work hard in your cultivation. When you become a 4th step Heavenly Sovereign, come find us in Huaxia country. I will wait for you guys. Good luck. Show off. Fatty Kai and Little Knife said in unison. Ha ha ha, if you don't show off now, then you won't have the chance. So, you guys just have to bear with it and let me show off a little longer. 9 dragons laughed brightly. Brother Qin Shao, you are becoming more and more unkind. A voice suddenly sounded with a hint of blame. 3 gorgeous figures were striding towards them. Soon, they arrived in front of them. These 3 people were naturally none other than Bai Shan, Fairy Ziquan, and Tai Yulong. After the 3 of them became core disciples, they had more cultivation resources. After not seeing them for more than 10 million years, although they hadn't broken through to the 4th step heavenly realm, Qin Shao could clearly feel that their strength had improved a lot, and their aura had also become stronger. It seemed that in these 10 million years they had improved a lot. This was a matter worth celebrating. Qin Shao was happy for them. Bai Shan, Fairy Ziquan, Tai Yulong, long time no see. How have you been? Qin Shao nodded to the 3 of them. In Fuda Immortal Palace, apart from Fatty Kai, Little Knife, and Princess Xiaoyu, Qin Shao had the best relationship with Bai Shan and the other 2. Sigh Qin Shao, oh you. His return this time has indeed given us a few big surprises. Although we don't know the details, we still feel that you were too impulsive to leave Fuda Immortal Palace. But I know your character. Since you did this, you must have your reasons. So, we can only silently support you. No matter where you are in the future, no matter if you are a disciple of Fuda Immortal Palace or not, I will always treat you, Qin Shao, as a brother. I hope that when you have a meteoric rise in the future, don't forget about us, people who once fought side by side. Although I am very reluctant to let you leave, I still wish you well. Haha, you should go to the 9 provinces China first. It won't be long before we also go to the 9 provinces China to explore. Who knows, maybe we can meet again. Qin Shao came forward and gave Bai Shan a bear hug. He smiled and said, Good brother, you understand me. We will definitely have a chance to meet again. I will wait for you in Huaxia. Chapter 21:11. Wait, seeing that Qin Shao was about to leave, Fatty Kai stopped Qin Shao and said, You're not going to wait for Princess Xiaoyu? Aren't you going to say goodbye to her before leaving? Xiao Dao nodded and said, That's right, big brother Qin. Say goodbye to my sister before you leave. Otherwise, she'll be very sad. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and helplessly. He shook his head and said, "No, I guess Princess Xiaoyu is trapped by the palace master now. That's good. I've already seen her before. She knows that I'm leaving, so it's not a big deal to say goodbye to her. Just tell her for me when you get back. I won't say goodbye to her. Alright, take care of yourselves, everyone. I hope that the next time we meet, we'll be different. I'm looking forward to your growth, to fighting side by side in the future, and even more so to our romance." He was really leaving the place where he started his journey in the immortal domain. Actually, Qin Shao hadn't stayed in the Fuda Immortal Palace for long. Most of his time was spent outside. But how should he put it? After all, the Fuda Immortal Palace was the first force he joined in the immortal domain. Naturally, he had special feelings for it. The Fuda Immortal Palace had helped him grow a lot. Actually, Qin Shao didn't get a lot of cultivation resources from the Fuda Immortal Palace. Most of them came from the opportunities he got from the outside world. But humans still had to know how to be grateful. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. No matter what, Qin Shao was indebted to the Fuda Immortal Palace. They'd recognized him and nurtured him. So now that he was leaving, there were places and people he couldn't bear to part with. Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, Princess Xiaoyu, Bai Shan, Fairy Zichuan, Tai Yulong, Ah Man, and Immortal Yun Ku. Qin Shao couldn't bear to part with them. But in the end, he still had to leave. This feeling was a bit like someone who was about to leave his hometown. The strong nostalgia was the most difficult thing to give up. However, Qin Shao did not regret it. It could only be said that he was not fated with the Fuda Immortal Palace. Being forced to this point, he had no reason to stay. It didn't matter if they said that he had betrayed the immortal sect or that he was arrogant. "By the way, Qin Shao, I have one more thing to tell you," Fatty Kai suddenly said. Qin Shao looked at Fatty Kai. Fatty Kai took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Qin Shao. Fatty Kai said, "Brother Qin Shao, I gave you 6 kinds of rare materials before, here are 2 more. Now, in addition to the Soul Essence Stone, the other 8 materials have all been gathered." Qin Shao took the interspatial ring and glanced at it. Inside were 2 rare materials, the Thought Flower and the Glazed Blood of Rock Flame. They were priceless materials. In addition to the previous 6 types, there were a total of 8 types. He couldn't help but admire Fatty Kai's father's ability. He was able to find such rare materials. Now, only the last material was missing, and he could practice the dual body technique. Also, the last material, the Soul Essence Stone, has been found. The situation is like this. Fatty Kai sent a message into Qin Shao's mind. After checking the information, Qin Shao understood the specific situation. Using the Soul Essence Stone in exchange for helping him do something? I don't know who this person is. When was he last in Qianshan Ridge? Now his whereabouts are unknown? Qin Shao frowned slightly. How could he find this person? Fatty Kai said, "From what I know, this person should still be in Qianshan Ridge for a while. Even if he's not in Qianshan Ridge, he shouldn't have gone far. If you go look for him now, Qin Shao, you should still be able to find him. At most, it will take some time. For the time being, I don't know what he needs help with, but I think we can find someone to ask first. Oh, by the way, that person is an extremely dangerous 3rd step Celestial Venerable. You've seen his appearance just now. He's addicted to alcohol and often appears in taverns. And he's temperamental. Wherever he appears, it's always easy for some small things to happen. So as long as he appears, it's still relatively easy to find him. He should still be in Qianshan Ridge. An extremely dangerous 3rd step Celestial Venerable needed to do something for him. It seemed that it was not simple. It seemed that it was indeed very difficult to get the Soul Essence Stone in his hands. If it was based on the normal price, it was indeed not worth it. However, Qin Shao now needed the Soul Essence Stone. It could be said that he was buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins. There was no other way. Well, then I'll go take a look first and see what he wants. Qin Shao nodded. By the way, Fatty Kai, I owe you the Chaos Source Stone needed for these materials. I'll return it to you in the future. And I'll remember this favor. Originally, Qin Shao did not lack Chaos Source Stones. However, he had given them all to the master of Fu Su Immortal Palace. The bottle of infinite water was also taken away by the genius. Therefore, Qin Shao could be said to be poor now. He could not take out a single Chaos Source Stone, and he did not have any treasures on him. Other than the Berserker Sword, the 8-sided Buddha Mirror, and the 9 Li Shing flying daggers, there was nothing else. And these were all his weapons. Naturally, he could not sell them. Therefore, speaking of which, Qin Shao was probably the poorest he had ever been since he entered the immortal realm. He still owed Fatty Kai a lot of Chaos Source Stones. He could only think of a way to repay it in the future. Fortunately, Qin Shao did not have many thoughts about money. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him. After everything was settled, Qin Shao bid farewell to everyone and left with the desolate land and the 9 dragons. This place would eventually become his past. Fatty Kai and the others watched Qin Shao until he was out of their sight. They still did not retract their gazes. Haha, Xiao Dao, why are you crying? You don't have to, right? You're making it sound like a parting of life and death. You're a man. Why are you crying? Fatty Kai suddenly patted Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao wiped away his tears and glanced at Fatty Kai. You're still talking about me. Look at your eyes. Aren't your eyes red too? Why are you still pretending? TCH, that's just, sand got into my eyes. I'm not crying. Don't accuse me. Fatty Kai immediately found an excuse. Bai Shan shook her head and let out a long sigh when she saw their sorrowful expressions. She said, let's go back. Fujin Ridge is just a tiny place. It can't accommodate a big fish like Qin Shao. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Fujin Ridge. In this world, all good things must come to an end. We should give Qin Shao our blessings. The Huaxia Kingdom of the 9 States is the stage of our cultivator's dreams. Qin Shao is going to pursue his dreams. We should envy him and take him as our role model. We should work hard to cultivate and improve our strength. We should strive for the day when we can also step onto the stage of the Huaxia Kingdom of the 9 State. We can compete with the sun and the moon and compete with the heaven and earth. Isn't that the best thing in life? Soon, Qin Shao and the others left the territory of Fu Su Mountain Range. Qin Shao stopped and looked at Fu Su Mountain Range. He looked at this familiar place. Heaven's pride, how Guilong, I, Qin Shao, will remember what you did to me. When I set foot on the land of Fu Su Immortal Palace again, it will be the day when I settle the score with you. Qin Shao and the others continued to move forward. Soon, they reached the territory of Thousand Mountain Range. Qin Shao had been looking for that man's whereabouts. However, because there were too few clues, it was not easy to find him. If what Fatty Kai said was true, then it was very likely that the man was in the city. There were many cities in Thousand Mountain Range, but the oldest and most famous one was Thousand Mountain City. Therefore, Qin Shao thought about it and decided to go to Thousand Mountain City first. Originally, he wanted to take the desolate land and the 9 dragons to find Jiang Zhu. However, this matter was not urgent and could be put aside for now. Thousand Mountain City was originally built by the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect. Its status was equivalent to Fu Su Mountain Range's Lin Fu City. Thousand Mountain City had existed since the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect was founded. It had existed for an unknown number of years. After the Thousand Mountain Immortal Sect was destroyed, Thousand Mountain City was divided among several great powers. Among them, the Qianshan clan was the most powerful. However, the Qianshan clan did not monopolize the entire city. Because there were still a few major powers maintaining Qianshan City, it was able to maintain its prosperity and didn't decline along with the destruction of Qianshan immortal sect. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Where there were Jianghu, there would naturally be restaurants. The Azure Flower House was one of the most famous restaurants in Thousand Mountain City. Of course, because it was famous, ordinary people could not afford to drink to their heart's content here. Those who could enter the Azure Flower House were all famous people in Thousand Mountain City. Ordinary people did not dare to enter and were not allowed to enter. Those who were not well-dressed were not allowed to enter the Azure Flower House. However, there was an exception. In one of the best private rooms in the Azure Flower Pavilion, there was a man in tattered clothes, who was extremely sloppy, and whose hair and beard were very messy. He ate meat in big mouthfuls and drank big bowls of wine. The expensive wine was poured into his mouth in big mouthfuls as if he was drinking plain water. He even spilled a lot of wine, which looked too wasteful. It wasn't the wine that was being wasted, but money. When he finished the wine, he would add more. When he finished the wine, he would order more. Moreover, the wine he ordered was of the best quality. It was an incomparable enjoyment. Even the waiter who was waiting by the side was secretly shocked by such extravagance. How many Chaos Source Stones would this meal consume? It would probably be more than 10,000. What troubled Little Fool the most was that the scruffy-looking man did not look like someone who could take out a lot of Chaos Source rock. Was he not afraid that he would not be able to pay for such a lavish meal? The Azure Flower House was not a place where one could dine and dash, even if he was a third step heavenly venerable. "Waiter, hurry up and get me some more good wine and dishes," the sloppy man suddenly shouted at the waiter. This put the waiter in a difficult position. How many times had it been? How long had he been drinking? More? If he really wanted to dine and dash, it would be difficult for him to explain. The waiter wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. He said awkwardly, "Sir, you've already drunk a lot. These dishes are very expensive." You see, the meaning behind his words was very clear. The sloppy man frowned and glared at the waiter. The waiter was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What a terrifying gaze! "Waiter, go and get more good wine and dishes. This meal is on me." Just as the waiter was in a difficult position, three figures suddenly walked over. The handsome young man in the lead said to the waiter. He was elegant and had an imposing aura. Although his clothes were not very luxurious, they were at least neat and proper. Moreover, the aura he exuded was very powerful. One look and one could tell that he was someone with a strong background. Chapter 21:12. The three people who had entered were none other than Qin Shao and the other two. Coincidentally, after arriving in Qianshan City, Qin Shao asked around and found out that a sloppy man often went to the Qianhua building to drink. Because his appearance was too sloppy, it was easy to recognize him, and it was not difficult to find him. Of course, the sloppy man did not deliberately hide his whereabouts. He was not worried that someone would find him. In fact, he even hoped that someone would find him. A third step heavenly venerate? After sizing up Qin Shao, the interest that had just surged up dissipated. He wanted a fourth step heavenly venerate. A third step heavenly venerate was of no help to him. Qin Shao sat down directly opposite the sloppy man and chuckled. "Why? Are you not willing to drink with me?" The sloppy man brushed his messy hair and reclined on the chair. He looked at Qin Shao and said, "Of course I am willing to drink with you. However, I don't care what purpose you have for coming here. If you are here for the Origin Essence Soul Stone, let me give you a word of advice. You are not strong enough to obtain the Origin Essence Soul Stone. Therefore, don't waste your money. Go back to where you came from." Qin Shao smiled, but he didn't get up and leave. Instead, he looked curious as he said, You're right. I'm here for the soul essence stones. You're waiting for a good price to sell it. The value of the origin essence soul stone is not very high. At most, it is not more than 500,000 chaos source stones. However, as the saying goes, rare goods are worth hoarding. It is normal for you to ask for a high price. However, if you want a high price, you have to be able to sell it. I think your price this time is a little too high. It's really making people flinch. It's hard for me to imagine what kind of fourth step Heavenly Venerable would be willing to sell his life for a piece of essence soul origin stone. The sloppy man's expression turned gloomy. He looked at Qin Shao with a hint of viciousness in his eyes. He was a little angry. "Humph." The sloppy man snorted and said, "That's my business. You don't have to worry about it. Looks like you didn't come here to treat me to a drink. I'm not in the mood to drink anymore. Get lost." This sloppy man's personality was indeed a little strange. He was very temperamental. You don't have to be so judgmental about whether or not he's drinking out of kindness, right? Qin Shao pursed her lips. She looked at the sloppy man and said seriously, "Although I'm only a third step Heavenly Venerate, it doesn't mean that I can't help you. Aren't you afraid that you'll miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity by rejecting me without even talking about it? With the chips you're offering now, it's impossible for a fourth step Heavenly Venerable to work for you unless you're a blind cat running into a dead mouse." Since I know about your situation and still came to find you, I naturally came prepared. Do you really not want to know more? No more? The sloppy man sneered disdainfully. What's there to know? You're just a third step Heavenly Venerable. Even if you have some immortal treasures and some tricks, you can only reach the strength of an ordinary fourth step Heavenly Venerable at most. Moreover, I see that you're still young and don't have much foundation. How experienced are you? I won't believe you. I'm afraid your strength is far inferior to mine. What use do I have for you? All right, kid. It's good for young people to be confident. If you go overboard, you'll be arrogant. I've seen many arrogant young people, but they all rely on their mouth. Qin Shao shook her head and smiled helplessly. It seemed that if she didn't show her strength, she wouldn't be able to convince the sloppy man at all. However, there was no way to show her strength here. After thinking about it, she felt relieved. After all, her cultivation realm and age were there. It was normal that it was difficult to convince others. The more this was the case, the more Qin Shao was sure that what the sloppy man wanted to do was probably to deal with a fourth step Heavenly Venerable who was still quite experienced. At least, it was not an ordinary fourth step Heavenly Venerable. Qin Shao still had some confidence in dealing with a fourth step Heavenly Venerable who was still somewhat experienced. Although he might not be able to kill the sloppy man, defeating him should not be a problem at all. If he wanted to kill the sloppy man, it would be difficult. Therefore, Qin Shao was not very confident. Therefore, Qin Shao also wanted to understand the situation and see if he could make a deal with the sloppy man. This was a great opportunity to obtain Essence Origin Soul Vitality Stones. Qin Shao naturally didn't want to let it go so easily. Bang! At this moment, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open with explosive force. A young man who looked like a young master walked in with two powerful men. This young master was only a first step Heavenly Venerable. The two men behind him were actually third step Heavenly Venerable Great Immortals. Their auras were powerful and sharp. It was obvious that they came with ill intentions. That's him. As soon as the young master came in, he pointed at the sloppy man and said to the two men behind him. The sloppy man looked at the newcomer, and a trace of haze and coldness flashed in his eyes. You're really courting death. You're just a little brat. How dare you bring people here? Die. The sloppy man said coldly. His figure suddenly moved, and in an instant, he arrived in front of the young master. He grabbed the young master and grabbed his lifeline. The sloppy man only needed to exert a little strength, and the young master would die in his hands. He was just a first step heavenly venerable minor immortal. In front of the sloppy man, he was as weak as an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. Most importantly, the sloppy man easily captured the young master in front of the 2/3 step heavenly venerable great immortals. This was simply a good method. The 2/3 step heavenly venerables turned pale with fright and were extremely surprised. They didn't expect that the sloppy man would attack them without saying anything, catching them off guard. They originally thought that with their powerful auras as 3rd step heavenly venerables, it should be enough to suppress the sloppy man and make him not dare to act rashly. However, they were completely wrong. The sloppy man did not act according to common sense and directly attacked ruthlessly. The young master's life was in the sloppy man's hands. His face was already pale with fright, and he no longer had the arrogance he had when he came in. "You really don't know what's good for you. Last time you provoked me, but I didn't kill you. You actually dare to bring people here to seek revenge. If I still don't kill you, wouldn't I be too weak?" The sloppy man was like a poisonous snake at this moment. He said coldly, and his killing intent surged. "No, no, no, don't!" The young master was terrified and wanted to beg for mercy, but his throat could no longer make any sound. The fear of death quickly spread through the young master's body. When death came, he was powerless to resist. A powerful force surged into the young master's immortal body, instantly shattering his immortal body. His soul collapsed, his will dissipated, and his vitality was completely cut off. He was killed in an instant. After killing the young master, the sloppy man casually threw the young master's body to the ground. Seeing the sloppy man's fierce methods, Qin Shao frowned slightly. He had long known from Fatty Kai that the sloppy man was a temperamental and eccentric person. Now it seemed that he was indeed eccentric and ruthless. However, at a glance, he could tell that the young master was not a good person. He was just a second-generation rich young master. He probably did many evil things in his daily life. In fact, Qin Shao had always hated this kind of person. If he died, then he died. It was nothing. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch today. The 2/3 step celestial venerables were stunned for a long time before they suddenly reacted. Their faces were filled with extreme anger, and their eyes were spitting fire as they stared at the sloppy man. Their killing intent was monstrous. "How dare you kill a member of the Jin clan? You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crime. Why don't you quickly surrender and let us deal with you? Humph, you're really courting death." The 2/3 step celestial venerables shouted fiercely, and their immortal pressure burst out completely. It was obvious that they were going to attack the sloppy man. The powerful immortal might suppress the sloppy man, making him surrender without a fight, allowing him to avoid a battle. But how could the sloppy man surrender without a fight? Therefore, the 2/3 step celestial venerables calculations were clearly wrong. How despicable! The sloppy man laughed lightly, and directly attacked the 2/3 step celestial venerables. "Humph! How dare you!" The 2/3 step celestial venerables were even more furious when they saw that the sloppy man still dared to attack. However, as soon as the 2/3 step celestial venerables clashed, their expressions changed drastically. This was because the sloppy man's strength was too strong. His attack was incomparably sharp, and his power was surging. His immortal pressure was vast, and it roared wildly as it smashed onto the 2/3 step celestial venerables. The 2/3 step celestial venerables were directly sent flying, and even the protective restriction of the private room of the restaurant was directly broken. Naturally, the private room was not spared. It was completely destroyed. The sloppy man was an extremely powerful 3rd step celestial venerate. He had the strength of an ordinary 4th step celestial venerate. When an expert of this strength attacked, the destructive power was naturally very shocking. Although the restaurant had a protective restriction, it could still be broken if the strength was too strong. Once the restriction was broken, the building naturally could not be spared. One by one, the private rooms were destroyed and collapsed. Such a huge commotion caused the entire Azure Flower Tower to be in a mess. Many cursing voices could be heard as figures walked out from the ruins one after another. However, the battle was not over. The sloppy man chased after the 2/3 step celestial venerables. Every attack he made was ruthless, and there was no room for mercy. Therefore, the destructive power of each attack was incomparably shocking. Although the Iris Tower was very big, it could not withstand such torment. One by one, the buildings collapsed. If this continued, the entire Azure Flower Brothel would be destroyed. There were also 2/3 step celestial venerables guarding the Iris Tower. At this moment, they were shouting at the sloppy man to stop, but it was to no avail. The sloppy man turned a deaf ear to those shouts. He ignored those shouts, and it was as if he wanted to kill the 2/3 step celestial venerables. The 2/3 step celestial venerables were also unlucky. Their strength was not good enough, and they were completely suppressed by the sloppy man. They could not even breathe, and they did not have much strength to retaliate. If they did not have some life-saving skills, they would probably die very quickly. However, the current situation was not optimistic. If this continued, death was only a matter of time. Chapter 21:13. At this moment, the sloppy man was fighting 1 against 4, but he still had the upper hand. He was firmly suppressing the 4/3 step heavenly venerables. Such a scene shocked many people. They never thought that the unkempt man would be so powerful. These days in Qianshan City, many people had seen this sloppy man. Originally, they thought that he was just an ordinary immortal. He was so dirty that they would avoid him when they saw him. He always had an unpleasant smell on him, just like a beggar. They did not expect him to be someone who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. His strength was not ordinary. Qin Shao, this person's temper is very bad. I feel that he doesn't care about the consequences. Desolate Land frowned and said to Qin Shao. Qin Shao nodded and said, "He is indeed very bad-tempered. One look and you can tell that this Qinghua Tower is the property of a big force. He just tore it down. If there's trouble, you have to find him. You have to be careful when dealing with him in the future. But let's not care about him. I'm just making a deal with him. Everyone takes what they need. Of course, it also depends on what he wants to do. If it's possible, then we'll make a deal with him. If it's not, then forget it. In terms of strength, at least I can suppress him. I'm not afraid of him playing any tricks. It's also good. Maybe I can use this opportunity to make him believe me and be willing to make a deal with me. That's not a bad thing." Desolate Land nodded. This matter was so big that a 4th step heavenly venerate would definitely come. Sure enough, a supreme aura came crashing down, suppressing everything. "Stop!" A thunderous roar resounded through the area like thunder, shocking everyone. Only then did the sloppy man stop. As for the 4/3 step Empyreans who had suffered a great loss, they had already escaped and quickly retreated to the side. The sloppy man was still like a venomous snake as he stared at the person who had just arrived. There was not much fear in his eyes. He was confident that he could fight against an ordinary 4th step heavenly venerate. "Who are you? You have some guts, daring to kill people in my Qian clan's restaurant and wantonly demolish the building. What do you want? Do you want to become enemies with my Qian clan? Humph, you are merely a junior at the 3rd step heavenly venerate realm. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my Qian clan? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously. You better give me a good explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to leave this place in a good condition. You killed a member of the Jean family. I'm afraid that the Jean family won't let you off easily. I really don't know where you get your confidence from to act so presumptuously. Who gave you the courage?" The person who spoke was a man in golden robes. He was a fourth step exalted immortal of the Qian clan, exalted immortal Qianli. The Azure Flower House was one of the most important businesses of the Qian clan. It had been open for countless years in Qian Mountain City, and very few people dared to cause trouble here, let alone tear down the Azure Flower House. For such a matter, the Qian clan naturally had to send out a fourth step Empyrean. The Azure Flower House happened to be under exalted immortal Qian Li's control. Therefore, exalted immortal Qian Li rushed over as soon as he received the news. Even though he arrived quickly, half of the Azure Flower House was already destroyed. It would probably take several years for it to fully recover. This was a huge loss for the Qian clan. Of course, the loss was secondary. The most important thing was that their reputation had been violated. How could they tolerate such humiliation? Who are you? How dare you kill a member of my Jean family? You deserve to die 1,000 times over. As soon as exalted immortal Qian Li finished speaking, a thunderous roar descended from the sky. Another powerful aura descended. It was clearly another fourth step exalted immortal. It was the Jean clan's clan leader. The Jean clan leader looked at the dead body on the ground. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. His anger soared to the sky, and his killing intent surged. He glared at the unkempt man fiercely. "Who are you? How dare you kill a member of my Jean family? Today I will make you pay with your blood." With that, the Jean clan leader looked at exalted immortal Qianli and said, "Exalted immortal Qianli, this person is so arrogant and ignorant. It seems that he is tired of living. Since he dares to provoke the supreme immortal might of our two clans, we cannot let him leave here alive. Otherwise, what will happen to the dignity of our two clans? Half of your Azure Flower House has been destroyed. Your reputation has been tarnished. Our Jean family's reputation has also been tarnished by his hands. This person can fight 4 people alone. It seems that his strength is not bad. That's why he is so arrogant. Therefore, why don't the 2 of us join forces and quickly kill this person? What do you think, exalted immortal Qianli?" Although the Jean clan leader was furious, he was no fool. He could tell that the unkempt man was not weak. Although he was only a 3rd step exalted immortal, his strength was most likely at the 4th step exalted immortal level. Therefore, if he wanted to kill the unkempt man alone, he would have to put in a lot of effort. He might not even be able to do it. Therefore, he naturally invited exalted immortal Qianli to attack together. If 2 4th step exalted immortals attacked together, it would be a sure thing. Moreover, they had a reason to attack, so they were not afraid of others gossiping. "That's what I was thinking," exalted immortal Qianli immediately replied. The 2 of them hit it off as if they had already discussed this beforehand. Exalted immortal Qianli and the Jean clan leader both walked out. Their supreme auras surged, and their overwhelming immortal might descended, enveloping this part of the world and suppressing the mountains and rivers. The 2 of them were overflowing with killing intent. The unkempt man's gloomy eyes flashed with a complicated expression. He did not expect that his actions would provoke 2 4th step exalted immortals to kill him. How could he fight against 2 4th step exalted immortals with his strength? What should he do now? The unkempt man gritted his teeth and looked at the Jean clan leader. "That brat provoked me and even brought people to seek revenge. Shouldn't I kill him?" If he wanted to reason with the Jean clan leader, he was clearly weaker than him. "You dare to say that you deserve to kill a member of the Jean clan? If I don't kill you today, even the heavens will not tolerate it." The unkempt man originally wanted to reason with the Jean clan leader, But he did not expect that his words would enrage the Jin clan leader even more. The unkempt man felt like crying. It seemed like he would not be able to escape this time. He had only been feeling good for a moment and did not think too much. This time, he had dug his own grave by provoking 2 fourth-step exalted immortals. Despicable, truly despicable. If there was only 1 fourth-step exalted immortal, the unkempt man would have nothing to fear. Therefore, the unkempt man looked at exalted immortal Qianli and said, "I did not know that the Azure Flower House was the property of the Qian clan. It was an unintentional action during the battle just now. I will compensate you." Before exalted immortal Qianli could speak, the Jin clan leader spoke first. "Exalted immortal Qianli, you cannot listen to him for some small benefits. The Jin clan will help you repair the Azure Flower House. Let's kill this person together." "Haha, thank you very much, Jin clan leader." Exalted immortal Qianli laughed heartily. He did not expect to get back some sh*t. That was naturally a good thing. Exalted immortal Qianli was very happy. The unkempt man gritted his teeth. Showing weakness was not going to work. Was he destined to die here today? Despicable, despicable. The unkempt man's heart was filled with resentment and hatred. "It won't be that easy for you to kill me. I won't let you have it easy," the unkempt man said viciously. The Jin clan leader snorted disdainfully and said, "You are still so stubborn when you are about to die. Save it. You will pay the price for your heinous crimes. You asked for it. You can't blame anyone else. Exalted immortal Qianli, do it." The Jin clan leader and exalted immortal Qianli were about to attack the unkempt man. The unkempt man had also become a little crazy. It seemed like he could only fight with his life. Naturally, he wouldn't do something like sitting on the ground and waiting for death. Then, he would fight. If he really died, then everything would be over. Exalted immortal Qianli, long time no see. You are quite impressive. Just as the unkempt man was about to fight with his life, a voice rang out. Hearing this voice, the unkempt man was stunned. He turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? With such a casual tone, the unkempt man could tell that Qin Shao was not afraid of exalted immortal Qianli at all. That was why he could speak to exalted immortal Qianli with such an imposing manner. When he saw Qin Shao, exalted immortal Qianli frowned deeply. His gaze landed on Qin Shao for a while before he said coldly, "Qin Shao, it's you. Why are you here again?" Qin Shao pointed at the unkempt man and said to exalted immortal Qianli, "I came to find him. We were just about to sit down and drink when something unpleasant happened. It ruined my drinking mood." After saying that, Qin Shao looked at the unkempt man meaningfully and said, "If I help you deal with today's matter, will you believe me?" "Okay, if you can really deal with it, I will naturally believe you." The unkempt man's tone changed. After getting the sloppy man's affirmative answer, Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled. She then said, "Okay, then you just follow my instructions and leave the rest to me." After hearing Qin Shao's words, exalted immortal Qianli frowned deeply. His expression was gloomy. "You know each other?" This was clearly not good news for him. Clan leader Jin also frowned when he saw exalted immortal Qianli's solemn expression. He looked at exalted immortal Qianli in confusion and sized up Qin Shao. There was nothing special about him. Wasn't he just a third-step heavenly venerate kid? He didn't look very old either. What kind of strength could he have? Or could it be that he had some sort of powerful background? He didn't look like one. However, exalted immortal Qianli's reaction was indeed thought-provoking. Hence, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he observed carefully. Qin Shao nodded and said, "Yes, we know each other. Not only do we know each other, but we are also partners. Hence, exalted immortal Qianli, you should know that if you want to attack him today, I will have no choice but to join the battle. Of course, I don't think today's matter is a big deal. There is no need to make a big fuss and fight to the death. What do you think, exalted immortal Qianli? The meaning of Qin Zhao's words was very clear. He was firmly on the unkempt man's side. If they wanted to attack, he would attack too. His words were very important. Exalted immortal Qianli couldn't help but take it seriously. How could exalted immortal Qianli not know Qin Zhao's strength? He didn't dare to attack him the last time. How could he dare to do so this time? Furthermore, it was indeed as Qin Zhao said. Today's matter wasn't a big deal. There was indeed no need to fight to the death. That was something that couldn't be attempted. Chapter 21:14. Qin Zhao was humbling himself and giving exalted immortal Thousand Plowing a lot of face. Of course, Qin Zhao was also hoping that exalted immortal Thousand Plowing would give up and not get involved in this matter. To be honest, Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of fighting two fourth-step heavenly venerates. However, it would be best if he could resolve this matter without fighting. Exalted immortal Thousand Plowing had already decided to give up after seeing Qin Zhao stand up for the sloppy man. Last time, Qin Zhao had punished his son for 3,000 years, and he had accepted it in the end. Was he going to fall out with Qin Zhao over such a small matter? Wouldn't that be foolish of him? Furthermore, Qin Zhao had humbled himself and given him a lot of face. All the more reason for him to give up. Therefore, exalted immortal Thousand Plowing said, "All right, since fellow Qin Zhao has said so, I'll appear too petty if I continue to pester you. Doing business has always been about making money through harmony," Lin Feng said. "Since you've damaged something, you've paid for it. It's no big deal." Seeing that exalted immortal Thousand Plowing had given up, clan leader Jin was a little anxious. Exalted immortal Thousand Plowing, what is the meaning of this? He's just a third-step heavenly venerate brat. Why are you being so polite to him? Exalted immortal Thousand Plowing, are you really going to swallow this humiliation? This isn't like you, exalted immortal Thousand Plowing. If you and I work together, what's there to worry about not being able to deal with these two? Exalted immortal Thousand Plowing shook his head. Clan leader Jin, I've already made my intentions clear. Since I've already spoken, it's fine. My Azure Flower Brothel has always valued peace and harmony when doing business. There's no such thing as an unresolvable grudge. My matter has already been settled. As for the matter between you and them, it's up to you, clan leader Jin. However, as an old friend, let me give you a piece of advice. It's better to let this matter slide. Let this matter slide? A disciple of his Jin clan had died here. How could he let this matter slide? However, clan leader Jin could hear the deeper meaning behind exalted immortal Thousand Plowing's words. It seemed that exalted immortal Thousand Plowing was very wary of this young man called Qin Zhao. This made clan leader Jin very puzzled. Who exactly was this young man? What was his background? He was only a third-step heavenly venerable brat, so why was he able to intimidate even exalted immortals? No matter how strong this kid was, immortal Qianli represented the Qian clan, the most powerful clan in the Qian mountain ridge. How could he be afraid of an outsider? This didn't make sense. It was completely. With so many doubts, the Jin clan leader was unable to make up his mind. He was only himself. In Shao immortal Thousand immortal. Killed immortal Thousand Qin was hand. But now, he was alone. If exalted immortal Thousand Plow was unwilling to help, then he would have to deal with two people at once. One was a very powerful sloppy-looking man, while the other was a young man that even exalted immortal Thousand Plow was wary of. He couldn't just let things end like this, right? Wouldn't his Jin clan's reputation be swept to the ground? Clan leader Jin. After dealing with exalted immortal Thousand Plowing, Qin Zhao looked at clan leader Jin. Clan leader Jin's deep eyes looked back at him like a silent lion. Qin Shao continued, I don't think there's a need to talk about right and wrong. Everyone knows what's going on. There are some things that shouldn't be discussed too openly. After all, there's no such thing as fairness in this world. There's no such thing as absolute logic. A first step Heavenly Venerate offended a third step Heavenly Venerate and was killed. To put it bluntly, he deserved it. He can't blame anyone else. If clan leader Jin wants to fight, we'll accompany you to the end. If clan leader Jin doesn't want to fight, I'm sure he'll compensate you for accidentally killing a member of your Jin clan. Let's see if you, clan leader Jin, are willing to drop the matter. Qin Shao looked at clan leader Jin with a faint smile on his face. Qin Zhao's calmness completely revealed his confidence. This was the demeanor of an expert. Clan leader Jin was a fourth-step Heavenly Venerate. Furthermore, as the clan leader, he'd clearly lived for an extremely long time. He'd experienced far too many ups and downs. How could he not have a discerning eye? Naturally, he could tell that the young man before him was indeed extraordinary. It was no wonder that even exalted immortal Thousand Plowing was so afraid of him. He was definitely not simple. He was definitely not a simple character. If he could avoid offending such a person, it was best not to. Furthermore, exalted immortal Thousand Plowing had also warned him. Furthermore, even if he wanted to fight today, he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. He'd likely end up suffering a loss. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, clan leader Jin also began to consider retreating. It seemed that today was indeed not the day to shed all pretense of cordiality. Otherwise, it'd be difficult for him to clean up the mess. Seeing that clan leader Jin was already considering retreating, Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He immediately shot a look at the sloppy man. The sloppy man was tactful. He immediately cupped his fists at clan leader Jin and said, I'm sorry, clan leader Jin. What happened just now was truly unintentional. I was having a good time drinking in the Azure Flower Tower when your clansmen brought people over to kill me. That's why I killed him in a fit of anger. If it were anyone else, I'd kill them. I'm not targeting your Jin clan. Although clan leader Jin found it hard to accept, there was nothing he could do. This time, he could only endure it. Clan leader Jin's face was cold. He clenched his teeth and said coldly, I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. I'll definitely settle things with you later. Let's stop here for today. Let's go. With that, clan leader Jin waved his hand and left with his people with a dark expression. His last words were clearly for others to hear. He just wanted to find a way out for himself. After sending clan leader Jin away, the sloppy man compensated exalted immortal Qianli with 100,000 Chaos Source Stones. This could be considered as a token of goodwill. After everything was settled, the sloppy man left with Qin Shao and the other two. They directly left Qianshan City and found a quiet place to sit down. Qin Shao specially took out some wine and dishes to drink with the sloppy man. The sloppy man sipped his wine while sizing up Qin Shao. Qin Shao. This name, he had never heard of it even though he had been in the southern wilderness for so long. What's the matter? Can you see something on my face? You're a big man. What's the meaning of staring at a big man like me? Although I'm more handsome and delicate, I should still be more masculine. Do you have a special hobby in this area? If that's the case, then I'll have to stay away from you. I don't like that. Qin Zhao's teasing caused the sloppy man to roll his eyes. Making such a joke with him was clearly not funny at all. The sloppy man finally spoke. I just want to know who you are and what background you have to be able to make 2 fourth-step Exalted Immortals retreat with just a few words. Exalted Immortal Qianli is from the Qian clan. The Qian clan is the #1 power in Qianshan Ridge. Even exalted immortal Qianli doesn't dare to provoke them. I really want to know who you are. Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled faintly. He naturally knew what the sloppy man was implying. He was worried that he had some background and that he had used his identity to make exalted, immortal Qianli retreat. I'm not a big deal. I'm just a very ordinary cultivator. Ordinary as can be. No identity, no background, and you should be able to sense that I'm not from the immortal region. I ascended from another region. So, what kind of background do you think I have? I used to be a disciple of the Fuda Immortal Palace. Now I'm not. So, I'm just an itinerant cultivator now. I don't have any identity or background. Ascended from another region? The sloppy man did not notice it earlier. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, he carefully sized him up and found that it was indeed so. Qin Zhao's body had an aura that did not belong to the immortal region. This was because he had not been assimilated by the immortal region. If he carefully examined it, he would be able to detect it. Fuda Immortal Palace? He had heard of this before. He knew that it was one of the 10,000 mountain ranges in the southern wasteland. It was not very famous. Of course, it was better than the 1,000 mountain range, but it was still not considered a big force. If that was the case, then he really did not have any background. He was very ordinary. He was so ordinary, but he could make exalted immortal Qianli so wary. Could it be that his strength was really so strong? Although the sloppy man found it hard to believe, it seemed that he had no choice but to believe it. So now, shouldn't we talk about business? Qin Shao suddenly said. The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao and nodded. He was convinced by Qin Shao. However, the sloppy man still asked in confusion, since you have the strength to deter exalted immortal Qianli, with your cultivation level and age, you're definitely a peerless genius. I don't understand. Are you only interested in the Essence Soul Origin Stone that I announced to others? As you said, an Essence Soul Origin Stone is only worth 500,000 Chaos Source Stones at most. It's not that valuable. Is it worth it for you to make a move? Qin Shao smiled and said, yes, logically speaking, it's not worth it. However, as the saying goes, by horse bones with 1,000 tails of gold. I do need Essence Soul Origin Stones right now, so to me, it's worth far more than 500,000 Chaos Source Stones. Since you have a ready-made Essence Soul Origin Stone, I can't be bothered to go through so much trouble. I'll directly make a deal with you. Isn't that better? Moreover, whether this deal goes through or not doesn't depend on me alone. It also depends on you. So, I'll first listen to what you want me to do for you. If I can accept it, then it's naturally not a problem. If I can't accept it, then I won't agree to the deal. Since it's a deal, we're just taking what we need. It's just that you happen to have what I want. It's very simple. The sloppy man nodded and said, all right, then I'll make it clear. As long as you can help me do one thing, I can give you everything I have, let alone Essence Soul Origin Stones. I can even give you my life. However, I have to say that this is indeed very dangerous, but it's still possible for you to do it. Here's the thing. The sloppy man explained the situation in detail to Qin Shao. After listening to him, Qin Shao finally understood what was going on. This matter was indeed somewhat difficult. To put it simply, he wanted Qin Shao to help him kill a very powerful fourth step heavenly venerate exalted immortal. Although it was a little difficult, it was not enough to make Qin Shao lose confidence. Chapter 21:15. However, before making a formal answer, Qin Shao still had to clarify all the situation and explain it clearly to avoid any disputes later. I won't kill the innocent for no reason. If I want to kill someone, I will only kill those who have committed the most heinous crimes. Although from your description, the Black Hawk Overlord you said is indeed a person full of evil, it's only your side of the story. So, I will confirm it later. If it's really as you said, then there's no problem. If not, I will change my opinion. Although I need the essence soul stone very much, I will never abandon my most basic principles for the sake of the essence soul stone. I, Qin Shao, can kill those who deserve to be killed. I won't kill those who don't deserve to be killed for my own selfish reasons. The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao strangely, as if thinking, how could there be such a strange person? It's just killing a person. Is there a need to distinguish between good and bad people? Besides, how could there be a distinction between good and bad people in this world? Which immortal's hands were not stained with blood? Which one didn't step on countless bones to reach the top step by step? Do you need so many reasons to kill a person? However, the sloppy man could also hear that Qin Zhao's words were so firm that there was no room for change. Even so, the sloppy man could only let Qin Shao do as he wished. He nodded and said, "Okay, then it's as you said. After the matter is done, except for the essence soul stone, I don't need everything from you. I just need you to promise to do something for me. Don't worry, it's a small matter. It won't make things difficult for you. At most, it will take a little bit of your time," Qin Shao said. The sloppy man agreed and said, "Of course, this is no problem. I've said it before. Even if you want my life, I can give it to you. What's more, it's just helping you to do something. No matter what it is, as long as you ask, I will never frown. As long as you can help me kill the Black Hawk Overlord, then I will die with no regret." Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. However, I can't go with you to kill the Lord of the Black Hawk yet. I still have some things to take care of. Furthermore, before going to kill the Overlord of the Black Hawk, I still need to practice some secret technique. That way I'll be more confident. Only then will it be bigger." Cultivate a secret technique? The sloppy man frowned and looked at Qin Shao. He knew that the reason why Qin Shao wanted the soul essence stones was to cultivate a secret technique. Now that Qin Shao said that she wanted to cultivate a secret technique, the sloppy man naturally thought in that direction. Qin Shao continued, "I have a secret technique called the dual body technique. Cultivating it requires soul essence stones. I have already collected 8 kinds of materials, and only the soul essence stones are left. However, I haven't done anything good for you yet. I don't have any intention of asking for essence soul stones from you. I still have a secret technique to cultivate. I have already obtained the materials needed for that secret technique. It's just that I haven't had the time to cultivate it. This time, I'm going to help you kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, so I naturally have to make more preparations. Only then can I be prepared. You want to succeed, but I want to succeed even more. Therefore, I naturally have to make all the preparations that I can. I don't know the Lord of the Black Hawk, and I don't know what kind of strength he has. Just from what you said, I know that he is very powerful. Perhaps the actual situation is more powerful than you think. Therefore, at present, I don't have much confidence. I can only improve my methods as much as possible and have more confidence." The sloppy man nodded and said, "All right, there's no hurry. Even if I have to wait for tens of millions of years, it's nothing. As long as I can kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, even if I have to wait for several universe eras, I'm willing to wait, let alone this little bit of time." Qin Shao said, "All right, in that case, it's settled. However, I shouldn't make you wait too long. At most, a few million years should be enough." At most, a few million years? How could it be so easy to cultivate a secret technique? Qin Zhao's words really shocked the sloppy man, and he gave Qin Shao a strange look. How could it be so easy to cultivate a secret technique to perfection? If one wanted to kill the Lord of the Black Hawk, one had to cultivate the secret technique to perfection before it would be of any use. However, before cultivating the Berserk technique, Qin Shao first brought the Desolate Land's big brother and 9 dragons to the Mu clan to see Jiangsu again. The sloppy man also went with Qin Shao, but he was acting very low-key now. Desolate land, 9 dragons, ha ha ha, it's been almost 20 million years, and I finally see you again. Great, great. Ha ha, yes, Jiangzu, we haven't seen each other for almost 20 million years. Actually, when we were in the primordial universe, we often didn't see each other for hundreds of millions of years, but we didn't feel this way. Now that we've been apart for almost 20 million years, it feels very, very distant. It's good that everyone is fine. It's great that we've all broken through to the heavenly venerate realm. Haha, I remember when we were in the primordial universe, this was something that we dreamed of. Now it's easily realized. This is all thanks to Qin Shao. Without him, we would have died long ago. Yes, Qin Shao is our lucky star. Everything we have now is thanks to Qin Shao. The Desolate Land's big brother, 9 dragons, and Jiangzu also exchanged greetings when they met. They were quite emotional, and their feelings for each other became deeper and richer. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Shao went to find a quiet place to cultivate. Qin Shao had wanted to cultivate the berserk technique for a long time, but he never had the time. He found a secluded place near the Mu clan, and Qin Shao deliberately set up a formation restriction. This way, ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover the situation here, and it wouldn't cause any commotion. Then, Qin Shao asked the sloppy man to stand guard for him. The sloppy man was very willing to do this kind of hard work. After everything was ready, Qin Shao began to cultivate. The berserk technique only needed the berserk qi as an auxiliary material, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. Qin Shao took out the berserk qi, calmed his heart, and prepared to cultivate. The most difficult part of the berserk technique is to control and digest the berserk qi for my own use. The berserk qi isn't energy, so it can't be absorbed. It needs to be controlled before it can be used at will. When Qin Zhao's heart calmed down completely, he opened his mouth and swallowed all the wild explosive qi in the bottle into his body. As soon as the berserk qi entered Qin Zhao's body, it suddenly became incomparably violent. The berserk qi was like a dragon or a tiger, incomparably violent. Its killing intent soared to the sky, tearing everything apart. It surged wildly inside Qin Zhao's body, wanting to break through Qin Zhao's immortal body and shatter everything. If the berserk qi broke through his immortal body, then Qin Zhao's body would explode and he would die. Therefore, as soon as the berserk qi entered his body, Qin Shao almost screamed in pain. He was quite shocked, and tried his best to suppress the berserk qi, trying to control it. Otherwise, if the berserk qi was allowed to wreak havoc like this, his immortal body would be severely damaged, and there was even the danger of his body exploding. The berserk qi was indeed quite a threat to Qin Shao. If his immortal body was just a little weaker, then he would probably explode and die. He wouldn't even be able to cultivate. It seems that I underestimated the berserk qi. It's really domineering and powerful. It's no wonder that cultivating the berserk art only requires one material. Just the berserk qi alone is enough to explode. What I need now is to use the berserk art to control the berserk qi for my own use. Fortunately, my immortal body is strong enough, my soul will is strong enough, and my heart is firm enough. Therefore, it's very difficult for the berserk qi to corrode me. But the berserk qi has been surging wildly in my body, and it's indeed a great influence on my cultivation. But I believe that I can overcome this difficulty. I will definitely be able to. This step was very difficult, but Qin Shao believed that he could do it. Qin Shao immediately circulated the mantra of the berserk art and began to cultivate. It wasn't easy to cultivate a secret art. It was just a matter of whether you could control it or not. This was the time to test a person's talent, potential, temperament, and will of the soul. There were many other factors that would be tested, but the most important thing was talent and potential. Qin Shao was obviously very good in all aspects and could withstand the test. Especially his talent and potential, it was monstrous and heaven-defying. Therefore, for Qin Shao, this cultivation didn't pose much of a hindrance. His cultivation went very smoothly. Time flew by quickly. The sloppy man was very competent. He patiently acted as a guardian, not allowing any power to approach this place. The desolate land and the 9 dragons stayed in the Mu clan. Jiang Zhu accompanied them, and they cultivated together. Soon, 1,000,000 years passed. The sloppy man suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked in a certain direction. His eyes widened slightly. Qin Shao, you're out already? You're not cultivating anymore? Or have you reached a bottleneck? The sloppy man couldn't help but ask. Qin Shao had only cultivated for 1,000,000 years, but he had stopped. He couldn't help but overthink. Qin Shao curled her lips and smiled at him, saying, "You've reached a bottleneck? Impossible, it's impossible in this lifetime. How can I, Qin Shao, reach a bottleneck so easily? Ha!" He was obviously joking, but there was also some meaning in his words. That was, he hadn't reached a bottleneck. Could it be? Thinking of this possibility, the sloppy man's eyes widened even more. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. No way, right? Don't tell me you've already cultivated that secret technique to perfection? Asked the sloppy man. Qin Shao nodded and said, Yes, you're right. I've indeed cultivated it to perfection. It's been 1,000,000 years. That's not short. Almost there, right? What did he mean by not short? What did he mean by almost there? 1,000,000 years, just 1,000,000 years. This was already very, very short, okay? This was a secret technique, a secret technique. In just 1,000,000 years, he had cultivated it to perfection. Perhaps even many fourth-step celestial venerables couldn't do this, right? But Qin Shao, a third-step celestial venerate, had actually done this. It was really an incredible thing. He couldn't help but admire him. The sloppy man was dumbfounded. But looking at Qin Zhao's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying. After being stunned for a long while, the sloppy man slowly came back to his senses and believed this fact. In his heart, he really did admire Qin Shao. For a moment, he felt like prostrating himself on all fours. Suddenly, a thought came to him. In fact, the sloppy man had thought of this before, but he didn't think too much about it. Chapter 21:16. Qin Shao, how confident are you in killing the Black Hawk tribal lord now? The sloppy man suddenly asked. This was what he was most concerned about, and it was also what he wanted to accomplish even if he had to risk his life. As long as he could kill the Black Hawk tribal lord, he could even give up his life. Qin Shao thought for a moment, but shook his head slightly and said, I really don't know how to answer you. If you want to talk about confidence, it's really hard for me to say right now. After all, I don't know much about the Black Hawk tribal lord, and I don't know how strong he is. Just based on what you said, it's not accurate at all. Maybe he has some hidden means. These are all things that are hard to say. I really don't dare to say that I'm confident, but I can only say that I'll do my best. It's naturally good to be able to increase my strength as much as possible, and I'll naturally have a greater chance of success. I've cultivated the berserk art to perfection. If I go all out, my strength will increase a little compared to before. Let's fight with all our strength. Although Qin Shao said so, in fact, Qin Shao had also calculated in his heart. As long as he didn't face a particularly powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable, then he had a certain chance of winning. Of course, it only meant that he had a certain chance of winning, but it was hard to say whether he could kill the enemy. After all, it wasn't so easy to kill a fourth-step heavenly venerable. The sloppy man gritted his teeth, and a touch of determination flashed in his eyes as if he had made a very big decision. The sloppy man immediately looked at Qin Shao and said with a solemn face, Qin Shao, if I give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone now, you should have a greater chance of success with that dual-body cultivation technique, right? Hearing the sloppy man's words, Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He looked at the sloppy man and said with a smile, "If you give me the Essence Soul Origin Stone now, aren't you afraid that I won't help you? Your strength is not as good as mine. If the thing is really in my hands, you can't do anything to me." The sloppy man said, "Of course I've thought about this. Although you give me the feeling that you're a gentleman with an awe-inspiring aura, I'll tell you frankly that I really don't trust you. I don't trust anyone. But I don't want to wait any longer, so this time, I'm going to stake it all on you. If I don't die, I'll die. Moreover, an Essence Soul Origin Stone doesn't have much value. Wanting to attract a fourth step Heavenly Venerate to help me is basically like a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's all ready to meet you. Since that's the case, why don't we fight to our heart's content this time? Although I don't know your strength, you should be very strong. You were able to cultivate a secret technique to perfection in 1,000,000 years, which is enough to prove your monstrous talent. When the time comes, I'll fight with you. There's still a chance. I'm not doing this because I completely trust you. It's just that I have no other choice. That's all I can do. Of course, I can't just give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone like this. I need you to swear to the heavens with your soul that you'll help me kill Lord Black Hawk. I just need you to fulfill your promise and help me kill him. I won't force you to succeed. What do you think? If you can do it, I'll give you the Essence Soul Origin Stone now." Qin Shao smiled and nodded without much hesitation. "All right, that's not a problem. I, Qin Shao, always keep my promises. Even if you don't ask me, I'll do it. But I can understand that you want to be at ease. Swearing to your soul is nothing." Qin Shao didn't hesitate. He took the lead and swore to the heavens with his soul. Soon, the oath was completed. Seeing Qin Shao do it so quickly, the sloppy man completely believed in Qin Shao. He felt that he made the right choice this time. This was probably his only chance. Therefore, he had to risk it all. He had to risk it all and risk it all. After Qin Shao swore, the sloppy man flipped his palm and a strange black stone appeared in front of Qin Shao. This kind of black was a black that could devour everything. Perhaps it was not called black. It looked like a small black hole. No matter could be seen inside. It was as if there was no matter at all. It was very strange. Qin Shao immediately felt that his soul resonated with this strange stone. The Essence Soul Origin Stone contained the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It contained the essence of the universe. It contained the soul of all living things and the essence of the heavenly Tao. It was very special, very rare in the world. Although it was Qin Shao's first time seeing it, he was very sure that this was the Essence Soul Origin Stone. It was the most important material needed to cultivate the dual body technique. Qin Shao took the Essence Soul Origin Stone. Now that he had all the materials, he could start cultivating the dual body technique. Qin Shao also didn't expect that he could cultivate the Berserker technique and the dual body technique at the same time. If these two secret techniques were cultivated to perfection, coupled with the Dragon Transformation Art, the True Word of Lin, and the even more powerful Sage Li's Flying Dagger, Qin Shao would have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. "You are really bold. Aren't you afraid that someone will steal the Essence Soul Origin Stone from you?" Qin Shao joked. The sloppy man chuckled and said, "It's not that easy to steal something from me, right? If it's really a fourth step Heavenly Venerable, I'm afraid that he won't even bother with the Essence Soul Origin Stone, let alone kill someone to steal. Haha, if I knew that the thing was on you, I would have killed you directly and snatched the Essence Soul Origin Stone. Wouldn't it be much easier? In this way, I still have to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. I'm afraid the difficulty is more than 10 times. Qin Shao joked. The sloppy man also knew that Qin Shao was joking, so he didn't care. Instead, he said, "Lord Qin Shao, I think you should hurry up and cultivate the dual body technique. Qin Shao nodded and continued to cultivate. Compared to the berserker technique, the dual body technique was obviously more difficult to cultivate. The difficulty of the dual body technique was that one had to cultivate a new body and bestow a new soul to it. Only then would it be equivalent to a doppelganger. It was precisely because of this that the price of cultivating the dual body technique was very high. Without a certain amount of financial resources, it couldn't be cultivated. Just the value of the 9 materials alone, according to the market price, would cost 2 to 3 million. But unless one's luck was heaven-defying, 2 to 3 million wouldn't be able to buy these materials. Many times, it was like buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins, so one had to pay more. If one wanted to create a new body, one would know the price one had to pay just by thinking about it. Qin Shao spent 1,000,000 years to refine a new body. In addition to the essence soul origin stone, the other 8 materials were used to refine a new body. After the refining was successful, Qin Shao curled his lip. Even though so many materials were used, the strength of the refined body is still much weaker than my original body. However, it has reached the standard of an ordinary 4th step, heavenly venerable. It's almost there. If I can also have a high-grade defensive immortal artifact, then it will be enough. But in my current situation, I can forget about a high-grade defensive immortal artifact for the time being. I'm so poor that I don't even have one. The first step was completed. Next was the second step, which was to cultivate the dual body technique. The cultivation of the original body technique was not particularly difficult, but it still took Qin Shao 1,000,000 years to feel that it was almost there. However, this was not a complete success. There was still the third step, which was also the most important step. The third step was to use the essence soul origin stone to bestow a new body with a new soul. This was different from cultivating a doppelganger. To cultivate a doppelganger, one needed to divide the soul and divide it into a new body. However, the dual body technique was fundamentally different. The dual body technique didn't need to divide the soul. It only needed to use the essence soul origin stone to bestow the power of the soul to the doppelganger. In fact, it was equivalent to the soul of the original body, but with the help of the essence soul origin stone, one could control the doppelganger. In this way, even if the doppelganger was killed, it wouldn't have any effect on the original body. This step was very difficult, and it was also the most crucial step of the dual body technique. Whether it could be done or not depended on this step. After cultivating to this step, Qin Shao also became more serious. No matter how difficult the challenge was, it couldn't stop Qin Shao, nor could it defeat Qin Shao. It also couldn't repel Qin Zhao's infinite fighting spirit. 1,000,000 years, 2,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 2,000,000 years had passed. Qin Shao cultivated the berserker art, and it took him 1,000,000 years to cultivate it to perfection. However, it took him a total of 4,000,000 years to cultivate the dual body technique. Only then did he finally reach the perfection stage. 2 Qin Shao came out, one in white, the other in blue. Looking at the 2 Qin Shao, the sloppy man immediately knew that Qin Zhao's cultivation had reached the large success stage. To be able to cultivate an extremely difficult secret technique to perfection in just 4,000,000 years, this was heaven-defying, truly heaven-defying. In just 5,000,000 years, he had successfully cultivated 2 secret skills in succession. If this news spread out, who knew how many geniuses would be scared to death? He had seen many geniuses, but he had never seen such a monstrous genius. Perhaps he was too ignorant, but such a monstrous genius should be as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns in the entire immortal realm. Although the strength of the clone is the same as the original body, the body is indeed much weaker. Moreover, the body cultivated is not like the real clone, which can cultivate on its own. To put it bluntly, the dual body technique is just a secret technique. Only when it is used can the clone be used. However, it is almost equivalent to 2 of himself. In battle, it can still play a miraculous role. The strength of the original body is the same as the strength of the clone. It is equivalent to the strength of the clone being doubled. But I believe that the actual performance in battle will not only be doubled. Qin Shao was very satisfied with the dual body technique. This was equivalent to having an extra clone. Moreover, his original body could also use this secret technique in the future, which was very good. After successfully cultivating the Berserk explosion technique and the doppelganger technique, Qin Shao had gained more confidence and confidence. He was determined to win this battle. Also, this was his first battle in the 9 provinces Huaxia. Whether he could win or not, it would also have some impact on his confidence in entering the 9 provinces Huaxia. Let the road of the 9 provinces Huaxia begin with this battle. Let's go. I will go back to the Mauve clan first and explain to my 3 brothers. Then, we will go and kill the Black Hawk Overlord together. Qin Shao said to the sloppy man. Chapter 21:17. Brother Desolate Land, 9 Dragons, I'm leaving and preparing to enter Huaxia. Are you 2 willing to remain in the Mu clan, or do you want to come with me to Huaxia? It seems that you've grown quite a bit in the 5 million years you've spent in the clan. Life here seems to be quite harmonious. If you come with me to Huaxia, I'm afraid you'll have to spend most of your time in my internal world. It'll be very difficult for you to cultivate in peace. That's why I'm actually more willing for you to stay here. For one thing, you'll be able to look after Jiangsu. For another, you'll have a stable environment for cultivation. Qin Shao asked seriously as he looked at Desolate Land and 9 Dragons. It was time to come up with a plan. Everyone had their own path of cultivation. Qin Shao couldn't always bring Desolate Land and 9 Dragons with him. After all, the difference in their levels was too great. If Qin Shao could participate in an environment that Desolate Land and 9 Dragons couldn't, Jiangsu, on the other hand, really hoped that Desolate Land and 9 Dragons would stay. That's right, Desolate Land and 9 Dragons, why don't you stay? The Mu clan will definitely welcome you with open arms. The Patriarch has already said this before. You are all rare geniuses and you are willing to stay. If you're willing to stay, it'll be great news for the clan. The Mu clan isn't very strong, but it'll at least provide us with a stable environment for cultivation for the time being. They'll also provide us with a lot of cultivation resources. That way, our path of cultivation will be much smoother. Huaxia may be a big stage that everyone yearns for, but that stage also represents great competition and great danger. It may not be a good thing for you to enter Huaxia so rashly. Perhaps it'll add even more danger to your future path. One had to admit that Desolate Land and 9 Dragons did indeed want to follow Qin Shao to Huaxia. After all, everyone had the same goal, to climb higher. But they also understood that it was just as Jiangsu had said. Entering Huaxia would add too much danger for them. It might not be a good thing in the end. Therefore, the 2 of them discussed for a while and weighed the pros and cons before deciding to stay. He decided to stay in the Mu clan and cultivate in peace for now. It wouldn't be too late for him to enter the 9 states of Huaxia when he was strong enough. Qin Shao was now very poor and had nothing to give to the people of Desolate Land. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao released the barbarian. Master. The barbarian respectfully saluted Qin Shao. Barbarian life? A 3rd step Empyrean of the barbarian race? The sloppy man's eyes widened when he saw Qin Shao release a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable from the barbarian tribe. He looked at Qin Shao in surprise. It wasn't an easy task to subdue a barbarian as a servant. In the future, you will protect them for me. Stay with them for the time being and listen to their orders. Do you understand? Qin Shao said seriously to the barbarian. The barbarian looked at the three people of desolate land. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't dare to go against his master's orders. He nodded his huge head and said, "Yes, master. I will definitely protect them." Qin Shao nodded and said to the barbarian, "Thank you for your hard work. I will make it up to you in the future." Then, he said to the people of Desolate Land, "Brother Desolate Land, keep the barbarian in your inner world from now on. If you run into any situation where you have no choice, let the barbarian take care of it for you. With the barbarian protecting you, I will feel much more at ease. As long as you don't provoke any powerful enemies and aren't too unlucky, there shouldn't be any problems. However, the world is unpredictable, so it's better to be safe than sorry. It's always better to be prepared." The people of Desolate Land knew that this was Qin Zhao's goodwill, so they didn't reject it and accepted it. "All right, then we won't stand on ceremony. Go, Qin Shao, chase your dreams and step onto the big stage that you should be on. You will always be our pride, the pride of our primordial universe. Everything we have now is given to us by you. We will always be proud of you. Although we can't catch up with your footsteps, we will do our best to cultivate and improve ourselves. Let's strive for the day when you can conquer a land and lead us to build a force so that our primordial universe can truly take root in the great thousand worlds. Whether it's in the immortal realm or other saint realms, we will firmly follow your footsteps and move forward." Qin Shao smiled. This was his dream, the direction he worked hard towards, and the goal that everyone was looking forward to. Everyone was working hard for this. They were full of passion and fighting spirit. After all, they had to break up and leave. Qin Shao had never been a wishy-washy person. After explaining everything, he left with the sloppy man. Qianshan Ridge was originally close to the edge of the southern wasteland, so Qin Shao and the sloppy man quickly arrived at the edge of the southern wasteland. What appeared in front of the two was an incomparably huge Nether River. Of course, this was not the real Nether River. It just looked like an endless Nether River, so everyone called this place the Nether River. This Nether River was a dark area that separated the southern wasteland from the 9 continents Huaxia, Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and Jiuhua Sacred Ground. It was a very obvious dividing line, and it was precisely because of the existence of this dividing line that it was not easy to reach the 9 continents Huaxia from the Nether River. One had to cross the Nether River first. As far as Qin Shao knew, there were many dangers hidden in the Nether River. Many foreign races lived in the Nether River, and over time, the unique power of the Nether River had formed. It was precisely because of this that ordinary fourth-step celestial venerables would most likely die if they entered the Nether River. It was definitely not easy to successfully cross the Nether River to reach the 9 continents Huaxia. If one was below the fourth-step celestial venerable's realm, it was basically impossible to cross the Nether River. It was basically impossible for them to survive. The dangers of the Nether River were probably no less than any of the dangerous places in the southern wasteland. Moreover, the Nether River was very big. It would take a certain amount of time to cross it. It was precisely because the Nether River was filled with such dangers that Bai Shan and the other two had always dreamed of going to the 9 continents Huaxia. However, they had never put it into practice. It was probably because they felt that their strength was not enough and did not have much confidence in crossing the Nether River. Therefore, their plan had been put on hold. Ordinary fourth-step celestial venerables did not dare to cross the Nether River rashly unless they could invite a few people with them. The Nether River was a natural barrier that separated the southern wasteland from the rest of the immortal realm. Perhaps it was because of this natural barrier that the southern wasteland had always been regarded as a barren land, and a barren land. Qin Shao, I have a relatively safe path that I can take. I came to the southern wasteland from the 9 continents Huaxia through that path. It can be said that I came out by accident. Relatively speaking, it is indeed relatively safe. If we are lucky, even third-step celestial venerables can safely cross the Nether River. However, if we take that path, we will have to take a lot of detours and waste a lot of time. If we directly cross the Nether River like this, it will save us a lot of time. However, I am afraid that the danger will increase a lot. Moreover, it will be filled with many unknown dangers. The sloppy man said. Is it dangerous? Qin Shao curled his lips. However, he did not seem to care. He curled his lips and smiled faintly. If it is dangerous, then it is dangerous. It is nothing. We are going to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. It is a dangerous thing to do. If we can't even cross the Nether River, then how can we talk about killing the Black Hawk Overlord? Let's treat this Nether River as an appetizer for us. If we can't even eat this appetizer, then it will be even more difficult to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. Therefore, there is no need to take a detour. Since we are here, then we will directly cross the Nether River. There is nothing to be afraid of. What he said made sense. Compared to killing the Black Hawk Overlord, crossing the Nether River was not a big deal. The difficulty was definitely lower. Since Qin Shao said so, the sloppy man thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qin Shao was not afraid. Then what was there to be afraid of? As long as they could kill the Black Hawk Overlord, everything would be worth it. Therefore, the two of them directly entered the Nether River and crossed the Nether River. The Nether River was indeed not easy to cross. Qin Shao and the sloppy man spent a total of 100,000 years to cross the Nether River. It could be said that the time spent was not short. The sloppy man did not tell Qin Shao his name. Qin Shao was too lazy to ask him and directly called him Sloppy. Anyway, this name suited him quite well. He always looked sloppy. In the past 100,000 years, they had experienced many dangers along the way. Indeed, if it was an ordinary fourth-step heavenly venerate, it would not be easy to smoothly cross the Nether River. If it was just the sloppy man alone, it was very likely that he would die in the Nether River. Fortunately, there was a powerhouse like Qin Shao. Every time Qin Shao took action, and the most dangerous time actually forced Qin Shao to use the dual body technique. Of course, Li Xing did not use the flying dagger. Even so, that time was dangerous enough. It scared the sloppy man quite a bit. After the incident, he sighed with emotion. In his heart, he believed in Qin Zhao's strength even more. He was indeed a heaven-defying monster. His strength was indeed incredible. He had never heard of a third-step heavenly venerate being so strong. Even the outstanding young disciples of the 100 schools of thought could not do this. Perhaps only the outstanding disciples of the Holy Lands and the 5 great clans could do this. In that case, this kid's talent and potential could definitely be considered as one of the rarest in the immortal realms. It was really hard to believe that such a peerless monster could come out of the barren southern wilderness. This gave the sloppy man a little more confidence in this trip to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. The Black Hawk Overlord was located at the edge of the 9 provinces of Huaxia. It was close to the Nether River, and its territory even extended into the Nether River. Being in such a desolate place at the edge of the Nether River, it could be said that the sky was high and the Emperor was far away. No power could control this place. It could be said that it was the king of the land. Soon, the sloppy man brought Qin Shao to the Black Hawk Overlord. He pointed to the gloomy forest ahead and said to Qin Shao, the Black Hawk Overlord is ahead. After passing through this dark forest, you will reach the Black Hawk Overlord's place of cultivation. There are many dark creatures in this dark forest, forming a natural barrier that encloses the Black Hawk Overlord's place of cultivation. Chapter 21:18. In addition to the original dark creatures in the dark forest, the Black Hawk Overlord has also cultivated a large number of men of sacrifice to guard his cultivation ground. Even if we pass through the dark forest, we still have to pass through a line of defense. Moreover, the Black Hawk Overlord's cultivation ground has been set up with many formations and restrictions. It can be said that there are layers upon layers of restrictions, and its lethality is very strong. It is also a very powerful obstacle. If we want to see the Black Hawk Overlord himself, we have to go through several layers of obstacles first. During this time, the Black Hawk Overlord has enough time to prepare. Therefore, this also greatly increases the difficulty of dealing with the Black Hawk Overlord. This time, we must have a comprehensive plan before we take action. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to kill the Black Hawk Overlord. The sloppy man frowned and said with a serious face. He was quite clear about the situation here. It seemed that the Black Hawk Overlord was an extremely cautious person. A thorough plan? Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I do have a more thorough plan. Oh? The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao and wanted to hear what Qin Zhao's thorough plan was. Qin Shao said, "The thorough plan is that I will go in and kill the Black Hawk Overlord alone. You wait here for my good news." What? This was the so-called thorough plan? The sloppy man widened his eyes and looked at Qin Shao strangely. Obviously, he was stunned by Qin Zhao's thorough plan. What kind of thorough plan was this? It sounded more like an incomplete plan. Although the sloppy man admitted that he wasn't strong enough and might not be able to help much, he was confident that he wouldn't be of much help. But no matter what, his strength had reached the level of an ordinary fourth step heavenly venerable. He was not weak. Moreover, he was prepared to risk his life. No matter how much he could help, he was willing to participate and kill the Black Hawk Overlord with Qin Shao. Now, Qin Shao asked him to wait here for news. What did that mean? Was he afraid that he would be a burden? Even if he couldn't be of any help, he definitely wouldn't become a burden, right? Therefore, Qin Zhao's actions naturally provoked the sloppy man. But in fact, Qin Shao had his own considerations. If he entered the dark forest with the sloppy man, then it would definitely alarm the Lord of the Black Hawk in advance. Just as the sloppy man had said, once the Black Hawk Overlord was alerted, he would be able to make preparations in advance. In this way, the difficulty of killing the Black Hawk Overlord would naturally increase by a lot. Of course, the most important thing was that Qin Shao had his own way of killing Lord Blackhawk. Don't forget that Qin Shao now has a powerful concealment technique, the Mirage Meditation Technique. With such a powerful concealment technique, Qin Shao could easily sneak up on Blackhawk Tribal Lord and kill him with a sneak attack. In this way, the difficulty would obviously increase greatly, and the success rate would naturally be greatly increased. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's current strength, coupled with the Mirage Meditation Technique, Qin Shao was still relatively confident. Although he wasn't 100% confident, he was still 70% to 80% confident. As long as he didn't encounter an extremely powerful fourth step Heavenly Venerable, there shouldn't be any problems. In fact, Qin Shao had such confidence before, but he didn't reveal it in front of the sloppy man. He didn't want to make it too conspicuous. This was inseparable from Qin Zhao's always low-key character. "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" the sloppy man asked. Qin Shao said with a serious face, "Look at me, do I look like I'm joking with you? If you believe me, then do as I say. I've already sworn to the heavenly Tao with my soul, so you should be able to believe me. I've promised to kill the Black Hawk Overlord, so I naturally have my own plans and limits. Wait here for my news. After I kill the Black Hawk Overlord, I'll bring his corpse out for you to confirm. What else are you worried about? If you follow me, you'll only ruin my plan." The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao with a deep expression. After a long time, the sloppy man said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll believe you. I'll wait here for your good news." However, I also need to remind you, the Black Hawk Overlord is definitely an extremely dangerous character. He's very sinister and cunning, and he's very difficult to deal with. Therefore, you must be careful. Don't fall into his trap. Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Alright, I'll be careful. Qin Shao casually nodded and waved his hand at the sloppy man. After which, he resolutely stepped into the dark forest. Looking at the back of Qin Zhao's figure, the sloppy man's eyes flashed with a complicated expression. His mood was somewhat complicated. At this moment, he was a little confused. He didn't know whether his approach was right or wrong. Was it right or wrong to completely bet on Qin Shao? Did Qin Shao really have the ability and confidence to kill the Black Hawk Overlord alone? But at this point, he had no choice but to believe in Qin Shao. He had no other choice. He could only believe in Qin Shao and make a final gamble. Qin Shao, oh Qin Shao, I hope you can return victorious. Even if you can't kill the Black Hawk Overlord, I hope you can come back alive. If you can really kill the Black Hawk Overlord, then I'll really prostrate myself in front of you. Although I know the possibility may not be high, I have no other choice. I can only give it a try. Even if you fail, my loss is actually not that great. But I may have harmed you. The sloppy man shook his head. In his heart, he actually didn't want Qin Shao to die for him. At least, he liked and appreciated Qin Shao along the way. Moreover, Qin Shao had saved him several times in the Nether River. If it weren't for Qin Shao, he would have died in the Nether River. On the other side, as soon as Qin Shao entered the dark forest, he didn't hesitate and directly used the Mirage Meditation technique. With the Mirage Meditation technique, Qin Shao naturally walked in the dark forest as if he was walking in his own backyard. There was no resistance at all. Those dark creatures couldn't detect Qin Zhao's existence at all. Since they couldn't detect Qin Shao, naturally, they wouldn't attack Qin Shao. The dark forest was a dark and gloomy forest. It was dark and gloomy all year round. Obviously, it was incomparably damp and gloomy. It was like hell on earth, filled with the aura of death. Walking in it made people feel very uncomfortable. Even their immortal bodies would be corroded and infected by the gloomy aura. These creatures of darkness truly look very strange. They look a bit like the Netherworld race, but they are also very different from the Netherworld race. Their bodies are also black, a bit like shadows, but much more substantial than shadows. Unlike the Netherworld race, whose bodies are transparent, these dark creatures' bodies aren't transparent. They're solid. However, their bodies are completely black. Some are covered in hair, and some don't even look like humans. They all have their own characteristics. I don't know how strong these dark creatures are. Judging from their aura, they shouldn't be very strong, but there are too many of them. It's not good to provoke them. Fortunately, I have the Mirage Meditation technique, which saves me a lot of trouble. Otherwise, it would be very time-consuming and laborious to deal with these dark creatures. Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also disturb Lord Blackhawk. The gains would not make up for the losses. No wonder the sloppy man wanted to find a more experienced fourth step Heavenly Venerate to help him. However, the price he can pay is too small, so it's naturally difficult to attract people. I'm really a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Qin Shao didn't spend much effort to pass through the dark forest. It was very easy to pass through. After passing through the dark forest, an open space appeared. In the open space, there were floating boulders in the void, filling the entire space. It looked very dreamy and strange. Below those floating boulders was a huge lake. Perhaps it could no longer be described as a lake, but as a sea. After all, the open space was probably hundreds of thousands of miles wide. It wasn't small at all. At the top of the countless floating boulders, there was a magnificent palace with golden walls. The palace was surrounded by water. The water was mysteriously suspended in the void and didn't fall. It gave people a very strange feeling. The scene in front of them was very magnificent. It made people feel as if they had entered a real fairyland. However, this was only the first impression. After Qin Shao observed for a while, he sensed that there was something wrong with the aura. He saw corpses hanging from trees. On every floating boulder there was a corpse. It looked very cruel, strange, and eerie. Many of those corpses died in a very gruesome manner. Some had their tongues hanging out, some had their eyeballs popping out, some had their arms and legs broken, some had their hearts dug out, some had become dry corpses, and some had directly turned into white bones. There were even some that had a sharp weapon stuck in their bodies. There were all sorts of corpses hanging there. It was a ghastly sight. It was truly a frightening sight. In addition to the corpses, Qin Shao also saw a group of people in black clothes, wearing black masks, and exuding a black aura patrolling the area from time to time. These people should be the men of sacrifice mentioned by the sloppy man. The sloppy man said that Lord Blackhawk had trained many men of sacrifice, who were guarding around his cultivation place. These should be the men of sacrifice. These men of sacrifice only revealed a pair of eyes. Their eyes were extremely cold and emotionless, as if they were walking corpses. Moreover, there were a lot of such men of sacrifice. They could be seen along the way. Of course, there were more corpses than those men of sacrifice. There were corpses on every floating boulder. The number of floating boulders here was like the stars in the sky. They were innumerable. Seeing this, Qin Shao could not help but frown. It seems that this Black Hawk territorial lord is indeed a heinous person who has committed all sorts of crimes. He actually killed so many people. It's one thing to kill them, but he still hung all their corpses here. What's the meaning of this? Such a method is really extremely cruel. And these men of sacrifice, I don't know what kind of cruel method was used to train them. That's why these men of sacrifice have become so numb and live like walking corpses. If that's the case, then I can really kill this Black Hawk territorial lord. Chapter 21:19. Looking at those hanging corpses, Qin Shao couldn't help but feel a bit of anger in his heart. This was trampling, humiliating, and extremely disrespectful to the dead. There was a saying in the mortal spiritual world that a person's death was important. After a person died, he should be buried in peace and not be disturbed by others. Hanging corpses here was an extremely immoral and cruel way of doing things. From this, it was enough to see the character of Lord Blackhawk. He was indeed an extremely evil person. Looking at those men of sacrifice, he was even more sure that they were extremely evil. Qin Shao had always had light in his heart. He was somewhat righteous and walked the world with justice. When he saw injustice on the road, he would draw his sword to help. He treats other people's lives like grass, and his hands are stained with the blood of countless people. How cruel and merciless is he! Qin Zhao's killing intent towards Lord Blackhawk also surged in his heart, and he quickly approached the palace. There were indeed many restrictions and formations here, but in front of Qin Shao it was nothing. If Qin Shao was given some time, Qin Shao would be able to crack it and enter easily without any repercussions. Therefore, there was not much resistance along the way. Basically, he walked unimpeded into the palace. All the guards could not see him, and all the restrictions could not stop him. At this time, Lord Blackhawk was cultivating in a palace. The palace was full of gloomy black gas, as if it was covered by dark clouds. It was like hell on earth. The Black Hawk overlord wore a black mink coat and a black hawk hat on his head. It should be a black hawk hat made of a real black hawk. From the aura emitted by the Black Hawk overlord, Qin Shao sensed something. There's a demonic aura. This Black Hawk overlord is a human, but a demonic one? Qin Shao frowned slightly. Lord Blackhawk did not have the aura of the human clan. Instead, he had the aura of the demon clan. Qin Shao recalled that the Black Hawk Overlord's name was Black Hawk, and there were Black Hawk carvings everywhere. Even the Black Hawk Overlord was wearing a Black Hawk hat. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but make a bold guess. Could it be that the Black Hawk Overlord's true form is a Black Hawk? The powerful fourth-step Empyrean Black Eagle? In fact, Qin Shao wasn't very familiar with the Demon Clan and knew very little about them. Qin Shao had been in the immortal realm for nearly 20 million years, and this was the first time he had encountered a demon. In fact, there were some differences between the Demon Clan and the Monster Clan. The Demon Clan liked to transform into human form and rarely showed their true form. As for the Monster Beast Clan, they didn't like to transform into human form. They preferred to maintain their original form and rarely integrated into the human race. As for the Demon Clan, they were very willing to integrate into the human clan and even saw themselves as part of the human clan. At this moment, it was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Lord Blackhawk was cultivating, but his movements were not small. Moreover, Lord Blackhawk was immersed in cultivation and did not notice the approaching danger at all. This was the best time for Qin Shao to make a move. It seemed that the heavens were creating a good opportunity for him. Making a sneak attack was originally a dishonorable act. However, Qin Shao would not be lenient when dealing with an evil person like Lord Blackhawk, who had committed heinous crimes. Qin Shao could be a gentleman, but he could also be a villain. Lord Blackhawk's aura feels strong, but it's not strong to a very high level, right? From what I see, Black Hawk Territorial Lord is probably just a fourth-step Empyrean with some experience. In fact, even if I don't use a sneak attack, I should be able to suppress him. But forget it, it saves me the trouble. If I have a good method, why not use it? It's nonsense to talk about righteousness with this kind of person. I'm not so great and hypocritical. Since he wanted to make a sneak attack, he naturally had to be ruthless. He must not give the other party a chance to resist. Therefore, Qin Shao began to plan in his heart. What kind of method should he use to make a move? In terms of methods, the one with the strongest attack was naturally Li Xing's flying dagger. However, Li Xing's flying dagger was Qin Zhao's most powerful method now. It was his trump card, Since it was his trump card, how could he use it so easily? Then, there was the true word of Lin. After that, there was the dragon transformation art, the berserk technique, the dual body technique, and the 6 true words of Buddhism. They were all not bad. Lord Blackhawk is from the Demon Clan, and Buddhist methods can restrain the Demon Clan. Therefore, I'll use the 8-sided Buddha mirror to trap Lord Blackhawk first. Then, I'll use the 6 true words of Buddhism with all my strength. At the same time, I'll use the heart force and the berserk technique to increase my strength several times. In this way, I should be able to suppress Lord Blackhawk in one fell swoop. If it doesn't work, I still have the dual body technique and Li Xing's flying dagger in preparation. I don't believe that I can't kill Lord Blackhawk like this. After calculating in his heart and making all the preparations, Qin Shao was about to make his move. In the void underworld, Qin Shao flipped his palm and the 8-sided Buddha mirror appeared in his hand. The 6 true words of Buddhism, the heart force, and the berserk technique were all ready to be used. Qin Shao did not hesitate and quickly made his move. The 8-sided Buddha mirror was the first to strike out, directly enveloping Lord Blackhawk. Lord Blackhawk did not have time to react to this sudden attack at all. He was directly enveloped in the 8-sided space. As soon as the 8-sided Buddha mirror trapped Lord Blackhawk, the Buddha's light shone brightly. The Buddha's light and Buddha's might shrouded the entire 8-sided Buddha mirror. However, if it was just an 8-sided Buddha mirror, the Buddha's might was indeed not strong enough. If it wanted to suppress a 4th-step heavenly venerate, it would indeed feel somewhat lacking. Who is it? Lord Blackhawk, who was in the midst of cultivation, immediately jumped up in shock. His eyes widened as he furiously scanned his surroundings. His gaze quickly fell upon Qin Shao, and his eyes became incomparably deep and cold. Who are you? You're only a third-step heavenly venerable? A Buddhist cultivator? Humph, you Buddhist cultivators really have nothing better to do, don't you? Are you so free? You, a mere third-step heavenly venerable, want to deal with me? You're dreaming. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep, I'll kill you. Human brat, come and die. Lord Blackhawk was extremely angry. He attacked with all his might and wanted to break the eight-sided space. However, how could Qin Shao give him the chance to attack? Om Mani Padme Hum. The 6 true words of Buddhism combined with the heart force were used at the same time. Qin Shao had not used the berserk technique yet. However, just these 2 methods alone were already powerful enough. The heart force directly attacked Lord Blackhawk's soul and will, while the 6 true words of Buddhism could combine the power of the 8-sided Buddha mirror, making the Buddha's might of Buddhism even stronger. Under such a powerful Buddha's might of Buddhism, Lord Blackhawk felt extremely uncomfortable. After all, he was a demon, and demons were naturally suppressed by Buddha's might. Therefore, facing this Buddha's might of Buddhism, he felt extremely uncomfortable. His strength was greatly suppressed. At the same time, Qin Zhao's heart force attack was also extremely domineering, attacking Lord Blackhawk again and again. The 2-pronged attack caught Lord Blackhawk off guard. Before he could react, he had already fallen into a disadvantage. He was completely suppressed by Qin Shao. As soon as they clashed, Lord Blackhawk did not have much strength to resist. Under Qin Zhao's powerful attack, Lord Blackhawk finally understood the situation. May I ask who you are, sir? I don't know how I, Lord Blackhawk, have offended you. Please tell me clearly. I'm afraid there's been some misunderstanding, Lord Blackhawk said weakly. At this moment, he felt like there was a mountain pressing down on him. It was a little suffocating. Seeing that Lord Blackhawk was begging for mercy so quickly, Qin Shao could not help but chuckle. He said, "It seems that you, Lord Blackhawk, are only SOSO. You're not as strong as you say. You're just a 4th-step heavenly venerate." You're not that strong. At the very least, you're far from the top 4th-step heavenly venerate level. I've overestimated you. If I knew that you were only this strong, I wouldn't have prepared so well. Indeed, after hearing the sloppy man talk about how powerful the Black Hawk Overlord was, Qin Shao felt that the Black Hawk Overlord must be an extremely dangerous character. Perhaps he had to go all out in this battle. Moreover, he was not completely confident that he could win. He just wanted to give it a try. However, now it seemed that he had overestimated Lord Blackhawk. Lord Blackhawk was nothing at all. He could have dealt with such a 4th-step heavenly venerate a long time ago. Why did he need to specially spend 500 years to make sufficient preparations? Sir, I don't quite understand what you mean. Can you make it clearer? Lord Blackhawk asked again. He was also a little flustered now. He also knew that Qin Shao was an existence that he could not provoke. Therefore, he tried his best to show weakness. However, Qin Shao was here to kill Lord Blackhawk. Why would he care about this? Instead, he sneered and said, "To put it bluntly, I'm here to kill you today. Therefore, you'd better wait for your death obediently. No one can save you." Kill me? Why? Lord Blackhawk was stunned. He stared blankly at Qin Shao. After a long while, he continued, "Sir, you're a Buddhist cultivator. How can you kill so easily? This is seriously inconsistent with your cultivation. Buddhist cultivators are born with the power to destroy all the darkness and evil in the world. Since the Buddha's light can suppress you, it proves that you are also the target of the Buddha's light. Moreover, I'm actually not a Buddhist cultivator. I just happen to know some Buddhist techniques. Lord Blackhawk wanted to cry, but no tears came out. It seemed like this person was determined to kill him today. This was troublesome. This was really troublesome. Lord Blackhawk did not expect that he would end up like this today. How could he tolerate all this? Sir, even if you want to kill me, you should at least give me a reason, right? I can't die without knowing the reason, right? Lord Blackhawk said. He now wanted to use all means to get close to Qin Shao. He wanted to find some loopholes and use them to break through. Qin Shao looked at Lord Blackhawk and said coldly, "You want me to give you a reason, don't you? Well, I'll give you a few. Listen carefully. First, I saw countless corpses and countless men of sacrifice along the way. These are all the masterpieces of you, Lord Blackhawk, right? You killed so many innocent people. Don't you think you deserve to die? Don't you think you've committed a heinous crime? Second, you have a deep blood feud with my friend. I promised him that I would kill you. Naturally, I can't go back on my word. People like you deserve to die. Your death is not regrettable." Chapter 21:20. No, no, no. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. The Black Hawk Overlord was really anxious. His voice was full of weakness and begging for mercy. Under Qin Zhao's powerful means, the Black Hawk Overlord could not resist at all. He could not rush out of the eight-sided space. He was trapped in the eight-sided space, shrouded and suppressed by the boundless Buddhist light, so he could not rush out at all. Under such circumstances, the Black Hawk Overlord naturally knew that he had encountered a ruthless person this time, so he could only bow his head and show weakness. "Can't kill you," Qin Shao sneered. "Why can't I kill you?" The Black Hawk Overlord hurriedly said, "Because killing me will not benefit you at all. This is just a clone of mine. My true body isn't here. Killing one of my clones won't be of much use to you. And because of this, you've completely offended me. My original body will definitely kill you to avenge you, no matter what. So, killing me will not benefit you at all." Qin Shao laughed in disdain and said, "It doesn't matter. It's enough that I can kill your avatar. Whether or not I kill your actual body is not within my scope." From Qin Zhao's words, the Black Hawk Overlord understood some of the meaning. The Black Hawk Overlord continued, "Your Excellency, I don't know you, and we have no grudges. So, I think you want to kill me because you are paid to do so. You don't have any deep grudges against me, so you want to kill me. If that's the case, then I think you have no reason to kill me. Since you want money, then it's very simple. I will give you double the amount that others have given you. No matter what, you should not kill me. If you are willing to let me go, then everything can be discussed. What do you think?" Qin Shao sneered and looked at the Black Hawk Overlord, saying, "I am killing you for someone else. You can say that I am paid to do so. However, some things aren't as simple as you think. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Even if you give me everything you have, I won't talk to you. To put it bluntly, you are now my prisoner. Your life is in my hands. As long as I kill you, everything on you will naturally become my spoils of war. So do you think I need you to give it to me? You're using this to negotiate with me? It's a worthless bargaining chip. Also, I've always abhorred evil. You've killed so many innocent people. You're a sinner who deserves to die. Even if I don't kill you for the sake of others, I will definitely kill you when I see someone as evil as you. So, you don't have to waste your breath, and you don't have to think about anything. Today, you will definitely die." Hearing Qin Zhao's ruthless words, Lord Blackhawk's expression became extremely ferocious. He looked at Qin Shao furiously, gritted his teeth, and said in a voice as cold as a knife, "So there's no room for negotiation?" Qin Shao nodded and said with certainty, "Yes, there's no room for negotiation. Today I will kill you." Humph. No matter what he said, Lord Blackhawk was extremely angry. He looked at Qin Shao fiercely and said, "Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Humph, isn't it just a doppelganger? This lord can afford to sacrifice himself, but if this enmity is formed, this lord swears that he will not let you off easily. You can kill me today, but later I will definitely take your life. I mean what I say. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. The main thing is that if I don't kill you, my original body will die a horrible death. Ha ha ha, come on, boy, come and kill me. Come on, come on." Since he was going to die anyway, Lord Blackhawk became extremely crazy at this time. In the face of Lord Blackhawk's threat, Qin Shao did not care too much. Of course, he did not doubt Lord Blackhawk's words. Qin Shao believed that with Lord Blackhawk's temperament, he would definitely hold a grudge and would not let it go. Killing Lord Blackhawk's doppelganger would definitely leave a hidden danger for himself. There was no doubt about it. But so what? No matter what he did, there would be a corresponding hidden danger. This was inevitable. If he thought too much about it, he would not dare to do anything. Qin Shao did not do things without considering the consequences, but he would not think too much about it. Qin Shao had the ability to kill Lord Blackhawk, so he was not afraid of Lord Blackhawk's original body coming to seek revenge. So what if Lord Blackhawk came? He would still kill him. Therefore, Qin Shao did not care too much about this potential threat. Since he had decided to kill Lord Blackhawk, he naturally would not turn back. At this time, Lord Blackhawk had completely fallen into madness. He was not afraid of death, but he still threatened Qin Shao with monstrous hatred. Soon, Lord Blackhawk died in Qin Shao's hands. After killing Lord Blackhawk, everything on Lord Blackhawk's body was naturally exposed. There were 3 upper-grade immortal weapons, but Lord Blackhawk's original body was not dead yet. Therefore, the 3 high-grade immortal artifacts were useless even if he had them. Moreover, with these 3 upper-grade immortal weapons, he would tell Lord Blackhawk's original body later. He would respect Lord Blackhawk's position at this time. Therefore, these immortal weapons that had been recognized by Lord Blackhawk could not be taken with him. They were casually thrown here by Qin Shao. In addition to the immortal artifacts, Qin Shao was not interested in the other miscellaneous items. Thus, he casually tossed them aside. In the end, he kept all the primal chaos origin rock. Lord Blackhawk is really a rich man. I did not expect him to have nearly 6 million chaos source stones on him. Qin Shao was indeed a little surprised by such a fortune. 6 million Chaos Source Stones was definitely not something an ordinary 4th step Heavenly Venerable could take out. This was just a clone, but it had nearly 6 million Chaos Source Stones. It was indeed a little shocking. However, these Chaos Source Stones were now in Qin Zhao's possession. After keeping the Chaos Source Stones, Qin Shao left with Lord Blackhawk's body. Outside, the unkempt man was waiting anxiously. Although Qin Shao had not been in the forest for long, the days of waiting felt long and torturous. In fact, the unkempt man was still worried that Qin Shao could not kill Lord Blackhawk. Therefore, he wanted to go in and help, but he did not dare to go in recklessly. He was afraid that he would ruin Qin Zhao's plan. Therefore, he was conflicted. On one hand, he wanted to help, but on the other hand, he was afraid that he would ruin Lord Blackhawk's plan. These 2 thoughts struggled in his mind, making him feel even more anxious. Even though only 100 years had passed, it was only a matter of time. 100 years was actually a very short period of time. Huh! But soon, the unkempt man suddenly frowned and his eyes widened. This was because he saw Qin Shao walking out of the dark forest. So fast? It had only been 100 years, and Qin Shao had already come out? Moreover, there was a slight smile on Qin Zhao's face, and he seemed to be in a good mood. This gave people the feeling that he was returning victorious. Could it be that Qin Shao had killed Lord Blackhawk? Impossible, right? When the unkempt man saw Qin Shao, many thoughts appeared in his mind. He did not dare to believe that Qin Shao had completed his mission and returned victorious. After all, he had been worried about Qin Shao. He was even secretly worried for Qin Shao. He was afraid that Qin Shao would suffer in the hands of Lord Blackhawk. But now, it seemed that the situation was not so. You succeeded? The unkempt man asked without confidence. In fact, he was doubtful. Qin Shao pursed his lips and chuckled. He said, "Why? You don't believe that I can kill Lord Blackhawk? Look at you. You don't seem to have confidence in me at all. Didn't I come out safe and sound?" The unkempt man was indeed in disbelief, so he asked again, "Did you really kill Lord Blackhawk?" Qin Shao could also understand the unkempt man's heart. In fact, he did not expect that it would be so smooth before. Because the unkempt man had been emphasizing in front of Qin Shao how powerful Lord Blackhawk was, and how difficult it was to kill him. Therefore, Qin Shao also preconceived that Lord Blackhawk was indeed very powerful and difficult to deal with. Therefore, he had done his best to make more preparations. He had cultivated the berserk art and the dual body technique to the perfection stage before he came to kill the Black Eagle. Lord. But after seeing Lord Blackhawk, Qin Shao realized that he was thinking too much. The unkempt man was also thinking too much. Lord Blackhawk's strength was not bad, but it was not as powerful as described. Therefore, killing Lord Blackhawk was naturally not a big deal for Qin Shao. What's more, Qin Shao had the Assassin Mirage meditation technique. He could directly launch a sneak attack. Moreover, his Buddhist Tao just happened to be able to restrain Lord Blackhawk. Therefore, with all these factors added together, Qin Shao was able to kill the Black Hawk territorial lord without much effort. Originally, Qin Shao was prepared to risk his life, but he didn't expect this result. It really gave him too many surprises. In the end, he easily completed the task. Qin Shao waved his hand, and Lord Blackhawk's corpse flew in front of the unkempt man. Seeing Lord Blackhawk's corpse, the unkempt man was stunned. He looked at Qin Shao in a daze, and then looked at Lord Blackhawk's corpse on the ground. After carefully sizing it up, the unkempt man confirmed that the corpse on the ground was indeed Lord Blackhawk's. There was no mistake about it. In other words, Qin Shao had really killed Lord Blackhawk. He went in alone and killed Lord Blackhawk in just a short 100 years. It had to be said that his strength was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, he, Qin Shao, was still just a third-step Empyrean realm person. As a third-step heavenly venerate, he was actually able to kill the Black Hawk tribal lord so easily, and he himself was completely unscathed. How heaven-defying was this? After confirming that the corpse on the ground was Lord Blackhawk's, the unkempt man was so shocked that he was speechless for a moment. He looked at Qin Shao with a dumbfounded expression. For a moment, he had an impulse to worship Qin Shao. He almost knelt down and prostrated himself before Qin Shao. He had no choice but to be convinced. Qin Shao, you are not human. After holding back for a long time, the unkempt man finally said to Qin Shao and gave him an evaluation. This evaluation made Qin Shao feel strange when he heard it. What did he mean by he was not human? You are a god. But soon, the unkempt man solemnly added 3 words. God? Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. He did not think of himself as a god. Of course, the god here was a question mark, not a god in the ordinary sense. Chapter 21-21. The Great Thousand World, the Vast Starry Sky, the Endless Universe. In the depths of the Endless Universe sea, on a floating continent, in front of a mysterious space, A figure stood there with a face full of resentment. His twisted expression looked unusually ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone. In his vicious eyes, monstrous hatred, anger, and killing intent flashed. If Qin Shao were here at this moment, he would definitely recognize that this person was none other than the Black Hawk Lord whose clone he had killed, a fourth-step celestial venerable realm exalted immortal. However, in front of Qin Shao, he did not even have the chance to fight back and was directly suppressed and killed. Of course, it wasn't that he was weak to the point of being unable to fight back. It was probably because Qin Shao had launched a sneak attack, and as soon as she made a move, she'd utilized the boundless might of Buddhism to suppress him. That was why such a humiliating situation had occurred. This was a great humiliation for Black Hawk Lord, and it was a fact that he could not accept. Even if he admitted that Qin Zhao's strength was above his, what he could not accept was that he was killed without being able to fight back. This was a great humiliation for him. Endless anger drove him crazy, and he wanted to kill Qin Shao and be happy. Plop! Black Hawk Lord suddenly knelt down in front of the mysterious space, and said with a resolute face, "Master, this disciple is willing to beg you to kill Qin Shao for this disciple. If I don't vent my anger and take revenge, I'm afraid that I won't be able to cultivate and will fall into the demon path. Ever since I followed you, Master, I've never suffered any losses, let alone such a great loss. How can I bear it? How can I not hate him?" He knew that his strength was not as good as Qin Zhao's, so if he wanted to take revenge now, he naturally had to ask for help. Soon, a gentle and angry voice came from the mysterious space. "Black Hawk, you're not weak, and I've taught you many skills. What kind of person has the ability to kill your clone? Did you get into trouble outside again? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile in the 9 continents, Huaxia? Now that you've gotten yourself into trouble, you want me to settle it for you. What a wishful thinking. Master, it's like this." Lord Black Hawk recounted the situation to his master. When the words came out of his mouth, it was natural for him to exaggerate and make himself sound like he had been wronged. But speaking of which, Overlord Blackhawk didn't get into any big trouble this time. He was just too unlucky. The sloppy man didn't have the ability to kill the Black Hawk Overlord, but he was lucky that Qin Shao could help him kill the Black Hawk Overlord. "You don't have to tell me this. You, a 4th-step Heavenly Venerate, were actually killed by a 3rd-step Heavenly Venerate brat. You really give me face." The master of the Black Hawk Territorial Lord obviously knew the character of the Black Hawk Territorial Lord and did not completely believe his words. Lord Blackhawk continued to say in a wrong tone, "I am incompetent. I have embarrassed you. But it's precisely because of this that Master should take action. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bullying my sect? Moreover, that brat was extremely arrogant. He said that even if he killed me, what could I do to him? Even if I asked for help, he would still kill me. He also said that he would kill all the demons in the world." Humph! An angry snort sounded from the mysterious space. Hearing this snort, the corners of Lord Blackhawk's mouth curved into a sly smile. He knew that his master was angry. Once his master was angry, he would definitely take action. As expected, a voice came from the mysterious space. "Blackhawk, I am now in closed-door cultivation to cultivate a dangerous saint technique. I can't personally come out to kill that brat for you. I'm not sure how long I will be in closed-door cultivation. It could be tens of millions of years or tens of millions of eras. I can't take action for the time being, so I sent a message to your senior brother and asked him to come back. When your senior brother comes back, you can bring him to meet him. With your senior brother's strength, it won't be difficult to kill that brat. However, your senior brother is temporarily at the edge of the endless universe ocean. I'm afraid it will take some time for him to come back. Hearing his master's words, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord smiled and immediately thanked him happily. "Thank you, master. With my senior brother's help, it will be a piece of cake." It's okay. Just wait for a few more days. That brat won't be able to escape. Waiting for him for a few more million years is nothing. Okay, go ahead. The Black Hawk Territorial Lord's body was killed, and the sloppy man's hatred was avenged. Qin Shao had done what he had promised. This transaction was a perfect ending. Qin Shao, thank you for avenging me. Although I only killed the Black Hawk Territorial Lord's body, I'm already very satisfied to be able to kill one of his bodies. I know that the possibility of killing his real body is not high, so I won't think about it too much. However, this is only temporary. Give me time to grow, and I may be able to resolve this hatred with my own hands. Killing his real body is still my life's great ambition, and it's the goal that I will work hard for in the future. However, I'm sorry that I caused you to provoke the Black Hawk Territorial Lord, Qin Shao. The sloppy man looked at Qin Shao gratefully, but Qin Shao didn't care and waved his hand. He curled his lips and said, "It's nothing. I just killed an evil person. If I can kill his body, then I can also kill his real body. If his real body dares to come to me for revenge, that's good." I'll get rid of evil for life and do justice for the heavens. So, you don't have to worry about me. You should worry about yourself. His real body is not dead yet. With his temperament, he won't be able to take this lying down. If he doesn't dare to find trouble with me, then he will definitely transfer his hatred to you. He will definitely find trouble with you. The sloppy man nodded. Of course, he was aware of this situation, but he was not afraid of anything. He had long been prepared to die. Now that he had fulfilled his wish, what was there to be afraid of? The sloppy man said again. "Qin Shao, I said that as long as you kill the Black Hawk Territorial Lord for me, then I can give you everything, including my life. If you want me to do something, you can just say it. Even if you want me to be your cow or horse, I won't frown. I originally wanted to follow you, but my strength is average. I guess you won't take a fancy to me. I may not have other things, but I still have this life and Scarlet Gut's loyalty." Qin Shao smiled faintly and patted the sloppy man's shoulder. "I don't want your life, and I don't want you to follow me. I don't want you to do anything for me. We're just taking what we need. Let's be simple. Just think of it as a transaction. In fact, it's really a transaction. I've got the Essence Soul Stone. It's enough for me. Killing the Black Hawk Territorial Lord for you is a condition that I already knew. Since I agreed, it means that I don't feel that I'm at a disadvantage. It's a very fair transaction. You've already thanked me, so there's no need to think about it anymore. If you continue to go to the southern wasteland, then if possible, help me take care of my 3 brothers. I don't have anything else to think about. Of course, if you want to stay in the 9 continents, then forget about it. This is not my request to you. It's just that I'm afraid it's very difficult for me to return to the southern wasteland, so I can't take care of my 3 brothers. It's beyond my reach." The sloppy man nodded. "I'm indeed preparing to return to the southern wasteland, although I'm not from there. But I've been staying in the southern wasteland for the past few million years. As you said, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord won't let me go easily. If I stay in the 9 continents, it'll be a lot more dangerous. Therefore, I'm more willing to stay in the southern wasteland. This way, the Black Hawk Territorial Lord won't be able to find me so easily. Secondly, I can also take the opportunity to cultivate in the southern wasteland." Since that was the case, Qin Shao was relieved. "Good, then we'll meet again someday. I also wish you to break through to the 4th step, Heavenly Venerable Realm, as soon as possible, and kill your enemies as soon as possible." Qin Shao cupped his fists and said. The sloppy man also gratefully bowed to Qin Shao and replied, "Good, then we'll meet again someday. Take care. I also wish you to shine in the 9 continents, surpass the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries, and set foot on the true peak. One day, I can proudly tell others that I once killed enemies with you, Qin Shao. How happy would that be? Ha ha ha! Qin Shao smiled and politely replied. Then I'll take your auspicious words. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Shao didn't stay and directly left. Killing the Black Hawk Territorial Lord gave Qin Shao a lot of benefit. He obtained the Soul Origin Stone Essence, successfully cultivated the dual body technique, and also received 6 million Chaos Source Stones. Originally, Qin Shao was so poor that he didn't even have a single Chaos Source Stone. Now, he finally had some assets. 6 million Chaos Source Stones could be considered a decent amount of wealth. For Qin Shao, who had just stepped into the 9 continents, this could be said to have solved an urgent problem. After bidding farewell to the sloppy man and passing through this desolate region, Qin Shao soon saw the beautiful sunlight, green mountains and clear waters, waterfalls and streams, hundreds of flowers blooming, and tens of thousands of birds flying in flocks. It was a beautiful picture. He entered a colorful, dazzling, and colorful world. This feeling was indeed very different. This was an aura that couldn't be felt in most places in the southern wasteland. The immortal spiritual chi was also clearly much denser. Whether it was the scenery, the environment, or the aura, it was obviously much better than the southern wasteland. Even if it was a very ordinary place, it was almost comparable to the Fuda Immortal Palace. Seeing this, Qin Shao finally understood something. No wonder people said that the southern wasteland is a barren, desolate, and barbaric land. Compared to Jiuzhou Huaxia, that is indeed the case. If the 9 continents of Huaxia is compared to a magnificent imperial palace, then the southern wasteland is indeed like a shabby thatched cottage. The difference is indeed like heaven and earth. If you don't step into the 9 continents, you won't be able to feel it. Big stage, big scenery, big feeling. To me, this is undoubtedly a new starting point, a new journey. It's also quite good. If I didn't leave the Fuda Immortal Palace because of the dispute with the Fuda Immortal Palace Master, I'm afraid that I would have to think twice before stepping into the 9 continents, the Xia. Now, I don't have any burden in my heart. The past has been cleared. Well, everything can be considered a new beginning. The southern wasteland didn't leave much for me. Other than Fatty Kai, Xiao Dao, and Princess Xiaoyu, there is only some gratitude from the Fuda Immortal Palace. Chapter 21-22. A green mountain, an old stone, an ancient tree, and a wisp of spring breeze. It looked like a very ordinary scene, but it gave people a feeling of something new. At the very least, it touched Qin Shao inexplicably. The mountains and rivers were great, but he could also see the traces left behind by the rings of time and the vicissitudes of life. A flower, a tree, a grass, a leaf, a stone, a mountain, a river, a hill, and a ravine. The Great Path has vicissitudes. The Great Path exists in all things and is everywhere. Although this is the celestial realm, the place where the laws of the immortal path are the strongest and the place where the laws of the immortal path are the most prosperous. However, the laws of the Great Path still exist everywhere. The 8 great paths of cultivation each have their own laws, and the entire great wide world is composed of these laws, which is why there is such a neat order. Cultivation comes from the bits and pieces of life. The Great Path is hidden in all things. Seeing this mountain and water touched Qin Zhao's enlightenment, which allowed Qin Shao to comprehend some of the true meanings of the Great Path. With this enlightenment, Qin Shao naturally stopped and focused on cultivation. Such an opportunity was rare. Immersed in the mountains and rivers, Qin Shao cultivated and comprehended for 100,000 years. Qin Shao had never cultivated for so long just because of the mountains and rivers. Sometimes cultivation was like this. Sometimes, because of a moment of inspiration, it was like touching a vine. Then, following this vine, one would slowly touch the melon. If one couldn't grab this vine, then one might never touch the melon. Therefore, cultivation often relied on luck, talent, potential, and a flash of inspiration. Sometimes it might be just a thought, but it was the key to opening a palace. The great path of the heavens existed in all things. It just depended on whether one had the keen vision to detect and comprehend it. The smaller the thing, the weaker the embodiment of the great path. However, no matter how weak it was, it still existed in the great path. A ray of light of the great path suddenly descended from the sky. The holy power of the heavenly path and the blessing of the Buddha sprinkled on Qin Zhao's body. This was the baptism of the holy light, this was the reward of the heavenly path, this was a leap in the level of life. Qin Zhao's great way had finally made a breakthrough. He had broken through to the great Tao celestial realm when he was in the primordial universe. However, after entering the immortal realm, he cultivated the immortal Tao and rarely cultivated the great Tao. After all, in the immortal domain, cultivating the immortal Tao was the best and easiest. Cultivating the great path was extremely difficult. Moreover, without the assistance of any cultivation method, it was even more difficult. Qin Shao definitely would not have deliberately come to cultivate and comprehend the great path if he had not been inspired just now. These 100,000 years of comprehension and cultivation had been exchanged for a great harvest, allowing Qin Shao to break through to the second step, Great Tao Heavenly Venerate. With the breakthrough of the Great Tao, Qin Zhao's highest realm was naturally the immortal Tao, the third step Celestial Venerate. The second was the Tao of Heart Force. The Tao of Heart Force was at the 8th level, which was equivalent to a third step Empyrean. In terms of the true meaning of power, he had also broken through to the first step Heavenly Venerable Realm. The cultivation of the true intent of power was the slowest. It was also the Tao that Qin Shao was the least proficient in. The breakthrough of the great Tao brought about the improvement of his body. Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised to find that the world in his body had started to devour energy and expand again. One had to know that Qin Zhao's current world in his body was already comparable to the size of an ancient sage. He had not expected that the breakthrough of the great Tao would lead to another expansion. However, the expansion of the world in his body required an astonishing amount of energy. It required a large amount of immortal spiritual power. Qin Shao had 6 million Chaos Source Stones on him. If he took them out, he should be able to support himself. However, this was all that Qin Shao had now. He could not use it casually. After entering the 9 continents, Qin Shao still had to rely on these Chaos Source Stones to survive. Therefore, he could not use them recklessly. If he did not use the Chaos Source Stones and instead devoured them from the heaven and earth, the speed would be much slower and it would take a lot more time. However, Qin Shao did not care about the time. If it took a longer time, so be it. Moreover, he also realized that the spiritual qi here was very rich. Moreover, the improvement this time was not like when he broke through to the third step, Heavenly Venerate Realm. Qin Zhao's body was like a huge black hole, devouring the immortal spiritual qi from the heaven and earth crazily. He was like a giant whale that could not be fed enough and wanted to devour the heaven and earth. This crazy devouring made Qin Shao feel that the world in his body was expanding and growing rapidly. It also brought about an increase in his strength. Qin Shao gradually figured out the uses of the power of the world in his body during the battle. Sometimes it was even very useful. Once the power of the world in his body was released, he could create a powerful domain that could seal everything. It took him 100,000 years to complete this breakthrough. In terms of time, it did not take too long. At least, it was much shorter than Qin Shao had expected. After completing the breakthrough, Qin Zhao's strength was actually not much affected by the breakthrough in the Great Tao realm. It was just that the strength of his body had increased a little. Although it was not much, it was still about 10%. An increase of 10% was actually not a small amount. The most important thing was the expansion of the world in his body. However, it did not expand by much, only about 30%. It was indeed much worse than the breakthrough in the immortal Tao. After feeling it for a while, Qin Shao pursed his lips and smiled. He felt a little emotional in his heart. I've discovered that there are actually many benefits to cultivating several cultivation paths. Although I'm mainly cultivating the immortal Tao now, every breakthrough in the great Tao, heart force, and the true meaning of strength can bring me many benefits. The strength of my body increases every time. Therefore, although I'm only a third step heavenly venerate now, the strength of my body is already comparable to a fourth step heavenly venerate. There's also the world in my body. Every breakthrough will expand and increase my strength. If this situation continues, then when I break through to the fourth step heavenly venerate realm in several cultivation paths, won't the power of my world and my body reach the level of an ancient sage? Will the strength of my body reach the level of an ancient sage? Thinking of this situation, Qin Shao could not help but have a sudden thought. Every time it increased a little, then when it was stacked up, it would be very impressive. If it continued like this, then he could indeed make a bold guess. Therefore, Qin Shao also found the benefits of cultivating a few more paths of cultivation. Although the great Tao and the true meaning of strength were not very useful in battle, heart force could be used. Heart force, on the other hand, could be of use. However, the main source of power in battle was still the power of the immortal Tao. It seemed like cultivating other Taos was a waste of time and energy. But in the long run, one would realize that there were still many benefits. After all, it's also a cultivation path. There will definitely be benefits to cultivating it. It's a matter of more or less, but it's impossible to have no benefits at all. The strong all need to draw parallels. Generally, drawing parallels is just a side path. The great Tao of cultivation is naturally more beneficial. After thinking about it carefully, this problem could be immediately relieved. After spending 200,000 years, he had a breakthrough in the great Tao and his strength had increased by a few %. It could be considered a big gain, and it made Qin Zhao's mood immediately happy. Continue moving forward. After entering the 9 provinces Huaxia country, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Instead, he planned to walk for a while and break through like this all the way before making plans. His ultimate goal was the White Meng territory for the time being. Qin Shao wanted to find Meng Dali first. The White Meng territory was also close to the Xia territory. He planned to find Meng Dali first, then look for Wufeng City. However, from here to the White Meng territory, he had to pass through more than 10 territories. The journey was still very long. The 9 provinces Huaxia country was divided into 5 great holy lands and 100 territories. The 5 great holy lands were ruled by the 3 sovereigns and 5 territories. The 5 great holy lands also had a supreme status in the 9 provinces Huaxia country. This status was like the 5 great holy lands of the Hongmeng universe. It was supreme, and no other force could shake it. Everyone had to submit to the 5 great holy land. Under the 5 great holy lands there were the 100 schools of thought. There were 100 great holy lands, and they were divided into territories. The 5 great holy lands and 100 territories formed the power structure of the entire 9 provinces Huaxia country. The land of each territory was not inferior to the territory of the entire southern wasteland. It could be said to be vast and boundless. It wasn't that easy to go through them. Previously, Wufeng City had given Qin Shao a map of the 9 provinces Huaxia country. Although it was not very detailed, it was enough for Qin Shao to understand the basic situation of the 9 provinces Huaxia country. The distance was so far. It was better to cultivate along the way. Anyway, Qin Shao was not in a hurry. Coming to the 9 provinces Huaxia country, Qin Shao was also aiming for this big stage. The opportunity of cultivation could be found anywhere. There was no need to deliberately pursue it. Moreover, Qin Shao would not deliberately seek refuge with Meng Dali, Wufeng City, and the others. He only said that when the opportunity came, he would meet them. If the opportunity did not come, it did not matter whether he met them or not. Everything was still based on cultivation. Qin Shao withdrew his thoughts and scanned his surroundings. He suddenly discovered something strange. Why are these flowers and trees withered? Why are they not as vigorous as before? Moreover, everywhere he looked, the situation was the same. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was a scene of withering. It was dim and had lost its vitality. What was going on? It was not like this before. Why did it become like this after he cultivated for a while? Qin Shao thought carefully. Suddenly, he could not help but frown deeply. He somewhat understood what was going on. It seems that it has something to do with the expansion of my inner world. When I broke through just now, I crazily devoured the immortal spiritual power between heaven and earth. Although the immortal spiritual qi here is very rich, it should not be able to keep up with my devouring speed. Therefore, under such circumstances, I devoured a lot of immortal spiritual qi from all the things in the world around me, resulting in this scene. It seems that next time, I really can't break through so casually. I must be prepared. This time, fortunately, my inner world did not expand too much. Otherwise, whether I could succeed or not is still a question. Qin Shao completely understood and secretly thought in his heart. The 2 previous breakthroughs he had made had also caused a lot of commotion. The first time was in Tianshan City, where the Tianshan City Lord took action. The second time was in Haxing's place, where Haxing took action. Qin Shao suddenly raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes swept to a place. In the distance, Qin Shao heard a few screams. There were people there, and they should have encountered some danger. Chapter 21-23. In the valley, a group of men riding on flood horses were surrounded by a group of people. There were about 20 men riding on flood horses, and each of them was riding on 10 flood horses. These flood horses were tall and mighty, much larger than the average horse. Their bodies were comparable to that of a rhinoceros. Their bodies were covered with hard scales, which made them look like armor. However, that was not the case. These were the scales of the flood horses themselves. Their skin was thick and their defense was good. They were easy to train and had good running abilities. Therefore, flood horses were the most common form of transportation. These mighty flood horses were obviously carefully selected. The men surrounding the group of men had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and their aura was overwhelming. Brother Lin Wan, it's the demon clan. Our worst fears have come true. We're outnumbered. What should we do? We're not going to die here, are we? Brother Lin Wan, please think of something. I don't want to die. Brother Lin Wan, we're in trouble. Many of the men on the flood dragon horses started to panic. They were terrified. The one who was addressed as Lin Amang Bro was a tall man who was the leader of the group. Among the group, he was the calmest. There was no trace of emotion on his resolute face. There was a hint of coldness in his resolute eyes. A powerful aura of battle intent was released, indicating his firm determination. Judging from his aura, He was a second step, heavenly, venerable human immortal. Everyone, don't lie. We, the people of High Mountain Town, are not cowards. If worse comes to worst, we'll fight it out with them. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Wan said to the crowd. He stared at the leader of the demon clan and said coldly, "You demon clan are bold. How dare you enter the territory of the 9 states kingdom of Huaxia and commit banditry? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the elites of the human clan?" The leader of the demon clan was an unusually coquettish man. He exuded a strong demonic aura. Judging from his aura, he was also a second step, heavenly, venerable demon immortal. The man who seemed to be the leader laughed in a strange way and said, "Humph, stop bluffing. This is the border of the 9 continents Huaxia country. Our demon race often comes here, but we are safe and sound. Do you think you can scare me with just a few words? I advise you all to obediently allow yourselves to be captured and hand over everything you have on you. This way, perhaps I can spare your lives and let you leave. Otherwise, none of you will leave here alive today. Do you choose to live or die? You have to think carefully. I'll only give you one chance." On Lin Xian's side there was an uproar again. The current situation was very obvious. The scales were completely tilted in favor of the demon race. No one could see any hope, only despair. If a battle really broke out, then they would all die here. None of them would be able to leave alive. Therefore, he was naturally a little scared. "Brother Lin Wan, why don't we surrender? Where there's life, there's hope. If we fight them, we'll still die, and we won't be able to keep our resources." "That's right, Brother Lin Wan. Survival is more important. Let's surrender. I believe our clan members will understand what we're doing. Tui, look at yourselves. Surrender at the slightest sign of danger? Don't you feel ashamed?" "That's right. It was a waste to choose you to escort the resources to Flat Demon City with us. You're so useless. You can only act high and mighty in the town. Now that you're out here, you're all cowards. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed for you. Surrender? How dare you say that? Cultivators like us, why should we fear a battle? At worst, we'll fight to the death. These resources are the result of years of hard work from our town. If we surrender them to the demon race, we'll be the sinners of our town. Are you willing to be sinners? Isn't it just a clone? What are you afraid of?" Lin Xian also said with a serious face, "Brothers, we have no way out. We can only fight to the death. Don't think that we can live if we surrender. These demon race members don't keep their promises. Even if they do, we can't do that. If anyone dares to talk about surrender again, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Everyone, fight with me. We were born lowly, but we will die honorably. What's there to fear? Yes, Brother Lin Wan is right. Let's kill. Kill." Faced with the crowd's high fighting spirit and strong killing intent, the demon race members only laughed in disdain. The leader of the demon race even sneered disdainfully and said with a playful expression, "Yo, yo, yo, your fighting spirit is not bad. Since you don't want to live and want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." With that, the leader of the demon race waved his hand. The demon race members who had been rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms immediately charged forward. They were like beasts that had just been released from their cages, charging wildly at Lin Wan and the rest. This was simply a feeling of impending death. How could these people, who were already terrified, have any fighting spirit left? They were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. But in the face of death, they had no choice but to muster their last bit of courage and fight to the death. "You are my prey." The leader of the demon race pointed at Lin Wan and said playfully. Lin Wan frowned deeply, but her fighting spirit was completely aroused. She charged forward with a monstrous fighting spirit. The battle started like fire and tea, and blood splattered everywhere. But it was obvious that Lin Wan and the rest were at a disadvantage. They were completely surrounded and killed, and the situation was not good for them. On the other side, Qin Shao had already rushed over. When he saw that the fierce battle had already begun, he could not help but frown slightly. Demon race? So many demons are besieging a group of humans. These demons are really audacious. How dare they hunt humans in the territory of the 9 continents of Huaxia? Isn't this a challenge to the dignity of the human race? No matter what the situation is, as a human, I can't allow this to happen. After watching for a while, Qin Shao did not hesitate any longer and directly attacked. No. I don't want to die. A man from the human clan was heavily injured when he was surrounded by 2 demon clan members. He did not have much strength to fight back. At this moment, the 2 demon clan members charged at him again, causing him to fall into despair. He let out a cry of despair in horror. But who could save him now? Everyone could not even save themselves. Even Lin Wan was entangled with the leader of the demons, so she did not have time to care about anyone else. I'm going to die. This was the first time he was so close to death. Although he was mentally prepared, he still felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Just as death approached him step by step, he was about to be completely taken away by death. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly slashed down, as if a divine power had descended from the heavens. This golden light directly slashed through the demon's body. Its sharpness was unparalleled, cutting through everything. It was unstoppable. The demon race's body was also directly cut into 2 halves by this golden light, causing all of the demon race's movements to stiffen in midair. Boom! Soon, the demon race's corpse fell to the ground. A first step, heavenly venerate demon race had been killed on the spot. The man who thought he was going to die was also frightened at this time. He was dumbfounded on the spot. He looked at the demon on the ground who was cut in half and couldn't be more dead. His mind was blank. What's going on? Did Brother Lin Wan save him? That's not right. Even Brother Lin Wan was not that strong. Furthermore, Brother Lin Wan was being suppressed by the leader of the demons, so she could not help anyone else. Then what's going on? The situation here was immediately noticed by the others, and they all looked over in confusion. Even Lin Wan was stunned for a long time. She obviously did not know what was going on. The demons were even more clueless about what was going on. A handsome figure suddenly walked out, holding a golden sword in his hand. Just as everyone's eyes fell on him, the sword in his hand pierced through the forehead of another demon without any resistance. A powerful force exploded within the mind of that demon, destroying everything in its path and reaping the life of that demon. Another demon was killed on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 first-step heavenly venerables had died in the hands of this man who had appeared out of nowhere. Such an amazing performance stunned Lin Xian and the others. They were all dumbfounded. The man who had appeared was naturally Qin Shao. There were even a few people who looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of worship. Why is there a human here? 3rd step heavenly venerable? No, he doesn't have the aura of a 3rd step heavenly venerable. It's only a 2nd step heavenly venerable. How can he be so strong? Damn it. It seems that I have miscalculated. This man must have hidden in advance and only appeared at the critical moment. I have fallen into his trap. Retreat. The leader of the demons sized up Qin Shao and immediately knew that the situation was not good. Hence, he immediately gave the order to retreat. Qin Shao had used the mirage meditation technique to hide his aura. Hence, in the eyes of others, Qin Shao was only a 2nd step heavenly venerable. Techniques that could hide one's aura well were extremely rare. After all, one's cultivation level represented a kind of recognition from the heavenly Tao. It was a manifestation of one's level of life. It was the most basic form of will and power. It was naturally very, very difficult to change and hide it. If one encountered an extremely powerful fourth step, Heavenly Venerable, they would probably be able to detect it. Brothers, it's time for us to strike back. Don't let these evil demons escape. Everyone, hurry up and kill them! Lin Wan shouted. When the demons received the order, they naturally did not continue fighting. Instead, they all fled. Qin Shao was very powerful. If he wanted to, he could kill all the demons in an instant. However, Qin Shao did not want to reveal too much of his strength. Hence, he only displayed the strength of a second step, Heavenly Venerable. Hence, he did not chase after the demons too much. He only captured a few first step, Heavenly Venerables and killed them. The morale of the others was completely restored. They were at an all-time high. One by one, they charged towards the demons. When one side was gone, the other side would gain. Therefore, under the joint efforts of everyone, the battle finally ended. Chapter 21-24. Whoosh! Looking at the 9 demon clan corpses lying on the ground, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. This was the feeling of escaping from death. Of course, this feeling was wonderful. It was hard to understand if one had not experienced it personally. Just now, everyone thought that they were going to die for sure and had given up on the idea of dying. Indeed, based on the situation just now, it was indeed a dead end. There was no other possibility. However, what no one expected was that at this critical juncture, an expert would suddenly appear and rescue them from the fire and water. After the shock, everyone's mood gradually calmed down. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Lin Xian also walked over to Qin Shao and secretly sized him up. He was actually a little puzzled. He clearly felt that the other party was only a second step Celestial Venerable. However, based on the performance just now, he really did seem to be a third step Celestial Venerable. The existence of the demon realm. He asked himself, his strength should be quite good among the second step Celestial Venerables. However, when facing Qin Shao, he felt that he was no match for him at first glance. Moreover, he felt that he was far from being a match for him. This feeling was like an ant facing a giant elephant. One glance was all it took to understand everything. Thank you for your righteous action just now and saving our lives. We really can't repay your kindness. Lin Xian bowed to Qin Shao gratefully and spoke on behalf of the others. The others also showed some gratitude to Qin Shao. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "It's okay. You don't have to be so polite. I just happened to pass by here. It was just a small matter. Besides, we are all humans. I can't just turn a blind eye to the demon clan slaughtering us humans, right? Although I have never met you before, in front of the demon race, we are all part of the human race. Naturally, we should be united against a common enemy." Qin Zhao's spirit also caused many people to admire him. This was the reason, but how many people would listen to this reason? There were many bad and evil people in the human clan. "My name is Lin Xian. How should I address you?" Lin Xian asked again. "Qin Shao." Qin Shao replied casually. Lin Xian cupped her fists towards Qin Shao and said, "So it's young Master Qin. Nice to meet you. Where does young Master Qin want to go? If you're going the same way, why don't you come with us? With a companion along the way, it won't be so boring." "Where to?" Qin Shao smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I came out to gain experience, so I don't have a specific destination. Wherever I go, it doesn't matter. But from the looks of it, it seems like you're going to participate in some important event? The fact that you were targeted by those demons means that you have a lot of valuable items on you." Looking at your formation, you must have something to do, right? Experience walk? Only then did Lin Xian feel relieved. Generally, second-step Empyreans coming out to train and travel were rare. After all, second-step Empyreans were not considered strong. If they traveled outside, they would inevitably encounter many dangers. It was too dangerous. Generally speaking, only a third-step Heavenly Venerate would have the confidence to travel around and even go to other territories. However, there were also some extremely experienced second-step Empyreans who came out to travel the world. Such situations were extremely rare. Therefore, Lin Xian thought that perhaps Qin Shao belonged to this category. Those who dared to come out and travel the world must have some confidence, and their strength must be very strong. If they could have Qin Shao with them, it would definitely be much safer. Lin Xian did not hide anything and nodded. Young Master Qin, it's like this. We are all from High Mountain Town. We come from different clans. Each of us represents a clan, so there are a total of 20 clans. This time, we are working together to participate in the once-in-a-lifetime great gathering in Flat Demon City. We want to exchange some of the items and specialties that our clans have accumulated over the years for some Chaos Source Rock. Then, we can exchange them for some cultivation resources to strengthen our clans. Human cultivators. The journey to Flat Demon City is rather long. The dangers along the way are unknown. We did not go far before we were ambushed by the Demon Clan. If young Master Qin had not stepped in, I'm afraid that we would have all been annihilated here. High Mountain Town? Qin Shao obviously did not know where this was. However, it sounded like a small town and should be an extremely small force. Looking at the group that was traveling, it was obvious that such an important matter had to be organized by a very strong team. However, in Qin Zhao's opinion, this team was also very weak. Although there was 1 second-step Empyrean and 19 first-step Empyreans, it was still very weak. Speaking of which, it was still very weak. Moreover, this was the 9 states Huaxia country. Qin Shao did not know where Flat Demon City was as it was not marked on the map. If it was not marked, it must be a small city force. It was not a big city, so it would not appear on the map. Flat Demon City? A big market? Qin Shao looked at Lin Xian. Therefore, Lin Xian gave him a simple explanation. Only then did Qin Shao understand what was going on. As it turned out, there was only one city within 100 million miles, and that was Flat Demon City. Although the 9 states Huaxia country was extremely rich and prosperous, this was still a border region. Therefore, it was naturally deserted. There were not many humans living within 100 million miles. Other than Flat Demon City, there were about 100,000 towns of various sizes. Therefore, they were rather scattered. The barrenness of this place was similar to that of the southern wilderness. As the only city within 100 million miles, Flat Demon City was naturally responsible for the economic lifeline of this area. It was the center of everything. It was precisely because of this barrenness that the towns that wanted to earn Chaos Source Stones naturally had to go to Flat Demon City. Therefore, Flat Demon City would hold a small market every 10 million years for 10,000 years. Every other epoch, a big market would be held for 100,000 years. The so-called big market was a gathering of all the towns. They would take out some of their specialties and gather them in Flat Demon City to trade. This was something that the Flat Demon City Lord vigorously promoted. It was to maintain the development of Flat Demon City. For a town, the big market was a great opportunity to exchange the accumulated resources of each race for cultivation resources or other things they needed. Normally, there were many things that could not be exchanged or bought. Big Brother Qin, the big market is very lively. It's a grand event that only happens once every epoch. Other than us who can go to Flat Demon City, no one else in our race has the opportunity to go. Why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City to play? It's quite fun. That's right, young Master Qin. Since you don't have a destination, why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City? Who knows, you might be able to find something. After learning that Qin Shao did not have a clear destination, some people began to invite Qin Shao to Flat Demon City with them. Lin Xian also wanted to say something. When she heard the others speak up, she said, "Young Master Qin, why don't you come with us to Flat Demon City? The big market is very lively. There will be many transactions, and some good things will appear." Qin Shao was also thinking about this earlier. In any case, he really did not have a destination, so it did not matter where he went. Hearing this, he felt that he could go and take a look at the big market. When he thought of this, Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you to Flat Demon City." "Haha, that's great. Young Master Qin, we'll let you ride our dragon horse." "Young Master Qin, ride my horse. My horse is faster." Lin Xian also stepped forward and offered her mount to Qin Shao. She said, "Young Master Qin, why don't you ride mine? I've tamed this horse for many years. It's very obedient." Qin Shao did not mind. He said, "There's no need to be so polite. Just be casual. These are all small matters. There's no need to care about such details. Let's set off." And so, Qin Shao joined the group. The group of people continued on their journey. Because of the addition of Qin Shao, the whole team's aura seemed to be a lot stronger. Everyone's mood also became more excited. On the other side, the group of demons who attacked Lin Xian and the others fled for a long time before they stopped. "My lord, we fell into the trap of those humans. They deliberately hid their experts and caused us to suffer such heavy losses. How are we going to report this to Master? My lord, what should we do now? We didn't manage to get the resources and we even sacrificed 9 of our brothers. What should we do? My lord, should we report this to Master?" "Shut up, all of you!" The leader of the demons shouted angrily at the other demons. His eyes flashed with intense anger. He gritted his teeth and his hatred was strong. "We've suffered such heavy losses. If we report this to Master now, do you think I've lived too long? You may want to die, but I don't. We miscalculated this time. But it's only a small loss. We managed to preserve most of our strength. If this team doesn't succeed, there's always the next team. There are many people who want to enter Flat Demon City this time. We'll definitely be able to capture many of them. So now what we need to do is to hunt down the teams from other towns. We have to hunt them down with all our might. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back to Master. You should all know the consequences of not being able to report back." The demons nodded their heads in fear. They naturally knew the consequences of not completing their mission. Just the thought of it sent chills down their spines. The leader of the demons' eyes flashed with intense hatred. "Human brat, you've ruined my plans. I'll definitely think of a way to kill you. Flat Demon City, huh? I'd like to see how long you can be so carefree in Flat Demon City. Your life is mine. I won't let you return to High Mountain Town alive." There was a cunning glint in his cold eyes. On the other side, Qin Shao and the others had a smooth journey. Even though their speed was a little slow, they didn't feel bored as they chatted along the way. This was especially the case since Qin Shao was treated as a guest of honor by everyone. He was their savior. Everyone was extremely grateful to Qin Shao, and Qin Shao received preferential treatment. Therefore, they didn't let Qin Shao get bored along the way. They served him good food and wine while chatting with Qin Shao. From time to time, they would even express their admiration for him. The group traveled for a full 300 years before they finally caught sight of a gigantic city on the horizon. Looking from afar, the city stretched on endlessly. One couldn't even see the end of it. It looked as though a gigantic dragon was lying down there. "Brother Qin, Flat Demon City is just up ahead. Look, there are many teams heading towards Flat Demon City." Lin Xian pointed to the front and said to Qin Shao. After chatting along the way, he managed to get closer to Qin Shao. Chapter 21-25. The Flat Demon City was indeed very lively at the moment. One could feel the festive atmosphere coming from the Flat Demon City even from afar. Hustle and bustle could also be heard from time to time. The closer one got to the Flat Demon City, the more teams one could see heading into the city. The Flat Demon City only had 4 gates, which were divided into the north, south, east, and west gate. Because the Flat Demon City was very big, the 4 gates were separated by a great distance. Many teams were pouring into the Flat Demon City from all directions on the official roads, adding to the liveliness of the city. Most of them were riding on flood horses, while some were driving luxurious carriages. Of course, the carriages were being pulled by tall and mighty flood horses. This was originally a barren land, so there were very few powerful forces. Therefore, there were very few ostentatious occasions. Most teams only had 20 to 30 people. Very few teams had more than 50 people. There were no more teams than that for the time being. Everyone went their own way. Even if they bumped into each other, they would only look at each other a few times without much interaction. It was as if they were all on their guard. It was obvious that there was very little interaction between the various towns. Perhaps it was because they were separated by a great distance. The barrenness of this place felt even more prosperous than the southern wilderness. However, Qin Shao felt a little relieved when he realized that this was only the periphery of the 9 states Huaxia country. He had yet to enter the real bustling area of the 9 states Huaxia country. Everyone lined up and entered the Flat Demon City in an orderly manner. The city walls were very tall. They were probably thousands of feet high. However, Qin Shao discovered that there was no powerful defensive array in the Flat Demon City. Generally speaking, large cities would have powerful defensive arrays. Take Linfu City for example. That was a defensive array personally set up by an ancient sage. In this way, it would not be so easy for foreign enemies to attack the city. However, Qin Shao felt that any third step Heavenly Venerate would be able to blast open the city walls and kill his way into the city. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that there should not be any powerful people in the Flat Demon City. He reckoned that at most, there would be a few fourth-step Empyreans holding down the fort. This was because along the way, Qin Shao had learned from Lin Xian and the others that there was not a single fourth-step Heavenly Venerable in the 100,000 towns in this territory. The strongest was only a third-step Heavenly Venerable. Furthermore, a town that had a third-step Empyrean overseeing it was already considered relatively powerful. Therefore, based on this, the Flat Demon City should not be very strong. At most, there would be a few fourth-step Heavenly Venerables guarding it. However, Qin Shao didn't care about this. He just came here for a stroll and didn't plan to do anything here. The queue to enter the city was very long. Out of the 100,000 towns, every town should have sent at least 1 team. In that case, there would be 100,000 teams entering the Flat Demon City. Wow, so many people. This is the first time I've seen so many people. Wow. So this is the Flat Demon City. It's so majestic. That city wall had to be at least 1,000 feet tall, right? It looks like it stretches for tens of thousands of miles. I can't see the end of it. Look, what a domineering carriage. It's so extravagant that it's being pulled by 18 dragons. And there are 3 of them at once. TSK, which town would be so extravagant? They're so rich and imposing. Haha, we're about to enter the city. I'm so excited just thinking about it. This was the first time many people had come out and hadn't seen much of the world. Therefore, they were especially curious and excited. Lin Xian was a little better. It wasn't his first time in the Flat Demon City, and he was familiar with everything here. Therefore, there wasn't much change in his expression, and he was very calm. Qin Shao was even calmer. He had seen all kinds of big scenes. Naturally, such a small matter wouldn't catch his attention. Lin Xian also secretly sized up Qin Shao a few times and secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Looks like Brother Qin has some background. He's much more relaxed than I am. He must be someone who has seen many big scenes." Smack! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a whip hitting someone's body could be heard. Many people were startled when they heard the sound of a whip hitting someone's body. Hearing it was enough to send shivers down their spines. What was going on? Everyone looked towards the city gate. There were still a few groups of people in front of the city gate. For some reason, the group that entered the city gate had some conflict with the city gate guards. Therefore, they were taught a lesson by the city gate guards. The whips in the hands of the city gate guards weren't ordinary whips. When they hit someone's body, it would be extremely painful. It was a pain that could reach the soul. These whips were usually used for torture. They were used to torture people. Who would have thought that the city gate guards would be holding such whips in their hands as well? They were extremely intimidating. But if anyone dared to resist in the slightest, they would be beaten by the whips. "Brother Lin Xian, what's going on over there?" someone asked worriedly. Looking at this situation, one would have a bad feeling. Lin Xian looked for a while before frowning. It seems like the city gate guards wanted to pay the entrance fee. That group of people argued with the city gate guards. In the end, they angered the city gate guards and were beaten by the whips. Then, they had to pay double the entrance fee before they could enter the city. What? How could this be? It doesn't make sense. Every time we enter the city, it's completely free? Beating people up if they don't pay the entrance fee? Isn't that abusing power for personal gain? Could it be that this time's market is different from the previous ones? I've never heard of the Demon Suppression City Lord giving such an order. Could it be that someone is abusing their power for personal gain and is using this opportunity to embezzle some money? If every group of people had to pay the entrance fee, that would be a huge amount of wealth. Lin Xian frowned and said seriously, "I've never heard of this either. All this while, we've never had to pay the entrance fee to enter the Demon Suppression City. What's more, this is a market. There are clear rules. Everything has to be given preferential treatment. Many things have been arranged by the Demon Suppression City Lord, including our food and lodging, as well as the location of our stalls. Everything has been arranged and it's completely free of charge. This is also beneficial to the promotion of the big and small market. This is a golden signboard of the Demon Suppression City, and the Demon Suppression City Lord has always placed great importance on it. Furthermore, this is the first time a big or small market is held. It's also an opportunity to bring a huge amount of wealth to the Demon Suppression City. So, there's no reason for the Demon Suppression City Lord to throw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. These city gate guards are so rude and unreasonable. They must be abusing their power for personal gain. And they're charging quite a lot too. No wonder people are complaining." Lin Xian was clearly filled with righteous indignation and was very unhappy about this. "Then what do we do? Do we have to pay the entrance fee obediently? Sigh, so what if we know that those city gate guards are abusing their power for personal gain? Do we dare to force them? The way I see it, we can only obediently pay the entrance fee." "That's right. An arm can't win against a thigh. Let's just compromise and bear with it. It's better than not being able to enter the city, isn't it? It's just that things like this are really infuriating. But there's really nothing we can do about it. This is the Demon Suppression City. We have to behave ourselves." Lin Xian gritted her teeth and shook her head helplessly. She laughed bitterly and said to everyone, "All right, everyone. Don't make a sound later. Leave it to me to handle. We have to look at the big picture. Since the town has handed over the big task to us, even if we have to suffer a little and suffer a little, we have to complete the task." Everyone nodded. That was all they could do. Bear with it for a while. There was no other way. There's really rat shit everywhere. These city gate guards are really bold. If the Demon Suppression City Lord finds out about this, they can't avoid death. But they still dare to do this. They're taking the risk out of desperation, just to make a big profit. Qin Shao pondered in his heart for a while. He naturally scoffed at such a thing. However, Lin Xian and the others had to look at the big picture. He couldn't be bothered to stand up for them and wanted to keep a low profile. With the precedent of a group of people being severely whipped, the other groups also became much more obedient. Every group obediently paid the entrance fee before leaving. There was no other way. In the face of power, they could only pay to avoid disaster. Finally, it was Qin Zhao's group's turn. Lin Xian walked up respectfully. A shifty-eyed city gate guard walked up with an unruly look on his face. Anyone who saw him would want to beat him up. That pair of shifty eyes scanned Qin Shao and the others, as if trying to find something. After scanning them, the city gate guard said arrogantly to Lin Xian, "There are 21 of you and 10 flood horses. Each person pays 20 Chaos Source Stones and each flood horse pays 10 Chaos Source Stones. That's a total of 520 Chaos Source Stones. I'll round it up to 600 Chaos Source Stones. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Once you're done, hurry up and enter the city." What? 600 Chaos Source Stones? Rounding it up to 600 Chaos Source Stones from 520? Wasn't this extortion? It felt like asking for a sky-high price. Such an exorbitant demand truly infuriated everyone. Even Lin Xian, who was mentally prepared, was about to explode. Each person had to pay 20 Chaos Source Stones to enter the city, and the flood horses had to pay 10 Chaos Source Stones. What was going on? How could anyone charge a city entrance fee like that? 600 Primal Chaos Dawn Stones was definitely not a small sum to them. They hadn't come prepared this time around, so they didn't have many Chaos Source Stones with them. Even if they pooled their resources together, they might not be able to come up with 600 Chaos Source Stones. Although Lin Xian was very displeased, she could only reply humbly, "Sir, it is true that we did not bring so many Primal Chaos Origin Stones with us this time. All of us can only take out 500 Primal Chaos Origin Stones at most. Sir, please do us a favor. Do you think 500 Chaos Source Stones will do?" Humph! Lin Xian's words clearly angered the city gate guard. He was extremely displeased. He glared fiercely at Lin Xian and said angrily, "In this day and age, everyone cries when they say they are poor. All of you know how to pretend to be poor." That group of people also said they were poor and didn't bring enough Chaos Source Stones. They couldn't come up with enough Chaos Source Stones and wanted me to do them a favor. Everyone wants me to do them a favor. Do you still want the rules? Are you still going to collect the city entrance fee? If you can't hand it over, scram immediately. Don't enter the city. You won't have to pay a single Chaos Source Stone. Isn't that great? Hand over 600 Chaos Source Stones if you want to enter the city. Don't waste my time. There are still many people queuing up. Hurry up. If you say another word, I'll charge you twice as much. Rude and unreasonable. He was indeed incomparably rude and unreasonable. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.